Thunder cracked through the heavens as dark clouds churned above, staining the sky a heavy violet. Lightning forked across the night, blinding white for an instant, then everything fell into darkness. Click. The towering office building, once buzzing with fluorescent life, went black. Damn it! This weather's cursed, my file wasn't even saved. A woman's exasperated voice echoed in the shadows. She flicked on a flashlight, muttering curses about B Company's brutal overtime expectations. Making us work late in this storm? Even the heavens revolted. A soft laugh followed from beside her. Weren't you just whining about wanting to leave early? Looks like the storm granted your wish. The speaker was a stunning woman with elegant features, her eyes sharp and magnetic like a fox's, charming, mischievous, and dangerous. That woman was Yuli, currently twirling lazily in her chair, the picture of unbothered grace. Her coworker shot her a look. Yuli, can you tone it down a little? Your happiness is glowing. Yuli paused mid-spin, then sat upright with a salute. Yes, boss. She leaned in, voice sweet. Coffee's on me tomorrow, okay, deal. Don't forget. As her coworker packed up and walked to the door, she glanced back. Boyfriend not here yet. Yuli checked her phone and shrugged. No message. He'll come soon. I'll wait here. Those underground parking lights are worse than horror movie sets. All right. Oh, and when's the wedding? I need to prepare a generous red envelope. Yuli flushed. Soon, I guess. I'll let you know. The woman grinned and left, the elevator doors sliding shut behind her. The office fell silent. Yuli's smile faded. She stretched, pocketed her phone, and walked to the elevator. She pressed the button. The numbers climbed, then froze. Flicker, flicker, darkness. Yuli. The floor sign blinked. 15. Her phone buzzed. She answered with a practiced pout, voice soft and sweet. Honey, the elevator's out. I have to take the stairs. It's so dark. The voice on the other end was low and reassuring. Take the left stairwell. Don't hang up. I'm coming up. She opened the stairwell door. A green emergency light barely lit the path. Rain hammered the windows. It was cinematic Bojing Mo's kind of scene. She removed her heels with a sigh and started descending barefoot. Her phone flashed a low battery warning. Bojing Mo, my phone's dying. I'm close. Wait for me on the 10th floor. Okay. The signal dropped. Yuli didn't panic. She reached the 10th floor, turned off the flashlight to save power, and continued walking. Her steps were unhurried, confident, unnaturally so, given the pitch-black stairwell. On the 8th floor landing, she heard footsteps approaching. She paused. No flashlight. Either a ghost or someone like her. She smiled and called out, Bojing Mo. In the next breath, she was lifted off the ground, pressed against the wall. Her heels hit the floor with a soft clatter. Warm fingers traced her bare ankle. Why aren't you wearing shoes? His voice brushed her ear like velvet. His cologne pine and winter air wrapped around her. Yuli smiled. They hurt. She hooked her arms around his neck and whispered teasingly, was that horror movie enough for you, Director Bo? He chuckled and nuzzled her neck. Lily, aren't you afraid? She traced his lips with her fingers, then kissed the corner of his mouth. With you dragging me to horror movies every week? I'm immune. That's good. Then he kissed her hot, insistent, urgent. Yuli gasped, caught off guard by the intensity. Her fingers clutched his tie. Why so intense today? No answer, only kisses that bordered on desperation. I love you, Lily, he whispered, voice raw. She looked at him softly, brushing her lips to his closed eyes. I love you too. In the car, Yuli caught the tension in Bojing Mo's expression. You're hiding something. He hesitated, then smiled. I'll tell you at home. She shrugged and closed her eyes. Fine. Drive safe. Outside, lightning continued to split the sky, until a blinding white flash. Yuli flinched. This wasn't lightning. Her instincts screamed. A warm hand suddenly shielded her eyes. Don't look, he murmured, his voice trembling. Yuli's chest tightened. The hurried kisses. The stairwell. Now this? He was afraid. Why? The brakes screamed. Yuli pushed his hand away and saw it. A truck, hurtling straight toward them. Bang. The world exploded. Bojing Mo turned, shielding her with his body. Bojing Mo, she screamed. His arms locked around her like iron. Lily, don't forget me. His voice was faint, carried away by the night wind. Yuli's grip on his hand tightened before everything went black. In her final moment, she saw a blinding light in the sky. And then nothing. Yuli, aren't you coming to eat? The voice came from below, soft and distant. Yuli stirred, her eyelids heavy, her mind slow to catch up. Her body felt like it had been asleep for ages. A throbbing headache pulsed at her temples, and her vision was a haze of muted light and unfamiliar shadows. She turned slightly, but a curtain blocked her view. Outside, girls' voices floated through the dormitory air. Forget it, she's probably still sleeping. She's been tired lately. Let her rest. Let's go. We'll text her and bring back something. The door clicked shut. The silence that followed was thick, disturbed only by faint footsteps fading down the hallway. Yuli blinked up at the ceiling. Where was she? She closed her eyes and forced herself to think. The last thing she remembered. The truck. The crash. Bojing Mo shielding her with his body. Her hands curled into fists. She sat up slowly, blanket slipping off her shoulders. She reached out, parted the curtain, and stilled. A dorm room. Simple. Neat. Shared. It was unfamiliar. And yet, part of her mind whispered. Dorm 12, room 121. her brows knit together. The knowledge wasn't hers, but it had settled into her like it belonged. She rubbed her temple. And then the question hit her like ice water. Where was Bojing Mo? Her phone lit up beside her. The interface was dated. The app was QQ, something she hadn't used in years. A message waited on the screen. Yuli, we went to eat. You were still asleep. Let us know if you're hungry, we'll bring food. She opened her contacts. WeChat, same avatar, same name. Alipay, same ID. Phone number, unchanged. But none of the names in her contact list were familiar. Except, her bank balance was suspiciously lower. She hesitated, then checked the photo gallery. A smiling girl beamed at her from the screen. Youthful. Carefree. Brighter than memory. It was her. Or rather, a younger version of herself. Yuli's expression hardened. She tapped in the number she knew by heart. The number you have dialed is unavailable. She let the phone drop to the bed, her gaze turning toward the balcony. First floor. Not high enough to kill her. She clicked her tongue in irritation. Just then, a soft white glow shimmered near her bed. Yuli turned her head. A floating white sphere hovered in the air, its mechanical voice chirping cheerfully. Hello there. She stared at it, her face blank. The orb hesitated. Was she ignoring it? Did she not see? Just as it wavered, Yuli leaned in with a gentle smile. Hello, she said softly. Are you the one who brought me here? The shift in tone was subtle, but to the trained eye, chilling. Her earlier coldness had vanished, replaced with warmth and curiosity. The sphere, delighted, spun in a happy loop. That's right, that's right. It was me. Yuli's eyes darkened just for a second. She had considered crushing it. But that wasn't an option anymore. I see. She reached out, patted it lightly. Her tone remained sweet. Then, can you send me back? That's not possible, it said with a robotic pout. You died in the accident. Your body's gone. But good news, you've transmigrated into a book. Yuli fell silent. The sphere added helpfully, and your body here is the same as before. Yuli's gaze flicked down briefly, expression unreadable. Bojing Mo, she asked. He died too. A beat passed. But he's here as well? Though technically, he's from this world to begin with. Yuli narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? I mean your boyfriend was already a character in this book. And not just any character, he's the villain. Yuli. The orb continued brightly, a dark, obsessive, yandere villain who's madly in love with the female lead. Yuli massaged her temple. Then give me the book's plot. Can't. Why not? It's corrupted? I can't access the data, it's all static and errors? Wiviwo, I'm broken. Yuli exhaled long and slow. Stop crying. You don't even have tear ducts. She climbed down from her bunk, checked her messages, and texted. I'm awake. Don't worry about food. I'll head out later. She grabbed her jacket and stepped into the bathroom. Staring into the mirror, she met her own youthful reflection. Host, aren't you mad? The system asked curiously. He lied to you. Yuli wiped her face with a towel, calm. He's still Bojing Mo. And I'll ask him myself. A pause. Also, don't call me host. Call me sister. Okay, sister? Are you going to eat now? No, her gaze sharpened. I'm going to find Bojing Mo. A beat of silence. Then the system said softly, that might be difficult. Yuli stopped walking. Explain. He's lost his memories. He doesn't remember you at all. Yuli didn't speak. The system continued, cheerful and merciless. Also, he's currently obsessed with the female lead. That's his role. And you're just a background character. It hesitated, then blurted, if you go looking for him now, you might see them kissing or something? These stories love drama. Yuli. In short, the system summarized helpfully. I strongly advise against going. Yuli stood there in silence. Then she smiled faintly. Thanks for the advice. But her eyes said. She was going anyway.
Hey everyone. I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
That'll be 10 yuan, dear. The cafeteria auntie cheerfully handed a tray of food to the girl in front of her. The girl took one glance at it before flashing a sweet smile. Thank you, auntie. Could I get a little more vegetables? Of course. The cafeteria auntie grinned, scooping an extra portion onto her plate. She wasn't well versed in fancy words, but she knew one thing: the girl in front of her was truly beautiful. That warm, bright smile could melt anyone's heart, and even her voice sounded pleasant. Since lunchtime was almost over, the auntie generously added one more thing. Here, have a meatball too. Eat up and stay full. With a soft beep from the QR code scanner, Yuli put her phone away and, under the cafeteria auntie's affectionate gaze, walked toward a quiet corner to sit down. Sister, are you really not going to look for Bojing Mo? As she sat, the smile on her face faded slightly. She picked up a napkin and carefully wiped the oil off her chopsticks before glancing at the system. You already said Bojing Mo lost his memories. What's the point of looking for him? She raised an eyebrow. Besides, weren't you the one who advised me against going? Without any detailed information, only a name, wandering around this massive campus searching for him would be pointless. It made more sense to eat first. The system mumbled, that was just based on genre logic. Yuli patted the little light ball. Alright, quiet down. Food comes first. We'll talk about Bojing Mo later. She took a bite of her meal. Just then, her phone buzzed with a transaction notification. Her chewing paused. She slowly looked up at the glowing sphere. Are you sure all my data is the same as before? The light ball puffed up its non-existent chest proudly. Of course. Look at your face. It's exactly the same. I even made sure your WeChat avatar and nickname match your old one perfectly. Then why isn't my money the same? That part still bothered her. Because even a system can't just alter monetary circulation at will, the system explained innocently. Money has to be obtained legally and reasonably. Sister, why don't you try buying a lottery ticket? I can cheer you on. Thanks, but no thanks. She could barely afford a lottery ticket right now. Staring at her 3-digit balance, Yuli fell silent. She opened WeChat and checked her profile. It was the same as before, an orphan, with her pinned contact being the name of an orphanage director. At least the system had been thoughtful in that regard. If this body had parents, that would have been an even bigger hassle. Putting her phone away, she ate a few more bites. At this point, finding Bojing Mo seemed far less urgent than simply figuring out how to survive. Her eyes flickered with thought as she recalled the system's description of Bojing Mo, a psychotic villain obsessed with the female lead. Meanwhile, the system was busy reloading its limited data when it suddenly heard Yuli chuckle coldly. It shuddered. Yuli set her chopsticks down and reached out to stroke the glowing ball beside her. Smiling sweetly, she cooed. Little darling, are you sure you don't have any plot details? Even if you don't have the full story, maybe you've got something else I can look at. The system was instantly dazed by her soft, honeyed voice. It wasn't even trying to be helpful anymore. She had just called it little darling. Hold on, sister. I'll check. To Yuli's surprise, the little light ball suddenly stretched from its usual spherical shape into a vertical strip, as if someone was pulling it from both ends. The next second, a glowing screen unfolded in midair. The system exposed all its internal data to her. Woo, see? There's really nothing. Everything's corrupted. Its sniffles echoed in Yuli's ears. She didn't respond. Instead, her fingers lightly traced the edge of the glowing screen. SHHH, be good. Quiet down. The system immediately shut up. Finally, silence. Yuli lowered her gaze, scanning the fragmented text on the screen. The system hadn't lied. There really wasn't much usable information. The text was scattered, as if someone had deliberately erased large portions. Only a few broken sentences remained. And the only complete paragraph was this one. Bojing Mo, to me, is a figure both loved and hated. His love for Jiangxi is conflicted yet obsessive, his feelings concealed yet disturbingly twisted. There's a destructive possessiveness in him. If he can't have her, then no one can. Some say he's nothing more than a dark, psychotic villain obsessively fixated on the female lead. I completely agree. Yuli immediately understood why the system had tried to stop her from seeking him out. Even reading this tiny snippet, she could feel the sheer intensity of Bojing Mo's fixation on this Jiangxi woman. And honestly, the description did sound pretty accurate. But more importantly, is this supposed to be an actual novel plot? Her fingers tapped lightly against the table, a subconscious habit when she was deep in thought. Yuli wasn't a frequent reader, but even she could tell that the writing didn't seem like typical in-story narration. It read more like a review. Looking at the way it was worded, she even wondered, could Bojing Mo actually be an actor? He was a director in his past life. Maybe he decided to become an actor this time? With that thought, she pulled out her phone, intending to search for his name. At that moment, a group of tall male students exited the cafeteria. One of them, clutching a basketball, groaned in frustration. Where the hell is Boji today? Haven't seen him all day. I was planning to borrow his experiment data. A bespectacled student looked up from his phone. Borrow? You mean copy? Hey, yeah bully, don't make it sound so bad. Boji's data is flawless. If I alter anything, it'd be ruining its perfection. Chen Chao spoke righteously, then turned to the guy next to him. Right, Kiangzi. Jun Qiang frowned at the nickname. Stop calling me that. It's a stupid name. He tucked a book under his arm. I'm heading to the library. You guys go on. Chen Chao muttered an O before glancing at Yaboli. Is he mad? No idea. Just don't call him that again. Yaboli adjusted his glasses and handed his phone to Chen Chao. Found Boji. Where? Chen Chao leaned over to look at Yaboli's phone. On the screen was a photo. A man and a woman walking together. The man was tall, his figure sharp and elegant, though only his back was visible. But even so, Chen Chao instantly recognized him. It was Bojing Mo. And beside him, there was no mistaking her, the campus beauty, Jiangxi. Chen Chao sucked in a sharp breath. Boji's with Jiangxi again? So the rumors are true? He really likes her. Yaboli remained neutral, withdrawing his phone. If you're so curious, why don't you ask him yourself? Chen Chao immediately shut his mouth. Bojing Mo's cold, unapproachable nature meant that prying into his personal affairs would get them absolutely nowhere. But he was still confused. Where did you get that photo? Yaboli showed him the webpage. The school's forum. The what? How come he didn't know about this? Yaboli glanced at him strangely. You guys seriously didn't know? It's on the mini-program. There are even people shipping Boji and Jiangxi. Chen Chao immediately pulled out his phone, muttering, nobody told me. The advisor never mentioned it. All I have is the confession wall. No wonder Yaboli always got the latest gossip so fast. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He turned to Yaboli and asked, so Boji went to the experiment building again? He's been going there a lot lately. The professor didn't assign that many tasks, did he? No idea. Either way, let's head back to the dorm. Yaboli patted his shoulder. We've still got cleaning duty. The inspection is coming up, and your side of the room is a mess. Meanwhile, on a tree-lined path leading to the experiment building, a young woman quickened her steps to keep up with the tall man ahead. Looking at the man's indifferent expression, she sighed in exasperation. Bojing Mo, can't you at least act when you're supposed to? Even if you don't actually like her, this time you were finally given a human role. But the audience isn't satisfied with you, and your rating keeps dropping. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. As she spoke, a translucent screen appeared in front of them. It was similar to Yuli's system, but simpler, just a basic projection. Bojing Mo halted, his gaze skimming across the comments on the screen. Damn, Bojing Mo's ghost role was terrifying. He's definitely made for this. But he almost actually killed Jiangxi? Ugh, I'm so pissed. Isn't his character supposed to be a devoted husband? Agreed. He's great at playing a murderer, but why does he never follow the script? I'm getting so frustrated. Does he not remember that she's his wife? Simon, you guys saw that Jiangxi survived, right? That proves that love still triumphed over his nature. Ha, sure, his terror score was maxed out. But his total indifference and kill-hungry attitude ruined it for me. The plot barely even progressed before he threw it all away. You really think he overcame his nature? More like he held back at the last second to avoid getting an abysmal rating. Yeah, no wonder the system keeps assigning him ghost roles. This time, he finally got a human character, a husband, no less. He could have easily won over the audience, but what did he do? Ditched his wife, sacrificed himself, and became the ghost instead. I was this close to shipping them, but then he turned around and tried to kill her. I don't care how good looking he is, I cannot support this. Bojing Mo's expression remained unreadable despite the barrage of negative comments. Turning to Jiangxi, he said in a calm, detached voice, apologies. I lost control again after becoming a ghost. I may have hurt you. Seeing how polite he was, Jiangxi quickly waved her hands. No, it's fine. Actually, my rating went up because of it. But your rating? She looked at his dangerously low score, brows furrowing in concern. Are you sure you'll be okay? Bojing Mo lowered his gaze, closed the floating screen, and said flatly, it's fine. I'm leaving? Wait. Jiangxi hesitated as she watched his retreating figure, then let out a sigh. She didn't understand why the system insisted on making Bojing Mo a ghost in every scenario. Whenever he became one, he completely lost his awareness, turning into little more than an NPC. His ratings never stayed high for long. This time was supposed to be different. He finally got a human role, and not just any role, but her husband? If they played it right, they could have built up a fan base, boosting his ratings in the process. But the plot had barely unfolded when he threw everything away, sacrificing himself to become the ghost instead. As expected, the backlash was immediate. Jiangxi shuddered, recalling the way he had slaughtered his way through the set, his eyes gleaming red with excitement after spilling blood. Whenever Bojing Mo became a ghost, it was like he was a completely different person. Every strike was brutal, every attack deadly. The twisted smile on his lips was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Thank God, she reassured herself, that's just the ghost taking over. He couldn't actually be like that in real life. After all, in everyone's eyes, Bojing Mo was known for his cold yet refined demeanor. Polite and courteous, he was the aloof genius of the campus, the model student praised by professors. A person like that had to be losing control because of the system's influence. That had to be it. The experiment building was mostly empty on Saturdays. That suited Bojing Mo just fine. He set down his books but didn't head to the mechatronics lab. Instead, he made his way to the medical school's dissection room. His expression remained indifferent as he donned a white lab coat. Taking out a key that only professors should have, he unlocked a room labeled for experimental bodies. Inside, several cadavers lay untouched, awaiting disposal. Bojing Mo wasn't a medical student, but as the student council president and a top-performing scholar, he had earned the trust of several professors, who often asked for his help with various tasks. Slipping on a pair of pristine white gloves, he moved with practiced ease. Even the simplest actions exuded elegance. Then, he reached into a nearby cabinet and retrieved a surgical scalpel. He stepped toward one of the metal tables, towering over the lifeless form beneath him. Pausing for a moment, his eyes flickered with a barely contained thrill. Dark pupils, tinted with the faintest hint of red, narrowed in pleasure. A slow, quiet chuckle escaped his lips. Schlick. The sound of the blade piercing flesh. Warm, crimson blood dripped from his fingertips, forming glistening trails across his gloved hands. The sight of it finally dispelled the nagging irritation that had been plaguing him all day. His eyes followed the stream of red, his lips curling in amusement. It seemed that even the game's horrors were no longer enough to satisfy him. Bojing Mo had always known there was something wrong with him. Since childhood, nothing in the world had ever interested him. Everything felt dull, tedious, a constant source of frustration. Nothing except blood. Except corpses. Only those things could stir something inside him, bring him even a sliver of enjoyment. But he knew this wasn't normal. So he deliberately avoided any related professions, forcing himself to suppress the urges. He learned to mask his true nature, blending seamlessly into society. As long as he never indulged, he could keep it under control. But once the line was crossed, desires, once awakened, were impossible to restrain. And the thing that had shattered his carefully constructed normalcy. He tore off the gloves and pulled up his system interface. His name was listed near the very bottom of the rankings. His expression remained blank. Yet, as he thought about the eerie, nightmarish world of the game, a flicker of anticipation gleamed in his crimson-tinted eyes. Tongue pressing against the inside of his cheek, he smirked. This game is getting interesting. When Yuli returned to the dormitory, her roommates were already inside. At the sound of the door opening, a girl turned her head and looked over. Yuli, you're back? Are you okay? The voice sounded a lot like the one who had called her for lunch earlier. A name immediately popped into Yuli's mind, Lee. She responded with a soft and smiled at Lee. I feel much better after some sleep. The past few days have been exhausting. The girl at the opposite desk made a knowing expression. I knew it. Just look at all the work your department dumped on you. Why didn't you delegate as a minister? I agree with Xiaojing, Lee chimed in. You're responsible for compiling the past 2 years' data. How could you possibly finish that alone? Yuli sat down and turned her head, her face showing an expression of agreement. Now I think you guys are absolutely right. The others were visibly surprised, as if shocked that Yuli had suddenly come to her senses. After all, she used to always say it was fine, that everyone else was busy too, and then she'd just take on all the work herself. They had tried persuading her multiple times to no avail. As Yuli spoke, her gaze subtly swept across the entire dorm. 2 people were talking to her, while another was busy applying makeup and had no time to join the conversation. It seemed, this dorm was relatively harmonious. After quickly confirming her roommates' identities, Yuli propped her chin up and opened her laptop. Unfinished data files were still on the screen. Flipping through them carefully, she realized that the previous Yuli had already completed an entire year's worth of data compilation. So that's why she worked herself to exhaustion? No wonder she had woken up with such a terrible headache. Yuli curled her lips slightly and casually opened QQ. At the top of her chat list was a large group named Student Council, News Department. Below that, there was another group labeled News Department Ministers. After skimming through the messages, Yuli finally understood what had happened. It turned out that a teacher had requested online data from the past 2 years, and the task had been assigned to their department. Another minister was originally contacted for it, but they simply passed the responsibility to Yuli, claiming they were too busy. The previous Yuli had a soft and timid personality, too afraid to speak up. When she tried asking the department members for help, all she got in return was, "Senior, I have class, I don't have time." One person said it, and then everyone else started saying the same thing. And in the group chat, the other minister remained silent from beginning to end. Yuli's lips curled slightly, as if she had seen something amusing. However, there was no real laughter in her eyes, just a touch of indifference. The system next to her huffed in outrage. How can they be like this? Yuli shot it a calm glance. Why are you so shocked? Isn't this part of the character setting data you guys created? A coward facing a bunch of freeloaders too scared to speak up, so she just let them walk all over her. She spoke so quietly that her roommates didn't hear. The system instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, mumbling, I didn't know about this. Ignoring its muttering, Yuli picked up her phone and sent a message in the news department's group chat. At everyone, if you have classes, send me your schedule along with your class name, smiling face with smiling eyes. After sending the message, the group remained eerily silent, as if no one had noticed it. Yuli didn't bother to check again. Instead, she opened a drama streaming site on her laptop and started watching a show. Sis, they're ignoring you, the system fretted, watching her remain completely unfazed. It's fine. Sooner or later, someone would panic. Yuli propped her chin up and picked a show, but after watching a few episodes, she lost interest. She had thought that the entertainment industry in her previous world was doomed, but this world didn't seem to be much better. She switched to a freelance job app, intending to look for part-time work. Unfortunately, nothing seemed suitable. Taking a sip of water, she moistened her slightly dry lips. Seeing her searching for jobs, the system suggested, Sis, didn't you already find Bojing Mo? Why don't you go to him? His family is loaded. Yuli raised an eyebrow. Why are you so eager for me to find Bojing Mo? You're more anxious than a girlfriend. Besides, all she knew about him were generic online facts, some provincial top scholar, a wealthy family's young master. And even if Bojing Mo was rich, what did that have to do with her? Would he just hand her money? The system went silent. From its previous observations, Yuli and Bojing Mo had an incredibly close relationship. But now, after losing her memory and being separated from him, Yuli was acting remarkably indifferent, almost like she didn't care. It was strange. Pondering this, the system eventually voiced its thoughts. Yuli narrowed her eyes. You've observed us before. The system immediately clammed up and played dumb. It was just because I detected danger. That way, I could conveniently collect your souls. The system had secrets. But Yuli had no intention of prying, she wasn't interested in them. In truth, she was more curious about what Bojing Mo had been hiding from her before the car accident. Lowering her head, she glanced at her phone. The group chat was still devoid of replies. Tapping her fingers on the desk, she thought for a moment before sending another message. Deadline, tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. If no one responds, I'll assume everyone is free. With nothing better to do, she opened the student council's group chat and looked at the owner's name. When she saw that familiar name, her previously idle gaze sharpened in an instant. After a long pause, she let out a quiet, meaningful laugh. So that's where he was. The dim light from the desk lamp cast a soft glow on the girl's face, highlighting her delicate skin. She let out a faint smile, her charming fox-like eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a sense of casual indifference. Lowering her gaze, her long lashes cast shadows over her eyes. Her fingertips hovered over that name for a second before she tapped on it lightly. She then turned to the system with a smirk. See? What's the rush? Found him. Displayed clearly under the group owner's name. Student Council President, Bojing Mo. It wasn't until nighttime that people finally started submitting their schedules in the group chat. They did have classes, but at most, only 1 or 2 sessions. As for that ignored friend request, predictably, it remained sitting in the pending list. Yuli glanced at it briefly before shutting off her phone. Closing her eyes, she prepared to sleep. But just as she was about to drift off, the system suddenly shrieked. We're doomed? No time to explain. Doomed? Yuli frowned. Just as she was about to open her eyes, a wave of dizziness suddenly hit her. The sensation was overwhelming, giving her no time to react. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in an unfamiliar kitchen, holding a kitchen knife in her hand. A pot beside her was bubbling with steam. Yuli. For a brief moment, she wondered if she had transmigrated again. Setting down the knife, she looked around. She was inside a villa. Through the front window, she could even see a garden and a surrounding wall. The villa had a classic European-style interior, lace tablecloths, intricately carved chairs, each detail exuding an air of luxury. The golden sunlight streamed in, making the elegant home feel incredibly warm. Yet beneath that surface of perfection, there was something eerily unnatural. Yuli set the knife down and turned her gaze to the bubbling pot beside her. After a moment of thought, she suddenly reached out and lifted the lid, lowering her eyes to check the contents inside. Everything looked like normal food. She straightened up and calmly called out, "System." As soon as she spoke, the glowing orb floated in through the window, sounding a little guilty. Sister. Yuli frowned. Where is this? Did I transmigrate again? The system quickly responded, No, this is still the same world, just a different setting. I only just found out myself. Its form shifted back into a strip-like shape and stretched out into a screen in front of Yuli. Look, sister? It's because these new plot lines suddenly appeared. Displayed on the screen was a series of rule explanations. Dear actors, welcome to the horror film set. Please perform your roles seriously and follow through with all the scenes. Our audience will be watching you at all times. Be careful not to let the NPCs discover that you're a player, or bad things might happen. A little secret following the script might be the safest option. Sometimes, ghosts aren't necessarily NPCs. Once your performance is over, the audience will rate your acting. Your score will affect your ranking. Bad reviews won't make you a good actor, so win the audience's love to your heart's content by any means necessary. After each performance, your ranking determines your points. The higher the points, the better the rewards. Actors at the bottom of the ranking will be considered as not putting in enough effort. And if you don't work hard, we'll deduct your money. What? You're broke? No worries, you can pay with your life. Come work for us. Friendly reminder, if you die in here, we take no responsibility. Of course, you can use points for an instant revival. Points are all-powerful. They're just a bit pricey, hee. Now, please begin your role-playing in earnest. Yuli. So, what now? First, she lost her memory and transmigrated into a novel. And now, they were stacking on another infinite horror film set? What a ridiculous buff stack. No wonder that novel plot she had read earlier felt strange. Looks like it came from a review related to this. Yuli lowered her gaze, tracing her fingers over the text on the screen. She noticed that these words were darker than the previous novel script, almost like they had been freshly printed on top, even covering up the earlier text. Unconsciously, she furrowed her brows. Every time a new message appears, does it overwrite the original novel plot? The system suddenly sounded bashful. No, the original didn't have this much content. I stole this newbie guide from the protagonist's system. It even waited expectantly for Yuli to praise it. How is it? Sister, aren't I amazing? They have a film set system, but it doesn't matter, you have me. Yuli's lips twitched. Very impressive. She lowered her head and glanced at her outfit. So, what's my role? Am I a character too? The system chirped innocently. Nope. Sister, you're an NPC? You don't have the film set system, so you can't have a role? I secretly sent you in. Hehehe. Yuli was silent for a few seconds before suddenly bending down and patting its head. She blinked, her voice carrying a mix of praise and expectation. Little treasure, you're amazing. Can you help sister steal a bit more? Sister can only rely on you now. Normally, she just called it system. But whenever she needed something, Yuli's words became especially sweet. Little treasure, darling, she could say them so naturally. After years of coaxing Bojing Mo, she had long lost any embarrassment over using affectionate nicknames. She could say them effortlessly, without a second thought. The system, completely unaware that it was being used, swelled with pride at the praise. Sister, just say the word. Their system isn't as smart as me, I can steal anything. Yuli's smile deepened with satisfaction. Really? Little treasure, you're amazing. This system, so easy to fool. The loving couple had always lived frugally. After years of hard work, they finally bought this incredibly cheap villa so their 3 children could have a suitable home. However, being in the outskirts and abandoned for years, the villa had long since become desolate. On their first night, the children started noticing that something was off. "Daddy, when will we get there?" The youngest girl clutched her stuffed toy, her face full of anticipation as she leaned over the driver's seat to look at the man in front. "I can't wait to see our new home." The man chuckled at her words. Little G can't wait anymore, huh? He had deep-set features, a bone structure typical of Western ancestry, but upon closer look, there were hints of Asian traits as well. Simply put, he was the kind of mixed-race person who was instantly recognizable. The woman in the passenger seat turned around as well. She also had distinct mixed-race features, light brown eyes paired with chestnut-colored hair giving her a particularly gentle appearance. "We're almost there. When we arrive, you have to be good, little G. Here we go." "Wow, is this a Western script today? Oh my god, Zixi looks stunning. Such an elegant Asian beauty," sobs. "Agreed. And she's exuding such motherly warmth. Totally different from before, no wonder she's a high-rated actress. The guy next to her should be Hooling, right? He looks a bit different, but I can still recognize him. Haha, he's so unlike his usual self. If they're both here, does that mean Bojing Mo is too? Oh god, is he playing a ghost again?" That single comment completely shifted the tone of the live chat. "Most likely. Alright, everyone, time to prepare our bad reviews for Bojing Mo again. Why do y'all always have such a problem with Bojing Mo? His ghost roles are amazing, okay? So what if he's a bit ruthless? He's playing a ghost. What do you expect him to do?" Despite the constant complaints, Bojing Mo still had his loyal fan base, mainly due to his looks. Otherwise, the system would have already deemed him an unqualified actor and kicked him out. But the more his fans defended him, the more some people disliked him. Oh, please. All Bojing Mo ever does in a scene is kill people, there's no acting required. And it's not like we're lacking these kinds of scenes. Exactly. That serious actor act of his doesn't work anymore. You guys just like him because he's good looking. And? What's wrong with that? Are you better looking than him? Someone finally stepped in to change the topic. Stop arguing. I checked other performances of this script. It's a haunted house story where a couple moves in with their kids and weird things start happening. There is a big boss, probably Bojing Mo, but he appears much later. So don't worry if you're here for the romance, you'll get plenty of it first. While they were talking, the car had already arrived at the villa. It was an open-style villa, surrounded by ivy-covered walls, overgrown grass, and an old well covered with a slab. The outer walls of the villa were streaked with patches of green, showing clear signs of abandonment over the years. Standing at the entrance was Elia, or rather, Zhangxi, holding her youngest daughter, Joger, by the hand. Looking up at the towering yet dilapidated building, Joger scrunched her nose and hugged her doll tighter. "Mommy, this place looks so old." Beside her, the second daughter, Josai, let out a mocking laugh, chewing her gum lazily. "Weren't you excited just a second ago? And now you're complaining." "Josai, don't talk to your sister like that." Zhangxi crouched down and gently patted Joger's hair. "Little G, the inside of this house is really beautiful. Let's clean it up together and decorate it however we like, okay?" Joger chirped happily. "Okay." Hooling and their eldest daughter, Jody, had just finished unloading some luggage from the car. Hearing Zhangxi's words, Hooling put down the bags and pointed toward the lake behind them. "Little G, look. There's a beautiful lake over there. How about I take you to see it later?" The moment he spoke, Joger's eyes lit up. Really? Children were easily fascinated by new things. She tugged on Zhangxi's sleeve excitedly. "Mommy, I want to see it. Mommy and Daddy need to clean up the house. Why don't you let your sisters take you instead?" Zhangxi turned to Josai and Jody with a smile. "You two take your sister to look around, okay? But don't go too far." Josai scoffed and walked off without responding, heading straight toward the lake. Jody, on the other hand, held her sister's hand and nodded obediently. "Okay, Mommy. We'll just take a quick look." That second daughter is totally the troublemaker type. "I think I already know where this is going." "Agreed, but please don't spoil anything. Zhangxi is so gentle," sobs. As the children left, Zhangxi and Hooling entered the villa. The moment the door opened, it let out a heavy, grating creak. Sunlight poured in, making the dust particles in the air visible. Zhangxi took a step back, covering her nose as she glanced around the room. All the furniture was covered in white sheets, and the floor was layered with dust. Cleaning up such a big place wouldn't be easy. Now that the NPC daughters were gone, Zhangxi could finally drop her act a little. She glanced at Hooling and smiled helplessly. "I didn't think we'd have to do manual labor even in the script." Hooling ruffled her hair. "It's fine, I'll help you. This is so sweet, I'm dying. They really make the best on-screen couple." Thinking about how Bojing Mo treated Zhangxi in the last script and then seeing this. "Bojing Mo, you can stay a ghost forever. LMAO, y'all are ruthless. If Bojing Mo dies and becomes an NPC, does that mean he'll be a forever single ghost?" I can't stop laughing at that. Now I kinda want Bojing Mo to show up just to see him working for the system. Otherwise, let's just give him all bad reviews this round. Audience preferences were fickle. 1 second, they might be giving someone 5-star ratings, and the next, they could turn on them over a single scene. A few comments alone could easily determine an actor's fate. Zhang Shi naturally thought of Bojing Mo too. Frowning slightly, she walked deeper into the house and pulled a white cloth off a couch. Beneath the dust, the couch was still in pristine condition, barely used at all. She ran a finger through the dust. This villa definitely has something wrong with it, but I don't know how to trigger the plot. If Bojing Mo is in this, he's probably playing the ghost again. The dust from the cloth billowed toward the doorway. Hooling waved a hand in front of his face, clearing the air. It's fine. Let's just see what the NPCs do. As long as we stay in character, we'll be fine. They had no prior script, only their character settings. Every scene relied on the NPCs to drive the plot forward. Zhang Shi pursed her lips and sighed lightly. All right. She was playing a gentle, devoted mother, which meant abandoning her children was out of the question. If there were ghosts, she had to protect them. That also meant this plotline was dangerous for her. Sensing her nervousness, Hooling draped an arm around her shoulders. Don't worry, I'm here. Trying to lighten the mood, he grinned. Besides, I have the loving husband setting. I'll take the hits first. OMG, I'm shipping them again. Hooling gives off such a sense of security. Way better than you-know-who. Way better than you-know-who +2. Way better than you-know-who +3. Way better than you-know-who +10000086. The two of them put away their emotions and prepared to properly clean the villa. But before they could get started, a sharp scream suddenly came from outside. Listening closely, they realized it was their eldest daughter's voice, faintly shouting something. Joger. Hearing that name, Zhang Shi and Hooling exchanged glances before instantly dashing out of the house. Meanwhile, over by the lake and the surrounding woods, Jody watched in horror as Joger continued walking toward the water. She frantically tugged at the rope tied around her ankle, but the rough hemp fibers only tightened, digging painfully into her skin and rendering her immobile. The rope burned against her flesh, but Jody didn't care. She could only cry out desperately at her sister's retreating figure. Joger, stop! Don't go near there. No. Her helpless screams echoed through the silent woods. Dad? Mom? Come save Joger? Mom. She watched in despair as Joger stepped into the lake, the water creeping up her small legs. Jody's face turned deathly pale, her expression filled with panic as she screamed at the top of her lungs. No, Joger, stop. She was trying to snap her sister out of whatever trance she was in. But Joger didn't stop. Jody could only watch as the water rose higher. Suddenly, a figure in green rushed out from nowhere, moving at an incredible speed. In an instant, they dashed into the lake, wrapped an arm around Joger's waist, and pulled her out of the water. Jody's tense heart finally settled, though her breath remained shaky, still lingering in the aftermath of her fear. She looked warily at the figure who had appeared so suddenly. To be precise, it was a woman. Jody narrowed her eyes, trying to get a better look. All she could make out was a head of long, golden hair. And at that moment, the woman was carrying her little sister toward her. As the distance closed, Jody's breath hitched, her mouth slightly agape, her gaze filled with awe. She forgot about her sister's condition entirely, staring blankly at the approaching woman. The dappled sunlight fell through the trees, casting golden spots across the woman's figure. Her softly curled golden hair cascaded over her chest, gleaming with a silky luster. Her skin was as flawless as porcelain, her red lips and blue eyes forming a striking contrast, her features stunningly exquisite, an intoxicating mix of beauty and regality, like a goddess from Western mythology. Her gaze was calm and indifferent, with slightly upturned eyes carrying an air of aloof superiority. The dark green gown she wore only accentuated her noble aura. The hem of her dress had been soaked by the lake, darkening the fabric a shade deeper. Droplets of water dripped rhythmically from the edges. Jody couldn't help but swallow. This kind of beauty, she had never seen before. It was utterly bewitching. And it wasn't just Jody. The live chat exploded the moment the woman appeared. Holy SHT, holy SHT, holy SH*T, who is this? Which NPC is this gorgeous? Excuse me? Why did no one tell me this script had such a stunning lady? Oh, we're eating good today. Sister, I'm obsessed. Do you want to be an NPC in my house? Sobs, so beautiful. I was feeling meh about this plot, but now I'm watching frame by frame. LMAO, the other NPC is totally dumbstruck. Girl, your sister is unconscious, focus. Some of the more observant viewers started asking questions. Wait a second, I've seen others play this script before. This NPC is supposed to be their neighbor, but she wasn't supposed to appear this early? Normally, she and the others rescue an NPC instead. That's normal, though. They probably triggered a hidden storyline. These usually score really high. She is totally the luck goddess. Even if it's a hidden story, why does this neighbor look so much better than in other versions? It's weird. It's supposed to be the same face. Who cares? With a face like this, I'm sold. I'm rating this script 5 stars just for her. Agreed? Please let her show up more. Sis, the live chat is all praising you. The system perched on Yuli's shoulder, eagerly relaying the comments. Normally, the actors couldn't see the chat, but the system had full access. Yuli didn't respond. She merely crouched down and gently set the little girl on the ground. Lowering herself to meet Jody's gaze, her lips curved into a soft smile. Beautiful little lady, did you just move in today? Her voice was so gentle and alluring, like a noble goddess descending to greet mere mortals. Jody instinctively nodded, completely entranced. But when her eyes fell on her unconscious sister, panic quickly returned to her face. Joger. She looked helplessly at the woman before her. She didn't know why, but this person gave her an unexplainable sense of security, like nothing could go wrong under her care. The woman chuckled softly, reaching out to smooth Joger's hair, tucking a stray strand behind her ear. Her movements were careful and tender. Don't worry, she reassured, her voice soothing. Your sister is just very tired and fell asleep. Jody let out a deep sigh of relief. She hesitated, just about to ask for the woman's identity, when she suddenly heard the voices of her parents calling from the woods. Jody? Joger. The familiar voices made Jody's eyes well up with tears. She turned and waved eagerly. Dad? Mom? I'm here. Jiangxi and Ho Liang followed the sound, arriving at the scene only to be met with a shocking sight. Their eldest daughter sat collapsed on the ground, her face pale, while their youngest lay unconscious beside her. And next to them, kneeling gracefully, was a stranger, a woman with golden hair. Her back was to them as she gently caressed their youngest daughter's face, her long hair cascading over her shoulder, obscuring her features. Jiangxi and Ho Liang exchanged a wary glance, both reading the same unease in each other's eyes. Jiangxi, staying in character as a loving mother, rushed forward the moment she saw her youngest daughter. Tears welled in her eyes as she scooped Joger into her arms, her voice trembling. Little Ji. With this movement, she finally caught a full view of the woman who had been facing away from them. The moment Jiangxi saw her face, she froze. She even forgot she was acting, because the woman before her was too beautiful. Jiangxi had seen countless NPCs before, but never one with this level of beauty and presence. Ha ha ha, even she is stunned? See, I told you this wasn't just any ordinary beauty. First time seeing she almost break character, lol. Screenshot time. Y'all, I'm too busy screenshotting the gorgeous lady to even bother with she's reaction. OSH*T, you reminded me? Can we rewind? Who got the entrance shot? I'll buy it. Me too. Me 3. The chat descended into chaos. The system was completely dumbfounded. How did the topic shift so fast? Seeing Jiangxi staring at her, Yuli withdrew her hand and stood up, smiling politely. There's no need to worry, she said gently. Your daughter is only unconscious. Jiangxi snapped back to reality, adjusting her hold on Joger. Her face quickly returned to an appropriate level of caution. Who are you? Why are you here? Jody immediately tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mom, she saved Joger. Ho Liang also approached. He, too, was momentarily stunned by Yu Li's beauty, but quickly composed himself. Noticing Jody's tied-up ankle, he pulled a pocket knife from his coat. Stay still, Daddy will cut this off for you. Jiangxi, though slightly reassured, remained vigilant. Scanning the area, she turned back to Jody. Where's Josai? What exactly happened? At that question, Jody finally started recounting everything that had just transpired. Originally, they were just exploring the small woods by the lake when Josai wandered off somewhere and never came back. After searching for her unsuccessfully, Jody decided to take Joger back. But just as they were about to leave, she accidentally stepped on a hidden trap. Her foot was instantly caught in a loop of rope, tightening around her ankle and refusing to budge no matter how hard she tried. Jody wanted Joger to run back and call for help, but Joger suddenly seemed to lose all awareness. Her eyes went blank, and she started walking toward the lake in a daze, completely unresponsive no matter how much Jody shouted for her. With Ho Liang's support, Jody managed to stand up. She turned to look at Yuli on the other side and explained, and then this sister appeared and pulled Joger out of the lake. Hearing Jody call her sister, Yuli raised an eyebrow slightly and gave her a small smile. Jody's face instantly flushed red. She lowered her head, pressing her lips together, and said nothing. After understanding the situation, Jiangxi immediately turned to Yuli with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I was just too worried about my daughter. Yuli replied calmly, I understand. Ho Liang bent down and picked up the rope from the ground. Examining it closely, he frowned. This kind of trap is usually used to catch large animals. Why would it be here? At that moment, Yuli, who had been leaning lazily against a tree trunk, casually raised a hand. Tilting her head slightly, she smiled. My apologies, that trap belongs to me. The group immediately turned their gazes toward her, eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Straightening up, Yuli pointed toward the not-so-distant villa. She tucked a stray strand of golden hair behind her ear, the sunlight illuminating her porcelain-like skin, making it look even more delicate and translucent. Her icy blue eyes, clear and pure, held a hint of lazy amusement. This is our first time meeting, so please forgive my late introduction. I'm your neighbor. You can call me Philia. Jiangxi quickly reached out her hand. Nice to meet you, Philia. I'm Elia, and this is my husband, Jovini. She then turned to Jody. This is our eldest daughter, Jody. And the one I'm holding is our youngest, Joger. Jody looked up and greeted her as well. Hello, Philia sister. The woman before her looked at most 25 years old. Since she was 18 herself, it made sense to call her sister. Yuli shook her hand briefly out of politeness, but at Jody's words, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lifting her gaze, she met Jody's eyes. Darling, she said with a hint of amusement, you really shouldn't be calling me sister. Seeing Jody's stunned expression, Yuli sighed lightly and spoke in an almost wistful tone. After all, I'm already 35. Or more accurately, this body was already 35. Leaning against a tree, Yuli watched as Elia's family disappeared into the distance, her face contemplative, lost in thought. Sis, what are you looking at? The system asked curiously. Now that the audience's perspective had shifted away, the system had no way of knowing why Yuli was still watching the protagonists. Yuli tilted her head slightly at the question, her cool blue eyes sweeping over the suddenly appearing Josai. Can't you see it? There's a ghost attached to her. And not just any ghost, a man. A few minutes ago, when Yuli was about to invite the family to her home, Josai had appeared out of nowhere, her flowing green-dyed hair tangled with leaves as if she had been rolling around in the grass. The moment she saw Yuli, her pupils constricted, but she quickly averted her gaze, clearly looking guilty. It was the kind of expression that suggested she recognized Yuli but was pretending not to. She then turned to Elia in a hurry. Mom, let's go home. Don't we have a lot of cleaning to do? Her voice was rushed, as if she couldn't wait to get away. Elia, both surprised and relieved at seeing her second daughter, scolded her immediately. Josai, where have you been? And why are you so filthy? I tripped and passed out. I just woke up. Josai mumbled before grabbing Elia's arm, trying to pull her away. Let's just go home already. I can't stand being this dirty. Wait a moment, Josai, let me introduce you. This is our neighbor, Philia. Auntie. Elia, of course, wasn't going to just leave like that. She stopped and turned to Josai, making the introduction. Then she turned back to Yuli. Philia, this is our second daughter, Josai. Yuli propped her chin on her hand, her eyes curving into a smile. What a lovely little girl. But Josai avoided her gaze entirely, refusing to acknowledge her and instead turning back to Elia. Mom, I really want to go home. We have so much to do, don't we? Elia unconsciously frowned at her daughter's rudeness. However, since Josai was often like this, she didn't find it too unusual. Instead, she merely offered Yuli an apologetic smile. Then we'll be heading back for now. Next time, we'll make sure to thank you properly. Yuli chuckled behind her hand, her posture elegant. You're too kind, dear. But her gaze never left Josai, eyes thoughtful. The live chat was also full of speculation. Is Josai possessed? I'd bet on it. From what I remember, that rope was supposed to imprison a ghost. It wasn't supposed to be cut so easily, but since Hooling broke it, a male ghost appeared ahead of schedule. Oh crap, does that mean this instance just got harder? The ghost wasn't supposed to show up yet. She is in trouble, QAQ. I don't know how this will play out, but what I'm most curious about is the neighbor. In previous runs, she barely had any screen time. She was supposed to disappear early on. I'm so excited for this one. Me too. Gorgeous auntie. Wait, I mean Philia? I still can't believe she's 35. She doesn't look it at all. Yuli couldn't see the live chat, but the system relayed some of the key points to her. This was actually very helpful to Yuli, since she had no idea what the actual plot was. Not only did the system not have the original novel's plot, it also didn't have the instance's script. Yuli could only rely on whatever memories she could extract from NPCs. Unfortunately, the NPCs had very little useful information, so she had to piece things together and improvise. One thing was certain: the male ghost knew her. And he wasn't just afraid of her. No, Yuli immediately overturned that assumption. He hated her. She clearly remembered the flash of resentment in his eyes. Watching the group disappear into the woods, Yuli finally turned and headed toward her own home. So, which ones were the protagonists? The couple, the system answered. They should be the male and female leads. And what about Bojing Mo? Yuli thought back to the couple's appearance. Do they look different from reality? Or are they like me, forced to use an NPC's face? Her current appearance was drastically different from her real self. She wasn't even the same person. If there was any resemblance at all, it would only be in her eyes, both being classic fox-like eyes with a slight upward tilt. They only have slight modifications, the system explained. Sis, we sneaked in through a back door. We can't let anyone find out, or the consequences will be serious. Yuli. And who was she doing this for? Thinking back to how the system had stolen data for her, Yuli felt a headache coming on. As soon as she heard that there was a ranking system, she had asked the system to steal Bojing Mo's ranking from the protagonist's files. She had assumed that, given Bojing Mo's abilities, he would be near the top. At the very least, he should have been in the middle rankings. After all, back in the real world, this man thrived in competitive scenarios, his achievements countless. But when she saw Bojing Mo's name at the bottom of the leaderboard, Yuli nearly blacked out. 5 stars? Out of 10? He only got half? Her boyfriend was the so-called slacker actor. The bright red numbers at the bottom of the list were so eye-catching that Yuli was silent for a full 5 minutes. Bojing Mo, are you really this patriotic? Because aside from that, she couldn't think of any other reason. So the current situation was she had just arrived, but her boyfriend was already on the verge of dying? The system scanned the live chat and relayed more information to Yuli. Based on the chat, Bojing Mo might be a ghost. And from what they're saying, he always plays a ghost and doesn't have any awareness? Sis, what does no awareness mean? Is it like losing memory? Yuli took a deep breath and said nothing. She simply returned to her courtyard, collapsed onto a rocking chair, and shut her eyes. She needed a moment to calm down. Under the golden sunlight, her striking features appeared even more mesmerizing. Her long golden hair cascaded behind her, and her ethereal beauty was reminiscent of a demon that thrived on stealing one's essence. It doesn't matter. Just relax. Her tone was indifferent. We just have to wait for the protagonists to start the plot. Keep an eye on the live chat. If anything happens, let me know. As for Bojing Mo, She'd wait and see. Meanwhile, inside the other villa, Jiangxi instructed Hooling to quickly tidy up the bedrooms before placing Joger on the bed. Only after confirming that she was truly just sleeping did she leave the room. Noticing the scratches on Jodie's ankle, she motioned for her to sit down. Baby, let me put some medicine on that. Jodie glanced around and frowned. Mom, where's Josai? Hooling, who was tidying up nearby, replied. She went upstairs. Said she wanted to take a shower and rest. I checked the water pipes, they're fine. You should rest after this too. Jodie nodded, but she still felt uneasy. Dad, I think Josai is acting weird. She barely spoke on the way back, and when I asked her where she went, she wouldn't say anything. Truthfully, what Jodie really wanted to say was this whole villa felt strange. Whether it was the eerie incidents with her sisters or the unsettling lake and woods, everything about this place felt wrong. Hooling and Jiangxi were well aware that something was off, but as the protagonists of a horror film, they could only shake their heads and reassure Jodie gently. Baby, you're just exhausted today. Get some rest, okay? This place is wonderful, isn't it? And besides, we have such a beautiful neighbor. Thinking of that goddess-like face, Jodie's cheeks reddened slightly, and she gave a small nod. Maybe her parents were right, she was just overthinking things. That beautiful auntie had lived here for so long without any problems. Maybe it was just her imagination. Here we go, the classic "it's just my imagination" trope. I mean, understandable. They just bought the house, they can't just up and leave, right? No, but seriously, isn't anyone questioning how that neighbor auntie is 35 and still looks that stunning? After getting some medicine on her wound, Jodie stood up, the grime on her body making her frown uncomfortably. Mom, I'm going upstairs to change. Jiangxi smiled as she put away the medical supplies. All right, go ahead. At the same time, in the attic hallway, Josai stood at the bottom of the stairs, staring at the dark loft above. Her lifeless eyes were fixed on the shadows, and in her white dress with damp green hair clinging to her back, she looked eerily unnatural. The haughty, energetic girl from earlier was gone. Now, she stood like a corpse that had been dead for years. Her once light-colored irises had turned completely black, and the darkness spread until her entire eyes were consumed in pitch-black voids. Then, suddenly she smiled. Her pale face stretched into an unnatural grin, widening like something inhuman. Josai narrowed her pitch-black eyes, her expression filled with an indescribable fanaticism and devotion. She murmured softly, her voice dissipating into the air. My dear young master, I will help you wake from your slumber. The moment the words fell from her lips, she placed a hand on the stairs and started to climb. But just as she lifted her foot, Josai, what are you doing? Jodie's voice interrupted her. Josai's movements froze. The eerie smile vanished from her face, and a cold, sinister glint flashed through her pitch-black eyes. When she lowered her gaze again, her eyes had returned to their original light brown. Noticing Jodie waiting at the doorway, an annoyed look crossed her face. Without a hint of expression, she said, nothing. Just looking around. Then, without sparing her sister another glance, she brushed past her and left. Her movements were unnaturally stiff, like someone who had forgotten how to walk and was forcing themselves through the motions. Josai's behavior was too strange. Jodie pressed her lips together and glanced at the attic entrance. But when she turned back toward the hallway, Josai had already closed her bedroom door. Jodie hesitated, torn between curiosity and hesitation. But in the end, her curiosity won. Step by step, she approached the attic stairs. She looked up. For a moment, her vision blurred. Without realizing it, she had already stepped onto the staircase. By the time she came back to her senses, her head had already peeked into the attic. The space was small, illuminated only by a faint glow from the dusty window. Cobweb-covered junk filled the cramped room, old, forgotten items from the previous owner. Nothing seemed particularly strange. Jodie let out an unconscious sigh of relief. What was she so nervous about? It was just an attic. She was about to leave when something caught her eye. A jar sat in the very center of the attic. It was covered with a lid and looked completely ordinary except for one thing. A yellow paper talisman was placed on top. The strangest part was that, despite the uneven surface of the lid and all the movement she had made climbing up here, the talisman hadn't moved at all. It remained perfectly still. That wasn't normal. And the talisman itself, what was it? Jodie had never seen anything like it. The strange symbols drawn on it felt wrong, and the more she stared, the harder it was to look away. It was as if the jar was sucking her in. Jodie? Jodie. Her mother's voice snapped her out of it. Jodie jolted awake, a chill running down her spine. I'm here, Mom, she quickly called back. Hearing footsteps approaching, she hurriedly prepared to climb down. But just before she left, her gaze lingered on the jar. She hesitated. Then, gritting her teeth, she grabbed it. Jiangxi, not finding Jodie in her room, followed her voice upstairs. When she arrived, she saw Jodie standing near the attic entrance, looking a little guilty. Jodie, what are you doing up here? Jodie hid the jar behind her back and smiled. Nothing, Mom. What's up? Joger woke up. She's looking for you. Jiangxi turned and motioned for her to come down. Come on, this place is still covered in dust. Okay, Mom. Jodie followed her mother downstairs. The moment they left, the attic stairs retracted on their own. With a sudden clap, the attic door slammed shut. Time slowly passed. No one looked back at the attic again. But something had already changed. Later that night, Jodie sat on her bed, playing with Joger, when she suddenly remembered the jar. She turned toward the desk. That was when she noticed. The yellow paper talisman had turned to ashes. Jodi's hands froze. Her pupils shrank. A deep sense of dread crawled up her spine. The talisman, burned on its own? What was it sealing? Just as she was about to check the jar, she froze again. Outside her window, the sky was filled with crows. The entire sky had darkened unnaturally, and the eerie cries of the birds filled the air. The distant church bell tolled, each ring echoing in her chest like a death knell. Her heart pounded violently. She watched in horror as the sky, which had just turned pitch black, suddenly snapped back to its normal sunset glow in an instant. The leaves rustled in the woods. The wind rippled across the lake. And then, a woman's wail drifted through the air, a sorrowful voice filled with both laughter and weeping, sending a chill through the night. Inside another room, Josai stood stiffly by her bed, her expression blank. Then, she sensed something. Her dead eyes suddenly widened. An intense, uncontrollable joy flashed across them. Her pupils darkened again, and her lips stretched into a wild, twisted grin. Her hands, hanging by her sides, trembled with excitement. Their young master had awoken. In the attic, a shadowy figure slowly materialized. His body was semi-transparent and black, his features obscured. Only his pure black eyes could be seen cold and indifferent. His waist-length black hair draped behind him, and he wore an ink-colored traditional robe, its rich fabric exuding an air of nobility. He stood by the window, unmoving. The golden sunlight shone through his ghostly form, casting an unnatural glow. His gaze remained fixed on the light on the floor, silent, lost in thought. A few seconds passed. Then, he moved. He slowly turned his head toward the window, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Something smelled good. Where was that scent coming from? He reached a hand toward the window. But the moment his fingers extended past the frame, a force repelled him, shocking his fingertips. Retracting his hand, he furrowed his brows, irritation creeping in. A sudden, violent urge to destroy something stirred inside him. The man's gaze turned icy as he locked eyes with the crow staring at him from outside. He clicked his tongue lightly. Downstairs, Zhang and Ho Liang were busy tidying up when, thud, a crow suddenly slammed against the window, letting out a shrill, agonized cry. Only then did they notice the strange commotion outside. When they took a closer look, their bodies stiffened. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same heavy unease. The wind howled violently. Dark clouds rolled in. This wasn't just a change in the weather. Something was coming. Zhang pressed her lips together, saying nothing. Ho Liang pulled her into his arms. It's okay. Just like before, don't be scared. A single comment quietly slid across the live chat. Oh ho, Bojing Mo has arrived. Receiving the system's update, Yuli slowly opened her eyes. Her delicate face remained emotionless as she sat up, smoothing out her skirt. Then, she paused mid-motion. As if sensing something, she lifted her gaze. From this angle, she could only see the large window of the distant villa, and that window was directly below the attic. In that brief moment, she felt an invisible force, as if her gaze had locked onto someone else's. Night fell. The outskirts were especially quiet at night. Outside the window, only a few bird calls and the rustling of leaves could be heard. The dim wall lamp cast a warm and tranquil glow in the room. Jodi lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, her unfocused eyes wide open. She couldn't sleep. She really couldn't sleep. The moment she closed her eyes, that eerie yellow paper would appear in her mind. Then, she would recall the scene outside the window during the day, and an unexplainable sense of panic would surge over her like a tidal wave. The suffocating feeling of drowning nearly made her unable to breathe. She took a deep breath, turned to her side, and stared at the jar on the table for a long time. Finally, she couldn't resist anymore. She sat up, walked over to the table, and picked it up. She looked around but found nothing unusual about the jar's exterior. Should I open it and take a look inside? Jodi hesitated. But in the end, her fear couldn't overcome her curiosity. She slowly opened the jar and, under the dim light, carefully peeked inside. The moment she saw what was inside, she froze. Inside the palm-sized jar were a few strands of black hair. Black hair? Whose? And who would put hair in a jar? Jodi didn't dare think further. She quickly shut the lid. At first, she intended to place it back on the table, but after some thought, perhaps due to some inexplicable instinct, she chose to put it in the drawer instead. Just as she was about to go back to bed, she heard a noise from Josai's room next door. Jodi's footsteps paused. Remembering Josai's strange behavior today, she hesitated for a moment before slowly opening her door. The hallway of the villa was dimly lit by faint candlelight. Jodi walked lightly towards Josai's door, placed her hand on the doorknob, and gently twisted it only to find that the door was locked. Left with no choice, she whispered, "Josai, are you asleep?" The room remained silent for a long moment before Josai's calm voice finally came through. "What's wrong? I'm going to sleep. If it's something important, let's talk tomorrow." "It's nothing. I just wanted to check in." Hearing this, Jodi decided not to disturb her further. She returned to her own door but still couldn't help glancing back. Was it just her imagination? Why did Josai's voice sound a little excited? She shook her head, forcing herself to stop overthinking, then went back into her room. In the room next door, Josai was kneeling on the floor. She had her head bowed, back arched, and hands resting on her thighs. Her posture was humble. In the unseen darkness, a pair of completely black eyes burned with fervent obsession. She suppressed the excitement in her throat and spoke in a low, respectful voice to the man sitting on the chair. Young master, you're finally awake. She had been trying to help the young master break the talisman spell, but unexpectedly, someone else had already destroyed the ritual before she could. Her gaze shifted. A shadow sat on the chair, gradually solidifying into a tall, masculine figure. Wisps of black mist rose from his body, blending seamlessly with the darkness of the night, making him indistinguishable. Only his waist-length black hair cascaded down his sides like silk, its ends disappearing into his dark robe and spreading across the floor like creeping vines. The man's gaze swept over the girl kneeling on the floor. There was no discernible emotion in his eyes. Slowly, he reached out and gripped her throat with his long fingers, tightening his hold bit by bit. You know me. His voice was deep and hoarse, devoid of any emotion, but his tone carried an ominous chill. Even though the male ghost had possessed the girl's body, the physical pain was real. As the suffocation intensified and all the blood in her body surged to her head, the girl's originally delicate face began to distort. It shifted and morphed until it transformed into the face of a pale middle-aged man. Yet, despite being strangled, the ghost showed no signs of pain. Instead, his expression remained one of absolute devotion, as if this was an honor. With a look of crazed obsession, he spoke softly, Yes, young master, I am your most loyal servant, The. However, after hearing his words, the man's gaze remained cold and indifferent. He showed no reaction, nor did he loosen his grip. Seeing this, De's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but he still spoke respectfully. Young master, you are Bojing, the eldest son of the Ye family. You may have amnesia now, but that's all right. Eat me, please. I beg you to eat me. As he spoke, a strange grin spread across his lips. As long as you consume me, you will regain all your strength and remember everything. And you will remember that damned foreign woman. Bojing remained silent, his gaze lowering indifferently as his grip tightened further. As the pulse beneath his fingers weakened, a trace of pleasure flickered in his dark eyes. The middle-aged male ghost's eyes rolled back. Blood seeped from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His body was embracing death. The fresh scent of a living soul stirred Bojing. His lips moved slightly, and at last, he spoke. Sacrifice this body's soul to me. He wasn't referring to the ghost's soul. He was referring to Josai's. Hearing this, a flicker of resentment and jealousy crossed the male ghost's eyes. He was jealous that Josai was being offered to the young master. Yes, young master. As soon as the words fell, a wisp of white mist drifted out from the woman's body, swirling in the air before being instantly devoured by the black mist surrounding Bojing. After absorbing the energy, the previously indistinct features of the man's face became clear. He threw the body aside, lowered his gaze to his own hand, and examined it under the dim light. His pale, slender fingers cast a shadow. Then, he looked toward the mirror beside him. In the reflection, the man's features were as refined as an ink painting. His brows carried a natural air of nobility and grace, but his pitch-black eyes, different from any living person's, exuded a chilling aura under the faint light. The corners of his lips curled up instinctively. His crimson lips, as if stained with fresh blood, contrasted against his ink-dark hair that casually fell along his face, making him appear even more wickedly alluring. This was Bojing, the eldest son of the Ye family, who had died abroad years ago, and at the same time he was the player, Bojing Mo. The ghost, now fully possessing the corpse, quickly crawled over and looked up at the man on the chair with burning devotion. Young master, do you remember me now? Bojing Mo didn't answer. Instead, he leaned down, grabbed the ghost by the hair, and said indifferently, I still have use for you. A soul-deep pain radiated from his scalp, but De acted as if he felt nothing. He respectfully lowered his head. Please give your command. Bojing Mo looked out the window, but outside, there was nothing but endless darkness. The villa from earlier in the day was nowhere in sight. His deep eyes were unreadable. After a long silence, his voice finally rang from above. Go to that villa. Get close to the blonde woman. Dedong's entire body trembled, his pupils contracting. A blonde woman? There was only one blonde woman around here. It was her, that damned foreign woman. Thinking about what that woman had done, Dedong's emotions surged uncontrollably. Blood-red veins appeared on his face, making him look terrifyingly grotesque. Gritting his teeth, he spoke through clenched jaws, Young master, there's no need to go through so much trouble. If you want that woman dead, I can kill her right now. Before he could even finish the word her, the man kicked him to the ground. In an instant, black mist surged forward, tightly wrapping around his neck, its grip gradually tightening. His soul, along with the body he possessed, was completely restrained, while the black mist gnawed at his very essence, each bite bringing excruciating agony. Dedong's mouth gaped open helplessly, his pupils contracting. The feeling of impending death made the blood-red veins on his face shrink back. Unlike the previous direct strangulation, this was a far more torturous experience, one that pushed him to the brink of death. Even ghosts feared this kind of torment. Dedong could clearly sense the man's fury, but he didn't understand what he had said wrong. Struggling, he forced out a hoarse question, Young master, what did I say wrong? Bojing Mo slowly lowered his head, his gaze filled with unmistakable killing intent. His voice was dark and unreadable. I only told you to get close. Don't do anything unnecessary. If it weren't for the fact that his body still couldn't stray too far from the villa, he wouldn't even need to send such a useless pawn. Dedong didn't understand. He thought his young master simply hadn't remembered everything yet. Enduring the pain, He spoke again, "Young master, have you forgotten? That damned foreign woman was the one who killed you? She was the one who trapped you in this villa? I want to kill her to avenge you." As soon as his words fell, a thunderclap boomed outside the window, as if heralding an ominous warning. At the same time, Bojing Mo flung Dedong to the ground, the heavy impact echoing through the room. But Dedong had no time to care about his own disgrace. Instead, he looked up at his noble master with hopeful eyes, seeking his approval. Yet, the man he worshipped merely looked down at him with a gaze of condescending indifference, a hint of displeasure flickering in his expression. The lightning's stark white light illuminated the man's cold face. His thin lips parted, and he spoke in a voice as frigid as ice. "If you talk too much again, I'll kill you first." The morning sunlight streamed into the room, and downstairs, Jody could hear her mother, Elia, complaining from the kitchen. "Josai, I told you not to play with the ketchup. Darling, can you check on Jody? She's still not up, and it's getting late. If we don't leave soon, we'll be late." The voices drifted upstairs, rousing Jody from her sleep. She blinked groggily, still a bit disoriented. Turning her head, her gaze landed on the drawer, and for a brief moment, she froze. The events of last night rushed back into her mind along with that eerie strand of black hair. After a pause, she slowly sat up. The first thing she did after getting out of bed was check on the jar. Seeing that it was still in the same place as last night, she let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Her eyes flicked to the trash bin beside her, and she hesitated for several minutes. But in the end, she closed the drawer again. When she went downstairs, her younger sister, Joger, was playing with dolls on the couch. Their father was at the dining table reading the newspaper, and across from him sat Josai, who was squeezing ketchup onto her plate with an expressionless face. Just then, Zhang Shi walked out of the kitchen. Seeing Jody, she smiled and waved. "Come have some breakfast, sweetheart." At the table, Josai's movements paused upon hearing this. Her gaze shifted from the bread to Jody, who was descending the stairs. Slowly, she put down the ketchup bottle. Her messy green hair was tangled on her head, and her pale eyes were devoid of emotion, but her lips curved upward, forming what seemed to be a smile, as if greeting Jody. It looked incredibly eerie. Jody pretended not to notice the unsettling smile and walked over to the dining table. "Mom, are we going somewhere later?" She had vaguely heard something about going out while she was upstairs. Zhang Shi nodded. "Yes, we're going to visit our neighbors as a family." Hearing this, Jody's eyes lit up with surprise. "Is it Aunt Philia?" Zhang Shi placed a plate on the table and smiled. "Of course. Aunt Philia saved Joger, so we definitely have to thank her." At that moment, Joger ran over, shouting excitedly, "I want to thank Aunt Philia too. She saved me." Ho Liang reached out and patted her head. "Joger is such a good girl. Didn't you prepare a gift for Aunt Philia? Don't forget to bring it." "Dad, you're right." Joger immediately bolted upstairs. "I'll go get it now." Everyone was in high spirits except for Josai, who scoffed in disdain. "TCH, just an old woman." Her voice was low, but Jody still caught it. She turned to see Josai looking somewhat pale and hesitated before cautiously asking, "Josai, are you feeling unwell? Do you want to rest while we go instead?" Josai shot her a sideways glance, licked her dry lips, and replied irritably, "No, I'm going to." Indeed, maintaining the appearance of a living person in a dead body was proving difficult. Josai knew, at this point, it was Dedong. Ever since he had taken control of this body last night, he had been under the young master's command, "Get close to that woman." Dedong didn't understand why, but he had no choice but to follow orders. That damned foreign woman. The young master must want to torment her, which is why he ordered him to get close to probe her weaknesses. In fact, not only was Dedong confused, but even the audience in the livestream chat didn't understand what Bojing Mo was thinking. Wait, what is Bojing Mo doing? Normally, wouldn't he go on a full-blown killing spree? Why did he only kill one person? Maybe he just woke up and hasn't adjusted yet? Who knows what's going on in his head? I haven't had enough screen time with Shi yet. Hold on, that beautiful woman was actually the one who killed Bojing Mo? Damn. An aloof Eastern young master versus a stunning Western femme fatale. This is such a thrilling dynamic. Bojing Mo, if you act well this time, I'll give you a high rating. Same? I totally get it. This ship is amazing. Too bad Bojing Mo always kills too quickly. I doubt the beautiful lady will last long this time either. Sigh, Bojing Mo has no free will. If he did, things would be so much more interesting. I disagree. The last time the system gave him a human role, he died within minutes. I bet he burned through all his points already. As the family prepared to leave, Dedong followed closely behind Jody, narrowing his eyes at the girl in front of him. The night he left, the young master's seal had been broken almost immediately. The only person in that room at the time had been her. She was probably the one who lifted the seal. Maybe she also had that thing with her. He leaned in closer behind Jody and lowered his voice. "Jody, did you pick something up?" Jody had been in a great mood, but her expression instantly froze. She stopped in her tracks and turned to meet Josai's lifeless eyes. Dark circles lingered beneath them, making her look particularly haggard. Her unkempt green hair was dry and brittle, like straw. The sun was shining warmly above them, yet under Josai's gaze, chills crawled down Jody's spine, and goosebumps rose on her arms. Suppressing her unease, she forced herself to stay calm and replied dryly, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "The thing from the attic." Josai's eyes remained locked onto her. "Did you pick it up?" "I don't know. Stop asking me. A shiver ran down Jodie's spine. She shouted abruptly, then turned and bolted toward Jiangxi. The sudden commotion caught Jiangxi's attention, and she turned around in confusion. All she saw was Josai standing alone, slightly hunched over, her arms neatly placed at her sides, chin tucked in, eyes looking up staring at them with those dull, lifeless eyes. Her posture was eerily reminiscent of an old crone, or perhaps an ancient servant, exuding an indescribable eeriness and chill. Jiangxi's hand, which was holding Jodie's shoulder, trembled. A dreadful thought flashed through her mind. She exchanged a helpless glance with Hooling. Hooling furrowed his brows, staring at Josai for several seconds before raising his voice. Josai, what's wrong? Aunt Philia is waiting for us. The familiar name made Dedong's eyes flicker with subtle changes. In the end, he straightened his posture, concealing his previous unnatural stance. His expression returned to an unreadable blankness as he took stiff steps toward them. I'm coming. However, his movements were noticeably rigid, and coupled with his corpse-like complexion, something still felt off. Jiangxi's heart trembled. She also noticed that Jodie's expression wasn't right. It seemed like her eldest daughter had already triggered some sort of plot event. But for now, they had no choice but to wait until they got back to ask her about it. No one brought up what had just happened, but they all instinctively kept a certain distance from Josai as they walked toward the villa. Yuli was already waiting for them at the door. She stood with her arms crossed, lazily leaning against the frame. The brilliant sunlight illuminated her golden hair, and her sapphire eyes held an air of indifference. Paired with her strikingly glamorous features, she was breathtaking. For a moment, everyone was momentarily dazzled. Seeing them approach, the woman's previously lazy expression vanished. She straightened up, a bright smile curling her lips, and waved. You're here. I made a feast for you all today, darlings. She wore an off-white, fitted dress with a ruffled neckline, fastened by a gemstone brooch. The clear, flawless gem reflected a dazzling light under the sun, an effortless yet elegant detail. For Joker, this was the first time seeing the woman who had saved her. And the moment she laid eyes on Yuli, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Aunt Philia is so beautiful. Blushing, Joker stepped forward with Jiangxi and held out a carefully wrapped gift. Aunt Philia, this is a present I made for you. Thank you for saving me. She wore a fluffy dress today, and with her mixed-race features, she looked like a little princess. My goodness, what an adorable little darling. Yuli squatted down in delight, taking the gift with both hands and speaking gently. Thank you, my dear little princess. What a wonderful surprise. Her blue eyes curved slightly as she leaned in, pressing a feathery kiss near the child's soft cheek. Aunt Philia absolutely loves good little babies. Joker's cheeks turned even redder. I'm glad you like it, Aunt Philia. Yuli chuckled, ruffling her hair, then turned to Jiangxi. Your daughter is precious. Come in, I've got everything prepared. Jiangxi blushed slightly in embarrassment. Sorry, we haven't really tidied up our place yet. Otherwise, we should have invited you over instead. Even though she was playing the role of a mixed-race mother, her tone still carried the polite courtesy typical of the East. Hearing this, Yuli chuckled softly. It's fine, darling. After all, we have plenty of time ahead of us. As she finished speaking, her gaze suddenly landed on Josai, who was standing at the very back. It wasn't that she intentionally looked, rather, the scorching stare from the other party made it impossible to ignore. And the moment Yuli's gaze met hers, Josai's originally expressionless face twisted slightly. Her features flickered between those of a young girl and a middle-aged man, shifting like a glitching slideshow, before settling into a strange, distorted visage. The only thing that remained unchanged was the overwhelming hatred and murderous intent in her eyes, as if she was ready to lunge forward and sink her teeth into Yuli at any moment. But in the very next second, it was as if something had suddenly frozen her in place. The fury on her face stiffened instantly, even replaced by fear. She stood there rigidly, not daring to make a single move. It all happened in a split second, so fast that no one even noticed. Yuli, however, seemed completely unaware of any abnormalities. Her expression remained as composed as ever. She curved her eyes into a smile and stepped aside. Come in, Josai. Feeling the young master's warning fade, Dedong let out a silent breath of relief, but his gaze toward Yuli was filled with undisguised loathing. This woman, she was the reason he got punished by the young master. As they brushed past each other, Dedong barely managed to suppress the hatred boiling inside him. He had been strung up in the woods for over a decade, yet this woman had been basking in their power, living comfortably all this time. The thought of it made him itch to kill her on the spot. The opportunity was right in front of him, yet he couldn't make a move. Forget it. He would endure it for the young master's sake. Keeping his head low, Dedong stepped into the house. But just as he did, he suddenly heard Yuli let out a faint, ambiguous chuckle behind him. His body stiffened. He jerked his head back, only to see the same graceful, smiling expression on her face, as if the sound he had just heard was nothing but his imagination. Dedong narrowed his eyes and glared at her, unwilling to look away. It wasn't until Jiangxi's voice called from inside that he finally shifted his gaze and walked further in. Yuli withdrew her gaze from Josai and lowered her eyes to her own hand, where a faint wisp of dark energy lingered. It had transferred onto her just now, coming from Josai. Her eyes flickered slightly. Pretending not to notice the black mist, she reached for the door handle, ready to close it. But just as she was about to shut the door, her movements suddenly paused. Sensing something, Yuli raised her head slightly, arching an eyebrow as her gaze drifted toward the second-floor window of the villa across from them. Same spot as always, someone was watching her. At the same time, a tingling sensation spread across the back of her hand. The wisp of black mist lightly brushed against her skin, its tiny tail flicking back and forth in a cautious, testing manner. This hesitantly affectionate gesture felt far too familiar. It was exactly like how that person used to be when they were still close, wanting to touch her, yet too afraid to do so openly, resorting to these subtle, concealed movements instead. Yuli's lips curled slightly, but without hesitation, she reached out and shut the door with a sharp snap. Strangely enough, Zhangxi had an inexplicable fondness for this NPC before her. Perhaps in this dangerous plot line, the woman's calm and elegant demeanor gave her an unexplainable sense of security. A rare sense of security. It reminded Zhangxi of when she used to play games, those worlds full of monsters where she had to stay vigilant against everyone, trusting no one, and completing all her tasks. It was basically hell mode. Then, suddenly, a mysterious pro player would show up and carry her to victory. But this wasn't a game. Relying on an NPC to lead her to victory in a horror setting? Zhangxi was startled by her own absurd thoughts and quickly snapped out of it, pushing them aside. She sat at the dining table, watching as Yuli entered from the doorway. With a reserved smile, she said, "You're too kind, making so much delicious food." Yuli smiled faintly. "As long as you like it. Go ahead and try it." The steak before her glistened with an irresistible sheen, the rich sauce cascading over it in perfect contrast to the vibrant green vegetables beside it. Zhangxi swallowed and picked up her knife and fork, cutting off a piece to taste. The moment it touched her tongue, her eyes lit up, and a delighted hum escaped her lips. No joke, even in the real world, she had never eaten a steak this good. "This is amazing." She spoke from the bottom of her heart. "Miss Philia, your cooking skills are incredible. Your husband must be so lucky." Lucky? Yuli couldn't help but chuckle softly. She couldn't cook at all. This was all made by the system. And back then, it had always been Bojing Mo who cooked for her. He had even signed up for culinary classes just because she liked certain dishes. He had once traveled abroad just to learn a particular recipe she enjoyed. "I'm glad you like it. But I'm not married." Seeing Yuli's gentle smile, Zhangxi suddenly realized that she had never seen any sign of a spouse. Her gaze instinctively fell to Yuli's hands. Her slender, fair fingers were bare, no wedding ring at all. It was hard to imagine who could possibly be worthy of such a beautiful and elegant woman. Zhangxi blushed, nearly choking on her food. She quickly took a sip of water. "I'm sorry, Miss Philia. You're so gorgeous, I just assumed." Yuli rested her chin on her hand and laughed lightly. "No worries. Honestly, you've reminded me that I probably should find a partner. Life is getting a little boring." Hearing this, Joger immediately looked up from her meal, chirping excitedly, "Aunt Philia? What kind of husband do you want?" Let's see." Yuli's gaze flickered toward the black mist lingering on her hand. It kept rubbing against her skin, back and forth, in a strangely affectionate manner. Her lips curved ever so slightly. "It depends on fate. But even if I don't find anyone, that's fine too. After all, ghosts weren't out of the question." Dedong was the only one at the table who didn't eat. Instead, he had been glaring at Yuli the entire time, like a rat lurking in a sewer. Hearing her words, he couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. "Heh." All eyes turned to him, but not only did he not hold back, he even grinned, his mouth stretching into an exaggeratedly eerie arc. He spoke in a lazy, drawling tone. "Maybe you'll never find anyone." Zhangxi's hand trembled slightly, but she acted as if nothing was wrong. She frowned and scolded, "Josai, that was very rude." Then, she turned to Yuli apologetically. "I'm sorry, she's always been like this." Yuli waved it off generously. "It's all right." Tilting her head slightly, she turned her gaze to Josai, her eyes curved into a smile. "Well then, Josai, if I do find someone, I'll be sure to let you know." Dedong's mouth twitched, but he said nothing. To him, Yuli was already a dead woman. What was the point of talking about love? The young master would never let this woman go. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was buzzing with excitement. "I volunteer? Pick me, sis? Even though I'm a girl, not really. This is the first time I've ever wanted to work at a film set. I want to be close to this beautiful goddess too. To be honest, doesn't the gorgeous neighbor feel a little off? I almost forgot she was an NPC. She gives off serious actor vibes. Like, a really skilled one. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Her identity clearly marks her as an NPC. Stop reaching." But Bojing Mo wasn't labeled as an actor either. What if she's in the same situation as him? Bojing Mo is a ghost without free will. The neighbor is still a living person. Totally different. Seeing these comments, the hidden system almost lost its mind. "Wait, how are you guys even guessing this? Please don't let them figure it out. If they do, I won't be able to sneak her through the back door." Yuli, of course, had no idea that some viewers were beginning to suspect her identity. Not that she would care. Right now, she had more pressing matters to deal with, like how the conversation had somehow shifted toward her love life. Perhaps to make up for his daughter's rudeness, even Hooling wiped his mouth and joined the discussion with a polite smile. "If Miss Philia is interested, I have several colleagues with excellent qualities. Perhaps I could introduce you to some of them." Zhangxi nodded in agreement. "Yes, they're all my husband's friends. I know them well, and you can rest assured about their character." She even gave Yuli a meaningful look. And some of them are very handsome, too. Oh, that does sound. Yuli tilted her head, drawing out the last word. Then, narrowing her eyes playfully, she chuckled. A little tempting. The moment she said this, the black mist on her hand froze as if caught off guard. Then, it suddenly burst into a fit of furious rage, twisting violently in place. It looked like a temper tantrum in motion, as if utterly infuriated. These two meddlesome humans. How dare they try to set her up? A few seconds later, the black mist abruptly stilled. Then, it sharpened into a blade-like shape, radiating murderous intent not toward Yuli, but toward Hooling. Rather than dealing with the problem, it seemed far more interested in eliminating the source of the problem. Yuli's eyes glimmered with amusement. Shifting her position slightly, she placed her hand under the table and seemingly without intention brushed her fingertip across the mist's tail. The touch lasted barely a second, but the effect was instantaneous. The enraged, blade-like mist immediately collapsed into a soft, puddle-like form. Not only did it calm down entirely, but it even coiled around Yuli's fingers in a fawning manner. Seeing this, Yuli's smile deepened. She didn't give Zhangxi and Holiang a direct response. Instead, she simply nodded slightly, stood up, and smiled. Steak isn't as good when it gets cold. Everyone, enjoy your meal, I'll go prepare some drinks. With that, she stepped into the kitchen. The moment she did, however, someone followed right behind her. Jody, what brings you here? Yuli glanced at the girl behind her with a hint of curiosity. She reached into the fridge, took out a bottle of juice, and turned her head slightly. Orange juice, sweetheart. Jody quickly nodded. Yes, that's fine. She stepped closer to the bar counter, watching as Yuli poured the juice into several glasses. She hesitated in silence for a few seconds before pressing her lips together and speaking slowly. Aunt Philia, I wanted to ask you something. Oh. Yuli raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to go ahead. What is it? Jody thought about the strange scene she had witnessed yesterday. There were too many questions in her mind, too much fear and confusion. But oddly enough, she had no intention of discussing it with her parents. Instead, she had chosen to ask this woman, someone she had only met twice. Maybe it was because Yuli had saved her little sister before. Jody told herself that was the reason. Or maybe, deep down, she felt that this woman really knew something. Lowering her head, she took a deep breath and spoke carefully. Do you know what kind of person lived in our house before we moved in? As soon as the words left her mouth, she lifted her gaze only to meet Yuli's calm, smiling eyes. Jody's heart skipped a beat. An unsettling feeling rose in her chest, and cold sweat pricked at her back. But she forced herself to push through, finishing what she had to say. I found something strange in the house. Why? Why did she suddenly feel afraid of Aunt Philia? Yuli's expression had remained gentle the entire time. Her soft smile never wavered. And yet, Jody felt a chill creeping into her bones. As if the woman in front of her was angry. Jody's instincts weren't wrong. After hearing what the other party said, Yuli was indeed angry. But strangely, it wasn't her own emotion. She didn't even know the storyline, let alone what Jody was asking about, so why should she be angry? Yuli frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied with the sudden surge of emotion. It was as if someone had taken over her body and was using it to express their anger. The black mist seemed to sense her mood as well. Mistaking the girl across from her as the source of her displeasure, it started drifting over, ready to retaliate on her behalf. Luckily, Yuli was quick enough to grab it back. Suppressing that unfamiliar feeling, she picked up a glass of juice, put on a gentle smile, and walked over to Jody, handing it to her. What you just asked? I'm not too sure either. To be honest, I rarely go out. Noticing Jody's unease, Yuli tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and lowered her voice soothingly. You mentioned finding something strange. If you're scared, my door is always open for you. Hearing that familiar gentle tone and comforting words, Jody's fear gradually faded. She nodded, just about to speak when a chillingly familiar female voice came from behind her. Jody, what are you two talking about? That icy voice made Jody's face go pale instantly. She turned her head, only to see Josai standing at the doorway. But the way Josai was looking at her, it was terrifying. Like she was staring at her worst enemy. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the floor, yet Josai stood just inside the doorway, her entire face shrouded in darkness. The contrast made her appear even more eerie and sinister. Her eyes glowed faintly red in the shadows, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, fixated on them with a chilling stare. Jody's face turned even paler. Instinctively, she took a few steps toward Yuli, lowering her head, not daring to meet Josai's gaze. Yuli, on the other hand, remained as composed as ever. She even picked up another glass of juice from the table and walked over to Josai with a warm smile. Thirsty, Josai? My bad, I got so caught up talking that I forgot to serve you some juice. The closer she got, the darker Josai's gaze became. The hatred in her eyes intensified, and the hand at her side began to contort unnaturally. A sickening crack echoed in the room. Her wrist had twisted 180 degrees. The overwhelming urge to kill surged inside Josai. Every time she saw this dim woman, she wanted her dead. Her voice, her smile, everything about her was unbearable. And now, this foreign woman, who should have been dead long ago, dared to approach her so casually? Maybe she should just kill her right now and avenge the young master. As the thought formed, her hand trembled in excitement. In just a few short seconds, Josai had already devised the perfect way to kill her. She'd hang her head from a tree, sink her body into the lake, and trap her soul here forever never to be reborn. Just like she had done to them. From the shadows, Josai's green pupils turned pitch black in an instant. Blood began to seep from her eyes. Then, she grinned a wide, grotesque grin. And what sent chills down the spine was that inside her mouth, she only had half a tongue. The bloody, rotting stump writhed unnaturally inside her mouth, making for a truly revolting sight. If a normal person saw this, they'd probably be scared out of their wits. Yuli, however, was standing just a step away, seeing everything with perfect clarity. It was obvious Josai was doing this on purpose to scare her. Should she pretend to be frightened? To be honest, more than fear. She just found it disgusting. Yuli furrowed her brows slightly, then suddenly took a step forward, pulling out a handkerchief. Without hesitation, she gently wiped the blood off Josai's face. Her touch was soft, her gaze calm almost as if she were simply wiping away ordinary tears. Then, after she was done, she even reached up to close Josai's gaping mouth, blocking the sight of that repulsive, bloody mess. This unexpected action left the entire livestream audience dumbfounded. Wait, what? Did she just wipe a ghost's tears? Can she not see the blood? Or, does she just see it as normal tears? I suddenly want to be Josai. So jealous, TT. Josai's been wanting to kill her, and she just walks up to her like that? Is she not afraid of being murdered on the spot? I am sweating for her. She's the one who killed Bojing Mo. Knowing his personality, she'd be the first person he'd kill. No, I want to see more of this gorgeous lady. Am I the only one who finds it weird? This foreign woman killed someone and still dares to live right next to the victim? What kind of nerve does that take? If you ask me, she's a total psycho. OSH*T, a hot psycho? Mom, I love her. Is it just me, or does the pairing of the elegant ghost prince and the psycho beauty next door sound kind of amazing? Calm down, upstairs. You really think that's possible? In Bojing Mo's eyes, everyone is either alive or dead, no exceptions. And this woman? She's his mortal enemy. Anyone shipping them, take a seat. You'll never get to eat at this table. As always, the chat was on point. The system silently recorded all these comments, planning to show them to Yuli after the main characters had left. After all, it couldn't show itself while the cameras were rolling. While the audience was spamming the chat, Yuli had already finished tidying up Josai's face. A satisfied smile curled at her lips. That's better. If this thing had dirted her floor, she really didn't want to be the one to clean it up. Meeting Josai's furious, disbelieving gaze, Yuli narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured just loud enough for the two of them to hear. If you dirty my house, I won't be polite. Yuli hated chores, especially cleaning an entire villa. Even though this wasn't her house, she had always had a habit of cherishing fine things. Josai's hands trembled. This time, out of sheer rage. His ghastly pale face even seemed to flush slightly, as if he were actually regaining some human color. He gritted his teeth so hard his back molars nearly shattered, his restored pupils burning with fury as he glared at Yuli. He had never imagined she'd be this audacious. Did she really think he wouldn't dare to act? But what sent an even bigger shock through him was the familiar presence he suddenly sensed from her. How could this be possible? As he reeled in disbelief, a suffocating sense of danger suddenly descended. His body went rigid. The murderous expression on his face froze, shifting into one of pure fear and disbelief. Then he took a step back. This familiar pressure. The young master was angry? But why? Why was the young master angry? After a brief moment of shock, realization dawned on him. His fear turned into exhilaration, then deep regret. Of course, he had forgotten. The young master wanted to make this foreign woman suffer before killing her. How could he have almost ruined his master's grand plan? Josai cursed himself for being dead too long. He was getting careless. He shot Yuli a chilling smirk, his gaze brimming with malice. In a low, menacing voice, he whispered, "Your death is near." And without waiting for a response, he turned and left. He needed to return quickly and discuss with the young master how best to deal with this wretched woman. He couldn't stand seeing her alive any longer. Yuli had no reaction to Dedong's threat. Instead, her gaze paused on her now clean handkerchief, and her brows furrowed slightly. Was that just a ghost's illusion? If she had known, she wouldn't have bothered wiping it. Now she had wasted a perfectly good handkerchief. Even though it still looked spotless, Yuli remained indifferent as she tossed it into the trash. She, like Bojing Mo, had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Anything touched by others was better off discarded. Turning back, she met Jodi's gaze. Her cold expression instantly melted into a smile as she tilted her head playfully. "What's wrong, dear?" Jodi wrung her hands, hesitating. "Aunt Philia, don't you think there's something strange about Josai?" "Strange?" Yuli touched her chin, squinting as she smiled. "You and your sister are both adorable. I don't see anything strange." "Really?" Jodi didn't think so. Ever since she saw Josai in the woods yesterday, something felt off about her. Everything about her movements, her demeanor had an indescribable eeriness, as if she had become a different person. But Aunt Philia said there was nothing unusual. Was she just being overly sensitive? Jodi didn't notice it. Yuli had said, "Your sister, not your sisters." Of course, a corpse possessed by a male ghost could hardly still be called human. Lost in thought, Jodi furrowed her brows, completely unaware that Yuli had walked up to her. By the time she realized it, a hand was already resting on her shoulder, and a soft chuckle whispered in her ear. "It's okay, dear. If you really think something is wrong, I do have an idea. Jody instinctively followed up, what idea? Yuli didn't answer right away. She simply stroked Jody's hair, narrowing her eyes. After a long pause, she spoke in a gentle voice. Aunt Philia knows that our Jody is a brave girl. It's not such a big deal, really. Maybe we could find out the truth ourselves first and then tell them, don't you think? Her voice carried an almost bewitching quality, making it hard to refuse. Yuli leaned down slightly, her golden curls cascading over her chest. The gemstone at her neckline shimmered brilliantly, but her deep sapphire eyes were even more mesmerizing, captivating and impossible to look away from. Jody found herself entranced, her mind replaying Yuli's words over and over. Find out the truth herself? That wasn't impossible. As the eldest among her 2 younger sisters, Jody had always taken on the role of a mother figure. She was used to handling things on her own. So when she first found that jar, she didn't tell her parents. She tried to figure it out by herself. After everything that had happened, she had hesitated about telling them. But since they hadn't noticed anything strange and kept reassuring her not to overthink it, she had started doubting herself. And so, she remained stuck, uncertain, unable to decide what to do. But now, someone had told her, why not investigate it yourself? No one believes you anyway, so why not rely on yourself? Jody stood in silence for a long time. Long enough for her mother, Elia, to start calling for her from outside. She still didn't say a word. Yuli didn't press her for an immediate answer. She simply patted Jody's head lightly and turned to leave. But just as she was about to step away, she felt a small tug at the hem of her clothes. Jody's voice came softly. Aunt Philia, if I find something, can I ask for your help? Yuli turned back, meeting the unease in the girl's eyes. She arched a brow and let out a soft, amused laugh. Of course, Jody. I'll help you. Little did they know, their conversation had completely blown up the chat. Wait, what? An NPC and another NPC teaming up? What kind of chaos is this? How will the protagonists trigger the plot now? Report. The male and female leads are currently enjoying their meal. Seems like they're having a great time. Correction, our protagonists have finished eating and are on their way home, hee. This story has taken a turn I never imagined. Never thought I'd see NPCs trigger the plot faster than the main characters. Oh no, if this keeps up, won't the protagonists have barely any screen time? Their ratings are going to tank. The camera always followed the protagonists, but only if they were actively driving the plot. If someone else triggered the storyline, then naturally, the camera would follow them instead. This is insane. The direction of this horror movie is insane. This neighbor is insane. Things are getting interesting, bubble voice effect. Not gonna lie, I'm excited. I've never seen a plot where an NPC starts the storyline before. Did y'all forget about Bojing Mo? He might just kill the neighbor tonight. Maybe this is all a setup, and in the end, Jiangxi and Hooling will still be the ones solving everything. Y'all are getting too hyped. Fair point, but I bet this woman is surviving tonight. No way she's dying so easily. Why? Have you seen this kind of plot before? No. But because this NPC is gorgeous. What if Bojing Mo takes pity on her, or even falls in love at first sight? After a long silence, someone finally sent another comment. Ha ha ha. Making Bojing Mo fall in love at first sight? That's harder than making this entire movie set explode. Once Jiangxi and Hooling had left, the smile on Yuli's face faded. She sat at the table, narrowed her eyes, and turned toward the empty space beside her. Little darling. Detecting that the cameras had moved away, the system finally revealed itself. Its voice was filled with excitement as it eagerly shared the latest chat comments. Sis, look at what the audience was saying. Yuli gave a slight nod. Show me? A familiar glowing screen appeared in the air. As the system displayed the messages, it spoke again. Sis, you have to be careful. If they find out you're not an NPC, the consequences will be really bad. Oh. Yuli raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. What kind of consequences? The system had always warned her to be careful, but it had never explained what would actually happen. Hearing her question, the system hesitated. Then, in a stammering voice, it answered. Well, for example, we might get kicked out of this movie world, or, they could erase our souls. Then you and your boyfriend would both be doomed. The usual horror movie tropes. Yuli nodded, indicating she understood. She casually scrolled through the chat messages, reassuring the system, don't worry. They don't know what kind of character the neighbor is supposed to be. They're just guessing. But the more she read, the more focused her gaze became. By the time she had finished, her expression turned thoughtful. She sat silently in her chair, tapping her finger against the glowing screen. These messages were actually quite useful. In just a short time, she had gathered several pieces of information that she hadn't known before. For example, Bojing Mo like her didn't have a player identity. For example, the audience didn't actually know the plot. They only followed along as the protagonists advanced the story. And most importantly within this storyline, her character was the one who had killed Bojing Mo. Which meant, Bojing Mo might try to kill her tonight. At that last thought, Yuli couldn't help but chuckle softly. Kill her? She was actually looking forward to it. The system noticed Yuli was smiling but had no idea why. Remembering the last few comments from the chat and how Yuli had subtly guided Jody, it still didn't quite understand her intentions. Confused, it asked, Sis, why did you say that to Josai at the end? The chat says you're replacing the protagonists. The system was a little nervous. Won't this make them suspicious? Yuli patted its head, her tone as calm as ever. Don't be afraid. I know what I'm doing. At the same time, she found the system's fear amusing yet helplessly naive. So, she decided to explain. Didn't you see what the chat was saying? They don't know my character setting. Most of them haven't even seen the later parts of the story. So it doesn't matter who triggers the plot. As long as someone moves it forward, it's fine. Yuli's smile was warm, almost kindly. So, what does it matter if I take control of the story myself? Rather than passively accepting the role the plot tried to force on her, why not create her own character setting? The corners of her lips slowly curled upward, and a long-lost thrill surged within her. Let's see what surprises this mysterious world has in store for her. She patted the system's little head, stood up, stretched lazily, and headed upstairs. Her voice was languid. Little system, in this game, if you want a role, you have to steal it yourself. As if something had suddenly crossed her mind, she stopped mid-step and said in an unreadable tone, "Hide yourself tonight." The system hesitated. Why? It had been fine staying outside last night. Sis, the cameras won't be on us at night. You don't have to worry. Nighttime was usually when the protagonists uncovered key parts of the plot. The cameras wouldn't turn toward them, so there was no risk of exposure. And even if they did, the system could automatically hide itself. Hearing its doubt, Yuli tilted her head, squinting slightly. A sly smile played on her lips, her beautiful fox-like eyes filled with intrigue. I know. That's not what I'm worried about. It's just that, we have a guest tonight. And when hosting a special guest, there couldn't be any outsiders present. Ever since returning from Aunt Philia's place, Jody had been restless. She could clearly feel Josiah's eyes constantly on her. This wasn't just her imagination. Hearing the footsteps following her up the stairs, Jody felt a chill crawl up her spine. Finally, unable to take it anymore, she spun around and snapped, "Josiah, why do you keep following me?" But Dedong simply tilted his head, his expression eerily blank. "What did that woman say to you?" "What? Did he mean Aunt Philia?" Jody had no intention of answering. She refused to back down and retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" That response seemed to hit a nerve. Josiah's expression instantly darkened, her teeth clenching as she snarled, "Why won't you tell me? What exactly did you and that damn woman talk about?" Her sharp, feminine voice was suddenly laced with the deep, enraged tone of a grown man. Hearing that mixture come from the girl in front of her sent an eerie shiver down Jody's spine. Jody froze for a second before her face turned deathly pale. Stammering, she gasped, "Josiah, why your voice? Why did she sound like a man?" Dedong realized his emotions had gotten the better of him, unintentionally exposing his true self. His face twisted in frustration as he quickly took a step forward, forcing a stiff smile while returning to his normal voice. "No, you misheard." Jody didn't believe her for a second. Seeing Josiah moving closer, she panicked and instinctively took a step back, her guard fully raised. Something was definitely wrong with Josiah. Was it because of the woods? What exactly was in there? Dedong, sensing that Jody had caught on, let his forced smile slowly fade. His face grew cold, and then, he grinned. An unnaturally wide, exaggerated grin. "You figured it out. You figured it out, Jody." His eerie voice echoed through the air, sending vibrations through the walls. The framed photos on the wall suddenly fell with a loud crash, the glass shattering across the floor. Jody shook her head frantically, her face ghastly white. "No, I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing Josiah reaching out toward her, Jody held her breath, her pupils shrinking in fear. Just then, her mother's voice called from downstairs. "Jody, Josiah, what are you two doing? Why did I hear glass breaking?" Josiah froze mid-motion. Jody, seeing her chance, seized the moment. Gritting her teeth, she shoved Josiah aside and bolted downstairs, too panicked to even acknowledge Jiangxi's concern. She yanked open the front door and ran out. Right now, she had only one thought. The woods. Something was definitely wrong with the woods. Jiangxi watched her eldest daughter rush off in confusion, then looked up at Josiah standing on the stairs. "Josiah, what's wrong with your sister? Were you two arguing?" Josiah's dark gaze lingered at the door before flicking to Jiangxi's worried face. She didn't respond. Instead, she turned and walked stiffly upstairs. He had more important things to do. He had to report to the young master. There was no time to waste on these people. Inside the empty bedroom, Dedong knelt before a chair, his expression filled with excitement. "Young Mast." Before he could finish speaking, a powerful force kicked him over. A suffocating grip coiled around his throat, and his spirit was forcibly pulled from the girl's body. Suspended in the air, his form flickered as the black mist clutched him by the neck. The face of the middle-aged man twisted in terror. Already translucent and fragile, his soul wavered under the pressure. Blood seeped from his empty eye socket, his severed tongue leaving his mouth gaping open in horror. "Yes, sir. Young master," he croaked, his voice filled with pain. He had appeared in the exact condition he had died, bleeding from every orifice, his tongue sliced off, an eyeball missing. A grotesque, nightmarish sight. Dedong assumed the young master was furious at his reckless actions. Trembling, he hurriedly begged, "Forgive me, young master. I was too hasty. Please, have mercy." The man seated in the chair slowly materialized. With his own hand, he grasped the middle-aged ghost's throat, his cold gaze unreadable. His voice, however, was devoid of warmth. "You scared her." Dedong stiffened. "Scared? Scared who?" Even if that was true, why was the young master so angry about it? Wasn't his real anger supposed to be over the fact that Dedong nearly killed that woman? Why did it matter if she was scared? A bad feeling crept over Dedong. Forgetting even his own life, he shakily looked up at the man before him and asked in a fearful tone, "Young master, who are you talking about?" Desperate, he prayed, "Please, not her." But Bojing Mo didn't care what he was thinking. His gaze swept over Dedong's hideously mangled face, then flicked to the lifeless girl's body on the ground. His eyes narrowed, a frosty glint flashing through them as he muttered, "You are unworthy to be touched by her." Dedong barely had time to react before the grip on his throat tightened brutally. Then, an enraged voice, dripping with jealousy, hissed into his ear, "How dare you let her wipe your face?" He hadn't even touched her himself yet these filthy ghosts had stolen that first contact. Dedong finally understood. Dangling in midair, his pupils contracted in pure disbelief. He gasped out, "Young master, what are you saying? That jealousy, was it really because he had interacted with that foreign woman? Then, was that the real reason he had been angry before, too?" Dedong's entire existence felt like it had been turned upside down. He even began to wonder, had the young master's mind been damaged from sleeping for so many years? How else could he possibly care about their enemy? But sensing that the fury surrounding him was only intensifying, Dedong gritted his teeth and forced himself to apologize. I am sorry, young master. I won't dare to do it again." As things spiraled far beyond his expectations, an unusual glint flashed in Dedong's eyes. He had never been good at handling situations like this. Perhaps, it was time to awaken him. Bojing Mo didn't notice the flicker of emotion in Dedong's expression. Hearing his apology, he simply loosened his grip. Lowering his gaze to the middle-aged ghost at his feet, his tone remained indifferent. "If it happens again, don't expect to keep your soul." He had no intention of killing Dedong just yet. After all, thanks to him, he could now freely enter and leave that villa. Dedong slunk back into the girl's body, completely shaken. He looked up at Bojing Mo, who was now narrowing his eyes in apparent satisfaction, clearly pleased by whatever thought had just crossed his mind. An absurd possibility flickered through Dedong's mind. First, the young master had ordered him to get close to that woman. Then, that woman ended up carrying the young master's scent. No way. Dedong swallowed. "Young master, are you going to find that foreign woman?" Bojing Mo glanced at him but didn't answer. But silence often meant agreement. Dedong felt his last shred of hope shatter. His face drained of all color. He didn't understand. That woman was their enemy. Why was the young master interested in her? Had he forgotten? But he had been told. "Young master, do you not believe me?" Dedong crouched low, his bowed head hiding his expression. His voice was dark and unreadable. "That woman is the one who killed you. Why are you drawn to her?" If it were anyone else, Dedong wouldn't have cared. But of all people, it had to be Philia. Yet, hearing his words, Bojing Mo's eyes flickered with obsessive madness. His tongue pressed lightly against his teeth, and a soft chuckle escaped his lips. Her soul smells so sweet, so intoxicatingly sweet that it drove him to madness, so irresistible that he could no longer stop himself from wanting to get closer, from wanting to claim her as his own. From the moment Bojing Mo awakened, he noticed the enticing scent lingering on her. Her soul seemed to be constantly luring him in. How fascinating. Everyone assumed that after Bojing Mo became a ghost, he lost all self-awareness, reduced to a mindless NPC without memories. But no one knew he remembered everything. He knew he was a player. He knew he was inside a film set world. So every murder, every act of cruelty, Bojing Mo carried them out with full awareness, and from each one, he felt an inexplicable euphoria. What's more, every time he entered a set, his body, perhaps influenced by the nature of a ghost, was overwhelmed by an insatiable bloodlust. A restless agitation burned through his veins, seeping deep into his very bones, and only the sight of fresh blood could quell it. In this world, Bojing Mo was nothing short of a lucid madman. And now, this unstable lunatic had found something even more intriguing than killing. Bojing Mo idly rubbed his fingertips together, his expression unreadable beneath the dim night. His tongue flicked over the corner of his lips, and a slow, dangerous smile curved his mouth. Narrowing his eyes, he silently mouthed her name, Philia. Even in the real world, Bojing Mo had never been this intrigued by anyone. And yet, his fascination had surfaced here toward an NPC in a film set. The thought made him chuckle as he stood up. He was already looking forward to tonight. Meanwhile, Jody ran straight to the woods, stopping at the area that had been cordoned off before. The remnants of the rope still lay there, untouched. Panting, she forced her gaze away from it and scanned her surroundings. Where had Josai come from that time? Her eyes roamed around until they landed on the lake not far away. The memory of her sister nearly drowning there made her heart drop. She quickly forced herself to look away and chose a random direction to walk in. The leaves rustled around her, and a cool breeze brushed against her face. It should have felt refreshing, but instead, it sent a chill down her spine. Jody swallowed, rubbing her arms as she moved forward, her eyes darting warily at every slight movement. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The golden light of dusk filtered through the thick canopy above, casting eerie shadows on the ground. At some point, the wind had stopped. An eerie silence fell over the woods, so quiet that the only sound left was the crunch of fallen leaves beneath her feet. Jody couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her from the darkness. Her breath slowed, and hesitation crept into her steps. She had been searching for so long without finding anything. Should she turn back? Suddenly, a soft, drawn-out voice echoed through the trees. Jody. It drifted from a distance, then grew closer, over and over, whispering directly into her ears. In the deathly stillness of the forest, the sound was unsettlingly out of place. Who's calling me? Every hair on Jody's body stood on end. Her heart clenched, pounding in her chest. What scared her even more? That voice sounded like Josai. Josai. Was it really Josai? Or was it something else? Josai? Is that you, Josai? She called out, but there was no response. Jody stood frozen, torn between staying and running. A few seconds later, she clenched her fists and forced herself forward. The live chat was in awe of her bravery. Wow, she's got guts. Is she not scared at all? Makes sense, though. She came here to find out the truth. She's not just going to turn back now. I am betting there's a surprise waiting for her up ahead. Wait, why aren't we getting any scenes from Josai? He must have gone to complain to Bojing Mo. I really want to see Bojing Mo's reaction. The camera has to follow Jody right now. This is a plot trigger. That's more important than Bojing Mo. So, does that mean the neighbor is really going to die tonight? If she was going to die, the camera would definitely be on her. Bojing Mo's kills always get screen time. Just wait. Damn it, for the first time, I don't want to see a murder scene. As the chat debated, Jody continued deeper into the woods, following the voice. But the moment she stepped into a particularly dense area, the voice stopped. No warning, no fading. It was as if its only purpose had been to lure her here. The trees around her grew unnaturally thick, their gnarled branches weaving together to block out the dimming light. The last traces of golden dusk vanished, replaced by a chilling darkness. Jody's hands trembled as she pulled out her phone, switching on the flashlight. She pressed her lips together, tense and on edge. Nothing. After a long silence, she didn't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Still, she decided enough was enough. It was getting too dark to see anything clearly. She turned to leave. But just as the flashlight beam swept past a tree trunk, something caught her eye. Jody's gaze sharpened, and she hesitated before aiming the light back at it. What was that? These trees had been here for ages. Their bark was rough and uneven, deeply scarred by time. But this tree was different. The grooves on its bark weren't natural. They had been deliberately carved jagged and crude, forming eerie symbols. Symbols that looked oddly familiar. Jody narrowed her eyes, leaning in for a closer look. Where had she seen this before? Just as she was about to remember, a whisper came from above her head. Soft. Feminine. Completely out of tune, as if something was mimicking a human voice but failing. Jody, Jody. Jody's breath hitched. Goosebumps prickled up her arms. Every nerve in her body screamed, don't look up. But her head moved on its own, and the flashlight shaking in her hand slowly tilted upward. The next second, a sharp, blood-curdling scream ripped through the forest. Ah! It was a scream filled with sheer terror, cutting through the silence and sending shockwaves through the trees. Jody collapsed to her knees, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Her heart pounded so violently it felt like it would burst. Her pupils shrank in horror as she stared up at the thing above her. She couldn't even form words. Her phone slipped from her grasp, the flashlight now illuminating the thing hanging in the tree. A severed head. A man's head. Dangling from the branches, its flesh rotted and peeling. A single eyeball remained in its socket, the other a hollow, bleeding pit. Blood covered its face, but the most horrifying part. Its mouth was twisted into a grotesque grin, the corners stretched unnaturally far, almost reaching its ears. And that bloodied, half-severed tongue. It quivered. Then, it laughed. A raspy, cackling noise. Jody, you found me. Jody's blood ran ice-cold. The voice. It was the same woman's voice that had been calling her. The same voice as her sister Josai's voice. The realization hit her like a hammer. Her heart sank into the depths of despair. She didn't understand why the severed head had Josai's voice. But she did understand what it meant. Josai was already dead. The one at home wasn't her. For a moment, fear overwhelmed her. Then, something stronger took over. Worry. Worry for her family. Adrenaline surged through her veins. Jody gritted her teeth, forcing herself to look away. She snatched up her phone and bolted toward home, ignoring the voice still calling after her. Right now, she had only one goal. To expose that thing pretending to be Josai. As the revelation unfolded, the live chat exploded. Holy sh*T, just the head? I thought it'd be a full corpse, but it's just the head. Jesus, that's terrifying. So this male ghost was haunting Josai, copied her voice, and took over her body. Who the hell killed this guy? The way he died was brutal. This is a lost cause. How is Jody going to expose this? That thing is using Josai's body. If the ghost denies it, there's no proof. And the chat was right. By the time Jody stumbled breathlessly back home, Zhangxi immediately frowned, rushing over. Jody, where were you? It's so late. She glanced down at Jody's dirt-streaked clothes. And why are you so filthy? But Jody had no time to explain. She grabbed Zhangxi's hands, her voice frantic. Mom, Josai isn't real? She's not Josai, she's a ghost. Her tone was so shaken that even Ho Liang came over. Jody, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Josai be a ghost? Seeing that they didn't believe her, Jody grew even more anxious, her face turning pale. She grabbed their hands, trying to drag them outside. It's true, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just come outside with me. There's a ghost in the woods. Zhang Shi and Ho Liang exchanged a complicated look. Of course, they believed her. But unless they saw it with their own eyes, their roles wouldn't allow them to acknowledge it. Just as their argument was at a standstill, a soft voice came from behind them. Sis, what are you talking about? Jodi's breath hitched. She turned her head abruptly only to see Josai standing there, smiling at her. But that smile, that eerie, twisted grin was exactly the same as the corpse in the woods. Jodi nearly fainted from fear, her breathing erratic as she pointed a trembling finger at Josai and shouted, "You're fake? You're a ghost? Get out of my sister's body right now." Josai's expression instantly turned pitiful. Sis, what are you talking about? I am Josai. As she spoke, she lifted her arm, revealing the birthmark on her skin. See, I am Josai. Liar? This ghost was more cunning than she had imagined. Jodi was shaking with anger, but beneath it was an overwhelming sense of helpless terror. Seeing her daughter's distress, Zhang Shi gently reassured her, Jodi, maybe you were just seeing things because it's so late. It's already nighttime. How about your father and I check the woods with you tomorrow, okay? Let's just rest for now. But those words did nothing to comfort Jodi. Her body continued to tremble. Noticing her fear, Zhang Shi lowered her head and pulled Jodi into a hug. Sweetheart, you must have been scared. Tonight, mommy will sleep with you. No matter how mature she tried to be, Jodi was still just a girl who had barely reached adulthood. Faced with something so terrifying, her thoughts were a complete mess. All she could do was clutch onto Zhang Shi, burying her face against her mother's chest, too afraid to look at Josai again. Okay, Mom. If she could, she wanted to believe that this was all just her imagination. But Josai's eyes flickered with a strange light. Since Jodi had already uncovered the truth, there was no reason to keep her around. And conveniently, he needed a body for his resurrection. Watching the scene unfold, a viewer in the chat asked, "Is Jodi not going to tell the neighbor?" Someone quickly replied, "Actually, she shouldn't tell her. If Bojing Mo was killed by the neighbor, then guess who killed Bojing Mo's servant?" Wait, is this a multiple choice question? Because I feel like there's only one answer, and I don't like it. So it's confirmed. The beautiful neighbor is ruthless. What do you even call this? A femme fatale. Jodi's screwed either way. If she tells, the neighbor will kill her. If she doesn't, Dedong will kill her. No wonder Philia kept encouraging Jodi to find the truth. Was she pushing the ghost into killing Jodi? Damn, what a deep plan. But why? What's she getting out of this? Lying in bed, Yuli chuckled as she scrolled through the comments. Why was she doing this? Of course, it was to learn more about the plot. But her gaze dropped to her own hands, her expression unreadable. So this body had killed so many people? She didn't feel any guilt. She had already expected this outcome. But there was something intriguing about it. With a faint smile, she turned to the system and mused, "Looks like the role you picked for me is a villain, huh?" The system hesitated, feeling guilty. Sis, I'm sorry. It was all random." Yuli, however, didn't mind in the slightest. She waved a hand dismissively, her lips curling. "No problem. Actually, I quite like this role." Huh. The system was stunned. Wouldn't any normal person reject the identity of a murderer? Why did she sound like she was enjoying it? Wait. Could it be? Yuli seemed to guess what it was thinking. She got up and adjusted her hair in front of the mirror, casually explaining, "Don't get the wrong idea. I don't like killing people." Her fox-like eyes gleamed as she smirked at her reflection. "I just enjoy the contrast. A character who's beautiful yet dangerous and who just so happens to have a connection with Bojing Mo. Don't you think that's fun, system?" Her voice softened into a playful lilt. "My boyfriend wants to kill me. How thrilling." The system fell into a stunned silence. Its circuits scrambled. It suddenly felt like Yuli was terrifying in her own way. Wait, was this some kind of twisted couple's kink? Yuli chuckled, tapping the system's glowing screen. "Relax. I was just messing with you, little dummy." She winked. "I don't mind whatever role you give me." Hearing that, the system finally sighed in relief, though it was still a little embarrassed. "As long as you like it, sis." "That's right." Yuli was such a bright and lively person. There was no way she was anything like Bojing Mo. Someday, when it had more power, it would definitely find her a better role. The system was lost in its own happy thoughts. Until Yuli suddenly lowered her head, her lashes casting a shadow over her eyes. She smiled sweetly, her voice soft as she murmured, "All right, little darling. It's time for you to go." Her gaze shifted toward the half-open window. She raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at her lips. "My dear boyfriend is about to arrive." The system? Night was dark and heavy, and the pitch-black villa was so shrouded in darkness that one couldn't see their own hand in front of them. Upstairs, in a bedroom, moonlight filtered through a half-open window, casting a silvery glow upon the woman lying on the bed. Her long, silky golden hair spread out across the blanket, her profile was strikingly defined, and her makeup was bold and dramatic. Her lips were full and dewy, and she slept in peaceful tranquility. It was a scene so serene and beautiful that one wouldn't bear to disturb it. A gentle night breeze brushed past, causing the half-open window to sway slightly. A wisp of black mist drifted in. The curtains, which had been securely tied, suddenly loosened. The heavy fabric seemed to be tugged open by an unseen hand, accompanied by the faintest rustle. The moonlight from outside was completely cut off. The room was instantly plunged into darkness, and the air carried an intangible presence. Slowly, the corner of the blanket caved in as if someone had just taken a seat at the edge of the bed. A strand of the woman's golden hair was lifted by an unseen hand. Suspended in the air, it was brought close in the darkness, where someone inhaled deeply. A whisper, barely audible, drifted through the air. So fragrant. But it seemed that wasn't enough. The presence on the bed crept forward, inch by inch, moving closer behind the woman until it finally lay down beside her. The mattress sank further, as though a tall man had settled in, pulling the woman possessively into his embrace. Philia. Bojing Mo was on the verge of madness. He had never smelled anything this intoxicating before. He had only intended to sit at the edge of the bed and watch her, but the closer he got, the more he realized he was beyond saving. The overwhelming fragrance wrapped around him, drowning him, and his desire for the woman only intensified. He wanted to claim her. Simply looking was no longer enough. His hand slipped under the blanket, carefully encircling the woman's waist. His movements were feather-light, as if afraid to wake her, but even so, he couldn't suppress the satisfied sigh that escaped his lips. Lowering his head, he took in the scent of her hair, then slowly trailed downward, breathing in her face, her neck. His nose brushed lightly against the hollow of her collarbone, and his eyes narrowed in pleasure. But it still wasn't enough. He wanted more. Bojing Mo licked his sharp fangs, his pitch-black pupils gleaming with unrestrained madness in the darkness. His last shred of reason burned away. Rising slightly, he flipped over and pressed his body against hers. Like an addict, he greedily inhaled the scent of the woman beneath him. His dark, ink-colored hair tangled with her golden strands, entwined inseparably. "You smell so good. I want to devour you. Let me eat your soul, won't you?" But the woman remained still, eyes closed, her breathing soft and even as though she was still deep in sleep. There was no response to Bojing Mo's murmuring. It was as if he had truly been stripped of his consciousness, like a ghost in the story, left with only the most primal of desires. His gaze swept over her face, her eyes, her nose before finally landing on her lips, plump and red as ripe fruit. His Adam's apple bobbed. As though bewitched, he lowered his head, unable to stop himself, and gently licked the corner of her lips. At the moment of contact, his entire body tensed. His grip around her waist instinctively tightened, his pupils flashing with an intense, ravenous hunger like a starving beast finally tasting its most coveted prey. A low growl of excitement rumbled from his throat. Like a child discovering a new toy, Bojing Mo narrowed his eyes, experimentally licking her lips again and again. His movements were both cautious and obsessed. Ghosts weren't meant to have human desires. But at this moment, Bojing Mo was overwhelmed by an unbearable longing to feel her skin against his. He wanted to merge her into his very bones, never to be separated even in death. She would belong only to him. His lips trailed down to the hollow of her neck, leaving cool, shallow kisses upon her skin. It was as if he had no concern that she might wake. But Bojing Mo had changed his mind. He wasn't going to consume her soul anymore. Not only was he reluctant to, but he had also realized what a waste it would be to simply devour her like that. Besides, he had found a much more interesting way to consume this woman. His gaze darkened as he slowly parted his lips. His sharp fangs gleamed in the air before pressing teasingly against the delicate skin of her neck. He didn't bite down. Instead, he traced the sensitive spot with slow, deliberate motions, almost as if savoring it. "Let me take a bite." His voice was soft, coaxing. "It won't hurt, I promise. Just be good and let me bite you." His husky whisper lingered in the air, filled with an uncontrollable hunger. So lost in his own insanity, he failed to notice. The woman, who was supposed to be sound asleep, had silently opened her eyes. Her crystal blue gaze was calm, devoid of any trace of drowsiness. Feeling the touch at the crook of her neck, Yu Li's lips curled into a silent smile. "Bojing Mo, oh, Bojing Mo, even if you've lost your memory, so what?" She slowly closed her eyes again, allowing him to leave his mark on her neck. Her lips never stopped curving, and her fingers moved ever so slightly, reaching for the strands of his long, dark hair that had fallen onto the bed. She caught a lock between her fingertips and idly played with it. She knew Bojing Mo too well. From the moment that wisp of black mist appeared, she knew he had set his sights on her. But that was only natural. After all, psychopaths always attract each other, especially when certain people were starting to lose their minds. As the first rays of morning sunlight spilled across Yu Li's face, she opened her eyes. Her gaze landed on the curtains, which had been neatly tied back in place. She raised a brow in mild surprise. He even remembered to reset the scene? Stretching lazily, she sat up and called out, "System. Sis, I'm here." The system materialized instantly, its voice brimming with excitement, eager to report what had happened overnight. But the moment it saw the marks on her neck, its tone wavered. "Sis, did you get bitten by a mosquito?" The system was a very honest AI. When it said it would stay hidden, it really did without peeking even once. Yu Li paused for a second before walking over to the vanity mirror. She lifted her chin, examining the faint red marks on her neck. Her fingers brushed over them, and she couldn't help but chuckle. "That's a familiar mark. It's nothing. It'll fade soon." She dismissed it casually, sitting down in front of the mirror and pinning up her long hair. Then, turning to the system, she asked, "What were the chat comments like last night?" Hearing this, the system remembered its task and eagerly projected a light screen for her to see. After scanning the comments, Yu Li quickly pieced together what had happened. No wonder the system was so worked up. The plot had taken a turn. Apparently, after everyone had gone to sleep, Josai had suddenly opened her door and walked out. The noise woke Elia, and remembering Jody's warning, she and her husband decided to follow her instead of confronting her directly. They tracked Josai all the way to the lake. There, she stood at the water's edge, murmuring eerie things. When will you wake up? I've already found you a perfect body. Not only was she speaking, but she was also gesturing wildly, her hands flailing in excitement. The couple was completely freaked out. At first, it seemed like sleepwalking, but remembering what Jody had said, Jovine and Elia couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was at play. So they decided to call in a priest. Yuli guessed that the perfect body Josai mentioned was probably Jody. As she scrolled through the chat comments, she noticed a few that stood out and couldn't resist raising an eyebrow as she swiped down to read them. Why haven't we seen Bojing Mo? Where did he go? Yeah, normally by now he'd be on a killing spree. Why is he so quiet this time? Could it be that his powers are too weak? Even though his past indiscriminate killings were bad, if he keeps not killing, his score will drop even more. Wasn't he supposed to kill the neighbor? Give us some footage. I want to see it. Tonight's been so peaceful. Guess no one's dying this time. Oh yeah, the gorgeous neighbor survived another night. What if he did show up but just didn't kill anyone? Maybe Bojing Mo got distracted by beauty instead. Hehehe. CP fans upstairs are dreaming again. Maybe his powers aren't strong enough yet. Didn't he just wake up? He's still weak, right? Maybe the neighbor's time is up tomorrow. Yuli chuckled softly but didn't respond. She dismissed the light screen and stood up, patting the system beside her. Looks like we should head out and make our presence known, she said casually. And while she was at it, she'd figure out exactly what kind of atrocities this body had committed. Dai opened her eyes. She was met with the solemn faces of Zhangxi and Ho Liang sitting beside her. She sat up, looking dazed. Mom? Dad? What was going on? Seeing her awake, Zhangxi leaned in with a serious expression. Jody, what exactly did you see last night? The question immediately pulled Jody back to the horrifying scene from the night before. Her previously confused gaze turned to sheer terror. Her face paled as she clutched Zhangxi's wrist, her voice trembling. I saw a man's head in the tree. It was terrifying, Mom. And his mouth was speaking in Josai's voice. But when I argued with Josai last night, her mouth spoke in a man's voice. Zhangxi and Ho Liang exchanged a heavy glance. Then Zhangxi pulled her anxious daughter into a comforting embrace, her voice steady. Actually, last night, we followed Josai. What? Jody gasped in shock. You followed her. She was about to raise her voice when Zhangxi quickly covered her mouth. Keep it down, Josai is still in her room. Jody nodded, indicating she understood, and whispered, so, what did you find out? Zhangxi told Jody everything from last night, then fixed her with a firm gaze. Jody, Josai is most likely planning to harm you. You must be careful, understand? Thinking of how Josai had killed their younger daughter, Zhangxi's eyes filled with bitter hatred. I don't care if he is a ghost or some kind of demon. If he took our daughter's life, I will make him pay. Ho Liang stepped forward, lowering his voice. I know an exorcist, but he can't arrive until this afternoon. In the meantime, your mother and I plan to check out the place you saw last night. We'll bring Josai and Joger with us. Until then, act normal. Don't provoke her, alright? Jody nodded repeatedly, suppressing her fear as she bit her lip. I understand, Dad. When they left the room, trying to maintain their usual expressions, they found Josai already sitting on the couch, casually flipping through a newspaper. Seeing them, she smiled sweetly. Good morning, Mom, Dad. Ever since they realized the person in front of them was not their daughter, the couple found it impossible to look at Josai the same way. But for now, they had to keep up appearances. Good morning, Josai, Zhangxi replied with a smile. You're up early today. Josai narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at Jody at the back of the group. Her voice carried an unmistakable hint of mockery. Aren't we going to check out what Big Sis saw last night? Just thinking about it got me too excited to sleep. Jody pretended not to hear the sarcasm and simply sat at the dining table to eat breakfast. Dedong sneered, withdrawing his gaze. But as he recalled that person's expression this morning, he clenched the newspaper in his hands. So that was where young master had gone last night, off to find that woman. No wonder he hadn't returned to the villa. And judging by his expression this morning, young master was in an exceptionally good mood. Dedong ground his teeth in anger. So what if she's taking advantage of young master's amnesia? Once that woman woke up, he'd kill that damned foreign woman himself before young master regained his memories? After finishing breakfast, the group gathered their things and set off for the woods. Jody led the way, but last night, she had been following the sound to find that place. Now, trying to retrace her steps purely by memory proved to be more difficult than expected. After 10 minutes of walking without finding the spot, beads of sweat formed on Jody's forehead. This isn't right. I was sure it was around here. How could it be taking this long? Dedong snorted. TCH, I'm telling you, Jody must have seen wrong. We're just wasting our time. Jody immediately protested. That's impossible. It was definitely around here. We just need to find that tree. Oh, then by all means, take your time. Dedong's gaze was cold, as if he was certain they wouldn't find it. Zhangxi attempted to soothe the situation. It's all right, sweetheart. Maybe you really did just mistake something. Mom, you. Jody was about to argue, to remind them that they knew the truth too, but the moment she caught Zhangxi's meaningful glance, she shut her mouth. She bit her lip and muttered reluctantly, all right, Mom. Ho Liang, holding Joker in his arms, patted her shoulder. Let's search a little longer. If we still can't find it, we'll head back. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a familiar female voice rang out in surprise. Oh my, what a coincidence. All eyes instantly turned toward the sound. Standing there was none other than Yuli. She wore a simple blouse and trousers, the open collar subtly revealing a delicate collarbone. A golden necklace glinted in the sunlight. A wide-brimmed straw hat sat atop her head, and her bright blue eyes carried a hint of amusement. Her makeup was immaculate, bold yet elegant. Her golden hair was loosely pinned up, exposing her long, porcelain-white neck so pale it seemed to glow under the sun. What brings you all here? She asked with a warm smile as she approached. Zhangxi had just opened her mouth to reply when she suddenly froze. Her gaze instinctively landed on the faint red marks on Yuli's neck. That looks like a kiss mark. But wasn't Miss Philia single? Zhangxi's mind swirled with questions. But ultimately, it wasn't her business. She quickly averted her eyes and smiled politely. Jody said she saw something terrifying here last night, so we came to check it out. What about you, Miss Philia? Yuli nodded in understanding, lifting the small wicker basket in her hands. I'm here to pick mushrooms. I was thinking of making soup later. Would you all like to join me for dinner? As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Jody. She asked casually, what exactly did you see, Jody? If you don't mind, I can help you look for it. Hearing this, Jody immediately brightened with excitement. Really? Philia auntie. But before Yuli could respond, Dedong suddenly shouted, no. His expression darkened as he stared at Yuli, his tone laced with hostility. Philia auntie, aren't you busy? This is probably just Jody's imagination, no need to trouble you. Yuli merely smiled lightly. Oh, I'm not busy at all. And since I'm already here, I might as well look while picking mushrooms. Jody ignored the demon's words and hurriedly asked Yuli, Philia auntie, have you seen any weird-looking trees? Like ones with strange carvings on them. Yuli gently patted her head and spoke in a kind tone. Sweetheart, I haven't seen one myself, but I'd be happy to help you look. Liar. She knew. She was the one who had him hanged on that very tree. The resentment in Dedong's heart deepened. But at this moment, he couldn't say anything. He couldn't lay a hand on her, not unless he wanted to face young master's wrath. Jody looked a little disappointed, but Yuli quickly added with a smile, maybe if you go further in, you'll have better luck. The trees deeper inside are much older. Okay, thank you, Philia auntie. The group continued walking. Yuli and Josai trailed at the back, where Dedong, unable to hold back any longer, turned his head and muttered darkly, his voice barely above a whisper, you know who I am. His certainty made Yuli chuckle. She didn't deny it. She simply gave him a faint smile and offered a quiet warning. Josai, watch your step. She crouched to pick a mushroom, and when she stood up again, they were far enough from the others to be truly alone. Dedong, eyes filled with venom, waited to see what she would do. Yuli calmly placed the mushroom in her basket, then lifted her gaze. The playful glint in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an icy, detached expression. She tilted her head slightly and smiled. Dedong, is it? If I killed you once, I can do it again. Yuli's words were practically a self-confession, and the chat exploded in response. Holy SHT, holy SHT, holy SH*T. The hot neighbor has finally dropped the act. So when did she figure it out? During dinner. I don't care, but damn, big sis is so cool. SK. Dedong just threatened her, and now she's planning to use Elias' family to get rid of him. Ruthless queen. But why isn't she afraid of being killed by Dedong first? Yeah, that's weird. Why? Bojing Mo hasn't killed her, and Dedong isn't killing her either. Why is she so confident? Does she have something that makes them wary of her? If Dedong could see the chat, he'd probably be coughing up blood. Why? What other reason could there be? Because his amnesiac young master had taken a liking to this damned foreign woman? Dedong also found it baffling why hadn't young master liked her when he was alive, yet now, after dying, he was suddenly obsessed with her? Was it just because her soul smelled nice? But he couldn't smell anything? Dedong was losing his mind. His expression darkened as he sneered coldly. Still putting up an act when you're about to die? You vain woman. If it weren't for young master. Found it. His words were abruptly cut off by Jody's excited shout. She was staring at a tree trunk, where strange symbols were still carved into the bark. This is it. Zhangxi looked up at the tree but saw nothing unusual aside from a thick hemp rope. No severed head, not even a bird's. Jody, there's nothing up there. Jody frowned in confusion. Everything had felt so real last night. She lowered her voice. But Mom, I really saw it. Ho Liang stroked his chin. It's possible someone really did die here. That rope is tied in a noose. This type of knot was commonly used for hanging. As he spoke, something suddenly clicked, and his expression froze. That rope. Jody, don't you think that rope looks exactly like the one that tied you up before? Hearing this, Jody took another look. A beat later, her face went pale. It was the same. The thickness, the weave, everything was identical. And that rope had come from Philia auntie? All at once, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to the woman at the back of the group. Yuli stood there as if nothing had happened, still holding her little basket. Her posture was elegant, her expression carrying the same familiar smile. Why are you all looking at me like that? She asked lightly. She glanced up at the rope in the tree, then remarked, looks like the rope I bought isn't just good for trapping prey, it's good for hanging too. The neighbor just set herself on fire. She planned to get rid of Dedong, but now she's been exposed herself. LMAO, she just crashed and burned. No way, is this it? Zhang Xi's tone grew suspicious. Miss Philia, you've lived here for so long. Are you saying you didn't know someone had hanged themselves here? Darling, let's not be so absolute, Yuli said innocently, blinking. See, there's no corpse. Maybe it was just a prank. And if I hid it, why would I bring you here in the first place? Her words weren't entirely unreasonable. The rope could have been part of some elaborate joke. Maybe no one had actually died here at all. Hearing this, Dedong's expression twisted in fury. He shouldn't have hidden the body. He had only ended up helping this woman clear her name. Jody nodded. Yeah, Mom. A rope alone doesn't prove anything. Zhang Xi had no choice but to let it go for now. Meanwhile, Ho Liang leaned over and whispered something into her ear. Her expression instantly brightened. Really? Ho Liang nodded. Really? He arrived early. Yuli observed their interaction, tapping her arm absently as she thought. Looks like the plot was finally moving forward. In classic horror stories, once the protagonists confirmed the existence of a ghost, the next phase of the plot always followed. The exorcism. A black car pulled into the clearing. The door opened, and a well-dressed man stepped out. He looked to be in his early 30s, with a refined appearance and an air of righteousness. He carried a leather briefcase, and a wooden bead bracelet peeked out from his sleeve. Seeing him, Ho Liang immediately stepped forward and shook his hand. Cecil, it's been too long. The man's eyes carried a constant warmth as he returned the handshake. Giovanni, it has been a while. How have you been? Then, as if remembering why he was here, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I almost forgot the situation. It's all right, Ho Liang sighed. I'm just grateful you could come. He turned to introduce his wife. This is my wife, Elia. Then he introduced Cecil to Zhang Xi. Darling, this is my former colleague, Mr. Cecil. Zhang Xi studied the man in front of her. He didn't look a day over 40. She offered a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Cecil. After a brief round of introductions, she leaned in close to Ho Liang and whispered, this priest looks young. Is he really reliable? Ho Liang reassured her. Don't underestimate him. He's famous in the church, one of the youngest priests with real power. While they talked, Cecil's gaze had already drifted toward the 3 young girls standing nearby. His eyes flickered slightly when he saw Josai. Turning back, he smiled at Ho Liang. Vini, these must be your daughters? They're adorable. Ho Liang quickly nodded. Jody, Josai, Joger, this is your uncle Cecil. Jody and Joger greeted him without hesitation. But Dedong, his expression grim, stayed silent for a long moment before reluctantly muttering, Uncle. Something about this man's presence disgusted him. Dedong's stomach sank. His instinct screamed danger. Keeping his face neutral, he turned to Ho Liang and said, Dad, I'm a bit tired. I'll head upstairs first. Without waiting for a response, he left. The moment Josai disappeared into the house, the already tense atmosphere grew heavier. Ho Liang wasted no time. Cecil, what do you think? Can you tell? Cecil's usual gentle expression darkened slightly. He frowned and nodded. In my eyes, that's already a corpse. There wasn't a single trace of a living human left, only the lingering aura of death. And if he's staying here, his goal is most likely to kill every last one of you. Zhang Xi went pale, tears welling in her eyes as she covered her mouth in disbelief. How could this happen? Don't worry, Cecil said calmly. I'll stay here and help you get rid of him. He exuded a quiet confidence that was oddly reassuring. The demon's power doesn't seem too strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to rely on a human body to exist. The truly terrifying ghosts were the ones who could manifest physically on their own. That's a relief. Ho Liang held his wife tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. We will avenge Josai. Cecil nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the area. Then, his eyes landed on a golden-haired woman standing in the doorway. For a brief moment, his expression wavered, caught off guard by her beauty. The woman, sensing his gaze, curved her lips into a soft smile, her blue eyes twinkling as she met his stare. Cecil's heartbeat stuttered. A faint blush crept up his face as he cleared his throat. Vini, who is that lovely lady at the door? Ho Liang immediately chuckled apologetically. My apologies, Miss Philia, I didn't mean to leave you out. Yu Li's expression was warm and gentle. No need to apologize, Mr. Ho. I was just dropping off some mushrooms. Ho Liang smirked and added meaningfully, Miss Philia is still single, by the way. Cecil's eyes lit up in surprise and delight. He quickly composed himself and extended a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Philia. I'm Cecil. Feeling the heated gaze from upstairs, Yu Li arched a brow slightly. Then she smiled softly and reached out her hand. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Cecil. As soon as Josai returned upstairs, he wanted to inform young master immediately about Cecil's appearance. He could sense that man was a priest. Right now, young master's strength had yet to recover, and he frequently fell into deep sleep. If that person discovered him, a direct confrontation would undoubtedly put them at a disadvantage. But unexpectedly, by the time he got back upstairs, Bojing Mo was already awake. The moment he opened the door, Dedong's steps halted abruptly, frozen in shock at the scene before him. He hesitated before speaking, his tone uncertain. Young master. The room was in complete disarray, shattered debris strewn everywhere. A man in a dark robe stood by the window, his gaze icy as he looked outside. His presence radiated unrestrained fury and killing intent, while thick black mist surged around him, engulfing the entire room in an instant. His eyes landed on the man who had just entered, lips pressed into a tight, emotionless line. Upon hearing the voice, Bojing Mo turned his head slightly, casting a glance at Dedong. His pitch-black pupils carried a faint, bloodthirsty red glow. Dedong stiffened in place. For a brief moment, he felt as though young master was about to devour his soul. Although he had once wished that young master would consume him to restore his memories, now that he understood young master's feelings toward that woman, how could he willingly offer himself up as a sacrifice? While he was still contemplating, Bojing Mo had already approached him, his gaze cold and unreadable. Just as Dedong thought young master was truly about to kill him, he felt a warm surge of power enter his soul. Startled, he exclaimed, "Young master, you." Dedong's pupils shrank in disbelief. Young master had shared his power with him. Then, in a calm, chilling voice, Bojing Mo issued a command. "Kill this entire family. Every single one. Leave no one alive." Huh? What does that mean? What's Bojing Mo doing? Instead of killing them himself, he's giving his power to his subordinate to do it. Bojing Mo, are you afraid of dirtying your hands? Wait, bro, what is this? Are you getting lazy, or did you suddenly grow a conscience? That doesn't make sense. Why kill the protagonist's group now? You haven't even taken revenge yet. That's it, Bojing Mo not killing people? My youth is over. I don't understand the plot anymore. The barrage of chat comments exploded with confusion, all struggling to grasp Bojing Mo's intentions. However, in the next second, they saw the man suddenly grasp Dedong's throat. Lowering his head, he narrowed his eyes in warning, his gaze dark and unfathomable. He spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "But don't lay a hand on her." The meaning behind her was unmistakable. Suppressing the emotions flickering in his eyes, Dedong lowered his head and responded respectfully, "Yes, young master." Dedong knew exactly who Bojing Mo was referring to, but the audience had no clue. After a brief, eerie silence, the chat erupted in synchronized confusion. A long silence stretched on before someone finally broke. "Wait, Bojing Mo, who exactly are you talking about? Who is this her? The person above is so precise. Honestly, I feel like it's a woman. Let's just say her directly." "No way. Did Bojing Mo actually take a liking to someone?" "Hehehe, I think I can set the table now. Judging by my shipping instincts, it's the neighbor. A forbidden love between human and ghost." "I agree. Otherwise, how do you explain Bojing Mo sparing the beautiful neighbor?" "Oh no, I just remembered the kiss mark on the beautiful neighbor's neck. My god, I think we just stumbled upon something huge." Alright. I didn't understand the plot before, but now I get it. Then tell us. Remember when Zhang wanted to introduce Philia to someone? Bojing Mo must have been following the protagonist duo this whole time and overheard. And today, someone actually came. That certain male ghost just snapped. "Teacher, I have achieved enlightenment." So, Bojing Mo has liked the neighbor for a long time. Damn, it's actually love at first sight? The viewer who had initially mentioned love at first sight immediately jumped out. Those who doubted me back then, the ones who said Bojing Mo falling in love at first sight would cause the world to explode, come out and argue with me? Look me in the eye. The flood of chat messages was so overwhelming that even the system was stunned. It hadn't even realized it, but the audience had already figured it out. So, the marks on her neck really were kiss marks? She knew all along? Hit by this unexpected realization, the system felt like its programming had crashed. It was truly dumbfounded. It had actually believed those were mosquito bites? No wonder she didn't let it appear last night. It was because of this? The system fell into silent self-doubt. While the chat unraveled Bojing Mo and Yu Li's relationship, Yu Li remained oblivious. She had been invited by Zhang to join them for a meal. Whether Zhang was genuinely expressing gratitude for yesterday's lunch or trying to play matchmaker between her and Cecil, Yu Li wasn't sure. Regardless, she was ushered out of the kitchen and now sat in the living room with Cecil. As she watched him pull out various items from his bag, crosses, scriptures, and other objects steeped in Western religious taboos, Yu Li raised an eyebrow. Cecil noticed her gaze and offered a warm smile. "Are you a follower of any church?" "No." Yu Li tilted her head slightly, returning a polite smile. "In fact, I don't practice any faith. I'm just curious about the things you brought out." Cecil respected personal beliefs. Upon hearing her response, he nodded, pretending to let out a breath of relief. "That's good. If Miss Philia has any questions, feel free to ask me. I was worried you might find these things dull." Such an elegant gentleman. His gentle demeanor, coupled with his mature appearance, was indeed quite appealing. Unfortunately, he wasn't Yu Li's type. She arched a brow playfully and teased, "You're too polite. It would be my honor to have you enlighten me." As she watched him continue sorting through his items, Yu Li casually asked, "Are these meant for exorcising evil spirits?" Without pausing his movements, Cecil replied, "Generally, yes. For ordinary spirits, we recite scriptures to drive them away and guide them to salvation. If they cannot be redeemed, then we have no choice but to eradicate them completely." Turning to meet Yu Li's striking blue eyes, his voice unconsciously softened. "Of course, if we encounter a satanic demon, then all we can do is pray to God." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Cecil, you're quite humorous." Yu Li laughed as she shifted into a more relaxed position, leaning lazily against the armrest of the sofa. Then, in a quiet voice, she asked, "What about Eastern ghosts? At her words, the man's hands froze for a fraction of a second. He was silent for a moment before responding with a smile, then I suppose we'd need Eastern methods. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out a very familiar-looking yellow talisman paper from his bag and displayed it to Yuli. What a coincidence. I once traveled to the East and had dealings with Taoist priests. I was fascinated by their exorcism techniques and managed to obtain this. Not just that, I also have a bagua mirror and a coin sword. Miss Philia, would you like to see them? Yuli. No, thanks. This priest is really something else. Elia and her husband did not explicitly state the real reason for Cecil's arrival. Perhaps they didn't want to alert anyone, so they merely claimed he was staying temporarily for a few days. But in truth, most people were well aware of the situation except Yuli. As the neighbor, she had to play dumb and pretend she knew nothing. After all, being possessed by a ghost sounded like a joke. To the protagonist group, she was just a simple, kind-hearted neighbor. How could they possibly believe in ghosts? Unless they saw one with their own eyes. At the dining table, Yuli smiled as she accepted the wine Jiangxi handed her, discreetly pouring herself a few extra glasses when no one was looking. After a few drinks, her gaze turned hazy and unfocused. Seeing this, Jiangxi quickly reached out to steady her, her tone filled with concern. Miss Philia, you're already drunk. Yuli narrowed her eyes slightly, letting out a soft hum of confusion. A rosy flush of intoxication tinged her delicate features, and her blue eyes shimmered with moisture, alluring and seductive. Her lips curled into a lazy smile as she giggled softly. Sorry, darling, I might have had a little too much to drink. She pressed her fingers against her temple and wobbled unsteadily as she stood up, nearly losing her balance after just a couple of steps. Fortunately, Jiangxi reacted quickly and caught her, sighing, Miss Philia, I don't think you can go back like this. My fault, I didn't realize you had already drunk so much. Hearing this, Yuli blinked and broke into a wide, cheerful grin, her voice soft and playful. Darling Elia, don't worry about me, I know this place very well, I'll definitely make it to the lake. Jiangxi, her words were already a mess. Now Jiangxi was even more worried. Across the table, Dedong watched the intoxicated woman with dark, contemptuous eyes, the corner of his lips curling in disdain. If she got drunk and drowned in the water, all the better. After all, that woman was still waiting for her down there, and her hatred ran even deeper than his. That would be one less obstacle. Young master had forbidden him from scaring this foreign woman and even ordered him to kill this entire family. Even Dedong had been speechless at this request, but he had no choice but to comply. His gaze flickered toward the priest sitting across from him. After a brief moment of thought, he suddenly spoke up, why not let Mr. Cecil escort Miss Philia back? That way, he could seize the opportunity to eliminate this family while ensuring the foreign woman remained unharmed. A perfect plan, killing two birds with one stone. Dedong thought it was a brilliant idea. But the moment he spoke, everyone's eyes snapped toward him, and an eerie silence fell over the room. Only Yuli chuckled softly. Wouldn't that be a little inappropriate? I'm still very sober. Not only that, but a menacing presence crept up Dedong's neck, as if someone else strongly objected to his suggestion. Dedong, fine, I get it. He had almost forgotten how much young master valued this foreign woman. After a brief, strange silence, everyone seemed to come to a mutual understanding. Let's have Miss Philia rest upstairs for now. In any case, she couldn't leave. They couldn't let that ghost have its way. Dedong could clearly sense the odd atmosphere surrounding this family lately. Coupled with the priest's sudden arrival, his fists clenched tightly. It was time to act. After settling Yuli into a room, the previously lively living room fell into an unsettling stillness. Jiangxi had just started descending the stairs when, snap, the entire living room was swallowed in darkness. An inexplicable, intense sense of danger surged through the air. From his seat, Jody shot up in alarm. Mom. Jiangxi immediately responded, I'm here. Don't worry, Jody. Don't move. Ho Liang clutched Joger tightly, his voice tense. Cecil, are you there? In the darkness, a single candle was lit, casting flickering shadows. This is the work of an evil spirit. Cecil stood still, holding the candle, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Sure enough, Josai, who had been seated just moments ago, was now nowhere to be seen. Frowning, Cecil raised his voice. Stay alert, everyone. He hadn't expected this ghost to be capable of such a feat normally. When possessing a human body, a spirit's power would weaken significantly. It shouldn't have been able to do something on this scale. But fortunately, he had prepared for this possibility. Cecil lit several more candles and spoke solemnly. I don't know what you intend to do with Josai's body, but if you keep this up, don't blame me for being ruthless. A soft chuckle echoed in the air. A voice that was both youthful and eerie, neither distinctly male nor female, seemed to come from nowhere. You're all not getting out of here. The chilling tone sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Jiangxi pressed her lips together and carefully moved to grip the staircase railing, preparing to descend cautiously. But suddenly, a pair of hands shoved her from behind. The force was immense, far too fast for her to react. Jiangxi's pupils contracted as she let out a cry, tumbling down the stairs. A sharp crack echoed as she crashed onto the ground. A wave of pain coursed through her entire body. Her forehead struck a sharp corner, and a sticky warmth trickled down her cheek. Face pale, Jiangxi let out a muffled groan and squinted toward the staircase. In the dim candlelight, she could barely make out a ghostly white figure. and that unmistakable head of green hair. Hearing the noise, the others rushed over instantly. Hooling held her up, pressing a towel to her bleeding forehead. Jody and Joker hovered anxiously. Are you okay, Mom? Forcing a smile despite her pallor, Jiangxi reassured them. Don't worry. Mom is fine. Standing at the base of the staircase, Cecil lifted his gaze toward the green-haired girl above. No, at this point, it could hardly be called a girl anymore. Her pitch-black eyes, bloodless face sunken in places, and crimson trickling from every orifice. She was only in her teens, yet her skin was like that of an aged corpse. Every now and then, flashes of a man's twisted, hateful face flickered over hers. A grotesque fusion of male and female, neither one nor the other. Her brittle green hair whipped through the air like the writhing tendrils of a monster. Then, with a sickening crack, her head twisted unnaturally to a 90-degree angle. Her dark pupils locked onto them, filled with malice. She let out a chilling, raspy laugh. You've figured it out. Cecil's expression darkened. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Clearly, this thing had no intention of letting them go. Without hesitation, he grabbed his bag from the sofa, pulling out a cross and a scripture book. Holding the cross up, he began chanting. Dedong's face darkened as his gaze swept toward a vase on a nearby cabinet. A moment later, the vase hurtled toward Cecil. But Cecil's reflexes were sharp. He dodged with ease, rolling to his feet while continuing his incantation. His ancient scripture recitations reverberated through the pitch-black night. While different regions had their own methods for dealing with ghosts, Dedong had spent enough time abroad that his yin energy had been influenced by the local environment. That meant these scriptures could still harm him. Even though the power young master had given him was strong, it had its limits. As he felt his soul wavering slightly, Dedong's expression soured. If he couldn't beat this priest, he'd simply target someone else. His gaze flickered toward Jody, who stood trembling in fear. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. The chairs at the dining table began to tremble and shift, while the kitchen utensils clattered uncontrollably. Cecil's face darkened. Not good. Watch your back, he shouted. But it was too late. As Hooling turned his head, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a white light before a sharp knife, seemingly controlled by an unseen force, shot straight toward his heart. Holy sh*T. Hooling, don't die. Is this a total wipeout? No way. Is the protagonist about to sacrifice himself for the plot? Hooling instinctively wanted to dodge, but he was still holding Jiangxi in his arms. His pupils contracted as he forced himself to twist slightly, taking the blade to his arm instead. The knife stabbed deep into his flesh before being violently yanked out. Blood gushed instantly. Hooling's expression changed drastically as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He reached out to grab the blade, but the overwhelming force controlling it was too strong. The sharp edge inched closer and closer to his heart. Dad. Jody's face twisted in horror as she reached for the floating knife handle. Don't touch it, Jody. Cecil's voice rang out in alarm. He swiftly raised his cross and began chanting. In an instant, the knife clattered to the ground with a metallic clang. Hooling collapsed, his body drained of all strength. His injured arm hung limply at his side, sweat dripping down his forehead. The knife was neutralized, but Josai, who had been standing on the stairs, was nowhere to be seen. Cecil scanned the room, but the figure was completely gone. A realization struck him, and his expression changed. Philia. He took a step toward the stairs, but concern flickered in his eyes as he glanced back at the injured Jiangxi and the others. After a moment of deliberation, he retrieved a vial of holy water from his bag and poured a protective circle on the ground. His voice was grave as he looked down at Jody. Jody, no matter what happens, do not leave this circle. If someone speaks to you, ignore it. Understand? Jody's eyes were red with tears, but she nodded firmly. Okay, I understand. I'll be back soon. Call the police and the hospital. Take care of your mom and dad. Cecil handed her his phone, patted her head, and hurried upstairs. The moment Jiangxi closed the door, Yuli, who should have been fast asleep from the alcohol, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear, with not a trace of intoxication. Once her vision adjusted to the darkness, she was about to sit up when a bone-chilling gust of wind swept over her. A suffocating pressure pinned her down, and the cold air slithered beneath her collar, seeping into her clothes. She flexed her wrists, attempting to push herself up, but the unseen force only tightened its grip. The sudden tension caused one of the buttons on her shirt to pop open. Yuli. So he's throwing a jealous tantrum now? In the unseen depths of darkness, a man sat on the edge of the bed. His long black hair cascaded forward as he lowered his head, shadowing his eyes with thick lashes that concealed the storm raging beneath. A soft sensation brushed against her cheek. Someone was kissing her. Yuli froze for a moment but didn't resist. Delicate, lingering kisses trailed down until they reached the corner of her lips. The icy touch sent shivers through her, and she felt the ghost hovering above her take a deep breath, savoring the lingering scent of alcohol on her lips. Yuli could only stare blankly at the ceiling, letting the ghost do as he pleased. It almost felt like a giant dog sniffing her. What the hell was he smelling? Could ghosts even have a sense of smell? As if sensing her distraction or perhaps displeased by her lack of reaction, the man's gaze darkened. Without warning, he sank his teeth into her neck. His sharp fangs pressed against her skin. Hiss. Yuli inhaled sharply, her brows furrowing. Bojing Mo, are you a vampire now? All this over holding hands? His jealousy was worse than before. Noticing he had bitten too hard, the man tensed. He instinctively pulled away, a thick mist swirling gently over the wounded area, swiftly easing the pain. Yuli tilted her head, narrowing her eyes. In the faint moonlight, she finally got a clear look at Bojing Mo. One human, one ghost locked in a gaze. When Yuli noticed the pitch-black color of his pupils, different from a normal human's, her expression stilled slightly, brows arching in amusement. She curled her lips, her red lips parting slightly as she drawled, her voice sultry against the quiet night. "Oh, are you planning to kill me?" Her hair tie had come loose at some point. Golden strands of hair cascaded messily over the bed, framing her face in a dazzling glow. Her delicate features were stained with a seductive blush, and her sapphire blue eyes shimmered with misty warmth, painting an intoxicatingly beautiful scene under the moonlight. Bojing Mo's gaze remained silent and heavy. His Adam's apple bobbed as he leaned in, his eerie black eyes locked onto the woman smiling beneath him. The dark room was shrouded in silence, save for the silver moonlight spilling through the window. After a long pause, the man finally spoke softly. "You're not drunk." His voice was deep, carrying the same tone as his past life despite his slightly changed appearance. The familiar voice made Yuli's eyes curve in delight. She exhaled lightly, the teasing warmth of her breath mingling with the scent of alcohol as it caressed the man's face. Bojing Mo faltered for a brief moment. Then, he heard the woman's playful whisper. "If I didn't pretend to be drunk, how else would I see you?" Yuli tested her wrists, finding the restraint gone. She raised a hand, her fingers brushing through the long strands of dark hair that draped over the ghost beside her. Her eyes glinted with mischief as she smirked. "After all, rather than waiting for death, I'd rather face it head-on." If enemies met again, the only logical outcome was revenge. Yet, upon hearing those words, Bojing Mo stiffened. A crease formed between his brows, and an inexplicable sense of unease crept up his chest. Before he could think, he blurted out, "I don't want to kill you. Sister." The system detected a plot shift. "The camera is now focused on you. Please remember to stay in character." The system's sudden voice rang in her mind. Of course, Yuli already knew he didn't want to kill her. But according to the script, as the murderer neighbor, she shouldn't know that. From her perspective, the ghost she had killed was now standing before her, yet he wasn't seeking revenge. That was simply absurd. So, when she heard those words, Yuli instantly widened her eyes in exaggerated surprise, a glint flashing through her gaze. She wrapped her arms around the ghost's neck and pulled him down slightly, her voice laced with gentle amusement. Then, my dear, why are you here? If you're not going to kill me, could it be?" She reached out, her pale fingertips grazing his cold cheek. Her gaze grew increasingly ambiguous. "That you've fallen for me." The audience erupted instantly. What? What's happening? Holy sh*T, big scene incoming? Damn, Bojing Mo, you lucky bastard. The beauty just threw herself into your arms. What exactly is the relationship between Philia and Yejingyu? Look at how naturally she's acting, there's no way she's improvising on the spot. Did they have some unresolved emotional entanglement before she killed him? No wonder Bojing Mo fell for the neighbor at first sight, turns out, they already had feelings for each other. Really? But Dadong doesn't seem to think so. He looks like he wants to tear Philia to pieces. Yet, after Yu Li's question, the ghost hovering above her remained deathly silent. Both as the player Bojing Mo and as the character young Master Yejingyu, he had zero experience with romance. He had never encountered a situation like this before, but still silence meant consent. The unexpected outcome made Yu Li chuckle softly. My, this is how interesting. She had finally realized something. The person she had personally killed had fallen in love with her after death. A flicker of amusement crossed her eyes. Sitting up, she raised her hand and casually smoothed down the ghost's hair, her tone relaxed. Yejingyu, have you forgotten how you died? Bojing Mo was too drawn to the intoxicating scent of her soul. He leaned in unconsciously, his lips brushing against her ear as he murmured hoarsely, his voice laced with an undeniable obsession. Philia, I don't remember. Because he didn't remember, he could do whatever he pleased. Because he had forgotten their past grievances, he could embrace this forbidden love without hesitation. For Yu Li, the plot wasn't hard to piece together. In this script, Philia had killed Yejingyu, Dadong, and the ghost still lying dormant in the lake. So when these ghosts awakened, their first objective was naturally to kill Philia. That was why, in all the previous playthroughs, no audience had ever seen Philia's character. No one knew Philia's role in the story. No one knew her relationship with Yejingyu, which meant Yu Li could shape her character however she wanted. Or even, manipulate the plot. Of course, this was a risk. If anything seemed off, she'd be accused of breaking character. But she was doing this for a reason. To help a certain someone who sucked at acting. Yu Li narrowed her eyes with a smirk. Once a certain ghost regained his memories, she'd settle the score with him. But for now, she had a role to play. So, upon hearing Bojing Mo's response, she leaned in and kissed him. His lips were cold, the sensation as light and unreal as pressing against cotton. But she smiled sweetly, her blue eyes shimmering with warmth as she whispered, "It's okay. I'll tell you the truth. I am your wife, and you are my husband. You died of illness. I was devastated. Every day, I was haunted by memories of you, but I couldn't bear to leave this place. So I bought the villa next door, just to stay close to you." The air around them froze. The barrage of chat comments froze for a moment before completely crashing. Wait, bro. Holy sh*T, is this woman insane? She actually just made that up on the spot? Philia basically said, for survival, I'll say anything. She's totally taking advantage of Bojing Mo's amnesia on purpose. Damn, that's evil. Does she not realize that Dedong already told Bojing Mo the truth? Now it's just a matter of who Bojing Mo believes. Logically, Dedong should be the most trustworthy. He's loyal and obviously wouldn't lie to Bojing Mo. Yeah, if it were me, I'd trust Dedong too. Agreed. Philia's lie is way too easy to see through. Zero credibility. Everyone in the chat was convinced that Bojing Mo wouldn't believe her. But in the very next second, the cold, emotionless man, who had just been kissed, visibly lit up. With a swift motion, he wrapped an arm around the woman's waist, lowered his head, and kissed the side of her neck. His nose brushed against the golden strands of her hair, and his dark eyes gleamed with excitement. He squinted slightly, his tone eager as he called out, "Wife." The chat fell into a deeper silence. Bro, do you realize what you just did? You handed your life over to your enemy. Bojing Mo, look at yourself. Look at how shameless you are. Screenshot taken. I'm posting this in the comments section later. Feel free to grab it. Nobody let this simp Bojing Mo live this down. So, is Philia good or bad? I can't tell. She was helping Zhangxi and the others before, but now she seems like she's siding with Bojing Mo. The audience was being driven mad by Yu Li's unpredictable actions, desperate to fast forward to the final episode. Not a single person realized that right now, it was an NPC playing with the players. Yu Li patted Bojing Mo's head, recalling what Jody had said earlier about finding something strange. She signaled for him to let go. I need to find something related to you. Do you know what it is? She smiled. Jody probably picked it up. It's something very important to you, so don't break it. She cupped his face, her blue eyes crinkling as she grinned. I hid it well, but they found it. So now, let me take care of it for you. Bojing Mo blinked. In an instant, black mist swirled, carrying over a small bottle and placing it in Yu Li's hands. A white porcelain bottle. The exact one Jody had found. Yu Li took it, lifting it under the moonlight. The pale glow reflected off the bottle's surface, making her squint slightly at the brightness. Her lips curved subtly. Tilting her head just enough to glance at the man behind her, she softened her voice and murmured, "My dear, all we have to do is get rid of those people. Then, it'll just be us." She chuckled, lowering her head to press a kiss against the corner of his lips. "So, from now on, just follow my lead and act along with me." By the time Cecil carefully pushed open the door, the pitch-black room held only a single figure. A woman, sitting blankly at the edge of the bed. Seeing him enter, she pressed a hand to her temple, brows furrowing in confusion. Her voice carried the lingering haze of intoxication, tinged with drowsy bewilderment. "Cecil, why are you here? Where is this? And why is it so noisy downstairs?" Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her golden hair as it spilled across the bed. The dazed look on her face added a touch of innocence to her already exquisite features. Even in such a state, she was breathtakingly beautiful. "It's nothing, Miss Philia. Weren't you asleep?" Yet, Cecil remained cautious. His eyes were sharp with suspicion. He was afraid Philia might have been possessed as well. The moment he entered, he had sensed a heavy presence of death lingering in the room. Something had definitely been here. He swept his gaze around warily, only to hear Philia's puzzled voice again. "Mr. Cecil, did something happen? I only woke up because I heard noises downstairs. Did the power go out?" She seemed to be sobering up, steadying herself against the nightstand as she slowly stood. But she still swayed slightly. Cecil couldn't detect any trace of a ghostly presence on her. He exhaled quietly, relieved. Just as he reached out to support the wobbly woman, she raised a hand to decline. "I'm fine now, just a little confused about the situation." In truth, Yu Li was simply avoiding another jealous tantrum and another bite. Seeing that she could stand, Cecil hesitated before pulling his hand back. His eyes darkened, and his tone grew serious. "Miss Philia, the situation is complicated. Josai has been possessed. She's extremely dangerous now." He paused briefly before continuing. "This might be difficult for you to believe, but this is. No need, I believe you." Yu Li pressed her fingers against her temple, her face troubled. "Jody mentioned something before, but I found it hard to believe at the time. If you say it's true, then I trust you." Her instant acceptance caught Cecil off guard. He had never encountered someone like Philia before. For a moment, he was stunned, his prepared explanation stuck in his throat. Then, regaining his composure, he nodded in relief. "Thank you for trusting me. LMAO, you fool, my sis can even fool ghosts." "Sorry, Mr. Cecil, but the person standing in front of you is the wife of the final boss. I am losing it. I've never seen an NPC like Philia before. Her acting is better than some actual players. Honestly, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten she's an NPC. I keep thinking she's a player." "Same here. I've never seen a storyline unfold like this before. It's all thanks to Boboss's terminal case of love brain." Sized dramatically at a 45-degree angle, Cecil handed Yu Li across, his expression solemn. "Hold on to this. Let's go downstairs and gather with the others. We'll deal with this when morning comes." Sunlight light itself was always the best weapon against demons and ghosts. Yu Li nodded and accepted the cross. But just as they were about to leave the room, a commotion erupted downstairs. A loud bang echoed as a door was violently slammed shut, followed by the chaotic clatter of chairs being knocked over. Women screamed. Someone shouted desperately, "Josai, let go of Jody." Cecil's expression darkened instantly. Not good. The ghost had lured him away on purpose. Before he could say anything, Yuli spoke first. You go check downstairs. I'm still a little lightheaded, I'll follow behind you slowly. Alright. Be careful. The ghost might still be around. Cecil handed her a candle before quickly making his way downstairs. Watching him leave, Yuli finally dropped her act. By the flickering candlelight, she glanced at the cross in her hand, then calmly set it aside on the nearby table. A ghost? She already had one by her side. Downstairs, Cecil was greeted by pure chaos. Jiangxi lay unconscious on the ground, blood pooling heavily from her forehead. Joger lay motionless in her arms, also unconscious. Ho Liang, clutching his shoulder, staggered toward the door, his face stricken with fear. The moment he saw Cecil, he looked as if he had seen his savior. Cecil? Josai dragged Jody outside. His eyes were bloodshot as he quickly explained. Everything was fine until Joger suddenly started acting possessed. She walked straight toward the front door and tried to open it. Jody ran after her to stop her, but Josai was outside. She grabbed Jody by the hair and yanked her out. Elia and I got hit by flying chairs. They must be heading for the lake. Josai went there before. We have to save Jody. Cecil's brows furrowed as his gaze fell on the unconscious Jiangxi. Just as he was about to speak, a slender, fair hand reached out and hovered over Jiangxi's nose and lips. Yu Li's expression was serious. Feeling the faint breath against her fingers, she let out a quiet sigh of relief, her tense brows relaxing slightly. She looked up at them, her soft voice carrying a calming reassurance. She's fine. She just passed out. Yu Li stood and spoke steadily. Mr. Cecil, you and Jody's father should go after them. I'll stay here. There was still another ghost lurking nearby. Cecil had no choice but to nod. All right. I'll leave this to you, Miss Philia. The moment they left, only Yu Li remained fully conscious. A shadowy figure slowly emerged at her side. Tall, shrouded in darkness, barely solidified. Bojing Mo had shared a portion of his power with Dedong, making it difficult for him to fully materialize. He leaned down, his cold presence brushing against her cheek as he murmured in a low voice. Philia, should I kill this woman first? If I consume her, my power will grow. Bojing Mo had initially told Dedong to kill this family because he sensed that Yu Li disliked senseless slaughter. But if she gave her approval, then he would kill without hesitation. His words were dripping with temptation, as if urging her to cross the line with him, to let herself fall, to become tainted and twisted just like him. Yu Li's brow arched slightly as she gazed at the unconscious woman on the floor, her fingertips absently tracing patterns in the air. If the female lead died, she let out a quiet laugh, then turned her head and pressed a kiss against the black mist swirling around Bojing Mo. Her voice was slow and teasing. My dear, I don't like it when you eat other women's souls. It makes me jealous. The possessiveness in her words made Bojing Mo shudder with excitement. He breathed in her scent, his black eyes narrowing as his tone dripped with pure adoration. I'll listen to you. Naturally, they couldn't just leave Jiangxi lying on the floor. Yu Li carefully treated the wound on her forehead before carrying her to the sofa. Bojing Mo had initially wanted to help, but the moment Yu Li casually said, I don't like it when you touch other women, he immediately backed off. Once everything was settled, Yu Li dusted off her hands, then turned to the door and crooked her finger at Bojing Mo. She grinned. Come, my dear. Let's go watch the show. Her tone was the same as if she were coaxing a puppy. And just like that, Bo puppy happily trotted over. The chat erupted again. Oh, a total wife simp. I respect it. Philia, training a dog is this easy. I've taken so many screenshots. I can't wait for Bojing Mo to regain his memories and absolutely lose his mind over this. Same? He used to act all cold and aloof as a human. Tisk tisk. Jiangxi almost died. Thank God for Philia's possessiveness. The female lead buff is real. Protagonists always escape death. Shut up, just watch. I'm deep in my CP feels right now. On the wooden bridge by the lake, Jody lay unconscious on the ground. Dedong glanced at her before lowering his gaze to the river, frowning as he spoke. I've brought you the person. Hurry up and possess her. The dark lake remained still. After a few seconds, a woman's face suddenly emerged from beneath the water. Her skin was pale and waterlogged, her pupils a ghostly white, and her long black hair floated on the surface like writhing snakes. Her expression was sinister. Though her lips never moved, a sharp, displeased female voice echoed in the air. Dedong, you've messed up. I had my reasons. Dedong frowned, his tone irritated. Hooling, stop talking nonsense. This is young master's order. He told me to kill this family. He had disliked this Hooling when he was alive. She was just a housekeeper, yet she always lectured him. Now that she was dead, she was just as annoying. If it weren't for young master getting into trouble and that meddlesome priest being difficult, he wouldn't have even bothered helping Hooling with her resurrection. What about that foreign woman? Hooling, unable to leave the water, used her long hair to wrap around Jody's ankle, slowly dragging her toward the lake. At the mention of this, Dedong became even more irritable. His face twisted for a moment. Didn't I already tell you? Young master lost his memory. Now, he's in love with that foreign woman? He told me not to kill her. He. Hooling let out a hoarse, ambiguous laugh, laced with chilling malice. Falling in love with an enemy. Then let's help young master regain his memory. As she spoke, Jody's body sank into the water, and Hooling's pale face gradually disappeared as well. Having finally completed a task to his satisfaction, Dedong's frustration eased a little. Though he disliked Hooling, he had to admit her ideas were usually better than his. But before he could enjoy his success for long, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Josai, where did you take Jody? He turned around slowly, the corners of his lips curving into a sinister grin. You're too late. At his words, Hoolig's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant. He lunged at Dedong, roaring, give me back my daughter. Cecil was a step too slow to react. All he could do was shout, don't go near him. Just as Hoolig's hands were about to grab Dedong's throat, his entire body suddenly froze, as if an invisible force had pinned him in place. From Hoolig's perspective, the terrifying ghost in front of him kept shifting its appearance until it finally settled on a face he knew all too well, his daughter, Josai. Josai's face was streaked with fresh blood, her skin deathly pale and full of terror. She clung to Hoolig's arm, her voice trembling in fear. Dad, help me, Josai. Hoolig's voice was guttural, squeezed out through clenched teeth. Dad will save you. But in the next second, Josai's expression suddenly changed. Her lips curled into a horrifying, maniacal grin. Ha ha ha, save me. She tilted her head, her pupils darkening into pure black voids, her dead eyes brimming with malevolence. The voice that came from her mouth was no longer that of a young girl, it carried the hoarseness of a middle-aged man. But I'm already dead. Before Hooling could react, a long, sharp wooden stake suddenly shot toward his stomach. Just as the tip pierced his skin, a firm hand grabbed his shoulder and yanked him backward. Interrupted again by the same person, Dedong's expression darkened instantly. His gaze locked onto the man before him. Do you really think that little trick of yours can stop me? Cecil sneered. If it's useless, then why did you run out of the house? Wasting no more words, he immediately opened his scriptures and began chanting. At the same time, he flicked holy water toward Dedong. Dedong's pupils shrank. Realizing the danger, he tried to dodge, but his body refused to move. The holy water sizzled upon contact, and his soul burned as if it were being scorched by flames. A spine-chilling scream erupted from him, stirring the surrounding trees and sending crows cawing frantically into the air. Hooling, are you just going to watch me get destroyed? Dedong's voice cracked with agony. His remaining strength could no longer sustain his body, revealing his true, grotesque form. Hearing his words, Cecil frowned slightly but did not stop his chanting. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He was not as composed as he seemed. The moment Dedong's words fell, a sudden splash erupted from the lake behind him. A woman's head silently emerged from the water. Her pale, wet hair clung to her face, and her once vibrant light-colored eyes were now dead and icy. She placed a hand on the wooden bridge. Her fingers were ghostly white, her skin sickly pale, resembling the cadavers from a morgue. Slowly, her entire face emerged. The instant Cecil and Hooling saw her features, their faces drained of color. It was Jody's face. At this moment, Jody had become a second Josai. The woman climbed out of the lake, standing on the bridge. Looking down at Dedong's miserable state, her soulless eyes remained completely indifferent. The corners of her lips curled slightly, void of any emotion. She lifted a hand into the air, tilted her head back, and took a deep breath. Her expression was one of obsession, as if she had been deprived for far too long. She murmured, air. It's been so long since I last smelled it. Cecil's gaze was wary. He turned to chant at Hooling, but she only glanced at him with disdain. In the next second, Hooling vanished from her spot and reappeared behind Cecil. Without hesitation, she kicked him hard, sending him crashing into a tree. She then approached Dedong, grabbing his hair with an icy gaze. Dedong, your soul is utterly useless. It's better to use it to help young master regain his memory. A worthless servant's soul offering it to his master was an honor. Dedong's entire body ached, but upon hearing her words, his eyes filled with longing. He murmured, to help young master, it is my honor. At least you understand. Hooling, now strengthened by consuming Jody's soul, was far more powerful than Dedong. Without hesitation, she pulled his soul out of the battered body. In an instant, Josai's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, like a discarded marionette. Who the hell are you people? Hearing Cecil's demand, Hooling turned to glance at him. The soul in her grasp smelled so intoxicating that she was tempted to devour it herself. Just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly changed. She knelt abruptly, her tone respectful. Young master. Cecil's eyes widened in shock. He followed her gaze. The night was thick with darkness. From the unseen shadows, a woman slowly emerged. Oh my, how lively. The woman had golden hair and blue eyes, her refined features carrying a lazy smile. She stood with effortless elegance. Noticing Cecil's gaze, she raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms as she flashed him a smirk. Mr. Cecil, are you all right? Cecil had no idea what was going on. Just as he was about to ask, a dangerous aura behind Hooling made his expression shift dramatically. His eyes widened as he shouted in alarm. Miss Philia, watch out behind you. Hooling turned her face slightly. A black mist had appeared behind her, wrapping around her. Slowly, she lifted a hand. Her pale fingers brushed against the darkness. A breeze caressed her cheek, stirring the strands of hair by her ear. In that instant, the once menacing ghostly aura became as soft as the evening wind. Hooling chuckled softly, eyes filled with amusement. She lazily looked over. Is this what you're worried about? She stood in the darkness, seamlessly blending with the mist. Or rather, the two were inseparable as if they had been one from the very beginning. Cecil's eyes filled with disbelief. How? This is impossible. He could feel that the black mist belonged to an incredibly powerful evil spirit, terrifying beyond measure. How could such a being willingly submit to a woman? Yuli raised an eyebrow. What's impossible about it? She stood in the night, golden hair flowing freely behind her. And within the dense black mist at her back, a tall figure slowly emerged. A man's pale yet strong arm possessively wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. He lowered his head in submission, his pale chin resting lightly on her shoulder. When his pitch-black eyes turned toward Cecil, they radiated an eerie, chilling hostility like a beast guarding its food, making its claim known. Yuli naturally leaned into his hold. She narrowed her eyes, reaching up to gently stroke the man's face, a gesture that seemed like a reward. Mr. Cecil, allow me to introduce you. This is my husband. As her words fell, the man beside her also turned his head. His dark lashes lowered as he pressed a soft kiss to the side of her face, his movements filled with an unmistakable tenderness and love, as if silently affirming her statement. Hooling, who had been frozen in shock, finally couldn't hold back. Clutching his wound, he furrowed his brows and asked in a strained voice, "Didn't you say you didn't have a partner?" "Did I?" Yuli blinked innocently, feigning deep thought before suddenly breaking into a bright smile. "Mr. Chiao, you're thinking too small. If I have no destined partner and no suitable person to marry, then why not find a husband who's already dead? Even if he's a ghost, that doesn't matter." As she spoke, she even let out a heartfelt sigh. "After all, we know everything about each other. That's still better than a stranger." Faced with such absurd logic, at that very moment, a single thought flashed through both Hooling and Cecil's minds. This beautiful blonde woman was a lunatic. In reality, it wasn't just Cecil and Hooling who thought they were insane. Even the audience shared the same sentiment. Oh my god, were they really married before? This sounds exactly like something a psychotic neighbor would say. Even in death, you have to stay with me. Damn, this is some deranged romance. I get it now. One is like, even if you kill me, I'll still love you, and the other is, even if you die, you still have to love me. If they aren't husband and wife, it would be an absolute injustice. Wait, am I actually shipping this? Sorry, my moral compass just got overpowered by my sense of aesthetics. Woo. It's fine, these two don't have a moral compass either. They're just crazy in love. I ship it. I love it. Honestly, this is the first time Bojing Mo has actually acted properly. I remember watching his past roles. He'd take down everyone in 5 minutes flat. I'm impressed. LMAO, true love spotted. Every time I try watching, I barely get into the plot before Bojing Mo starts killing people. But this time, he has a wife. No wonder he wasn't into playing a couple with Shi. Turns out, he likes this type. Honestly, I gotta admit, she is prettier than Zhangxi. Can we not compare? They're both gorgeous. Blocking the person above. Looks aside, their personalities match perfectly, and that's why we're all shipping them. For real, this is the first time I've shipped such an intense CP. They're both insane. Just joined, just started watching. Seems interesting. Gonna wait for the replay. And so, the crazy couple went viral in the most bizarre way, and viewership skyrocketed. Nearly everyone in the audience had accepted the idea that Philia and Yejingyu were husband and wife. But at that moment, Huli, who had been kneeling on the ground, slowly raised her head. Her bloodless face twisted into a mocking smile, her voice dripping with contempt and disgust. "Husband? What a joke." Her wet hair clung to her face, and her emotionless eyes locked onto Yuli. "You're just taking advantage of young master's amnesia. Philia, you damn murderer. You're shameless enough to claim as your husband the very man you killed with your own hands. You think just because young master forgot, no one else knows what you did? You were never his wife. You killed him for his wealth." That statement was a bombshell, exploding instantly and sending shockwaves through the audience. Wait, what? Is Huli telling the truth? The CP I was shipping is fake? This feels like getting dumped right after falling in love. Alright, Philia, I see now. I was wrong to trust you. No. Bojing Mo, don't regain your memories. You're perfect just like this. I'll never call you a simp again. Cecil, too, was shocked. His gaze snapped toward the golden-haired woman standing amidst the black mist. But she still had that ever-present smile, as if Huli exposing her was completely within her expectations. Or, did she not care at all? Fortunately, the ghost's attention was elsewhere, finally giving Cecil a moment to catch his breath. He quietly pulled out his phone, tapping a few times on the screen. Once he was done, he exhaled in relief only to look up and meet Yuli's gaze. His heart clenched, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. But she merely glanced at him before looking away. Did she not notice? Or was she deliberately letting him off? Cecil remained on high alert, not daring to relax. Meanwhile, Yuli laughed softly and spoke to Huli. "Since you're calling me a murderer, why don't you ask my husband?" She lowered her gaze, her fingers gliding over the man's arm, which rested around her waist. Her tone carried a tinge of grievance. "Yejingyu, she says we're not husband and wife. Do you believe me or her? That vixen?" Huli was seething, grinding her teeth in fury. Now she understood why Dedong had constantly complained about this woman. She really was insufferable. Had she truly forgotten what she did? "Philia, you venomous woman? Taking his money is one thing, but don't forget we're all trapped here because of you." Huli was livid, her skin shriveling up as if she'd been waterlogged for too long. A dense aura of death clung to her, and her hair grew longer and longer, making everyone's skin crawl. her hair twisted like water snakes, lunging straight for Yuli. But before it could even brush the hem of her clothes, the black mist snapped through it without hesitation, cutting it to pieces. The severed strands wriggled on the ground before turning into a swarm of maggots, scattering everywhere in a grotesque mess. Yuli hadn't even gotten a clear look before the man beside her gently covered her eyes. Don't look. That familiar action made Yuli freeze for a moment. Beneath his palm, her gaze dulled in surprise. But when she processed what had just happened, she chuckled softly. Back then, during the car accident, he had also covered her eyes, telling her not to look. And afterward, they both died. But now, young master, this woman has been using you all along. Dedong, me, and even you, we all died because of her? She trapped our souls here to consume our remaining life force. Huli's frantic voice snapped Yuli out of her thoughts. She blinked, pulling Bojing Mo's hand away, only to see Huli's contorted face, pointing at her with pure hatred. She even resorted to dark sorcery, using runes to suppress us here, never allowing us to reincarnate. Just so she could prolong her own life. Even your soul is bound by something. Bojing Mo's expression didn't change, but Cecil's eyes flickered with shock. Philia knows how to use runes? He suddenly recalled the bag he had left on the sofa. His face darkened. That woman, no way. Yuli leisurely pulled out a small white porcelain bottle from her pocket. She lifted it slightly, gesturing toward Huli with a smirk. You mean this? Huli's eyes widened in horror. Yuli narrowed her eyes and flashed an innocent, harmless smile. Your young master gave it to me himself. Huli gritted her teeth in fury, glaring at Yuli as if she wanted to devour her whole. Then, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes shifted, and a smug smile crept onto her face. It doesn't matter. Once young master remembers everything, your time will be up. As she spoke, a dark shadow appeared in her hands. Kneeling, she offered it to Bojing Mo with reverence. Young master, this is Dedong's soul. He acknowledged his own uselessness and willingly offers himself to you. To be fair, Dedong and Huli were indeed loyal servants. Even Yuli had to admit she was a little touched by their devotion. But unfortunately, the ruthless Philia couldn't let them have their way. The black mist around Bojing Mo surged, eager to devour Dedong's soul. But he held it back, his gaze flickering as he turned toward Yuli. She raised an eyebrow, then gently wrapped her arms around his neck. Her breath tickled his skin, and her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Darling, are you sure you want to eat that? I don't like them. Dedong and the others, they all want me dead. She tilted her head, her gaze lazily sweeping over Huli, her expression tinged with amusement. How about this, you kill them for me first? That way, no one can stop us anymore. At that moment, not just Huli, but even the audience was stunned. Damn, that's some next-level manipulation. She's literally making Bojing Mo kill his most loyal subordinates. Philia, you're the ultimate NPC. Holy crap, Philia, you devil woman? I both love and hate you. Looks like Philia is gonna be the final winner here. Damn. Queen *T. Is anyone still following the main character? Who cares? Whoever drives the plot is the main character. Didn't you see? The cameras are all on Philia. I hereby declare her the new protagonist. The villain takes the stage, kicks out the MC, and steals the show. Huli almost laughed when she heard those words. Make young master kill her? Impossible? She was his most loyal servant. She was about to sneer when she saw Bojing Mo's deep, unreadable gaze fixed on her, as if he were contemplating where to strike first. The laughter died in her throat. Her expression shifted to one of disbelief, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Young master, are you really going to lay hands on me? In response, a surge of black mist rose behind Bojing Mo, thick with murderous intent, and lunged at her in an instant. Huli's pupils shrank. She dodged just in time, her gaze turning dark as she glared at the golden-haired woman, who stood as if she had nothing to do with any of this. In her eyes, everything was Philia's fault. If not for that woman manipulating young master's amnesia, how could he have ever turned against her? If she wanted to wake him up, that woman had to die first. Even if she had to pay the price, Philia must die. Her mind made up, her eyes locked onto the woman standing in the clearing. Without a sound, strands of her long hair slipped into the lake, undetected by anyone including Bojing Mo himself. Bojing Mo had previously given part of his power to Dedong. Though not as strong as before, he still held the advantage over Huli. Huli was forced back step by step, struggling to even maintain control over Jodi's body. She fell to her knees, too weak to stand. The system's voice was confused. Logically speaking, all the villains are dead. Why isn't it over yet? Yuli rubbed the spot where she had been stabbed. It hadn't hurt, but the hollow sensation remained. Hearing the system's question, she chuckled. Who told you Bojing Mo was dead? The system was shocked. Huh? He's not. Not only was he alive, he was about to regain his memories. Yuli lowered her gaze to the glowing screen before her, the corners of her lips curving. Be patient. He still has to die properly. Otherwise, everything she had planned would be meaningless. Not only could she see the plot unfold from here, but she could also see the audience's reactions in the chat. As expected, their confusion mirrored the system's. Wait, what? It's not over? I was just about to leave my rating. Bojing Mo isn't dead. Why isn't this the final scene? But my gorgeous queen is actually dead. The villain's gone, and somehow, I still feel a little sad. Ugh, I don't know how to feel. The people who deserve to die are dead, but so are the ones who didn't. I get that horror movies need a body count, but something about this feels off. So Bojing Mo was just used by an NPC the entire time? That's rare. But does Bojing Mo actually like the neighbor or not? While the audience argued, inside the story, Cecil also believed it was all over. He let out a relieved sigh, reaching out to help Hooling stand. But then, the porcelain bottle in his hand trembled slightly. His expression instantly tensed. A low, eerie laugh echoed beside his ear. Did you really think you could kill our young master so easily? The ghostly woman who should have been dead slowly lifted her head. Her soul had already begun to dissolve into black smoke, yet her eyes remained filled with manic glee. She spoke, enunciating each word clearly. With my soul and Dedong's, I will help our master awaken. Young master, this time, you will not refuse. The two wisps of black smoke shot into the sky before abruptly diving straight into the porcelain bottle. Cecil instinctively let go. The bottle hit the ground, but instead of shattering, its lid popped open. Instantly, thick, suffocating black mist poured out in an unending stream. Cecil's eyes widened in horror. No way. Again? He opened his mouth, about to start chanting, but an overwhelming force instantly silenced him. Not a single word could escape his throat. The black mist coiled in the night air, condensing into a swirling mass. Gradually, a man's figure emerged from the darkness. His expression was indifferent, unchanged from when he had died. The only difference, the wild, irrational bloodlust that had consumed his eyes before was gone. His pitch-black pupils merely swept over Cecil in a detached, unreadable gaze. But Cecil didn't notice. He stood frozen in shock, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The sheer pressure of the ghost's power had multiplied. It wasn't just a little stronger than before, he was in an entirely different league now. Cecil instantly realized. This time, there was no way he was getting out alive. Bojing Mo gazed down at her, his pitch-black eyes devoid of emotion, absent even the slightest trace of rationality. He raised a hand, ready to deliver the final blow. Just as he was about to strike, Hooling suddenly curled her lips into a twisted smile. Young master, once you wake up, you won't blame me. Her voice was warped with madness and obsession. Dedong was a simple fool. He blindly followed young master's orders, so he would always be just a servant. But she was different. She had been personally chosen to manage the household. She always made the right choice. Bojing Mo's expression froze. Realizing what she meant, he suddenly whipped his head toward Yuli. A flicker of panic flashed through his dark eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was filled with unrestrained rage. Stop. The black mist burst forward, tearing through Huli's body and shattering her soul. Pain coursed through her, but she only laughed softly. Young master, this is all for you. That woman has already betrayed you. At that moment, the strands of hair submerged in the lake slithered up unnoticed, transforming into a razor-sharp spike that shot toward Yuli's heart at an alarming speed. The golden-haired woman simply stood there, watching the black spike rush toward her. Her expression remained calm, motionless, as if she hadn't even registered the attack. She lifted her gaze and glanced at Bojing Mo, her eyes light and unreadable. Then, just as the spike was about to pierce her, a shadow suddenly stepped in front of her. Yuli's eyes flickered, the corners of her lips curving ever so slightly. The spike pierced straight through the man's palm. His flesh dissolved instantly, turning into a thick, acrid black mist like flesh being melted by concentrated acid. But Bojing Mo didn't even flinch. Instead, he immediately grabbed Yuli's wrist with his uninjured hand, carefully checking for any wounds. Only when he confirmed that she was unharmed did his tightly furrowed brows finally ease. But before he could say anything, the woman suddenly embraced him. He stiffened, lips parting as if to speak. The next second, a scorching pain erupted from his back. Bojing Mo's pupils contracted violently. He bent forward in pain, a deep groan escaping his throat. A yellow talisman was pressed against his back, pinched between the woman's delicate fingers. She smiled, lifting her hand and casually sticking it onto him. The searing pain and piercing sensation made his entire body tremble. He struggled to lift his head, his dark eyes clouded with pain, his expression unreadable. Yet, in front of him, the golden-haired woman still wore that ever-present, gentle smile. She lowered her gaze, her fingers lightly brushing against his sharp, refined features. Her eyes curved into a soft arc, her voice as warm and affectionate as ever. Darling, thank you for helping me get rid of my biggest threat. She leaned in and kissed the corner of his lips, her smile deepening. Now, you can go ahead and die. The moment she spoke, the burning sensation intensified. Cecil had somehow managed to stand again. He was chanting lowly under his breath, holding the very same white porcelain bottle that Yuli had given him. Bojing Mo stared at it, dazed. She had given his weakness to another man, just to kill him. His entire body felt like it was being consumed by fire. The unbearable heat crawled up his limbs, scorching his soul. His yin energy evaporated rapidly, vanishing like water in a desert. The surrounding black mist faded, his body turning translucent. His eyes began to bleed, his appearance growing eerier by the second. Every inch of him felt like it was being torn apart, and he let out a sharp, pained gasp, brows knitting tightly together. And yet, even now, he still refused to let go of the woman in his arms. Philia. His black eyes carried a deep sorrow as he softly murmured her name. He wrapped his arms around her waist, his embrace desperate just like before. Hug me, won't you? Yuli lowered her gaze and gently hugged him back. I'm here. But the next words that left the man's lips sent shockwaves through everyone present. Then die with me. His voice was gentle yet bone-chilling. Cecil's face paled. He instantly realized Bojing Mo's intent and shouted urgently, Philia, get away from him. But it was too late. The moment the words left his lips, the last traces of black mist around Bojing Mo surged violently, stabbing straight into the woman's heart. It was swift and clean, so fast that Yuli barely even felt the pain. Or perhaps, he had numbed it for her. Bojing Mo's soul was being torn apart, yet his expression remained full of tender affection. He lowered his gaze and pressed a soft kiss to the top of her head. I told you, it wouldn't hurt. Blood trickled from Yuli's lips, her face growing deathly pale. Yet, through it all, she still smiled a faint, almost delighted smile. With the last of her strength, she reached up and wiped the blood from his face, her trembling fingers brushing over his eyes. Her blue eyes gradually lost their focus, but her lips remained curved in gentle indulgence. Softly, she whispered, goodbye. The farewell that had been left unsaid in the car accident. At last, it was spoken here, in this twisted moment. As her voice faded, the man's form finally dissipated completely, turning into a wisp of black smoke that was drawn into the white porcelain bottle. And the golden-haired woman closed her eyes, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground. Vital signs of NPC detected as terminated. Retrieving host soul. The film is not yet finished. Entering spectator mode. Yu Li's eyes snapped open. She found herself standing in an endless white space. In front of her was a glowing screen, replaying everything she had just experienced. A voice spoke beside her. Sis, this is the audience's view. The film isn't over yet. We can't leave just yet. Watching the evil ghost resurrect, the system perched on Yu Li's shoulder like a curious child and asked, Sister, will Cecil die? No. Yu Li patted its head, her eyebrows slightly raised. He doesn't have any intention to kill right now, and besides, he knows what he's supposed to do. Rather than killing, the now rational Bojing Mo was probably more interested in figuring out who the woman was that had deceived him. As expected, Yu Li understood Bojing Mo better than most. With his memories returning, the enticing soul that had bewitched him disappeared, and Bojing Mo reverted to his usual composed and aloof self. He glanced at Cecil but didn't make a move. Unlike when he first entered the film set, driven by an intense desire to kill, Bojing Mo now felt an unexpected sense of calm. It was as if something within him had been replaced, something that fulfilled him just as much as murder once did. A deep, all-consuming satisfaction, both physical and psychological. And the source of that satisfaction. Bojing Mo's gaze landed on the blonde woman collapsed on the ground. His emotions were unreadable, his fingertips twitching slightly as black mist dragged her corpse toward him. At this moment, that once dazzling face was now lifelessly pale. Her golden hair had lost its luster, and her beautiful blue eyes remained tightly shut, no longer holding their previous mesmerizing charm. Even the intoxicating scent of her soul, the very thing that had driven him mad, had completely vanished. She was like a once beautiful marionette that, without its puppeteer, became nothing more than an empty shell. No matter how stunning the exterior, without the soul animating it, she had lost all her former brilliance. Just moments ago, he had adored this woman, unabashedly displaying his love. But now, that affection had dissipated in an instant. Was it because this body had experienced amnesia, causing his consciousness to desynchronize? Had he truly lost control, allowing that ridiculous system to take over? Otherwise, why was it that when he looked at this woman now, he felt nothing, none of the previous heart-racing excitement? Bojing Mo's gaze grew colder. A strange, hollow disappointment welled up inside him. Remembering the people still present, he glanced at Cecil and spoke indifferently, I won't kill you. At those words, everyone including the audience and Cecil was taken aback, except for Yu Li. Bojing Mo changed? He regained his memories and powers, yet he's not killing anyone? Wait a minute. Bojing Mo barely killed anyone this time. No, aside from that neighbor, he didn't kill anyone? Holy sh*t, I just realized. Same? Jody and Josai were killed by Hooling and Dedong. Bojing Mo actually held back this entire time. Did you all forget? He has a wife now. Damn. The power of love is terrifying. Even though she was a fake wife, his feelings were real. Now that he remembers everything, he doesn't love her anymore. Ugh, I can tell just by looking at his eyes he's completely over it. Our ship was doomed from the start. Dream shattered. But even after regaining his memories, why isn't he killing anyone? Zhang Xi and Ho Liang are the protagonists, fine, but even Cecil is safe. Cecil, still processing what he heard, showed a flicker of surprise before instinctively blurting out, why, Bojing Mo. The way Bojing Mo looked at him, as if he were an idiot, made Cecil realize what a stupid question he had just asked. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat. Before he could say anything else, the man's voice sounded again. Because my revenge is complete. Cecil was stunned and turned to look at him, but all he saw was Bojing Mo's cool, detached profile. Under the night sky, Bojing Mo lowered his gaze to the blonde woman within the black mist, his expression complex. Then, he suddenly turned back and repeated, my enemy was Philia. As he spoke, a gentle night breeze stirred, rustling the leaves and creating soft ripples on the lake's surface. At that moment, the proud and distant young master of the Ye family Yejingyu seemed to have returned. He stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the distant lake and forest. There was an air of elegant detachment around him as he let out a light chuckle. And my servant is dead. There's nothing left in this world for me. They killed, and I personally dealt with them. Then, he turned to Cecil, curling his lips into a smile. If that's not enough, I can pay with my own life. Before Cecil could react, his eyes widened in shock. The thick black mist surrounding Bojing Mo suddenly turned ethereal, as light as drifting cotton. The moment the night breeze swept through, the dark energy dissipated into the air. Cecil closed his eyes as he felt the lingering chill brush against his face. When he opened them again, the terrifying ghost was gone. On the lake's surface, the first rays of dawn broke through, signaling a new beginning. It was as if the entire night had been nothing more than a terrifying dream. Yet the corpse of the woman on the ground served as a stark reminder of the horrifying reality. The golden morning light bathed Cecil's face, his expression blank, as if he still hadn't fully processed everything. Just then, the reinforcements he had called finally arrived late, of course. Father, are you all right? I brought the items you asked for. The man rushed over in a panic. But Cecil only shook his head. Staring at the golden sunrise reflected on the lake's surface, he murmured, "It's over." Everything had finally come to an end. Yet, in the end, neither the ghosts nor the humans truly won. The screen slowly faded to black. A line of text appeared. The film has ended. Thank you for watching. Please rate the characters you liked or disliked. As soon as the ending rolled, the chat exploded. Holy sh*t, Bojing Mo, this is the first time I've thought you were actually cool. Bojing Mo has always been cool. He was just too unhinged before. But damn, when he takes acting seriously, he really takes it seriously. I almost cried at the end. The young master of the family just wanted revenge, and once his enemy was dead, he was finally free. So dramatic yet so thrilling, falling in love with his enemy before regaining his memory, then fulfilling his revenge and finding peace. A ghost that killed humans. A human that killed a ghost. In the end, nobody won. Bojing Mo, you get 5 stars from me. Same? But honestly, I'm giving those 5 stars for Philia. If it weren't for her, Bojing Mo wouldn't have had such a compelling performance. Agreed. Bojing Mo, you should be thanking that NPC neighbor. Ugh, the beauty is dead. I need to rewatch this. Philia was the real villain of this film. If not for her, none of this would have happened. She's the true mastermind. Yep. Everything started with Philia. Despite the flood of complaints, the actual villain, Yuli, remained unbothered. Her gaze fell on the ranking board. As the scores refreshed, she noticed Bojing Mo's rating had increased by half a star. Her lips curled slightly. It seemed her little boyfriend hadn't let her efforts go to waste. From 5 stars to 5.5. It looked small, but as she scrolled through the leaderboard, she realized just how massive the gap was, hundreds of rankings apart. Some people were stuck just below 5 stars, unable to break through no matter what. Yuli, in a good mood, stroked the system in her arms. For now, she was safe. The future could wait. The system, enjoying the attention but still worried, muttered, "Sister, you really shouldn't mess with your character settings so much. It's dangerous." According to the original script, Philia never had any feelings for Yajingyu. She was just a typical greedy and ruthless woman. Yuli merely chuckled. "System, do you really think these rankings are just decided by the audience?" Her fingertips slid across the ranking board, and her beautiful fox-like eyes gleamed with sharp insight. She curled her lips into a light smile and said, "If rankings were solely based on audience votes, there would always be die-hard fans and haters, making it impossible to maintain balance. That's why the audience isn't the only deciding factor. Everyone only saw the audience ratings, but the rules were written plainly. Audience scores influenced rankings, but they didn't determine them. The camera is what truly matters. Only with screen time do you get the chance to perform, to be noticed and liked by the audience. And the source of screen time comes from the plot." She idly scrolled through the rankings, her gaze lowering as she chuckled. "Do you really think a horror film set assigns fixed protagonists? That's just a label. Even the so-called main character can die. With so many people on this leaderboard, how could they all rely on being the protagonist to rank?" Seeing the system frozen in shock, completely speechless, Yuli grinned and patted its head. "That's why I said screen time has to be fought for. Otherwise, why would she have gone through so much trouble, taking such a risk, just to secure scenes for Bojing Mo? That guy's condition was so erratic, completely unpredictable once he lost control. No wonder his previous ratings were so low. No screen time, no plot. If he had still scored highly, now that would have been terrifying." It had only taken one performance for Yuli to grasp the fundamental truth of the film set's world. Ordinary players might need to experience several rounds to slowly figure it out, but she had merely glanced at a few audience comments and pieced it together with ease, boldly acting on her theory. Almost as if she had played this game before. But how was that possible? Aside from that person, the system had never heard of anyone successfully escaping from a film set entirely. If the system had eyes, they would be sparkling with admiration right now. As expected of its host? Absolutely brilliant? Yuli stretched lazily, her voice drawling. "All right, let's go. I've been acting for so long, I almost forgot I'm in a Transmigration novel, not an infinite survival game." "Got it," the system responded enthusiastically. Their figures disappeared into the white void. Neither of them noticed the sudden shift in the audience chat. "Huh? Wait, what's this?" In the horror film set, the rule had always been that the audience rated the players. The higher a player's ranking, the more points they earned, and in this world, points were everything. As for the NPCs, Some were former players either recycled for ranking too low or punished for breaking the rules, forced to work as mindless, thoughtless robots for the film set. Nobody had ever paid attention to them. After all, every time a new scene played out, NPCs would reset revived in their original state. Different actors and different dialogues would trigger different plot lines for them. But now, the film set's announcement board had been updated with a brand new rule. Dear audience members, have you ever encountered an NPC you liked in a film? Did they make you cry? Did they make you feel sorrow? Were you captivated by their performance, unable to forget them? Due to popular demand, we are introducing an NPC rating system. If you've encountered an NPC that left a lasting impression, don't know how to express your admiration? Simply click the rating icon in the bottom right and cast your vote. Each viewer gets only one vote. All votes will be stored in the system. NPC ratings do not affect player rankings. This feature is for entertainment purposes only. The audience was completely stunned. Wait, what? We can rate NPCs now? Oh damn, is this going to make NPCs start competing for rankings too? They don't even have self-awareness. What's the point of giving them scores? The announcement says it's just for fun. Who cares? I'm giving it a shot. Already voted? I've been wanting to rate Philia for so long, ha ha ha. Wait, you watched Haunted Villa too? Same? I just voted for Philia as well. Some viewers who hadn't seen that particular film were confused. What movie are you guys talking about? Is there a Philia in Haunted Villa? You mean the newbie training horror movie? That thing's ancient? Why are people still watching it? Aren't all those plots just the same recycled stuff? Someone replied. Go watch the latest version. It's insane. Seriously. The most unique NPC I've ever seen. You guys know Bojing Mo, right? The player that the system keeps casting as a ghost? He was in it too, but trust me, this time was different. Heh, those who know. Bojing Mo? I've heard of him. Apparently, he has some special abilities. His teammate's ability is even more special, always cast as the main character, always blessed with protagonist tier plot armor. Seeing so many recommendations, plenty of viewers got intrigued. Alright, I'm checking this out. Damn, I'm sold. Gotta catch up on the plot. That day, Philia's rating began to rise at an alarming rate. And yet, no one was aware of it. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, though most of it was blocked out. Yuli was startled awake by her alarm, slowly opening her eyes to find herself back in her dorm room, the same familiar scene as the first day she transmigrated. Days had passed inside the film, but in reality, only a single night had gone by. She yawned and sat up, pulling out her phone as she opened the curtains. 7:30 a.m. Her roommates were already up. One of them looked up at her. Yuli, I was just about to wake you. Hurry and wash up, our class starts at 8, so we'll head over first and save you a seat. It took at least 15 minutes to walk from the dorms to the lecture hall. That meant Yuli had exactly 15 minutes to wash up and get dressed. As someone who had mastered the art of cutting it close to work, Yuli waved them off lazily. Okay, I'll be quick. You guys go ahead. After watching her roommates leave, she climbed out of bed and quickly tied her hair up with a hairband. Even though she had spent the entire night awake in the film set, her body didn't feel the slightest bit exhausted. But something still felt off. The sensation of not sleeping at all made her uneasy. She asked the system, do I have to go to the film set every night? The system hesitated. Sister, I am not sure. It's random. We just follow the main character group. Alright. She hadn't expected the system to give any useful information anyway. This thing had stolen its own player manual. It didn't even have the plot. The only thing it was good for was feeding her spoilers from audience comments. After a quick wash and change of clothes, Yuli put on a cap and mask before heading out. 15 minutes. Not a second more, not a second less. As she walked to class, she scrolled through her phone, checking for messages. Her department issue still hadn't been resolved. The news department had promised to update her before 7 a.m. It was almost 8, and still, no one had contacted her. The system braced itself, thinking she would be furious. But Yuli only glanced at her phone indifferently before slipping it back into her pocket. Sister, you should call them out. They're completely ignoring their minister's orders. Where's their work ethic? The system huffed, sounding like it was ready to jump into her phone and start a verbal battle. Yuli nearly laughed aloud. This system was so righteous. She lowered her voice and said, no need. I don't have time to waste. Didn't you notice the other minister isn't worried either? More and more students filled the hallway, and she stopped explaining, instead focusing on finding her classroom. For Yuli, college life felt like a lifetime ago, and waking up for an 8 a.m. class was even worse than going to work. But the real struggle? She had forgotten to eat breakfast. Back when she had been working, Bojing Mo always prepared her breakfast, making sure she ate it in the car on the way to work. He wouldn't let her skip meals. Honestly, the system didn't need to replicate every single detail so accurately. It had even carried over her gastritis from before. The familiar dull pain in her stomach made her frown. She quickly drank a few gulps of warm water to suppress it. By the time her classes were over, her energy was completely drained. She slumped over her desk, looking utterly lifeless. Her roommate, Lee, noticed her state and asked worriedly, Yuli, are you okay? Do you need me to grab some stomach medicine for you? Yuli shook her head. I'm fine. You go ahead. I'll rest for a bit before heading back. This semester had a light course load after 2 morning classes. She was done for the day. One by one, students left the classroom. Once she felt a little better, Yuli got up and walked out. Standing by the water dispenser, she noticed a smart vending machine nearby. She stood there in silence for a few seconds before walking over and scanning the QR code with her phone. Beep. A digital interface popped up, displaying the available items. She glanced at the ridiculously overpriced products. Then at her balance. Her expression darkened. But the dull ache in her stomach didn't care about her wallet. Sighing, she rubbed her stomach and reluctantly selected a bread roll. When she picked it up, it was still cold, so she let it sit for a bit before taking a sip of water. What kind of life is this? Sister, why don't you just go to the cafeteria? The system asked, perching on her shoulder as she headed back to the dorm. Yuli gave a one-word response. Far. After a moment, she sighed and added, and I'm broke. If she ate in the cafeteria like a normal student, she'd be broke within a week. The system instantly fell silent. Halfway through her walk, the dull pain in her stomach flared up again. Spotting a stone bench nearby, she decided to sit down and unwrap her bread. As she absent-mindedly nibbled on it, she scrolled through job listings on her phone. For a student, the fastest way to make money was tutoring. But the problem? Even the agency fees were out of her budget. For now, she could only plan around her class schedule and look for the most suitable part-time job. After just a few bites, she set the bread aside, losing her appetite. Her gaze lingered on a high-end bar hiring part-time servers. The pay's pretty decent. A few $100 per hour. It stood out among the usual low-paying student jobs. But, of course, jobs like these came with high requirements. She schemed through the listing before backing out. She'd check it out later when she had time. Keeping her head lowered for so long made her neck sore. She stretched and rubbed the back of her neck, tilting her head up to glance around. At that moment, a group of people walked down the road nearby. Her gaze casually swept past them until she spotted a tall, striking figure among them. She froze for a second, her fox-like eyes narrowing slightly before her lips curved into a knowing smile. The man seemed to sense her stare. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with her across the distance. For a brief moment, his previously calm expression faltered ever so slightly, his steps subconsciously halting. Beside him, another guy noticed and asked in confusion, Bojing, what's wrong? Weren't we heading to class? Enhance your reading. To Bojing Mo, last night's events felt like a bizarre dream. Inside the film set, he had actually fallen for an NPC. When he woke up, he found a message from Hooling. As both an observer and someone who had teamed up with Bojing Mo multiple times, no one was more shocked than him about last night's events. He had seen, with his own eyes, just how obedient Bojing Mo had been to that NPC. Hooling, did you watch the playback from last night? You might want to prepare yourself. You were a bit different than usual. Hooling assumed that, like before, Bojing Mo had no self-awareness after turning into a ghost and had no memory of what happened in the film. So, he tried to gently break the news. But Bojing Mo remembered everything crystal clear. More than that, his mind couldn't stop replaying the woman's final words to him. See you next time. It was as if she hadn't just been delivering a line, but rather, she was genuinely expecting their next meeting. Suppressing the strange feeling in his chest, Bojing Mo's gaze darkened as he pulled up the playback. The first time she appeared, a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman looking down at him with an air of superiority. His heart had skipped a beat. His expression darkened further. He pressed his lips together and fast-forwarded through the footage only to realize that many scenes were missing. Scenes like the night he went to find her at the villa, the moment he pinned her down and kissed her while she was drunk. None of them had been included in the playback. It was as if those moments were his secret alone. The audience claimed Philia had been manipulating Bojing Mo, but in the uncaptured moments, it was him who had made the first move. Even after rewatching the entire plot, Bojing Mo couldn't deny the undeniable pull he felt toward the golden-haired woman on the screen. Did he really like this NPC? Or was it just the system messing with him? The fact that this emotion was beyond his control both intrigued and unnerved him. After a moment of thought, he started digging through old footage of the same horror film from past runs. To his surprise, Philia had never appeared in any of them. He kept searching until he finally found a scene where the neighbor showed up. Same golden hair, blue eyes, but this time, the woman was barely on screen for a single second, staring at the protagonist group with a venomous gaze, as if plotting something. And yet, Bojing Mo's brows furrowed. Something was off. This wasn't the same person. The Philia he had met, whether she was deceiving him or using the protagonist group, always had a playful smirk on her lips, her gaze casual and nonchalant. She had never made an expression like that. Was it just an NPC reset error? A coincidence? His gaze darkened as he closed the playback screen. And yet, the image of her smiling eyes continued to loop in his mind. At that very moment, those same smiling eyes locked onto his from across the distance. One black, one blue. Even though their eye colors were completely different, the feeling he got was exactly the same. His chest tightened, breath stuttering, even as someone called his name multiple times. Bojing, Bojing, what are you thinking about? Chen Chao, confused, followed Bojing Mo's gaze and saw a girl sitting on a bench wearing a cap. Her features were delicate and refined, her eyes especially captivating, slightly upturned at the corners, carrying a teasing, almost seductive glint. And she was staring directly at their group. No, she was staring directly at Bojing Mo. Wait, did they know each other? Bojing, do you know that girl? Bojing Mo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. His expression darkened as he shifted his gaze away and continued walking, his voice indifferent. No, then why had they just stared at each other like that? Chen Chao scratched his head and looked over at Yaboli, silently asking what the hell was going on. But Yaboli just shook his head, he had no clue either. Meanwhile, Yuli, watching Bojing Mo completely ignore her, leaned back on the bench, propping herself up with one hand. She clicked her tongue twice and sighed dramatically. Sigh, so cold. The system, witnessing this, was absolutely furious. How dare he treat you like this? Sister, you literally saved him in the horror film. What a scumbag. We're not saving him ever again. It sounded personally betrayed, as if Bojing Mo had wronged it instead. Yuli, why was this system always more emotionally invested than she was? Bojing Mo's indifference didn't surprise her. This was just how he acted in front of outsiders. Even when she first met him, he ignored her several times. The only reason things had played out differently in the horror film was because he had lost control. She chuckled and glanced at the system. Didn't you observe us before? You should know this already. The system froze. Know what? That I was the one who pursued Bojing Mo first. The system completely short-circuited. Wait, what? This was a female chasing male dynamic. Its sister was actually the one who had taken the initiative? The system lagged. But, this. Even so, he still shouldn't treat you like this? Doesn't this upset you? Anyone would feel bad being treated this way after everything, right? Yuli watched the group move further away, then slowly lowered her head, pressing a hand to her stomach. Her eyes gleamed slightly beneath the shadow of her cap, and she let out a soft chuckle. You really think Bojing Mo's acting indifferent? He's already starting to care. Just like before when she had pursued him, he had pretended not to care, only to secretly check in on her at night. And this time, it would be even easier because right now, Bojing Mo had amnesia. He was much easier to mess with. Chen Chao had been discreetly watching the girl the whole time. Just as he was about to look away, he saw her suddenly clutch her stomach and lower her head, looking visibly unwell. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Hey." He turned to tell Bojing Mo, but before he could even speak, he froze. Because without a word, Bojing Mo's footsteps suddenly changed direction. He walked straight toward her. Chen Chao, what the hell? Didn't you just say you didn't know her? His expression was utterly bewildered as he watched Bojing Mo crouch down in front of the girl, speaking to her in a low voice. Bro, didn't you just say you didn't know her? Still baffled, Chen Chao turned to Yaboli and asked, should we follow him? Are they really strangers? Yaboli's lips curled into a slow, knowing smile. He patted Chen Chao's shoulder. You tell me. Then, with an understanding look, he said, let's go. Time for class. Meanwhile, Yuli gazed at the shadow that fell over her as Bojing Mo crouched down in front of her, the corner of her lips curving upward. When Yuli finally lifted her head, her expression had already shifted to one of confusion. The harsh sunlight made her squint, preventing her from clearly seeing the young man's face. Noticing this, he crouched down slightly, his voice distant yet gentle. Classmate, are you feeling unwell? At that moment, Yuli's vision adjusted, and she got a proper look at him. She froze for a brief second, subtly raising an eyebrow. The man before her had an innately refined and aloof demeanor. His deep-set eyes carried a natural sharpness, framed by double eyelids and a strong brow bone. His pupils were dark and fathomless, always giving off a detached air when he looked at someone. There was an undeniable elegance to his posture and mannerisms, evidence of a strictly disciplined upbringing. He was exactly the same as before. Even the faint scent of pinewood on him, she recognized it instantly. She had bought that exact same fragrance for him before. Yuli lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her expression, concealing the flicker of emotion in her eyes. All he would see was her pale complexion, the way she lightly bit her lip, and how her voice sounded soft and weak. It's nothing. I just didn't eat breakfast this morning. My stomach hurts a little. Bojing Mo's gaze swept over to the bread beside her. The plastic packaging was still covered in condensation, clearly taken straight from a fridge. His brows instinctively furrowed, and his tone unconsciously sharpened. Your stomach hurts, and you're eating cold bread. Yuli blinked at him, looking genuinely perplexed. It wasn't until she met his gaze that Bojing Mo realized his reaction was far too strong. These weren't the words someone like him would typically say. Why did it bother him that she was eating cold bread? Why did it matter to him if her stomach hurt? The mask of cool indifference cracked slightly, revealing a subtle, nearly imperceptible trace of nervousness. His body tensed, and his voice sounded oddly stiff as he tried to recover. I was just... sorry. Yuli cut him off before he could finish, tilting her head and blinking innocently. And, you are... The air between them stilled. Bojing Mo went completely silent for a few seconds. He had initially approached to dispel his suspicions, to convince himself that the girl in front of him was nothing like that NPC. But after getting close, after seeing her discomfort, he had instinctively wanted to ask more questions. He had completely forgotten his original purpose. Looking into her beautiful, upturned eyes, his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Then, he abruptly averted his gaze. A few seconds later, his voice finally broke the silence, his tone formal and polite, giving no room for error. Apologies, classmate. I'm the student council president. I saw that you seemed unwell. He hesitated. It was obvious that this wasn't something he was used to saying. But he quickly adjusted and continued, voice unwavering. so I instinctively felt the need to check on you. Yuli, yeah, sure. Keep making things up. Still, she had to give her little boyfriend some face. So, Yuli nodded, feigning sudden understanding. She licked her slightly dry lips, her face still looking weak, but she managed to smile brightly. Thank you, President. I just need a moment to rest, I'll be fine. You should head to class. Bojing Mo frowned but didn't respond immediately. His gaze flicked toward the bread on the bench. The condensation on the plastic packaging showed that it had just been taken from a fridge. His brows knitted together instinctively, and his voice carried unintended sharpness. Don't eat this next time. Eat something warm. Yuli sighed dramatically, a teasing glint flashing through her eyes. Too far. I can't walk that far, President. That's why I bought it here. Bojing Mo pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment as he reached into his pocket for his phone just as a shocked female voice called out from behind him. Brother Jingmoj. Yuli stilled. The smile in her eyes faded slightly, and she narrowed them, pressing the tip of her tongue against her upper teeth. TCH. Jingmo. Gaig? She lazily lifted her gaze, glancing at the man beside her with an unreadable expression. Bojing Mo, upon hearing the name, frowned as well. Noticing that Yuli was watching him with an indifferent expression, his chest tightened. Just as he was about to say something, the girl who had called him had already walked up, speaking as she approached. I thought you had class today? Why are you standing here? She paused, realizing there was a girl sitting on the bench beside him. Her gaze subtly swept over Yuli from head to toe, carefully sizing her up. Noticing that Yuli's clothes were plain and from cheap brands, 111 instinctively relaxed, but the moment she saw Yuli's face, her guard shot back up. Maintaining her sweet smile, she tilted her head slightly, the hem of her pink dress swaying as she spoke in a casual, innocent tone. Brother Jingmoj, who is this? Her overly intimate tone, if someone overheard, they'd definitely think she was his girlfriend checking up on him. The perfume on her was from a luxury brand, not overpowering but rather delicate and pleasant. It smelled exactly like the one her former boss used in her past life. A familiar office scent. Yuli inhaled the fragrance and felt her stomach ache even more. She frowned and subtly shifted backward, placing a hand over her abdomen and rubbing it slowly. Bojing Mo immediately noticed her discomfort and lowered his gaze, his voice unconsciously softening. Your stomach still hurts? Do you need to go to the school clinic? Yuli ignored him. Instead, she simply turned her head and took a sip of warm water. 111's smile froze for a second before her face darkened slightly. She had never heard Bojing Mo speak in that tone to anyone before. Even though his expression remained the same, since when had he ever been so concerned about someone else? Unwilling to give up, she pressed on. Gaig, is she your friend? Bojing Mo frowned and glanced at her, but before he could speak, Yuli answered first. No, we don't know each other. The president just noticed I wasn't feeling well and came to check on me. With that, she picked up her bread and water bottle, stood up, and glanced at Bojing Mo with a half-hearted smile. Thanks for your concern, President. I'm feeling much better now, so I'll be heading back. Her tone was polite, almost excessively so, but it also carried an undeniable sense of distance. A sudden, indescribable panic surged through Bojing Mo's chest. His hand instinctively reached out, but just as he was about to grab her wrist, he froze. Why was he so bothered by this? Why did he feel the need to explain himself? Just because of her eyes? But ever since he met her, he hadn't thought about that NPC even once. In fact, his mind was completely blank except for her. Lost in thought for just a few seconds, he watched as Yuli walked further and further away. Frustration flickered through his dark eyes. Was he frustrated with himself? Or was it because she was walking away from him? Especially when he recalled the cold detachment in her gaze, an unfamiliar sense of displeasure twisted in his chest. He hated being looked at like that. His expression darkened, his fingers curling tightly into his palm. He gripped so hard that he barely noticed the warm, sticky sensation of blood seeping from his fingertips. His breathing subtly deepened, and that familiar violent urge began to creep back in. Whenever he exited a film set, he could usually suppress these impulses for at least a few days. But this time, it had only been 2 days, and his self-control was already slipping. His gaze turned icy cold as he glanced at 111 beside him. The moment their eyes met, she felt a chill run down her spine, her body instinctively stiffening. Her voice wavered slightly, unsure, Brother Jingmo. For a split second, 111 felt like there was a knife pressed against her throat. Bojing Mo remained silent. Glancing at the cuts on his palm, he shoved his bleeding hand into his pocket without hesitation. Then, in a calm, emotionless voice, he finally spoke. 111, I told you before, don't call me that. 111's expression froze, her lips parting slightly. After a moment, she swallowed hard and forced a stiff smile. But Auntie said I could call you that. Bojing Mo didn't respond. Instead, he pulled out his phone, his expression cold. Your family and mine seem pretty close. If the one family goes bankrupt, I suppose that would change, wouldn't it? 111's eyes widened in shock, panic flashing across her face. She instinctively reached out to grab his wrist, but he easily dodged her touch. Awkwardly, she let out a nervous chuckle. Brother Bo, I just thought, since we've known each other for so long, we must be close, right? Haha, okay, I won't call you that anymore. Don't be mad. Bojing Mo didn't reply. Instead, his attention shifted back to the direction Yuli had left. The frustration in his chest only grew stronger. Even after all that, he didn't even know her name. The school bell rang. Without another word, he turned toward the lecture hall. 111 hesitated, watching him for a moment before biting her lip, then suddenly turned and hurried in the opposite direction. Classmate, wait. Hearing the familiar voice again, Yu Li's steps paused for a fraction of a second, but she pretended not to hear and kept walking. Classmate? Classmate. 111 refused to give up, running forward and tapping her shoulder. Yu Li sighed inwardly before finally turning around, her voice calm. Something wrong. 111 panted, slightly out of breath, before lifting her head and gazing at Yu Li pitifully. Biting her lip, she whispered, "Why didn't you answer me?" Yu Li's eyes flicked toward the distance she had run. 100 meters. And she's already out of breath? You should work on your stamina. Yu Li patted her shoulder, deadpan. Also, how was I supposed to know you were talking to me? My name isn't Classmate. 111's smile stiffened slightly before quickly softening again. Right, I haven't introduced myself. I'm 111, the student council vice president. 3rd year. What about you? Yu Li wasn't really interested in chatting, but she still gave a slight nod. Yu Li. Remembering her position as the student council minister, she hesitated for a moment, deliberately choosing not to mention it. Instead, she continued, sophomore. Oh, that makes me your senior, then. 111's eyes lit up slightly at that. She lowered her head, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her voice soft. That guy just now was our student council president. Don't be fooled by his cold demeanor, he's only like that to outsiders. He's actually quite nice to us. She sighed lightly, smiling helplessly. See, he even asked me to look after a sick classmate. There's nothing I can do. As the vice president, I've had to help him with this kind of thing more times than I can count. A sick student versus a vice president who frequently helps him. Every word she said emphasized just how important she was to Bojing Mo. Yu Li raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze tinged with intrigue. To be honest, in her past life, everyone avoided Bojing Mo like the plague. So when she pursued him, there was never any competition, and after they got together, that man stuck to her like glue. Yu Li had never encountered someone like 111 before. By their standards, she'd probably be considered a romantic rival. Perhaps there had been some before, but Bojing Mo always handled them himself. No one had ever tried to challenge her directly, so she'd never worried about him losing interest. Now that she was facing one for the first time, Yu Li couldn't help but feel a bit amused. She studied 111's shy yet helpless expression, tilted her head, and smiled. So, senior, are you taking me to the doctor? 111 was momentarily stunned but instinctively nodded. Yes. She spread her hands in a helpless yet indulgent manner. After all, it was Jing Mo who asked me to. Then buy me a meal. Yu Li cut her off directly, smiling as she squinted her eyes, pointing toward the cafeteria. I just have a stomachache from skipping a meal. If you buy me food, that'll do. Huh? 111 clearly hadn't expected that response and was momentarily caught off guard. Food. Yu Li nodded obediently, blinking innocently. MHM? Or you could just send me the money, and I'll buy it myself. 111. The corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, and a flash of disdain crossed her eyes. But she still smiled warmly. All right. As they spoke, a sudden female voice interrupted them. 111. Both of them turned their heads. A girl was approaching with books in her arms. She glanced briefly at Yu Li before looking back at 111. I was just looking for you. Do you have the student council room key? I told Bojing Mo I'd meet him there later. 111's eyes flickered with irritation. Jiangxi wasn't even in the student council. She wasn't in their department either, just in the same college. Why did she always hang around Bojing Mo? She furrowed her brows, feigning a troubled expression. Sorry, Jiangxi, I didn't bring it with me. Besides, I have something to do with this junior later. Jiangxi, the female lead? Yu Li glanced at her a few more times. Jiangxi had delicate, pure features, with a pair of silver-framed glasses perched on her nose. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail, exuding the aura of an academic overachiever, a clean, studious look that was completely different from how she appeared on set. When Jiangxi looked at her, their gazes met. Yu Li was the first to smile, her eyes curving. Hello, senior. Those eyes. Jiangxi hadn't taken a close look at first, but when their gazes locked, she was momentarily dazed. Quickly recovering, she adjusted her glasses and responded politely, hello. Since 111 wasn't handing over the key, Jiangxi didn't press the matter. She simply nodded. All right, I'll head to the library first. I'll meet him after class. So annoying. 111 clicked her tongue internally. Watching Jiangxi leave, she was just about to turn and go herself when a teasing voice sounded from behind. Senior, the cafeteria isn't in that direction. 111. Even more annoying. What a bothersome, broke student. Why would Bojing Mo be interested in someone like this? It must be because he hadn't seen her true colors yet. Expressionless, 111 took out her phone. I'll transfer you the money. Send me your payment code. 100 yuan transferred. Yu Li waved with a bright smile. Bye-bye, senior. Once 111 was gone, the smile on Yu Li's face gradually faded. She glanced at the extra 100 yuan in her balance and raised an eyebrow slightly. At least she wouldn't go hungry. Sister, just now, the system hesitated, unsure of how to phrase it. How could someone take money from their romantic rival? Guessing what it was thinking, Yuli patted its head and headed toward the cafeteria. I earned it fair and square. Nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just like acting, you do whatever it takes for the shot. As long as you achieve your goal, who cares? If you're too thin-skinned, you won't survive in this industry. Since the other party wanted to save face and help her, wasn't it only fair she got paid for playing along? The system mulled over her words and found them quite reasonable. Then, curiosity got the better of it. Sister, can I ask? Did you really pursue Bojing Mo first? Yeah. Yuli narrowed her eyes slightly, recalling the first time she'd seen that man. He looked really good. I thought making him my boyfriend would be fun. The system was stunned. Huh? Wasn't it difficult? Bojing Mo totally looked like the kind of guy who'd be hard to chase. Yuli rubbed her chin. Was it? Not really. I think he took the bait after a few days. The system fell silent for a moment, as if deep in thought. Then, it suddenly asked, Sister, where did you meet Bojing Mo? There are probably plenty of guys more handsome than him on the streets, right? Why him, specifically? Hearing that question, Yuli's steps paused. She glanced at the system. Why do you ask? The system stammered, and no reason. Just curious? But it's okay if you don't want to say. Yuli didn't answer immediately. She bought her food, paid, and only after walking out of the cafeteria to a quieter place did she slowly reply. A psychiatric hospital. She walked leisurely, her tone almost nostalgic. He was new there. You wouldn't understand. In that place, it's rare to come across a handsome guy. The system fell silent. But, sister, you seem really normal. Yuli's expression instantly turned amused. Hey, just because you're in a psychiatric hospital doesn't mean you have to be a patient. There are doctors and nurses too, you know. Oh, right. The system was slow to process that. Then it suddenly panicked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. It's fine. Yuli's gaze flickered slightly as she gently patted the system's head, looking all warm and understanding. I don't mind. Because she really was a patient. Silly system. How could any sane doctor or nurse fall for a psychopath just because he's good looking? The only kind of person who would think that way would have to be crazy, too. Speaking of which, Yuli inevitably recalled the time when that man had first arrived. She chuckled. Do you know why Bojing Mo ended up in the psychiatric hospital? The system's response was textbook. Sister, our analysis detected that his mental state is sometimes unstable. A very diplomatic way to put it. He's just a lunatic, isn't he? Yuli suddenly remembered this world's version of Bojing Mo. A villain. No wonder he was the villain. You know, when he first got here, he was completely normal. We all thought he wasn't sick at all, he just didn't like talking and was naturally cold. Perhaps treating the system as her confidant, Yuli leaned back in her chair and spoke softly. But one night, out of nowhere, he somehow got his hands on a scalpel, stabbed one of the doctors, then slit his own wrists. That night, blood spread across the entire ward. Nurses screamed, doctors rushed around frantically, their hurried footsteps mixing with the sharp blare of the emergency alarm. The overhead fluorescent light had been shattered, its shards scattered across the floor, mingling with the thick scent of iron blood soaked into the broken glass, fermenting into something sickly sweet and nauseating. In the dimly lit room, a man sat on the floor, his head lowered, dark hair falling smoothly over his forehead. His slender, well-defined fingers clutched the scalpel. The moonlight cast over his face, highlighting his cold and elegant features, an image as pristine as a distant, untouchable flower. But in the next second, he suddenly plunged the scalpel into his own wrist. His movements were practiced, precise. He didn't even furrow his brows. And as he watched his own blood spill out, a glimmer of madness surfaced in his eyes. His body trembled with excitement, and he lowered his head, licking the blood that flowed from his wound. Beside him, several doctors in white coats lay sprawled on the ground. Their faces were deathly pale as they clutched their abdomens, trying to stop the bleeding. Their coats were drenched in red. Their eyes, filled with terror, were locked onto Bojing Mo. They scrambled backward, their voices trembling as they muttered under their breath. A monster. He's a monster. He's not sick at all. He just wants to kill people. By the time reinforcements arrived, the injured doctors grabbed at their sleeves, pointing frantically at Bojing Mo as they screamed in panic. Take him away. Hurry. He's not human. He's a monster. At that moment, they looked as though they had witnessed something utterly horrifying, their medical professionalism completely forgotten. Yet no one dared to approach Bojing Mo. He was like a ghostly apparition, an eerie, untouchable existence. Anyone who got too close barely had time to see how he moved before they were slashed open, blood spilling uncontrollably. No wonder someone so outwardly normal had been transferred to a high-security facility. Get the sedatives and the hypnotics, someone shouted. A nurse, startled, stumbled toward the medicine storage only to bump into a woman. When she saw the familiar blue hospital gown, her face turned pale. She was screwed. Colliding with a patient could easily trigger an extreme reaction, leading them to act out, especially in a ward full of high-risk patients. Trembling, she slowly lifted her head, only to meet a pair of charming, fox-like eyes. The woman's delicate and stunning features were a rare sight in this psychiatric hospital, so rare, in fact, that she was infamous for it. Yuli beautiful, but extremely dangerous. A special class patient. The same classification as Bojing Mo. The little nurse trembled even harder. But the special class patient before her only smiled gently. She reached out, helping the nurse to her feet before shifting her gaze toward the chaotic hospital room. Then, she chuckled softly. My neighbor seems to be having an episode. The nurse's throat tightened. She was just about to speak when she saw Yuli stride straight toward the room. The other doctors and nurses around her dared not block her way. They could only try to persuade her from a distance. Miss Yuli, it's very dangerous in there. Please return to your room. Yuli had always been cooperative with them, but this time, she ignored their warnings and continued forward. Inside the room, the man seemed to sense her approach. His crimson-streaked eyes snapped toward her, locking onto her every move. Yuli crouched down, resting her chin on her palm as she tilted her head, eyes narrowing with amusement. So, you like blood, she mused. And here I was, trying to find out what you were into. She picked up a relatively clean shard of glass from the ground, then lightly dragged it across her fingertip. A bead of blood instantly welled up. Yuli stood up and walked over. She crouched before the man, reaching out with her bleeding fingertip, dragging it lazily across his lips, her movements casual, yet undeniably intimate. The blood smeared across his lips, bright red against his cold, pale skin. His usually aloof demeanor now seemed stained with something far more visceral, something dangerous, intoxicating. Under the moonlight, he looked almost wickedly beautiful. Yuli chuckled softly, her long lashes casting faint shadows over her eyes, making her expression unreadable. She lifted her gaze slightly, drawing closer as she blinked at him expectantly. Do you like it? She asked. Does my blood smell better than theirs? The redness in his eyes didn't fade immediately, but the madness gradually receded. His expression returned to its usual cold indifference. He simply stared at her in silence. After an unknown amount of time, he finally moved. He reached out, gripping Yuli's hand. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the room, he parted his lips, extending his tongue slowly, deliberately licking away the blood from her fingertip. His movements were unhurried, exuding an air of composed elegance. Yet somehow, the act was so laced with unspoken tension that it could make one's heart race. Yuli chuckled at the sight. She reached out with her free hand, ruffling his dark hair. Good boy. Inside the student council president's office, Bojing Mo rested his head on one hand, staring at his palm. The crescent-shaped wound on it still had faint traces of blood. His expression was indifferent, lost in thought. In front of him stood a young man and a young woman. The man had a sunny, handsome appearance with sharp features and healthy, tanned skin. The woman, wearing silver-framed glasses, had her head lowered, focused intently on the glowing screen in front of her. Seeing Bojing Mo seemingly spacing out, the young man scratched his head in surprise and leaned down to whisper to the girl, Zixi, did Bojing Mo watch last night's film? Zhangxi lifted her gaze slightly and shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Adjusting her glasses, she examined the data on the screen before pushing it toward Bojing Mo. Her lips curled into a faint smile. Congratulations, Bojing Mo. Your ranking has risen. Thanks. Bojing Mo merely glanced at it, responding politely but without mentioning anything about the plot. Seeing that he wasn't interested in discussing it, Hooling and Zhangxi tacitly chose not to bring it up. Which made sense after all, Bojing Mo had acted while unconscious. Now that he was back to his senses, it would obviously be awkward to talk about it. But there was something new to discuss. Have you seen that new event? The one where players rate NPCs. Zhangxi pulled up the event page for them to see, the light reflecting sharply off her lenses. From what I can tell, the real purpose of this event hasn't been revealed yet, but it's definitely not just for entertainment. A survival horror world didn't randomly introduce a casual scoring system. It was obviously suspicious. She thought about a certain character from the last film. I'm guessing that neighbor will have a high rating. Zhangxi had already schemed the chat comments from the last film. The audience's love for that neighbor was unsurprising. That beautiful, golden-haired woman was like a blooming poppy, exquisitely alluring yet deadly. Just by being around her, you would unknowingly fall into her grasp, drawn in by her charm before realizing it was too late. Even Bojing Mo had been used by her. But there was something odd. Her death had been too smooth, too easy, as if she had expected it all along. And some of her actions felt like they were deliberately redeeming Bojing Mo's image, shifting all the blame onto herself. The audience had a love-hate relationship with her. Zhangxi's gaze turned complicated. Looking at it this way, Bojing Mo almost seemed like a kept man. If not for Philia, his reputation would have been in ruins. But when she looked at the composed and aristocratic aura of the man before her, she felt ridiculous for even entertaining the thought. What was she thinking? There was no way Bojing Mo was a kept man. Shaking off her stray thoughts, she pointed at the rankings. Hooling and I have gone up to 6.5 stars. Bojing Mo, you're at 5.5. The previous worlds were all transition phases. The last one was the final beginner level scenario. From now on, the difficulty is going to rise. In the film set, the ranking leaderboard was usually anonymous, visible only to teammates. She hesitated, then turned to Bojing Mo, speaking cautiously. This means we might get matched with new players next time, or be forced into solo competition. The horror film set was both merciful and merciless. On one hand, beginners were given easier scenarios and could team up to increase survival rates. On the other, once the beginner phase ended, everyone had to fend for themselves. Former teammates could easily become competitors, and the difficulty level spiked instantly. The only advantage was that every player received a random skill to help them act out their horror roles. For example, Zhangxi and Holiang's skill guaranteed that they would always play the protagonists. This so-called protagonist tier plot armor seemed trivial at first, but it ensured their survival and allowed them to uncover crucial plot details. Meanwhile, Bojing Mo's skill was immortality. But his immortality wasn't what it seemed. Unlike other players, who would fail a mission upon death and need points to revive, Bojing Mo turned into a ghost, an uncontrollable killing machine. An ability that sounded useful on paper but was actually terrible for audience approval. That's why Bojing Mo's rating had dropped to a dangerous 5 stars in the tutorial phase. If he had failed the last scenario, he wouldn't have even made it out of the beginner level. The system would have labeled him a lazy actor and eliminated him. Zhang Xi's words made Hooling frown. What are you saying? That we won't be together next time? It's hard to say. We might stay in a group, or we might get mixed with others, Zhang Xi replied, adjusting her glasses. Her tone grew serious. We could also run into more experienced players. More experienced. An interesting phrase. In the horror film set, experience often made someone more dangerous. You never knew whether a seasoned player was a friend or an enemy or whether their words were truth or lies. Bojing Mo showed no reaction to this. He simply tapped his fingers lightly against the table. When he noticed their gazes on him, he gave a small nod. I understand. Sensing they were waiting for more, he paused before asking, is there anything else? Zhang Xi and Hooling exchanged looks. Their expressions were complicated, but they hesitantly brought up their biggest concern. Bojing Mo, if we do get split up, your condition. There was no denying that Bojing Mo's skill had been a godsend for their team. Though he had turned into a ghost, he had never attacked them. Instead, his relentless slaughter of others had boosted their rankings, helping them stand out among the new players. If they got separated now, they wouldn't just be losing a strong ally, they'd be gaining a terrifying opponent. Unless another Philia appeared. But that was impossible. They both knew that. Forcing themselves to smile, they joked, if it comes to that, maybe take it easy on us. Bojing Mo lifted his eyes to them, unreadable. He didn't reply. Silence stretched in the office until, finally, he spoke. We'll see. As they left, Bojing Mo opened a drawer, pulling out 2 pills and swallowing them dry. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. The pain in his palm only fueled his growing restlessness. His craving for blood was getting stronger. Even the medication was losing its effect. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze landed on the glowing screen in front of him. The image was frozen on a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman. A flicker of something flashed in his pitch-black irises: greed, desire. The beast inside him, locked away in its cage, was on the verge of breaking free. Uncontrollably, his mind replayed scenes from the film set. That intoxicating scent. The faint pulse of blood beneath her pale, slender throat. His tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth as his eyes darkened. A hint of red flashed across his pupils. His fingers toyed with the pill bottle, his gaze flickering. He was starting to remember. That irresistible scent. He wanted a taste. Suddenly, his movements stilled. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Wait. That girl from today. She smelled really good, too. Hooling High School, a once glorious institution that produced countless top students. But after a sudden and tragic event, this prestigious academy became a place no one dared to mention. The school is haunted. Every night at midnight, a ghost appears to kill someone. As rumors spread, terrified students transferred out, teachers resigned en masse, and even the principal fled. No one dared to reclaim the land, and over time, the school was abandoned. It became a hotspot for paranormal investigators and live streamers hoping to capture footage of the ghost and go viral overnight. As someone who loves filming this kind of content, you naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. You and your friends decide to uncover the secrets of Hooling High School and capture the ghost's true form. But you never expected that this was far more than just a haunting. Welcome, dear audience, to the film, Hooling High School. A slow, swaying sensation made it feel like floating on the ocean, rising and falling with the waves. Suddenly, his head bumped against something cold and hard. The chill snapped Hooling awake, and he abruptly opened his eyes. In front of him were the familiar seats of a classic tour bus. He stared in confusion for a moment before feeling the cool metal sensation beneath his hand. Looking down, he found a pitch-black camera pointed straight at him. Its glossy lens reflected his stunned, disoriented expression. You're awake. A familiar female voice came from beside him. Still in a daze, Hooling turned his head and saw Zhang Xi's familiar face. Instantly, his gaze changed. Sitting up slightly, he scanned his surroundings and realized that everyone else was also asleep except for one man at the very front. The man had a refined appearance, wearing glasses, and was meticulously wiping the lens of his camera. Sensing Hooling's gaze, he turned his head and greeted him with a brief smile before resuming his task. Before Hooling could react, Zhang Xi nudged him lightly and whispered, "That's a player." Hooling frowned. "We're in again. How was it so soon?" There was usually a break between films, a few days at least. But it had only been one day, and they were already back. "And your face looks exactly the same as in reality." Hooling trailed off mid-sentence. "No, not exactly the same." Zhang Xi appeared more mature, like she had been out of college for a few years. She had clearly woken up earlier than him. At his remark, she simply nodded and pursed her lips. "Maybe the system is starting to assess our capabilities. This is a formal film now, the difficulty level is different, and some mechanics aren't the same as the beginner world. Unlike the beginner-level films, formal films had no replays and no guides based on past completions, making them significantly harder. She frowned slightly. I still don't fully understand the rules yet. This was too sudden. I wasn't prepared. Hooling had still been processing the situation, but when he saw his childhood friend looking troubled, he reached out and held her hand. His voice was warm and reassuring. It's fine. Whatever happens, I'm still here, aren't I? Despite his usual carefree personality, he always knew how to comfort her at crucial moments. Jiangxi was momentarily stunned, but her gloominess quickly faded. She gave a small nod and a faint smile. All right. But they still needed to figure out the people on this bus. Before Hooling had woken up, Jiangxi had already sorted out most of the plot and character settings. She gestured toward the man at the front wiping his camera. He's a player. The one sitting next to him is also a player. Then, lowering her voice further, she pointed toward the back of the bus. There are a few more behind us NPCs. Since the scenario hasn't started yet, they're all still asleep. Hooling leaned on his seat and carefully peeked forward. Sure enough, there was another man next to the first one, though his face was obscured as he leaned back with his eyes closed. He withdrew his gaze thoughtfully and glanced behind them. Just as Jiangxi had said, a man and a woman were sitting behind them, both with their eyes shut. The girl, sitting directly behind them, had even pulled her cap down over her face, seemingly trying to block out the sunlight. Hooling didn't pay her much attention. After a quick glance, he quietly sat back down. But the moment he did, the girl behind them shifted slightly, raising a slender arm to remove her cap. Her fair skin, illuminated by the sunlight, had a soft, almost porcelain-like glow. The tips of her fingers shimmered with a faint pinkish hue. With her cap removed, she shifted her position. Chestnut brown hair cascaded over her shoulder, and a pair of dark, beautiful fox-like eyes blinked drowsily. She let out a silent yawn, half lowering her gaze as she propped her head on her hand, staring lazily at the seat in front of her. She overheard Houling's hushed question. You don't see Bojing Mo? He didn't come. Jiangxi's voice was just as quiet. Yuli could only make out fragments of her response. Probably, ghost, later. Yuli lazily retracted her gaze. Wow, the male and female leads sure had guts discussing something like this so openly. Then again, she had no right to judge, considering what she was about to do. Without hesitation, she summoned her system. Go steal the plot details for me. By now, the system was entirely unfazed by such requests. Since they had left the beginner-level scenarios, this time, the available information was significantly more detailed, even including background data on her original character. So, as Jiangxi and Hooling discussed their theories, Yuli lounged against her seat, casually reviewing the system's provided character profiles and plot connections. Just as she finished reading, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Sister, the scenario is officially starting. Cameras are on. Remember to stay in character. Yuli acknowledged lazily in her head. The moment the system finished speaking, the bespectacled man at the front suddenly stood up and clapped his hands. Clap, clap, clap. The sharp sound instantly startled the sleeping passengers awake. Dazed and confused, they all turned to look at him. What? Are we there? The man adjusted his glasses and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at our destination. Make sure your equipment is ready. You all know why we're here. If we pull this off, our futures are set for life. A few seats away from Yuli, a hesitant male voice spoke up. Senxiu, do we really have to stay there until midnight? That rumor. Yulong, aren't you supposed to be a staunch materialist? Now you're backing out. Senxiu looked at him like a disappointed teacher, slinging an arm over his shoulder. He then gestured toward a few people, including Yuli. These guys used to study at Holy Wings High School. Look at them, they're perfectly fine. If they're not scared, why should you be? Yuli raised an eyebrow slightly but said nothing. This Senxiu was a veteran player. He had stolen the main character's role, introducing the group instead of Jiangxi or Hooling. And the actual protagonists? Yuli glanced at them. Still dazed, she silently looked away. Forget it. The player sitting next to Senxiu was also clearly experienced, joining in smoothly with the conversation. Within a few sentences, they had established everyone's roles and relationships. Senxiu was the organizer of the filming project. The other player was named Yuhao, Senxiu's college roommate. And Yuhao, Hooling, and Jiangxi had all been former students at Holy Wings High School. Senxiu was a well-known online paranormal content creator. He had been fascinated by the rumors surrounding Holy Wings High School for a long time and had proposed filming a documentary-style horror movie to uncover its secrets. After discussing it with Yuhao, they roped in Hooling and his girlfriend to join the project. Yulong, who had filming experience, was lured in by Senxiu with promises of big money. As for Yuli, or rather, the original owner of this body, Qingli, she had volunteered to join. But the original Qingli was utterly useless. She was delicate, frail, and incapable of any physical labor. Even Jiangxi was strong enough to help carry equipment, while she was nothing more than a beautiful vase. By all logic, Senxiu should have rejected her outright. She would only slow them down, yet at the end of it all, she'd still get her name on the filming credits. Noticing Qingli's apparent disinterest, Senxiu immediately let go of Yulong and slid into the seat beside her. His gaze was gentle, his movements careful, and his voice held a fawning softness as he asked, Qingli, are you tired from the ride? There's water up front, I can get it for you. Yuli gave him a sidelong glance and waved her hand dismissively. She leaned back lazily against the seat, her exquisite features carrying an air of aloof elegance, exuding the same unbothered confidence as always. No need to worry about me. I'm just curious about your filming. Just here to watch. But who could blame Senxiu? He was chasing after Qingli, a campus beauty who had never even spared him a glance before suddenly took an interest in his project. The man was instantly over the moon, completely forgetting any reasons to refuse. Qingli had claimed that, as a former student of Holy Wings High School, she might be able to help them. She also expressed a strong personal interest in the school's history. As for whether that was true or not, Yuli rested her head on her hand, a smirk tugging at her lips as she idly toyed with her fingertips. Her fox-like eyes gleamed with amusement. Bojing Mo wasn't as easy to fool this time. It seemed she would have to change tactics to lure her little boyfriend in. The bus came to a stop at the school gates, and everyone disembarked. The moment they laid eyes on the school before them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. No wonder Holy Wings High School was so prestigious back in the day. The school's grand nameplate still hung high above the entrance, the words Holy Wings High School shimmering under the setting sun, faintly reflecting golden light. The intricate gold-plated craftsmanship still carried an air of grandeur. But beyond that, desolation. On either side of the gate stood towering stone lion statues, overgrown with weeds. The rusted iron gates were tightly shut. Directly ahead was the main teaching building and the flagpole in the open square, surrounded by several sculptures of renowned scholars arranged in a neat circle. Despite the years of abandonment, the remnants of academic prestige lingered. Even though the environment had long decayed overrun with weeds and decay, one could still see the grandeur this school once had. Senxiu hopped off the bus first, followed closely by Yu Hao, who was carrying a camera. Hou Liang and Ke Yulong were also loaded with equipment, while even Zhang Shi helped carry a tripod. And then there was Yuli, completely unburdened. She even had a stylish little backpack slung over her shoulder, looking far more like a carefree tourist on a spring outing than someone filming a horror movie. Her entire demeanor was relaxed, as if she hadn't quite woken up. Live chat reactions. Green Circle fan, our Zixi is finally in a formal film? Feels like watching my daughter grow up. Loudly crying face. Green Circle supporter, here to show love for the newcomer's first official performance, sparkling heart. Green Circle fan, so this is what Zhang Shi looks like? She really has that top student, high IQ university girl vibe. Green Circle shipper, Hou Liang totally looks like a sports major, face with tears of joy, high IQ childhood friend times jock boyfriend. I ship it. Green Circle analyst, 2 veteran players this time, Senxiu and Yu Hao. Not bad. Senxiu isn't too bad, but Yu Hao, questionable. Green Circle viewer, Bojing Mo isn't here? Don't tell me he's playing the ghost right from the start? The system really has it out for him. Loudly crying face. Green Circle horror buff, I watched their last horror film, Haunted Villa, and it was something different. First fresh storyline I've seen in years, curious to see if this one surprises me too. Green Circle critic, this film is set in a high school, huh? Betting that the idle rich girl who's carrying nothing will be the first to die, classic helpless beauty trope. Green Circle counterpoint, don't be so quick to judge. These high-maintenance princess roles usually survive long enough to stir up trouble. No drama if they die too soon. The audience wasn't too pleased with Yu Li's relaxed demeanor, and in the story itself, someone was already expressing dissatisfaction. Yu Hao, being Senxiu's college roommate, knew exactly who Qingli was, their former academy's famous campus beauty. Holding his camera, he subtly approached Senxiu, speaking in a low voice, clearly displeased. You serious, Senxiu? Why'd you bring Qingli for a horror documentary? Look at her, what's she even gonna do? At the time, Senxiu had been peering into the security booth, which was long abandoned, cluttered with junk, and covered in dust and cobwebs. He withdrew his gaze and frowned at Yu Hao's remark, instinctively glancing at Qingli. Don't say that in front of her. Then, motioning for Yu Hao to turn off the camera, Senxiu casually slung an arm around his friend's shoulder and pulled him aside. You know how creepy this place is, he murmured, lowering his voice. If Qingli gets scared, who do you think she's gonna turn to for comfort? Obviously me. And once I comfort her, boom, she starts seeing my charm. He smirked. Who knows? Maybe she'll start liking me after this. Live chat reactions. Green Circle fan, oh, so that's why. Bringing the campus beauty to a horror film shoot is never a good idea. Grinning squinting face. Green Circle viewer, LMAO, Senxiu's whole character is just hopeless simp for the goddess. Green Circle shipper, speaking of simps, I suddenly remember my dead ship. Broken heart. Green Circle fan, damn, same. I have no idea how I'm gonna face Bojing Mo later. Loudly crying face. Green Circle excited viewer, wait, did Bojing Mo ever see how he acted when he lost his memory? I need to know. Green Circle horror buff, last film was legendary, once in a lifetime scene. Wonder if Bojing Mo will be back to his usual self this time. Yu Hao scoffed at Senxiu's reasoning but turned the camera back on anyway, muttering under his breath, just don't let this backfire on you. His gaze flickered toward Zhang Shi and Hou Liang, standing a short distance away. His grip on the camera tightened slightly, a strange emotion flashing in his eyes. 2 rookies? Looked like the competition this round would be easy. They were obviously clueless about everything. Sen Xiu noticed Yu Hao's reaction and immediately understood what he was thinking, secretly scoffing. Still, he turned toward Holiang and Zhangxi, smiling. I heard you guys went to this school. How does it feel to be back? Holiang glanced around before sighing. It's completely different now. Sen Xiu seized the moment. So, when you were here, did the midnight ghost rumors ever turn out to be true? Well, Holiang hesitated. I never saw it myself. The moment the rumors spread, my girlfriend and I transferred out. Standing beside him, Zhangxi adjusted her glasses and looked directly at Sen Xiu. I never saw it either, she admitted. But I had a friend who hanged herself here. The entire group fell silent. Even the camera instinctively zoomed in on Zhangxi. Sen Xiu scratched his head awkwardly and forced a laugh. Damn. Well, my condolences. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into her tonight. The atmosphere grew even colder. Zhangxi quietly withdrew her gaze, saying nothing more. Live chat reactions. Green Circle fan, bruh, Sen Xiu, if you don't know what to say, just don't. That was the worst attempt at comfort. Face with tears of joy. Green Circle viewer, to be fair, Sen Xiu is actually pretty considerate toward newbies. At least he's making conversation. Yu Hao frowned slightly, irritated that Sen Xiu was giving rookies so much screen time. He was just about to cut in, when a cool, indifferent female voice interrupted. We can climb in from here. Want to check it out? Everyone turned in unison. Yu Li stood casually by a section of the perimeter wall, arms crossed, chin slightly lifted as she gestured toward them. If we keep chatting, it'll be dark soon. Sen Xiu's eyes flashed with surprise before he grinned and walked over. Let's go, Qingli, you're the best. I was just wondering how to get in. Even though she was just an NPC, Sen Xiu couldn't help but admire how well the system had cast her. Forget the role, just looking at that face, he was already a little tempted. The wall wasn't high, so the guys climbed over easily. Zhangxi had Holiang's help, so she managed too. Yu Li was last in line. The dim evening light cast a golden glow over her chestnut hair, making her already porcelain-like skin appear even more delicate. Her slender arms and petite frame looked almost doll-like, the kind that instinctively made people want to protect her. Sen Xiu felt his heart race. This was his chance to impress. He eagerly reached out a hand. Qingli, need help? The girl glanced at him lazily, then turned and walked away. Qingli. Confused, Sen Xiu called after her, voice lowered, only to watch her drag a chair out from the security booth, test its sturdiness with her foot, then effortlessly climb the wall in one smooth motion. Yu Li casually brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her gaze slanting towards Sen Xiu. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, her expression cool and indifferent. I told you, don't worry about me. With that, she effortlessly jumped down from the wall, dusting off her clothes. She turned back lazily to glance at him, exuding an aura of effortless arrogance and refinement. As she moved, strands of her hair flicked past Sen Xiu's face, leaving behind a faint, crisp scent like fresh fruit. For a brief moment, his heart skipped a beat. He stood there in a daze, clutching his chest as he stared at the girl below. Dead. He was dead. He was a grown man, and yet, he had just been charmed by an NPC. Live chat reactions. Green Circle viewer, this high-maintenance princess, why am I actually starting to like her? Green Circle fan, LMAO, did anyone see Sen Xiu's dumbfounded face? I'm dying. Face with tears of joy. Green Circle shipper, please, a campus beauty like her isn't someone you can just touch casually. Green Circle fan, Sen Xiu, my bad. I'll see myself out. Green Circle viewer, that vault over the wall was actually so cool. Sparkles, starry eyes sparkles. Of course, some viewers weren't so easily impressed. Red Circle critic, of course she looks graceful, she's carrying nothing while everyone else is lugging equipment. Even Zhangxi has a backpack, and she's just strolling around empty-handed. Red Circle skeptic, right? What's so special about jumping a wall? I could do that too. Green Circle counterpoint, oh, here we go again, the classic I could do it too face with rolling eyes. Green Circle defender, come on, she found the entrance on her own, didn't ask anyone for help, and climbed over by herself. Let's not be petty. Inside the school grounds. As soon as they entered, the group turned on their cameras, capturing every detail of the abandoned school. After years of neglect, the place was in complete disarray. Desks and chairs had been dragged outside and left scattered in the open. Torn posters and old notices littered the ground, dust swirling with every step they took, adding to the eerie, desolate atmosphere. The main teaching building loomed ahead. Its faded walls were vandalized with crude spray-painted messages, standing out in stark contrast against the grimy surface. XXX was here. There are no ghosts here. Stop being scared like cowards. Ha ha ha, I'm the king of this place. Among them, the most striking was a giant red character someone had deliberately painted. Death. K. Yulong slowly panned his camera across the graffiti. The longer he filmed, the more unsettled he felt. Anxiety crept up his spine, making him wonder why he ever agreed to this in the first place. If not for the promise of money, he wouldn't have come here even if they paid him double. But when he saw the excitement and curiosity on the others' faces, he swallowed his fear and quietly followed behind them. The entrance of the teaching building featured two large display boards, one for school announcements, the other showcasing top students. The dates on them had been frozen in time, stuck in the past decade. The frames had yellowed, their edges curling from years of exposure. The glass covering the student ranking board had been shattered, and many of the top students' photos were missing. The names, too, had faded over time, leaving behind only faint imprints. At the very top, where the first-place student should have been, the photo was gone. But the name was still barely visible. Though most of it was worn away, one character remained. Yu Li's gaze paused. Her eyebrow lifted slightly. Turning her head, she caught sight of Zhangxi and Holiang, who had also noticed the name. Their expressions were complicated. A coincidence? But Bojing Mo's identity was always tied to danger. It was impossible to ignore a connection like this. Sen Xiu, noticing their focus on the board, walked over and casually leaned in beside Qingli. "What are you guys looking at?" he asked curiously. When he saw the student ranking board, he chuckled. "Oh yeah, Qingli, didn't you always get scholarships back in college? You must have been an honor student in high school too, huh? If this school were still open, maybe we'd see your name up here." It was meant as a light-hearted joke, a simple way to ease the tension. But the moment he finished speaking, Yu Li gave him a look. A slow, deep look, one that seemed almost amused. "Is that so?" She reached out, her slender, pale fingertips tracing down from the first-place spot, slowly sliding lower, until they stopped at the second-place name, Li. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Then, she tilted her head and smiled. "But I'm already on the board." Holy Wings High School had many teaching buildings, and it would take quite a bit of time to explore them all. Since they had arrived in the evening and the sky was growing darker, Sen Xiu decided to split up to finish gathering material as soon as possible. "We'll divide into 2 teams of 3, then split up. We'll meet at the main teaching building entrance at exactly 11:30. Any objections?" The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "So, how do we split the teams?" Ke Yulong hesitantly raised his hand and scanned the people around him. Among them, only Sen Xiu seemed reliable, but Sen Xiu's gaze had been on Qingli the entire time. It was obvious he wanted to team up with her. Ke Yulong definitely didn't want to be stuck with a bunch of clueless people. So, gritting his teeth, he took the initiative. "Sen Xiu, I'll go with you. That way, it'll be easier for me to coordinate the filming, and we can try to capture as much useful footage as possible." With that, he quickly stepped to Sen Xiu's side, making the team divisions clear. Sen Xiu, Yu Hao, and Ke Yulong on one side, while the remaining 3 naturally formed the other team. Seeing this, Sen Xiu's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Ever since Qingli pointed out his ranking on the leaderboard, he had vaguely suspected she was tied to the storyline. Ke Yulong, on the other hand, had no special role. Teaming up with him wouldn't be of much use. As a player, he naturally needed to choose characters who could advance the plot and secure more screen time. But as the in-game director, he had to prioritize the camera. Ke Yulong's reasoning made it impossible for him to refuse. TCH. He glanced at Yu Hao beside him, who was clearly thinking the same thing. His face darkened with frustration. Before Sen Xiu could say anything, Yu Li simply nodded. "Then let's do that. It's getting late, let's move quickly." She adjusted her bag and took out her phone to snap some photos of the surroundings. Noticing that Zhangxi and Holiang were still standing in place, she asked curiously, "Aren't you coming?" Zhangxi observed the 2 experienced players' displeased expressions, pondering to herself. It was just a team division, what difference did it make? Or, did they both want to team up with Qingli? Why, weren't they all just NPCs? Sensing something off, she grabbed Holiang's hand and whispered, "Let's go." Watching the 3 of them leave, Sen Xiu thought regretfully, some people really do get lucky. That newbie's fortune was surprisingly good. There's definitely something off about Qingli. She even appeared on the leaderboard. No wonder she insisted on joining. Seems like she has some kind of connection to this high school. Maybe she knows something. Did you guys notice who's ranked first? Qingli is second. First place has the surname Bo, right? The camera even zoomed in. That has to be Bojing Mo. Who else could it be? If they're ranked on the same list, could Bojing Mo and Qingli know each other? Hard to say. They might have even been in the same class. The chat's speculations weren't baseless. Even Zhangxi and Holiang were thinking along the same lines. But along the way, the woman in front of them remained completely at ease, taking pictures with her phone as if this wasn't a haunted high school, but her own backyard. They didn't even know how to start a conversation. Eventually, Zhangxi broke the silence. "Qingli, when you studied here, did you hear about that rumor?" "Even if I hadn't studied here, I would have." Qingli smiled politely. "Holy Wings High School is pretty famous, isn't it?" Her response sounded reasonable, but it left them unsure how to continue the conversation. Zhangxi decided to be direct. "Then do you remember who ranked first on the list? Do you know him?" The woman, who had been casually snapping photos just moments ago, gradually slowed her steps. In the dimly lit hallway, she slowly turned her head, one eyebrow arching slightly as she spoke, enunciating each word. "You mean Bojing Mo?" Her voice echoed in the empty corridor, carrying a hint of an indistinct smile. As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind howled outside. The curtains in a nearby classroom flapped wildly, and the disorderly desks and chairs were knocked over, scraping noisily across the floor with an eerie screech. Bang! A door to one of the classrooms slammed shut violently. Zhangxi and Holiang flinched, instinctively shrinking back and glancing toward the source of the noise. Just then, they heard the woman let out a soft sigh, tinged with a trace of nostalgia. "Of course I know him. But he's already dead." Startled, they whipped their heads around, only to see her calmly fixing her wind-tousled hair. Silky strands brushed against her face, which remained as serene as ever. It was as if none of the eerie commotion had fazed her in the slightest. After tying up her hair, she tilted her chin slightly, pointing in a direction before inviting them. Want to see our old classroom? I seriously suspect there's something special about Bojing Mo. Otherwise, why are all the NPCs connected to him so attractive? Could this NPC also have some kind of special connection to Bojing Mo? Don't start, guys. I only accept Philia. Even Bojing Mo himself acknowledged Philia as his wife. Better a tragic ending than breaking up my ship. Why are you all still stuck in the last world? We're in a new storyline now, and this campus beauty is stunning too. Loki, she kinda gives me Philia vibes, like that beautiful neighbor. Not quite. Philia is an elegant, intellectual beauty. Qingli has that lazy, seductive charm. Same difference. They're both gorgeous. As night deepened, the chaotic teaching building became even harder to navigate. The farther they went, the dustier it became, as if no one had set foot in these halls for ages. Zhang Qi watched the woman in front of them walk lightly ahead, and for a fleeting moment, a ridiculous thought crossed her mind. This woman was looking forward to coming back here. Unlike their fear and unease, her eyes showed little emotion. If anything, there was a trace of amusement. Was she not afraid of the legend? Before she could stop herself, Zhang Qi voiced the question aloud. When Qingli turned to look at her, she quickly tried to cover up. Nothing, Miss Qing. It's just, you don't seem scared. It's kind of amazing. The flashlight beam illuminated floating dust particles in the air, but the darkness made it impossible to see the woman's expression clearly. They could only hear her chuckle softly, her tone languid. Of course I'm scared. That's why I came back to beg for mercy. Zhang Qi and Ho Liang? Maybe their dumbfounded expressions were too obvious, because Yuli couldn't help but chuckle again. Just kidding. She raised the flashlight, illuminating a classroom sign. Tilting her head slightly, she smirked. We're here. Stepping inside, they were surprised to find that, unlike the other classrooms, this one was eerily tidy. Not only were the desks and chairs neatly arranged, but some books were still perfectly placed on the shelves. If not for the thick layer of dust covering everything, Zhang Qi might have thought students still used this room. Why was it like this? It was too strange. The unsettling sight made them hesitate at the doorway, watching as Qingli slowly walked into the room. She stopped at a particular seat, then pointed at it. This was my seat back then. Zhang Qi frowned and, out of concern for Qingli's reckless behavior, advised, Qingli, maybe you should come out first. I have a bad feeling about this classroom. But aren't you all curious about Bojing Mo? Before she could finish, Qingli cut her off with a smile. She casually pointed to the desk beside hers. This was Bojing Mo's seat. The fact that the first and second-ranked students were desk mates wasn't particularly surprising. Most homeroom teachers would arrange it that way. What truly shocked them was what happened next. Qingli bent down, reached into her desk, and pulled out a photo. They couldn't see the image clearly, only that the photo had faded over time. The background had a reddish tint, resembling an old ID picture. As she gazed at the person in the photo, Qingli's eyes softened with nostalgia. She gently brushed off the dust and murmured, after more than 10 years, I've still come back. Zhang Qi couldn't hold back her curiosity and blurted out, who is that, Qingli? Could a single photo really have been kept for this long? In the chilling, ominous air, Yuli lowered her eyes slightly, the corner of her lips curving into an almost imperceptible smile. Softly, she said, this is my boyfriend, Bojing Mo. The moment those words fell, there was a sudden crack. The curtain rod beside them snapped with a loud bang and came crashing straight toward Yuli, as if it was deliberately targeting her. Yuli glanced up, easily sidestepping the falling curtain rod. She watched as it crashed to the floor, her eyes narrowing slightly, the corners of her lips curling up. Angry? Perfect. As if completely unaware of the sudden drop in temperature around her, she contentedly tucked the photo into her bag and dusted off her clothes. Little did she know, her casual remark had left the livestream chat in complete shock. Gee, girlfriend? Wait, this feels so familiar. I swear I've heard this before. What the F? Is this real? Don't mess with me, I'll take it seriously. Holy sh*t, is this a déjà vu of the haunted villa? Is this a trend now? Or did Bojing Mo just hit some kind of romance jackpot lately? First a wife, now a girlfriend, and both are absolute stunners. I'm so jealous, brother. Wait, am I shipping another CP already? I still haven't gotten over Philia's death, and now there's a new girlfriend? Bojing Mo, get out here. Explain yourself. You and your little lover games are driving me crazy. Could it be that Bojing Mo already heard her? Didn't you see the curtain fall straight at Qingli? Maybe that was his response denying it. I agree. Philia was the only one Bojing Mo acknowledged. Sure, he was amnesiac at the time, but at least his feelings were real. Qingli is obviously making things up. What is she trying to do? Does she want to piss off Bojing Mo and get herself killed sooner? Maybe it's one-sided? They were desk mates, Bojing Mo died, and Qingli always had feelings for him. Now she's back just to see him again. Ugh, if that's true, it's kinda sad. The campus beauty is wasting her love. Bojing Mo has never shown interest in anyone other than Philia. And even Philia only got away with it because of his amnesia? Oh, Qingli, you idiot. Of all the people to provoke, you had to pick a cold, heartless male ghost. Qing Li's declaration had left the audience completely shaken. Even Zhang Xi and Ho Liang were dumbfounded, watching her approach them in a daze. After the last filming session, they had rewatched the footage and naturally saw Philia deceiving Bojing Mo. Back then, they had thought it was a rare, unforgettable moment, one that might never happen again. Yet now, a nearly identical scene was playing out before them. Except this time. Bojing Mo. Zhang Xi glanced at the broken curtain rod on the floor and swallowed hard. He clearly didn't approve of Qing Li's words. Was this part of the plot? Was this what those veteran players had been waiting for? Something about this situation felt off. When Qing Li walked over, Zhang Xi leaned in and quietly asked, "Qing Li, is Bojing Mo really your boyfriend?" Her gaze instinctively flickered to the bag where Qing Li had stored the photo. Noticing her look, Qing Li generously pulled the photo out and handed it to them with a smile. "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" She was lying, but only to a certain male ghost. Zhang Xi took the photo. Due to its faded state, the image was somewhat blurry, but the outline of the boy's face was still recognizable. A 17 or 18-year-old youth with sharp, well-defined features and cool, indifferent eyes. His straight bangs fell neatly over his forehead, and his lips were pressed into a tight, unhappy line. So this was what Bojing Mo looked like in high school. Having seen Bojing Mo in college in real life, the contrast between the two images sent a strange wave of realization through them. After returning the photo, Zhang Xi couldn't help but ask, "Did you come here just for Bojing Mo?" Qing Li glanced at her, raised an eyebrow slightly, and didn't answer. Instead, she countered, "Then why are you here? Just to film ghosts?" The question caught Zhang Xi off guard. She pursed her lips and lowered her gaze, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Ho Liang took her hand and answered for her. "We've been interested in Holy Wings High School for a long time, so we wanted to check it out. Zhang Xi and Ho Liang don't seem like they're in it for the money. They must have another reason. Didn't someone say before that Zhang Xi's close friend hanged herself? Maybe they came because of that? Could they actually want to see a ghost? But what about Qing Li? What's her reason? She doesn't seem that interested in anything." "Oh, I see." Under their questioning gazes, Qing Li tilted her head slightly, her tone indifferent. "I'm just here for Bojing Mo." As they spoke, a shadowy figure stood silently at the classroom door, watching them. In the pitch-dark corridor, his presence exuded an eerie stillness. His skin was unnaturally pale. When his gaze landed on the woman with chestnut-colored hair standing at the front, his eyes darkened. His expression was unreadable, his emotions impossible to decipher. After a long moment, he slowly disappeared into the darkness behind the door. At exactly 11:30, the six of them regrouped outside the teaching building. The school was eerily silent at night. The October air carried a crisp autumn breeze, sending a shiver down their spines. Their flashlights illuminated the walls, revealing red-painted words that gleamed ominously in the light. During the day, they seemed insignificant, but at night, the twisted, blood-like writing sent chills down their spines. Kei Yulong's eyes trembled. Quickly averting his gaze, he looked at Qing Li's group approaching from the distance. "Did you find anything?" Sen Xiu had his hands in his pockets as he asked, though his gaze remained fixed on Qing Li. She merely glanced at him lazily and gave a curt reply. "No, not a single mention of the photo." Zhang Xi and Ho Liang exchanged looks and also shook their heads. "Nothing. Just took some pictures of the classrooms." A flash of disappointment flickered in Sen Xiu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He gestured to Kei Yulong, signaling him to start filming. "All right, everyone. The time is now 11:30 p.m. We've explored most of the campus, but we haven't found anything unusual." He pulled out his phone, opened a time-checking website, and showed the screen to the camera, a must-have trick for paranormal streamers, just to prove they weren't faking it. "It's almost midnight. According to urban legends, someone must die at midnight." As he spoke, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "If that's the case, then does that mean ghosts only come out at midnight?" He let his words linger before adding in an ominous tone, "But what if we summon them before midnight? Next up, I'm going to attempt the most daring challenge ever, playing a spirit summoning game in a haunted high school." His excited voice echoed eerily through the empty corridors. Meanwhile, Kei Yulong, who was holding the camera, broke into a cold sweat. His hands trembled as he turned to Sen Xiu in disbelief. "What?" Forgetting that the camera was still recording, he grabbed it with shaky hands, his voice filled with panic. "You're seriously trying to summon spirits? Sen Xiu, are you effing insane?" But when he looked around, he realized that the others remained perfectly calm, as if they weren't surprised at all. A chilling realization hit him. His face turned even paler as he scanned each of their expressions in horror. "You all knew? You're all in on this?" Kei Yulong felt utterly betrayed. If he had known this was the plan, he never would have agreed to film some damn ghost hunting video. "Look at you." Sen Xiu dragged a desk out from the teaching building and, seeing Kei Yulong looking absolutely terrified, clicked his tongue in frustration. "Kei Yulong, why are you so scared of ghosts? It's not even guaranteed to work." Yu Hao pulled out candles and a piece of paper from his bag, handing them to Sen Xiu. With a small camera still resting on his shoulder, he zoomed in on Kei Yulong's panicked face, snickering, Look, someone's already scared. If you're that terrified, you can just quit now. Get that camera out of my face." Kei Yulong turned his head away, then glanced at the other three who had remained silent. Seeing that none of them had any objections, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, gritted his teeth, and lifted his camera back up. Who's scared? I'm a firm believer in materialism. There are no ghosts in this world. TCH, acting all tough. Yu Hao sneered but didn't argue, continuing to film. Sen Xiu flicked his lighter, igniting the candle before placing it in front of the paper. A pen rested on top of the paper. They were attempting a classic summoning ritual, something similar to pen fairy. But this required 2 people. With both Ke Yulong and Yu Hao occupied filming and Ho Liang carrying a bunch of equipment, Zhang Shi, as Ho Liang's girlfriend, wasn't exactly the best choice. That left only one person. His gaze instinctively landed on Qingli. As if sensing his stare, she raised an eyebrow and looked over. Sen Xiu quickly put on what he believed to be his most charming smile and said warmly, "Qingli, could you give me a hand?" Qingli remained standing where she was, arms crossed. Her lazy fox-like eyes stared at him in silence, neither agreeing nor refusing. The air grew still for several seconds. Just as Sen Xiu felt his carefully maintained smile begin to falter, the woman finally chuckled and drawled, "Sure, I'll help." She, too, was curious just what kind of ghost would they summon? To create a better atmosphere, they turned off their flashlights, leaving only the dim glow of the candle flickering in the dark night. 3 cameras recorded from different angles, enclosing Sen Xiu and Yuli at the center. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Sen Xiu glanced at Yuli, taking the top of the pencil while she held the bottom. As the summoning chants began, the surroundings suddenly grew eerily silent. The wind had unknowingly stopped, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Creak. A door inside the teaching building groaned as it slowly swung open, followed by the unsettling sounds of desks and chairs colliding. In the dead of night, the noise was particularly chilling. Then, with a whoosh, the window on the 2nd floor suddenly flung open. The curtains inside were whipped into the air, billowing wildly. A deep, hollow wailing sound echoed as if a violent wind was howling through the room. The spread-out fabric twisted and swayed in the night, resembling the flailing limbs of a demonic entity. But when they looked up, the dark classroom was completely empty. Everyone flinched, especially Ke Yulong, whose hands trembled so violently that his camera nearly slipped from his grip. Sen Xiu, having filmed multiple paranormal videos before, was the most experienced among them. His expression darkened, and he asked coldly, "Are you here? If you are, please give us an answer on the paper." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously fluttering curtains abruptly stilled, and all the noises inside the building vanished in an instant. The eerie calm returned. Then, the pencil in their hands began to move. Slowly, ever so slowly, it slid across the paper. Everyone's attention snapped to it. The pencil's movements were sluggish, but purposeful. After a few agonizing seconds, it stopped directly over the word yes. Sen Xiu's eyes lit up in excitement. Instinctively, he looked at Yuli across from him. Yet, her face remained emotionless. She lifted her gaze lazily and met his eyes, the corner of her lips curving into a smirk mocking, knowing, as if she had already seen through everything. His movements stiffened immediately. Impossible. She couldn't have figured it out. Quickly averting his gaze, he forced himself to stay composed and continued in a steady voice, "Did you kill the people from the rumors?" The pencil began to slide again, drawing a slow, deliberate path across the paper before once again stopping at yes. Sen Xiu shot a look at Yu Hao, who immediately understood and zoomed the camera in for a close-up of the pencil. Zhang Shi, seeing how accurate the ritual was, couldn't contain her excitement. Her breath hitched, and she stepped forward without thinking, interrupting the process as she blurted out, "What about Hooling? Is Hooling still here?" Her sudden outburst made Sen Xiu tense, his brows furrowing in irritation as he shot her a displeased look. The next second, the candle on the table abruptly went out. The pencil, now seemingly out of control, jerked and scribbled chaotically across the page until both their hands slipped, and the pencil clattered to the floor with a sharp snap. *T, we're screwed. Zhang Shi, why did you interrupt? You're not supposed to mess with the process, and you can only ask one question at a time. Who's Hooling? She must be the reason Zhang Shi came, right? Isn't that the friend she mentioned before? Ugh, seriously, why interrupt like that? Or maybe the summoning didn't even work. Yeah, these games are usually rigged. Maybe Sen Xiu was just putting on a show for himself. Dude, the curtains were moving. And the noise inside the building, if that's not a ghost, what is? Zhang Shi also seemed to realize she had messed up. Sen Xiu's sharp gaze made her shrink back, clutching her hands together. She lowered her head, mumbling softly, "Sorry, I just..." Sen Xiu pinched the bridge of his nose but kept his voice calm. It's fine. No big deal, I can handle it." Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was still 8 minutes until midnight. Just as he was about to instruct everyone to stay put, Ke Yulong suddenly shouted in terror, "There's someone on the 4th floor." In an instant, everyone's eyes snapped upward. A shadowy figure stood at the classroom window on the 4th floor, shrouded in darkness. Half of its body was hidden behind the curtain, silently watching them. Even after Ke Yulong called it out, it didn't move. A silent provocation. Sen Xiu's gaze darkened as he turned to Ke Yulong. "You're coming with me? Everyone else, stay put." But Ke Yulong frantically shook his head, fear gripping his expression. "No way. Coward." Sen Xiu cursed inwardly but lowered his voice persuasively, "It's more dangerous to stay here. If you come with me, I can protect you." That made Ke Yulong hesitate. He glanced at the others, none of whom seemed reliable, then looked at Sen Xiu's determined expression. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll go with you. But you better protect me. Of course. You're the only one good at filming here. Sen Xiu quickly pulled him toward the stairs. Watching the two disappear upstairs, Yu Hao's eyes flickered, his fists clenching. Damn you, Sen Xiu. Taking an NPC along just to hog more screen time? Not happening. His eyes shifted, and an idea sparked. Turning to Zhang Xi and Ho Liang, he feigned concern and said, I'm not comfortable leaving them alone. You guys stay here, I'll go check on them. Seeing the two newbies nod dumbly in agreement, Yu Hao turned around, unable to hide the smirk tugging at his lips. Newbies are so easy to fool. He didn't even glance at Yu Li before hurrying after them. An NPC isn't worth paying attention to. Yu Li watched his retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. Absent-mindedly, her fingers tapped the table. So eager. Who said there'd be cameras up there? Beside her, Zhang Xi was still looking dejected, seemingly guilty about what had happened earlier. Ho Liang tried to comfort her. It's okay. Worst case, we just ask Sen Xiu to do it again. Or we can pay him a little extra. Hearing that, Yu Li chuckled softly, instantly drawing their attention. Bending down, she picked up the fallen pencil, propped her chin on her hand, and looked at them. Don't feel bad. He tricked you? Both Zhang Xi and Ho Liang froze, confusion and shock flashing across their faces. Zhang Xi instinctively stepped closer. What do you mean? Yu Li twirled the pencil skillfully between her fingers, her gaze landing on the paper. A lazy smirk played on her lips. That answer wasn't chosen by a ghost. He moved the pencil himself. Summoning spirits outside? That's way too sloppy. You need to do it indoors to gather enough yin energy. Wait, she knows about this? A fake paranormal streamer just met someone who actually understands ghost summoning. So Sen Xiu really was faking it? I don't know much about this stuff, but her explanation makes sense. Then what about the shadow upstairs? Yeah, and the noises from inside the building? Was Sen Xiu just lucky enough to stumble into something real? Or maybe she's just trying to comfort Zhang Xi? If she really knew, why didn't she call him out right away? Zhang Xi was just as skeptical. Narrowing her eyes, she studied the woman's composed expression and muttered, you really know about this stuff. Yu Li was casually balancing the pencil on its tip, her gaze fixed on the paper. At Zhang Xi's question, she tilted her head slightly, eyes gleaming with amusement. Of course I do. I told you I came here for Bojing Mo. For the sake of finding my boyfriend, of course, I had to learn a little about this stuff. Makes sense, doesn't it? Zhang Xi keenly caught on to the key detail in her words. Her gaze flickered. What do you mean? Weren't you just looking for a photo? But from what you're saying now, are you telling me Bojing Mo became a ghost? Isn't a person supposed to reincarnate after death? She spoke urgently, as if she was desperate to prove something. But the woman in front of her only let out a dramatic sigh, feigning sorrow. Tilting her head back to gaze at the sky, she lamented, to tell you the truth, he just couldn't bear to move on. He's been waiting for me to come back and find him. He even visited me in my dreams a few times, crying and asking why I wasn't looking for him. So clingy. As she finished, she even shrugged helplessly, looking quite troubled, yet her voice was full of indulgence. What can I do? My boyfriend just loves me too much. Even after death, he wants me to stay with him. You guys get it, right? Ho Liang and Zhang Xi, the entire livestream chat. They did not get it. Not at all. Wait, are all crazy people in relationships like this? Since when was being haunted by a dead person considered a good thing? Although Zhang Xi heard what the other person said, she still felt something was off. She glanced at Ho Liang, but he only shook his head at her. Forget it, Zixi, don't rush. Zhang Xi had no choice but to temporarily drop the topic. Watching as Yu Li relit the candle and toyed with the pen in her hand, Zhang Xi frowned. Just as she was about to ask something, the sound of desks and chairs crashing upstairs suddenly rang out. The next second, Kei Yulong's blood-curdling scream pierced through the air. The shrill cry made everyone present tense up. Ho Liang took a step forward, grabbed her hand, and said in a low voice, let's go up and take a look. Zhang Xi had no objections. She nodded, okay. As they walked toward the classroom entrance, they suddenly realized that someone hadn't moved from the beginning. Turning their heads, they saw the woman still sitting steadily on the chair, legs crossed, her posture relaxed. Qingli, aren't you coming up to take a look? Yu Li, however, just shook her head. Her fingertips idly spun the pen, and she lazily lifted her chin toward them. You guys go ahead. I'll stay here and wait for you to come back. Hearing this, Zhang Xi and the others didn't say much. Suppressing the unease in their hearts, they took their flashlights and headed upstairs. At this moment, only Yu Li was left outside. But, it seemed like she wasn't truly alone. The night wind rustled through the overgrown weeds, creating a soft whispering sound. The curtains upstairs, which had stopped moving, began to sway gently again. If one looked up slightly, they would see that at some point, the windows of countless classrooms had become filled with eerie black silhouettes. Moonlight poured down, illuminating their blue school uniforms. Their lips were dark purple, their pale faces devoid of expression. They stood silently, staring down at the woman below. Some of them had even gathered at the entrance of the teaching building, their twisted, ghostly faces reflected in the glass door, peering through the cracks with a deathly gaze. From all directions, malicious stares bore down on her. Yet Yu Li's expression remained unchanged. The dim candlelight cast a glow on her face, but her gaze remained calm and indifferent. The teaching building, packed with shadows, and the small illuminated space around her seemed like two completely separate worlds. It was as if stepping out by even a single step would lead to eternal damnation. A cold wind swept through, making the candle flame flicker unsteadily. Yet, it continued to burn quietly. Yuli placed the pen upright in the center of the paper. In the absolute silence, she lowered her eyes and suddenly spoke softly. Have you arrived? As soon as the words fell, the chilly wind picked up again, brushing against the loose strands of hair near her ear. The strands of chestnut-colored hair blended into the night. Silently, the black silhouettes at the classroom windows slowly vanished. The air suddenly became eerily still. A few seconds later, an invisible, ice-cold hand suddenly grasped the top of the pen. Moving slowly, it guided the pen across the paper. The sound of the pen scratching against the paper was faint yet distinct in the quiet night. Finally, it stopped on the word yes. From the audience's perspective, it looked as if Yuli was simply moving the pen herself. Seeing this, the live chat exploded with shock. Huh? Is this real or fake? Is she just messing around again? Wait, who came? Didn't she just say Senshiu wasn't rigorous? Why is she playing along now? Something's off. The camera never lingers on pointless shots like this. If it were fake, it would have been better to cut to Senshiu. So what you're saying is, she's serious this time? WTF WTF WTF, what a golden opportunity? Hurry up and ask. Ask who it is. Yes, yes, ask. This is clearly leading to a major reveal. As the audience eagerly anticipated her next move, the woman finally spoke again, her voice slow and deliberate. So, you've arrived. But instead of asking anything related to the plot, she propped her chin on her hand, smiling playfully as she asked. Then, do you think what I said before was true or false? Her voice stretched out lazily, carrying a hint of amusement, the corners of her lips slightly upturned. It almost felt like flirting. The chat fell silent for a moment, then exploded again. Huh? What words? She said so many things. Which one? Wait, is she just messing with us? How is this related to the plot? Asking a ghost's opinion? I mean, what does its answer have to do with the story? Am I imagining things? Damn, this feels like a couple flirting. Agreed with the person above. You're not alone, I feel it too. Camera operator, are you seriously just feeding us romantic fluff? Perhaps even the camera hadn't expected Yuli to go off script. The footage visibly glitched for a moment before quickly cutting to the second floor. On screen, Senshiu was running down the hallway with a flashlight in hand, his expression tense and serious. As he ran, he shouted ahead to Kei Yulong, grab onto something and stop. Not far ahead, Kei Yulong was sprawled on the ground. His head faced Senshiu's direction, but his entire body was being dragged backward at high speed like something was pulling his legs. Yet behind him, there was nothing. Senshiu, help me! Kei Yulong screamed in terror, his flashlight having fallen to the ground the moment he tripped. He looked utterly helpless and pitiful. Hearing Senshiu's command, he frantically reached out to grab onto a nearby classroom doorframe as he was dragged past it. But in the next second, a pair of tattered, old shoes suddenly appeared next to his hand. Kei Yulong's body stiffened. Everything around him seemed to slow down. Every second stretched unbearably long. With rigid, trembling movements, he slowly lifted his head, only to see a deathly pale face, completely devoid of blood, staring down at him. Kei Yulong's pupils shrank, his eyes widening in sheer terror. Letting out a piercing scream, the color drained from his face. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot, allowing himself to be dragged away by the ghost. Such a coward. Senshiu's expression darkened. He was just about to rush forward when countless black figures suddenly peeked their heads out from the nearby classrooms. Most of their bodies remained hidden in the darkness, their faces featureless. When the flashlight swept over them, all that could be seen were eerily pale, blurred faces and blood-stained school uniforms. They simply stood there, silently watching Senshiu. In the pitch-black, silent hallway, the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. The live chat was momentarily stunned by the scene. Wait, weren't we just watching a couple's moment? I almost closed the stream out of fear. Camera operator, you messed up big time. This transition is killing me. I've never seen a scene switch this jarring before. What happened? Kei Yulong got taken by a ghost. Yeah, I saw his legs floating midair. He's definitely being dragged away. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded if they had just finished the romantic moment first. I really wanted to know the ghost's answer. Was the ghost Qingli summoned actually Bojing Mo? What did she mean by asking Bojing Mo that question? Which sentence was supposed to be true or false? Probably unrelated to the plot. Didn't you see how the camera panicked and cut away? So, what's the answer? What was the answer? Perhaps only Yuli knew. Outside the teaching building, a young man in a school uniform stood silently behind the woman. The darkness concealed his translucent body as he lowered his gaze, gripping the pen. His brows carried a distant, aloof coldness, with a faint, almost imperceptible trace of dark energy lingering around him. His excessively pale face showed no emotion. After hearing those words, the boy lifted his eyes slightly, his deep, dark pupils betraying no hint of his thoughts. He pondered for a moment before suddenly leaning down. His slender fingers slid downward, covering the woman's fair and delicate hand, personally guiding her as they slowly moved the pen. The tip of the pen glided across the paper, finally stopping at a brand new character. False. It meant that every word she had spoken was a lie. Seeing the answer, Yuli's lips curved slightly, but she made no comment. The cold sensation on the back of her hand faded away after the response. Yet, Yuli didn't seem entirely satisfied. Propping her head up with one hand, she lazily lifted her chin and raised an eyebrow at the empty space before her, her tone ambiguous. I never specified which sentence. And yet, you answered false so decisively. After answering the question, Bojing Mo withdrew his hand and straightened up. As his gaze swept past the girl's exposed neck, his originally indifferent expression faltered for a brief moment. Under the dim yellow candlelight, her skin still appeared fair and delicate. His eyes darkened instantly, and his nose twitched slightly. Such a sweet scent. So good. He licked his lips. What would happen if he bit down? He really wanted to take a bite. With that thought, his body moved on its own. Taking advantage of the night's cover, his lips slowly inched closer to that enticing scent. He parted his mouth, pressing lightly just as he was about to sink his teeth in. I never specified which sentence. And yet, you answered false so decisively. The voice in his ear yanked his consciousness back in an instant. Realizing what he was about to do, his entire body stiffened, and his previously clouded mind cleared abruptly. His gaze landed on the woman's smiling profile, and his brows furrowed. Again, this feeling of losing control. He wasn't sure if it was regret or disappointment, but Bojing Mo straightened up, standing behind Yuli with an expressionless face. Hearing that almost accusatory question, his frown deepened. I never specified which sentence. Which sentence of hers had ever been true? She was never his girlfriend. He never loved her. In fact, this woman was the person he hated the most. The scent of blood grew even stronger. Bojing Mo pressed his tongue against his sharp fangs, a faint red light flashing in his eyes. A feather-like itch spread through his chest, and that all too familiar, dangerous feeling threatened to resurface. This woman, she was dangerous to him. Once this scripted sequence was over, he needed to get rid of her as soon as possible. Bojing Mo narrowed his eyes and took a step back, retreating fully into the darkness. Until then, it was best to keep his distance from her. In the final second before he disappeared, Yuli suddenly turned her head. The corner of her lips curled slightly as she glanced at the spot where Bojing Mo had vanished. Her fingertips brushed the area on her neck where he had almost bitten. He resisted. Looks like his guard is still up even after losing his memory. She set down the pen, chuckled softly, and lazily blew out the candle. At the same time, the long-abandoned clock tower on the school grounds suddenly let out a deep, echoing chime. Dong. The prolonged toll was like a hammer, striking heavily against everyone's hearts, making them jolt. Upstairs, Sen Xiu's expression changed. Watching as the ghostly faces in front of him quickly retreated, he immediately pulled out his phone to check the time. Exactly midnight. Zhang Qi and Ho Liang had just reached the third floor when they ran into Yu Hao, who was anxiously searching for someone. His voice was urgent. Did you see Ke Yulong come down this way? They shook their heads, just about to answer no, when out of the corner of their eyes, they suddenly saw something dark plummet outside the window. A heavy impact followed from across the way. Everyone's faces changed. Rushing to the window, they shone their flashlights toward the ground. Amidst the tangled shrubs, a man in a black jacket lay sprawled on the ground. Half of his face was visible, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead, running down his cheek. His expression was frozen in terror, eyes wide open in death. The familiar clothing and features. It was none other than Ke Yulong, who had been taken by the ghost. Zhang Qi clamped a hand over her mouth in disbelief, a scream spilling from her throat. Her legs went weak, nearly collapsing, if not for Ho Liang catching her from behind. Perhaps the ghost had done it on purpose. Ke Yulong had been thrown down right next to the entrance of the teaching building, and Yuli had been standing just on the other side. She had witnessed the entire thing from start to finish. Picking up her flashlight, she walked over. Noticing the beams of light shining down from the upper floors, she tilted her head upward. Her gaze swept past the group on the third floor and over to Sen Xiu on the fourth, finally stopping at the rooftop. There, a shadowy figure stood, watching her in silence. Perhaps emboldened by the darkness, or simply out of sheer arrogance after so many years, the ghost didn't even try to hide when Yuli looked up. For a moment, a human and a ghost locked eyes. Yuli's eyes slowly narrowed. The corner of her lips curled. Oh, so that's how it is? Was this disdain? Ke Yulong's death shook the entire group. Inside the car, Sen Xiu was inspecting the camera. The device had been in Ke Yulong's hands before he was taken. When the ghost dragged him away, the camera had fallen to the ground. He wasn't sure if it was still functional. The others sat in silence, playing on their phones. The light-hearted mood from before was completely gone. Sen Xiu gave the camera a few taps. Seeing that the video playback was still working, his face lit up. It's playing. At those words, everyone turned their heads and gathered around to watch except for Yuli, who remained leaning against the window. She cast a glance at the screen before indifferently lowering her gaze back to her phone. They fast-forwarded through the footage, reaching the scene where Ke Yulong had followed Sen Xiu upstairs. The two had hurried up to the fourth floor, entering a classroom where someone had been standing by the window. But by the time the camera captured the scene, that shadowy figure was already gone. The footage showed Sen Xiu's tense expression as he scanned the room, searching, but finding nothing. Then, Ke Yulong's voice rang from off-screen. Should we head back down? Maybe we imagined it. Wait a sec. Sen Xiu wasn't ready to give up yet. He pulled open every curtain, checking behind each one. The classroom was in disarray, chairs and desks scattered everywhere. Kei Yulong, still holding the camera, had trouble moving around. After filming what he needed, he stood by the door, waiting for Sen Xiu. Suddenly, a soft, barely audible noise came through the camera's mic. Before anyone could react, the entire camera view flipped upside down. "A help!" A distorted scream rang out, followed by the crisp sound of the camera hitting the floor. The lens now faced the pitch-black hallway. A fallen flashlight pointed toward the wall, its reflected light barely illuminating a small portion of the scene, keeping it from being swallowed in darkness entirely. A few seconds later, Kei Yulong appeared within the frame. His legs were suspended at an unnatural angle in midair. The next moment, his entire body was dragged backward, crawling across the ground. His face was frozen in terror, eyes wide with panic, hands frantically clawing at the concrete floor, completely helpless. "Sen Xiu, save me!" His desperate, piercing scream echoed through the hallway. Kei Yulong. Rushed footsteps sounded, and Sen Xiu's running figure came into view. His face was just as stricken with fear, sprinting toward Kei Yulong as fast as he could. As the two figures disappeared down the hallway, the screen momentarily glitched before cutting to Yu Hao, who had picked up the camera and was now sprinting toward the source of the commotion. "What happened? Sen Xiu?" Kei Yulong. Shortly after, the footage showed Kei Yulong being thrown off the teaching building. The entire video was filled with eerie and heart-stopping moments. By the time it finished, everyone watching had turned visibly pale. Kei Yulong's situation. Sen Xiu lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "Let's not talk about it for now." Hearing this, Zhang Shi frowned. "What do you mean? Are we just supposed to pretend we don't know?" Sen Xiu glanced at her. "What else? People have died there countless times. One more paranormal enthusiast dying there, what difference does it make? You." Zhang Shi's face turned red with anger. She pointed at Sen Xiu, struggling to find words. After a long moment, she finally let out a cold laugh. "So you've been lying to me this whole time, haven't you? Even that seance game was fake. You kept saying you'd help me find Hooling, but in reality, you just wanted to pull more people down with you." Sen Xiu's expression stiffened. He instinctively glanced in Yu Li's direction, but she simply tilted her head, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "Why are you looking at me?" His lips twitched slightly, his voice turning rigid. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's just that tonight was clearly not safe. Do you really want to spend the night surrounded by the dead?" As for the seance game, he deliberately avoided responding. Zhang Shi let out a cold snort and turned her head away. Beside her, Ho Liang gently coaxed, "All right, don't be mad. Next time, we'll find someone who actually knows what they're doing. Someone skilled?" Zhang Shi's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the woman sitting quietly in the back of the car. Throughout the entire day, Qingli had been like an outsider. Aside from being forced into the seance game, she had seemed as though she was only there out of idle curiosity. Not to mention, she had admitted to being knowledgeable about this kind of thing. Zhang Shi fell into thought. She remained silent until the car finally returned to the city. As she watched Yu Li getting ready to step out, she quickly followed after her. "Hey, can I get your contact information?" Yu Li raised an eyebrow at the QR code held out to her. Without much hesitation, she pulled out her phone. Of course. With a soft beep, the two successfully added each other as friends. Zhang Shi's eyes flickered slightly, and she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "Have you already found him?" There was no need to specify who he was. Yu Li's expression was unreadable. Her eyes carried a hint of amusement, mixed with laziness, intrigue, and quiet scrutiny. Crossing her arms, she remained standing in place. Tapping her phone lightly against her chin twice, she tilted her head slightly and gave a small, playful smile. She only uttered two words. "You guess." "Pa." The pitch-black living room was instantly illuminated. Yu Li closed the door, hung her bag near the entrance, and strode toward the living room. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered something. She turned back, pulled a photo out of her bag, and placed it on the table before heading to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. Her phone rang. She took a sip of water before picking it up. "Hello, Qingli? Did you really go back to Holy Wings High School?" Before she could even speak, a female voice rang from the other end. Yu Li responded with a simple MHM. Then, settling onto the sofa, she picked up the photo, turning it in her hands. "Yeah, I did." "Why?" The girl on the phone was a former classmate of Qingli. They had attended Holy Wings High School together, so naturally, she knew the real reason Qingli had returned. Hearing her confirmation, the girl's voice instantly turned cautious. "Then, did you really see him?" "Nope," Yu Li answered casually. She gazed at the teenage version of Bojing Mo in the photo, her eyes narrowing in amusement. She even pulled out her camera and snapped a picture. So fresh and young. She had never seen Bojing Mo when he was a high schooler. The girl on the phone exhaled in relief as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Her tone grew lighter. "Ha, see? I told you. You always overthink things. You kept saying you had dreams about Bojing Mo turning into a ghost and trying to kill you. But he's dead. If he wanted to kill you, he would have done it long ago. Besides, that was years ago, we've all moved on. That's not the reason. He's just too shy to come out." Her words cut in abruptly. The other end of the call fell silent for a brief moment, as if processing what was just said. Then, a confused voice followed. "Huh? Who's shy?" As she spoke, realization seemed to hit her like a truck. Wait, are you talking about Bojing Mo? Bojing Mo was dead. What the hell did she mean by too shy to come out? Even if he had turned into a ghost, after everything Qingli had done to him, shouldn't he be dying to kill her instead? Qingli, you're messing with me, right? The girl let out an awkward chuckle. Haha, that wasn't funny. Feeling a chill in the air, Yuli turned up the heater, curling into the sofa as she spoke lazily. I'm not joking. What's wrong? The girl struggled to form a response. Qingli, are you possessed by a ghost? She heard the faint sound of laughter from Yuli's end like she was genuinely amused. Swallowing nervously, the girl instinctively lowered her voice. Back then, you were the one who led the charge in bullying Bojing Mo. You nearly forced him to drop out. Why the hell would he be too shy to see you? He should be trying to kill you, shouldn't he? Besides, weren't you looking for someone who knew about exorcisms? You said they could help you get rid of Bojing Mo, but now you're saying he's too shy to meet you? Did you even succeed in killing him? At those words, the photo in Yu Li's hands paused mid-spin. Her eyes narrowed slightly. For a few seconds, she remained silent. Then, her voice turned unreadable as she repeated two words. Bullying. Meanwhile, in an apartment across the city, Zhang Xi stared intently at the computer screen, her face illuminated by the harsh white glow. Her expression was tense, almost disbelieving, as she murmured, "How can this be?" Just then, Hooling walked in. Noticing her reaction, he frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Weren't you just looking up some information?" Zhang Xi lifted her gaze to him, her expression complicated. "Do you remember Qingli? She said she and Bojing Mo were dating, that she came back to find him." Hooling nodded. "Yeah, and she even found that old photo, right?" Seeing Zhang Xi's unpleasant expression, a sense of unease crept into him. "What did you find?" "I searched through the old school forum, and I found a post," Zhang Xi said, scooting her chair aside so he could see the screen. "But, the forum tells a very different story from what Qingli told us." Very different was an understatement. A sense of dread settled in Houling's gut. He followed her gesture and looked at the computer screen. A bold, blood-red title stared back at them. "Did Qingli bully Bojing Mo today?" The text was bolded and underlined, standing out starkly. Below it was a thread with thousands of replies. 1L, report today, I saw Qingli grab Bojing Mo by the collar and slam him against the wall. 2L, whoa, whoa, whoa. Where did this thread come from? Someone's got guts, aren't you afraid the school or Qingli might see this? 3L, don't worry, this thread is encrypted. It blocks school officials and Qingli from seeing it. 4L, honestly, why does Qingli hate Bojing Mo so much? Just because he took her #1 spot. 5L, nah, you don't get it. The rich girl just can't stand the fact that some poor nobody outperformed her. She was always #1 in her old school. 6L, just saw Qingli corner Bojing Mo again. Holy sh*T, his school uniform got stumped into the dirt. 7L, Qingli leads the charge, and her little groupies follow suit. Typical. 8L, heard Bojing Mo's family is actually dirt poor. Qingli even knocked over his lunch tray on purpose. He didn't eat anything all day. 9L, now they've been assigned to sit together in class. Wow, this is definitely intentional. This just makes it easier to bully him. 10L, the more Bojing Mo ignores her, the harder she bullies him. My god, I feel bad for this academic genius. 11L, some rumors say Qingli actually has a crush on Bojing Mo, but he rejected her, so she lashed out and bullied him instead. The thread went on for thousands of replies. But toward the end, the conversation took a sudden, disturbing turn. 2376L, holy sh*T Bojing Mo jumped off a building. He's dead. 2377L, no way. Did Qingli literally bully someone to death? 2378L, she's f***ed. She actually killed someone. 2379L, insider info Qingli's transferring schools. Looks like her family paid off Bojing Mo's relatives. 2380L, wow, we all know what this means. 2381L, do we still need this thread? If someone finds it, we're done for. Op, delete it. 2382L, op? Where the hell is op? 2383L, anyone else realize that the original poster has never commented? Every reply was from someone else. 2384L, holy f***ck, you're right. Who the hell said it was encrypted? Op never mentioned that. 2385L, sh*T everyone log off. This can't be deleted, but we can at least wipe our accounts. 2386L, I'm out. You guys are on your own. After that, the thread went completely silent. Technically, this hidden post should have been impossible to find. But after years of neglect, the school's system had deteriorated, and long-buried secrets had begun to resurface. Zhang Xi printed everything. As the printer whirred, spitting out page after page, she pressed a hand to her temple, her expression heavy. Looks like, this Qingli isn't quite who we thought she was. Her past was far from simple. Live chat. Wow. Just. Wow. So they weren't dating? They were enemies. Oh no. Enemies to lovers? I've seen this trope before. You guys know what I mean. The campus beauty looks gorgeous, but turns out she was a bully. Sigh, looks like she's doomed. Bojing Mo definitely won't let her go. Was Bojing Mo the one who killed K Yulong earlier? No way, wasn't he with Qingli at the time? So there are 2 ghosts in the school? Definitely more than 2. Didn't you see all the ghosts in the classrooms? Yeah, why haven't they moved on? No idea. No wonder someone dies at Holy Wings High School at midnight every time. With this many ghosts, who wouldn't die? Wait, now that I think about it, why did Qingli even go back there? She took Bojing Mo's photo and acted all emotional. Who was she putting on a show for? Bojing Mo. Is she really going for the if I can't have him, no one can root? LMAO, don't be ridiculous. She's probably just feeling sorry for herself, or maybe she's trying some roundabout way to make Bojing Mo spare her. The audience was shocked by Qingli's true identity. But honestly, even Yuli herself was a bit surprised. So it was this kind of backstory again. Lowering her eyes, she absent-mindedly brushed off the dust on her fingers. Was this intentional on the system's part, or just pure coincidence? No wonder there was a mandatory role-setting rule. Wasn't this the perfect way to create a rift between her and Bojing Mo? She smirked, mocking the ridiculous fate laid out before her. If this setup was used on a normal person, maybe it would have had some effect. But too bad. Bojing Mo was the type who, when he lost his mind, had even less morality than she did. The girl on the phone seemed to realize that Qingli didn't like bringing up the past. After a brief silence, she finally spoke, her voice a bit awkward. Well, a lot of people knew you hated Bojing Mo back then. It was mostly because... Oh, Yuli cut her off. She placed the photo back onto the table, her gaze slowly shifting toward the entrance. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She licked her lips, which had become a bit dry. That wasn't hatred. It was love that turned into rage when I couldn't have him. Late at night, in a pitch-black luxury apartment. Moonlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the photo on the table. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out from the shadows and picked up the photo without warning. In the dim night, the man's tall, lean figure remained striking. He lowered his head, slowly scanning the photo, then looked up at the tightly shut bedroom door. His dark pupils were shadowed with unreadable emotions. Words from a woman flashed through his mind, and Bojing Mo's lips curled into a mocking smile. What a case of love unfulfilled. The memories he had received contained no trace of the other party being deeply in love with him. But it didn't matter anymore. His eyes flickered slightly, and in the next second, his figure vanished from the living room. The photo drifted slowly to the ground, and silence returned as if nothing had ever happened. When Yuli opened her eyes again, she found herself back at Holy Wings High School. The scene before her was eerily familiar. It was still last night's spirit summoning game. Sheets of paper were spread across the table, 2 candles burned beside them in the exact same arrangement, and the pen stood upright in the center, defying gravity despite no one holding it. It was as if some invisible force was enticing someone to grasp it. The candles crackled softly in the air, the surrounding silence was suffocating, and the system in her mind reminded her that there were no cameras at the moment. Yuli tilted her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Interesting. Mimicking her previous actions, she reached out and grasped the pen. But this time, before she could even begin to recite any incantations, a cold touch landed on her shoulder. A hand pressed down on her, and instantly, her body became completely immobile. At the same time, someone leaned in close to her ear. The man's cold breath ghosted over her neck, slipping down her collar, sending a chill deep into her bones. His hair brushed lightly against her skin. If this were the old Qingli, she would have already been trembling in fear. After all, experiencing these terrifying dreams every night, any normal person would be scared. Especially someone with a guilty conscience. Yet Yu Li's eyes gleamed slightly, filled with anticipation. This was the first time she had faced her little boyfriend while he was fully conscious inside the instance. The man didn't see Yu Li's expression. He only felt her body tremble slightly, mistaking it for fear, and let out a low chuckle. "Didn't you say I'm your boyfriend? I'm here to see you now, aren't you happy?" His voice, still in the deep yet clear tone of his youth, was so pleasant it made people want to close their eyes and bask in it. Though he had died years ago and his appearance remained that of a teenager, the aura he carried after being a ghost for so long was no different from the real-world Bojing Mo. Yuli couldn't move her body, but at least she could still talk. She deliberately imitated his tone and replied slowly, "Of course I'm happy. My boyfriend came to see me, why wouldn't I be?" Bojing Mo hadn't expected her to say that. He paused briefly, then lowered his gaze with a faint laugh. "You're even calmer than I thought." No wonder she had managed to deceive Zhangxi and the others. He straightened slightly, his hand sliding from her shoulder to her neck. His cold fingertips brushed over her skin, faintly sensing the warmth pulsing through the blood vessels beneath. Suppressing the urge to sink his teeth into her, Bojing Mo's gaze darkened. His tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, and his grip slowly tightened, his fingers gently circling her neck. The motion looked dangerous, filled with murderous intent, yet in reality, his fingertips were merely stroking the delicate skin. He asked, "Qingli, why don't I remember us being together?" Yuli blinked. "Then you must have amnesia." Heaven knows, she wasn't lying. Unfortunately, someone didn't think the same way. Hearing those familiar words a second time, Bojing Mo's actions faltered slightly, his eyes momentarily dazed. Once, a woman had told him the same thing. "You've just lost your memory. You're actually my husband." And that woman had been the one who killed him. Now, another woman, one who carried an alluring scent, was telling him, "You have amnesia." One after another. Was this something the system had deliberately set up for him? Bojing Mo's gaze turned cold. The logic he had momentarily lost due to her scent snapped back into place, and his voice suddenly dropped to an icy, emotionless tone. Is that so? Well, since I don't remember, then none of it matters anymore. Yuli. Doesn't matter anymore? Bo, don't regret this. She much preferred this crazy bastard when he was losing his mind. It was much cuter than this forced composure. He always put on an act when he was sober. Even back when she was chasing him, he was the same. His words and actions never aligned. Yuli could accept saving her little boyfriend. But that didn't mean she was willing to chase him again. She had already been spoiled by Bojing Mo's affection. She couldn't stand the thought of being wronged. Besides, in the instance, if the man didn't cooperate, it would be hard for her to keep up her act. TCH, how should I make him lose control? Her gaze landed on the pen on the table, eyes flickering with thought. Bojing Mo, not hearing a response from Yuli, frowned. Had he said something too harsh? Just as he was about to speak, the woman suddenly chuckled. Bojing Mo, do you want to play the spirit summoning game again? What? His eyes shifted to the props on the table. What do you want to ask me? But Yuli said, no, you're the one asking me. Hearing this, Bojing Mo froze before frowning. What kind of trick was this woman trying to play? Just as he was about to refuse, he heard her continue. Of course, if you don't want to play, there's nothing I can do. It's up to you. Though she spoke with a smile, Bojing Mo inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of danger, a feeling that if he refused he'd be doomed. After a few seconds of silence, Yuli felt the grip on her neck loosen. A low, obscure voice brushed against her ear. I'll play. The night darkened, and the wind fell silent. Boundless darkness swallowed the school, filling every inch with a suffocating stillness. But beneath the teaching building, the scene was entirely different. Yuli sat in a chair as a man's body leaned in from behind, his presence completely surrounding her. In the dim candlelight, their overlapping shadows stretched along the floor, shrouded in an intimate aura. The man slowly lowered his head, reaching out to grasp the pen on the table. His skin was unnaturally pale and translucent, like crystalline snow, exuding an icy chill. Beneath the surface, faint blue veins were clearly visible, completely devoid of any trace of life. Unlike before, when Bojing Mo had held the upper hand. This time, Yuli was on top. She chuckled softly and slowly placed her hand back down, her fingertips seemingly brushing past the man's wrist unintentionally, sending an unfamiliar sensation rippling through his skin. The moment her soft, warm palm covered his cold hand, Bojing Mo's body tensed abruptly, his pupils shrinking as an involuntary shudder ran through him. He wasn't sure if it was rejection or excitement. He twitched his fingertips, but in the next second, the woman's grip tightened. Don't move, boyfriend. She spoke with a smile, tilting her head slightly to look at him. Or else, I won't be able to hold the pen properly. The candlelight flickered, its glow casting shifting shadows over her stunning features. Strands of chestnut-colored hair cascaded down, and her expression was languid, appearing even more enchantingly eerie in the night. Yet her eyes, as they looked at him, held nothing but warmth and affectionate laughter. Bojing Mo was momentarily dazed, unconsciously drawn into her gaze, and his hand obediently stayed still. Yuli's fox-like eyes curved slightly, a captivating smile teasing at the corners, her expression seemingly designed to tempt the soul. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke, letting the silent tension swirl in the air, weaving an intricate web of intimacy. No one knew how long it lasted before the woman slowly leaned in, gradually closing the distance between them. Just a few centimeters apart, so close that if either of them lowered their heads, their lips would brush. Her gaze deliberately lingered on his lips, and she let out a light, teasing laugh. Good boy. Now, it's your turn to ask me a question. She smells so good. Bojing Mo's body stiffened, his mind echoing only this thought. She smelled intoxicatingly sweet. With every word she spoke, the alluring fragrance on her body intensified, growing richer, more overwhelming. His gaze locked onto her lips as they moved, his eyes darkening, an undercurrent of turmoil brewing beneath his calm exterior. Something within him was beginning to spiral out of control, logic clashing violently with desire. One voice told him, she's lying to you. She's a fraud. Don't believe a single word she says. Kill her now before it's too late. The other voice whispered seductively, forget everything. Give in to what you really want. Lean in, kiss her, claim her without hesitation. After all, she's just an NPC, just a game character, isn't she? A game? A faint glint of red flashed through his eyes as his Adam's apple bobbed. His pupils were as dark as a bottomless abyss, and his voice came out hoarse, laced with something unidentifiable. Are you, really Qingli? She wasn't Qingli. Was she Philia? No, that wasn't right. Who was she, really? Bojing Mo's mind was in chaos, his rationality fraying at the edges. A dull throbbing pulsed at his temples as alarms blared inside his head, every remaining sliver of reason screaming at him to stay away from this woman. He regretted agreeing to this. Desperate to regain control, he instinctively tried to pull his hand away. But at that moment, the woman's grip tightened, her gaze lazily sweeping over his face as a smirk tugged at her lips. What's wrong? Meeting her calm and composed gaze, Bojing Mo's pupils contracted. And in that instant he understood. This woman, she was deliberately provoking him. But why? How could she possibly know? Before Bojing Mo could recover from his shock, she suddenly leaned closer, tilting her head to expose the slender curve of her neck. Her pale skin was left completely vulnerable in the open air, and she let out a light, teasing laugh. You're staring at me like you want to bite me. Want to have a taste? The scent of sweet, tempting blood was right before him. The candlelight reflected in Bojing Mo's eyes, staining them a deep crimson. His breath grew heavy, His body tensed, and his gaze locked onto her with an unrelenting intensity. Like a starving stray dog catching sight of the most delicious bone, his eyes instantly gleamed with a feral hunger, desperate to pounce. But Bojing Mo had been wrong all along. He always thought that what had happened in the last instance was an accident, or perhaps a trick played by the system. But it had never been an accident. It was his deepest, most primal desire, a craving that had long since taken root and festered in the depths of his soul. He wanted this woman. He wanted everything about her. Both her body and her soul. He longed to possess them completely. His eyes darkened with unrecognizable emotions. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, his mind clouded with nothing but want. He had forgotten why he had even come here in the first place. Following the purest, most unfiltered instinct, he leaned in, slowly closing the distance between his lips and her exposed neck. But just as he was about to make contact, Yuli suddenly let out a mocking scoff and leaned back. What, you actually took it seriously? In an instant, Bojing Mo's eyes turned blood red. Yuli hadn't expected Bojing Mo to ask that question. No, actually, it was within expectations. With Bojing Mo's level of perception, there was no way he hadn't sensed it. Even though this wasn't exactly how she had planned things to go, it wasn't necessarily a bad outcome either. Looking at the man's blood-red eyes, his rationality seemingly gone, Yuli raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, she reached out and cupped the side of his face, her fingertips trailing along the corner of his eye. The contrast between his icy skin and her warmth was stark. But, it felt quite nice. Yuli deliberately exposed her neck without letting him bite. For a disobedient little dog, there was no need to be too kind. Her voice was soft. You want to bite me? The only response she got was the man lowering his head again, nuzzling closer. But Yuli merely tugged lightly at his hair, her gaze dropping coldly as she ordered, enunciating each word clearly. No. His movements froze instantly. Seeing the grievance in his eyes, Yuli felt no pity at all. She knew this wasn't enough. If she wanted Bojing Mo to completely snap, she needed to push him further. With that thought, a sudden smile curled her lips, her eyes shimmering like stardust, soft and full of emotion. Be good, I haven't answered your question yet. She gestured toward the table where their hands were still holding the pencil together. Now, I'll give you an answer. The pencil scratched softly against the paper, producing a faint rustling sound. Bojing Mo's gaze was locked onto Yuli's hand, unmoving. Seconds later, the pencil slowly came to a stop. And when he saw the answer written down, the air seemed to freeze. Bojing Mo's pupils contracted in disbelief. His breathing turned erratic, a rush of ice-cold blood surging straight to his head. For a split second, he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but it felt as if his long-dead heart had suddenly beaten again. There, beneath their fingertips, was a single word. Fake. Are you Qingli? Fake. Even though he had already suspected the truth, seeing it confirmed in front of him still sent a jolt through his system. Bojing Mo's eyes remained fixed on the word, burning with a fiery intensity, as if he wanted to scorch it into nothingness. He tried to turn his head, but the woman's warm palm pressed against his face, stopping him. A soft breath tickled his ear, her voice laced with amusement and lazy mischief. Do you like this answer? His gaze fell on the way her throat bobbed slightly as she spoke. His voice came out hoarse, barely above a whisper. I like it. Satisfied, she finally let go of his face and allowed him to look at her. Their eyes met. His gaze was dark, inky, bottomless, so intense it felt like he wanted to swallow her whole. Yuli couldn't help but laugh. All right, she couldn't tease him any further. She let go of the pencil, wrapping her arms around his neck as she tilted her head up, drawing closer inch by inch. Her fox-like eyes curved mischievously, deliberate in her provocation. Come here. Bojing Mo took the bait instantly, his arms tightening around her waist as he leaned in. Just as their lips were about to meet, Yuli suddenly smirked, her movements pausing. She narrowed her eyes slightly and pressed a fingertip against his lips. Wait a second. Before Bojing Mo could react, she abruptly lowered her head and bit down on his Adam's apple. Her tongue even flicked against it. Bojing Mo's body stiffened violently, his arms instinctively tightening around her. His mind blanked. For a moment, he could hear nothing but a deafening ringing in his ears. The world blurred, his surroundings fading away into nothingness. Only the warmth at his throat felt undeniably real. The soft, fragrant woman in his arms was like a deadly drug. Every move she made, every breath from her lips, every fleeting expression in her eyes, all of it struck Bojing Mo's already delirious nerves like an electric current. At this moment, even his hunger for her blood was overshadowed by something deeper. His eyes turned a shade of crimson so dark it looked like spilled ink. Excitement. Frenzy. Arousal. A desperate, restless thirst, one that had absolutely nothing to do with blood. His throat let out an uncontrolled, ragged breath. That usual pretense of cold detachment had long since shattered, leaving behind nothing but raw desire and uncontrollable madness. Like a rabid dog on a leash, struggling against its chains, just wanting to get closer to lick, bite, devour his favorite master. His lips hovered over hers, just a breath away, ready to claim her. But suddenly, a soft palm covered his eyes, plunging him into darkness. A mad dog will always submit unconditionally to its master. And right now, his supreme master was gently stroking his cheek, her voice commanding, leaving no room for refusal. I don't want it in a dream. Come to the real world. In the pitch-black room, on a large, spacious bed, the man had somehow crawled on top of it. Two figures entwined in the darkness. The moment Yuli opened her eyes, she felt a cool breath against her neck. Her chin tingled as soft strands of hair brushed against her skin. She shut her eyes again, turned her face away, and sighed. Her fingers buried into the man's hair, gently tugging to signal him to stop. Bojing Mo, are you a dog? Sniffing at her neck over and over again, occasionally even nibbling. The man's movements halted. He lifted his head. In the dark, his eyes glowed ominously, tinged with a strange, eerie red. Licking his slightly dry lips, he lowered his head and pressed a series of kisses along her jaw. His voice came out hoarse and low. Can I kiss you, Lily? Now he was calling her Lily? Yuli shot him a glance, arching an eyebrow, smirking with playful amusement. Aren't you already kissing me? He nudged his lips against the corner of her mouth, his voice thick with unmistakable longing. You know where I mean. Can I? As expected. This version of Bojing Mo was much more obedient. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Reaching out, she traced a fingertip from the corner of his eye, down along his cheek, skimming past his lips, his chin until she reached his throat. Then, she pressed down lightly against his Adam's apple. A deliberate, seductive movement. Feeling it shift under her touch, Yuli let out a soft laugh. Her voice feigned innocence. And who am I to you? Bojing Mo propped himself up, lowering his head. His dark ink-colored hair fell over his face, barely concealing the madness burning in his blood-red eyes. Whatever restraint he once had, it was completely shattered. His throat bobbed. That fire inside him had nowhere to go, suffocating him from the inside out. His voice came out husky, desperate. Girlfriend. You're my girlfriend. Yuli's mood immediately improved. Now that's more like it. Her eyes curved in delight as she patted the man's head, then tilted her chin up and kissed him. Just as she was about to pull away, she playfully bit his lips. Boyfriend, this is your reward. The night was long and unending. Some indulged in reckless abandon. Others stood alone in the cold, waiting for news that would never come. Inside the teaching building of Holy Wings High School, a lone figure stood silently beside K. Yulong's corpse. His silhouette blended into the night, gaze lowered, wordless as he stared at the body. Around him, several shadowy figures crouched in silence. Bathed in moonlight, those figures wore tattered, filthy school uniforms. Their unnaturally pale skin was mottled with dense, rotting corpse spots. No one spoke. After a long while, the standing man finally broke the silence. His voice was old, worn, but carried an authoritative calm that demanded no anger to instill fear. How did Bojing Mo leave? One of the crouching students trembled violently and stammered out an answer. He left with Qingli. That woman took Bojing Mo's photo with her. Qingli, a name all too familiar. The man cast a cold glance at the student who had spoken. The next second, the ghostly student dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground in terror. His voice was full of panic. I tried to stop them, but it was useless. And Bojing Mo didn't even fight back. The man suddenly crouched down and reached out a hand. His skin was marred with grotesque burn scars, the flesh twisted and ruined. That hand came to rest lightly on the ghost student's head. His tone remained gentle yet sent chills down the spine. It's all right, good child, the teacher won't blame you. Lowering his eyes, he let out a hoarse chuckle. Qingli used to be my student, too. Looks like Bojing Mo just went to reunite with an old classmate. After all, he's such a good student. He'll come back sooner or later. Despite his reassuring words, his grip tightened. Tighter. As if he was about to crush the skull beneath his palm. The barely concealed rage in his eyes flickered like a storm barely held back. After a long silence, his expression slowly returned to calm. He withdrew his hand, lightly ruffled the student's hair, and chuckled softly. Forgive me, the teacher got a little carried away again. The ghost student frantically shook his head. No, not at all. Being used to relieve your anger is an honor, teacher. The man's lips curled faintly, his gaze indifferent as he stood up and began walking toward the teaching building. Come. Class is starting. We have new students, we should give them a proper welcome. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his head, flashing a sinister grin at the last girl in the group. Oh, and don't forget to write an absence slip for Bojing Mo, won't you? Our dear class monitor, Hooling. At the very back, Hooling's entire body stiffened. Her face already pale beneath the moonlight drained of all color. She instinctively shrunk her neck, shifting her posture to hide the red marks on her throat. Her vacant eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Yes, teacher. The next day, Yuli received a call from Zhangxi. The other party invited her out for coffee. At the time, Yuli was standing in front of the mirror, examining the marks on her collarbone. As for the culprit, he had vanished early in the morning, without a trace. Given the legend of the murders occurring at Holy Wings High School every midnight, Yuli figured that ghosts probably couldn't appear during the day. Fine. She'd settle accounts with a certain ghost tonight. She got dressed and walked into the living room, only to find that a photo had somehow fallen to the floor. Yuli picked it up absent-mindedly and put it back into her album. Grabbing her bag, she prepared to leave. But just as she opened the door, the album suddenly fell off the table again. This time, it landed open, right on the page containing Bojing Mo's photo. Raising an eyebrow, Yuli paused for a few seconds at the doorway before turning back. She stood over the album, staring at the photo. Coincidence. She picked it up and placed it back on the table. After a moment of thought, she tapped her fingers against the surface and suddenly spoke. If you want to come with me, drop it again. The words had barely left her lips when, whoosh, the album flipped off the table once more. The windows were sealed shut. There was no way the wind could have done that. Yuli let out a soft chuckle. She took out the photo again, sliding it into the inner pocket of her bag. All right, I got it. The system had just emerged for the first time since last night only to witness this eerie scene. It hadn't gotten a clear look at who was in the photo, but still, it was so stunned that it blurted out. Big sis, can you control photo albums now? The filming schedule was so tightly packed that it rarely had a chance to show up. Last night, Yuli hadn't even allowed it to come out. It had finally managed to sneak in a breath of fresh air only to be met with this? Hearing its shock, Yuli laughed. That wasn't me. She patted the system's little head. It was Bojing Mo. Huh. The system was baffled. Hadn't Bojing Mo and Yuli barely interacted last night? How did one night pass and suddenly, they were entangled again? A memory suddenly surfaced, Bojing Mo sneaking into her villa in the previous instance. The system fell silent. It had underestimated Yuli. The livestream chat had been right all along. Bojing Mo really was. He was. Oh no. It forgot the exact term. Something about a dog. Glancing at the marks on Yuli's neck, the system nodded in firm agreement. Doesn't matter what kind of dog. He's a dog. Yuli assumed the system wanted to show her chat comments, but she didn't have time for that now, so she gently stroked its head, smiling warmly. I'm busy right now. Be good, I'll check later. The system was instantly appeased. It completely forgot about the comments. Okay, big sis, I'll wait for you. What it didn't know was, once Bojing Mo appeared, Yuli's personal time would cease to exist. At the arranged time, Yuli arrived at the cafe. After speaking with the staff, she was led to a secluded corner. Jiangxi had clearly been waiting for a while. Her coffee was already half finished. Another cup sat across from her, still steaming, obviously meant for Yuli. When she saw Yuli, she smiled and stood up in greeting. I happen to have business here, so I figured I'd wait for you. That coffee is a new release, still hot. Yuli raised an eyebrow and replied, thanks. She picked up the cup, took a sip, then set it down again. Miss Zhang, what did you want to talk about? Jiangxi hesitated for a moment, her fingers fidgeting anxiously against the tabletop. Well, Miss Qingli, you mentioned that you went to Holy Wings High School to find Bojing Mo, and I was a little curious, so, She struggled to finish her sentence, her expression troubled. Yuli chuckled, her tone light. Miss Zhang, if you keep hesitating like this, my coffee is going to get cold before you finish, and then I'll have to ask you to buy me another one. Her teasing tone dissipated some of Jiangxi's nerves. The woman let out an embarrassed laugh. Of course, you can order whatever you want. Yet, deep inside, Jiangxi was thinking about what she had discovered last night. Could someone like Yuli really have bullied Bojing Mo back in high school? Her gaze swept across the files on the table. Suppressing the emotions in her eyes, she suddenly shifted the conversation directly. Miss Qing, can you really summon spirits? Yuli raised an eyebrow and stirred her coffee leisurely. I don't recall ever saying I could summon spirits. Yesterday, I only said I've looked into it a little. Jiangxi hesitated, then sighed, dropping all pretenses. Miss Qingli, I won't lie to you anymore. At this point, she had no one left to turn to. Sen Xiu was completely unreliable. She clenched her coffee cup, her gaze lowered as she mumbled. The reason I agreed to shoot the film with Sen Xiu was never about curiosity over the school legend. It was because of my friend, Hooling. Yuli smiled and picked up where Jiangxi had left off. When Jiangxi's head snapped up in shock, Yuli casually took another sip of her coffee and spoke slowly. It was easy to guess, Miss Zhang. You overreacted too much yesterday. Jiangxi was stunned. She didn't bother denying it. Instead, she let out a bitter laugh and began speaking. For the past few days, I've been having the same dream, over and over again. She couldn't remember when it started. But every time, the dream followed the exact same sequence. In the dream, she was back at Holy Wings High School. Just like before, she and Hooling attended classes together, walked home together. But then, the dream would shift. Hooling suicide hanging herself. That scene would repeat endlessly. And Jiangxi could only stand there, watching like an outsider, unable to stop it. In the silent, empty dormitory, the girl hung in midair, her face flushed red from asphyxiation. Her body jerked and twisted, struggling desperately. A strangled, suffocating whimper leaked from her lips as her breath faded. Minutes passed. Her heartbeat ceased. Her life ended. And yet throughout it all, she had been calling Jiangxi's name. At first, Jiangxi hadn't understood. But as the dreams repeated, she finally recognized what Hooling was saying. She was saying, Jiangxi, save me. And the moment Jiangxi realized this, the dream changed again. She saw Hooling after death, still wearing the Holy Wings High School uniform. A deep ligature mark encircled her throat. Her bulging, lifeless eyes stared blankly ahead. And standing before her, a shadowy figure, their face obscured, back turned to Jiangxi, a ruler in hand. Before Jiangxi could react, she saw the figure suddenly raise the ruler and strike Hooling. As if that wasn't enough, he reached out and wrapped his hand around her throat, his grip so tight that the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Hooling's pupils rolled upward, her expression filled with fear and despair. She choked out a trembling plea. Teacher, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Jiangxi stood frozen, her body reacting on instinct as she took a step forward. At that moment, Hooling seemed to sense her presence. Her pained expression suddenly stilled, and then, she screamed. Jiangxi, save me, I don't want to stay here. Jiangxi tried to run toward her. But no matter how far she ran, the distance between them never changed. Sometimes, she would get close enough to almost touch them, close enough to finally see who the figure was. But before she could, she would always wake up. She remembered everything from the dreams. Once or twice could be dismissed as coincidence. But when it kept happening, Jiangxi could no longer ignore it. Desperate for answers, she had gone to Sen Xiu. He claimed to have experience filming these kinds of paranormal projects, even saying that he knew some spirit channeling techniques. If Hooling's soul is still lingering, he had said, then maybe I can help. And so, everything that followed had happened. But now, Sen Xiu had been a fraud. Jiangxi's nightmares hadn't stopped. If anything, they had only worsened. The figure abusing Hooling had become more violent, his temper more erratic, his punishments more brutal. Jiangxi had watched it all, her heart pounding with terror each time. With no other options left, she had come to Qingli for help. Even though her reputation on the forums was overwhelmingly negative, last night's encounter had left Jiangxi with an inexplicable sense of trust toward her. The Qingli described online and the Qingli she had met felt like two completely different people. Jiangxi had always been the type to trust her first instinct. That was why when Sen Xiu had asked if she had discovered anything, she had chosen to hide the existence of that photo. And now, so, I want to ask you for help. By the time Jiangxi finished speaking, tears were streaming down her face. Her voice trembled as she lowered her head, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Large droplets of tears fell into her coffee cup. She lifted her head, looking at Yuli with tear-filled eyes, brimming with desperation. She was my best friend. I don't want her to suffer even after death. Please, help me. Hearing Jiangxi's plea, Yuli's gaze shifted slightly, her expression unreadable as she tapped the rim of her cup with her fingertip. She had to admit, Jiangxi truly deserved to be the female lead. Her ability to immerse herself in a role was remarkable. Despite being a newcomer who had only acted in a few storylines, her emotional engagement was on par with a seasoned actor. This kind of audience appeal was always well received. The viewers all praised Jiangxi's skill, but Yuli didn't quite agree. Having a protagonist tier plot armor wasn't enough without actual acting skills, one could still get heavily criticized. But Jiangxi was naturally suited for this line of work. Her ability was just the icing on the cake. And as it turned out, Yuli's guess was correct. The livestream chat was now filled with uniform reactions. Weevuo, I can't believe Jiangxi went to Holy Wings High School for this reason. So heartbreaking. Crying. This reason. She couldn't bear to see her friend suffer even after death. Jiangxi's acting is top-notch, I'm crying like a fool. Weevuo, if my best friend died and was still being mistreated, I'd want to kill the bastard who bullied her? Who cares if they're a ghost? Exactly? This plot is insane. I really didn't expect that even ghosts get bullied by other ghosts. Just like how the weak get picked on by the strong. But what's the point of Jiangxi looking for Qingli? Wasn't she the one who bullied Bojing Mo? Even if she knows something, given her personality, would she really help? No matter how gentle she acts, deep down, she's still cold and heartless. Weevuo, Jiangxi, you're asking the wrong person. Not necessarily. Didn't Jiangxi find some dirt on her? Maybe she can use it as leverage. Faced with the girl's tears, Yuli remained completely unmoved. She simply pulled out a tissue and handed it over, speaking in a detached tone. But why are you so sure I can help you? I'm just an ordinary person too, aren't I? Jiangxi took the tissue and wiped her tears, looking at her with watery eyes. You said before that you dreamt of your boyfriend. Did he come to you because something was bullying him too? Yuli. Who would dare bully him? Her little boyfriend might be a bit crazy, but his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Based on the backstory, Bojing Mo must have entered Qingli's dream to lure her to Holy Wings High School and kill her. But who would have expected Yuli to take over this body midway? She crossed her arms over her chest, leaned back in her chair, and chuckled, going along with Jiangxi's words. Probably. Jiangxi's eyes lit up as she carefully asked, then can we go save your boyfriend together? And help my friend too. So humble. Jiangxi, my baby girl, how can you be this humble? Weevuo, Jiangxi, don't be afraid. Your protagonist tier plot armor won't let you die. We'll always be with you. Don't teabag that wicked woman? She definitely won't agree. Sure enough, in the next second, Yuli lightly raised an eyebrow. If I could save him, why would I bring along burdens like you? Her words were sharp, but they weren't wrong. Jiangxi's expression darkened. Her fingers clenched around the documents beside her, only to suddenly release them a few seconds later. Qingli, last night I looked through the old school forums. There's a record of your past with Bojing Mo. As she spoke, she looked up and met Yuli's intrigued gaze. The woman's eyes gleamed with keen interest. Oh, my past with Bojing Mo. Jiangxi subconsciously swallowed, gritted her teeth, and mustered the courage to say, what's written there is completely different from what you said. You and Bojing Mo don't seem as in love as you claim to be. With that, she took out the file and handed it over. Yuli's eyes fell on the folder, and she picked it up to read. A few minutes later, she suddenly chuckled. Miss Jiang, you really do surprise me. Jiangxi pursed her lips, staying silent. Then, Yuli lazily spoke again, but this doesn't mean much to me. Jiangxi's face changed drastically. Seeing Yuli stand up, she thought all hope was lost. Tears welled up as she choked out, Miss Qingli, you, wait for my message tonight. But Yuli cut her off directly. She tilted her head slightly and casually waved the folder in her hand, her tone indifferent. Though it's not exactly a threat, I'll take this as a gift. I'll accept it as payment. She froze for a moment. Then, surprise flickered in her eyes, and she hastily nodded. Just as she was about to say okay, the woman suddenly turned around. Yuli smiled and said, "Oh, right. I still want to clarify Bojing Mo really is my boyfriend. When we meet again, you can ask him yourself." Shi. If she didn't know Bojing Mo wouldn't date anyone, she might have actually believed it. Ask Bojing Mo herself? She was afraid her former teammate would rip her to shreds on the spot. This NPC was bold of all people, she just had to choose Bojing Mo. Forcing a few dry chuckles, Shi nodded. All right. Noticing the female lead's obvious disbelief, Yuli merely chuckled and left the cafe without further explanation. It didn't matter whether others believed her. She just needed to coax the little boyfriend in her pocket. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yu Hao noticed his screen time shrinking and grew increasingly anxious. He cursed the DEM system. Why did it assign him such a peripheral role? His screen time was even less than that of an NPC. This wouldn't do. If things continued like this, his rating would drop lower than a newcomer's. He pulled out his phone and made a call. It was answered within seconds, and Sen Xiu's impatient voice came through. Yu Hao, what do you want? Yu Hao didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Sen Xiu, whatever you're planning next, take me with you. There was a brief silence on the other end before Sen Xiu sneered, his tone laced with mockery. Yu Hao, are you crazy? If you have the guts, go ask the newcomers. They're the protagonists. How would I know? As if he would ask a bunch of newbies. That would be too humiliating. Yu Hao would rather die than do something so degrading. Gritting his teeth, he said, Sen Xiu, do you really think I don't know your ability lets you glimpse future developments? You must already know what the protagonists are going to do. We're both veteran players. What's the harm in taking me along? Besides, my skill lets me heal people once. If you get injured by a ghost, I can patch you up. It's a mutually beneficial deal. No reason to refuse, right? Sen Xiu fell silent at that, his gaze darkening. His ability indeed let him glimpse future events, but only once per scenario, and he had just used it when Yu Hao called. Sen Xiu seriously suspected Yu Hao's actual skill was surveillance. Otherwise, how could his timing be this perfect? Still, a healing skill, huh? In a horror film, that was undeniably a useful trump card. If caught by a ghost, survival was the top priority. But partnerships like these required mutual trust. If one party had ulterior motives, the other would suffer. Sen Xiu had never worked with Yu Hao before, so he wasn't sure if he could trust him. After a few minutes of contemplation, he finally spoke. Yu Hao, are you sure you'll help me when the time comes? Of course. Yu Hao answered without hesitation. Sensing an opportunity, he quickly flattered him with a few laughs. Brother Xiu, you've always been well connected in the film set. Why would I lie to you? That'd be shooting myself in the foot. How would I survive here after that? Sen Xiu thought about it and figured he had a point. He glanced at his phone screen and said, tonight, the protagonists will return to Holy Wings High School. I just uploaded last night's video online. We'll use the excuse that the audience wants more footage to shamelessly tag along. Why are they going back? Yu Hao asked, puzzled. Sen Xiu's face darkened. How the hell would he know? His ability only let him glimpse the protagonists' actions, not their reasoning. Why do you care? Just follow along. Got it. TCH acting all high and mighty. Yu Hao secretly scoffed but still plastered on a fawning smile. Got it, got it. Whatever you say, Brother Xiu. After all, when push came to shove, he'd make sure to save himself first. Yuli had guessed correctly. Bojing Mo couldn't appear during the day. It wasn't until around 6 or 7 in the evening, when the sun had set, that the male ghost suddenly appeared in the living room. At that moment, Yuli was lying on the sofa, dozing off to the sound of the television. The folder she had taken from Shi was resting on the coffee table. Her head was cushioned against the sofa's armrest, with only a thin blanket draped over her body. Her slightly wavy chestnut hair cascaded behind her like a waterfall, and her sleeping expression was serene and lazy. But halfway through her nap, a sudden chill crept over her, stirring her awake. Slowly, she opened her eyes, still drowsy and unfocused. Yet her body reacted instinctively. She raised a hand, pressing it against the back of the man's head, her pale fingertips sinking into his soft hair as she gave it a gentle rub. Her tone was laced with helplessness, still carrying the softness of just waking up. Bojing Mo, you're freezing. The man stiffened at her words. He lifted his gaze to look at her, his eyes slightly downturned, filled with a mix of frustration and guilt. Still, he obediently straightened up. Lily, go back to sleep. Yuli wasn't upset with him. Instead, she hooked her arms around his neck, pulling the ghost closer and giving him a casual kiss before murmuring lazily, I'm not blaming you. I was just waiting for you to fall asleep. Help me up? She had been napping since the afternoon. Last night, she had tangled with Bojing Mo for too long, and since she had to go out again tonight, this was her only chance to catch up on sleep. Bojing Mo's eyes brightened instantly. He eagerly pulled her up and into his arms, nuzzling against her like a puppy, sniffing here and there as if Yuli were some delicious, fragrant treat. Yuli had long since gotten used to his odd behavior in her past life, so she didn't push him away. Instead, she picked up the file from the table with her fingers. The forum had thousands of posts. Reading through it all would take some time. She patted Bojing Mo's arm and tilted her chin at him. Do you remember this forum? Bojing Mo glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze, lowering his head to rub against her again. I do. I made it. You made it. Yuli turned to him, a little surprised. Bojing Mo might have a twisted mind, but his powerful brain still retained memories of this film set, his identity in this body, and his assigned mission. His lips brushed lightly against the curve of her ear, his gaze idly falling on the document as his tone remained soft and casual. It doesn't matter, Lily. After all, you're not her, are you? As if sensing his thoughts, Yuli arched a brow, set the file down, and reached out to lift his chin with a fingertip, narrowing her eyes. Bojing Mo, who do you think I am? Bojing Mo obediently tilted his head up. Under the bright white light, his once cold and aloof features were now filled with an unguarded, fervent love like a devoted worshipper gazing at his goddess. All of his previous indifference and distance had vanished. He pressed a light kiss to the corner of her lips and simply whispered 3 words, I don't know. Before Yuli could respond, his hands had already slid around her waist. His gentle kisses trailed downward, leaving faint marks along her neck and collarbone. Philia, Qingli, you could be any of them, or none at all. I will always recognize you. His voice was thick with possessiveness. But you can only be here for me. Just like how the deranged Bojing Mo only recognized Yuli's scent, a puppy would only allow its owner to love itself. Hearing the name Philia, Yuli raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You're just telling me outright. If the system were here to hear Bojing Mo's words, it would definitely be screaming in protest. No, you're breaking character? Yuli twirled a strand of his hair between her fingers, her gaze flickering as she suddenly spoke slowly. You can think of me as an NPC with independent consciousness. I only recently awakened in the film set system, and the first role I played was alongside you. She had no intention of telling Bojing Mo her true identity. Not for any grand reason, just pure pettiness and amusement. Since someone had claimed that his past memories didn't matter after losing his memory, she would grant his wish. She wanted the sane Bojing Mo to one day realize that his insane self had fallen for an NPC in the game, while his real self was still curious about his junior in reality. In any case, the game's deranged Bojing Mo was easy to fool and coax. As for the real Bojing Mo, she'd keep him on the hook. Thinking of this, Yuli's smile grew even brighter. She was cheating on herself. How amusing. Bojing Mo, on the other hand, had no doubts whatsoever. In fact, he had already suspected as much. Qingli was human and lacked the player's identifier. Unlike him, that meant she could only be an NPC. A faint red light flickered in his eyes as his gaze swept past the document on the coffee table. His brows furrowed, and he quickly looked away, fingers idly tracing along Yuli's waist. So none of that matters. As long as she stayed with him, he didn't care about the storyline or character settings. He had never cared about such things. Yuli followed his gaze and smirked. Oh, aren't you afraid of getting a low score? I remember players really care about that. But the man merely let out a low chuckle. Dying would be even better. That way, I can stay in the film set with you forever. Wouldn't that be nice, Lily? There was even a hint of anticipation in his tone. Yuli, Bojing Mo, if you actually did that, she'd be the first to kill you. Grabbing him by the collar and pulling him closer, she narrowed her eyes, a dangerous smile in her gaze. Dear, but if I fail my task and the system detects my character breaking, I'll die. Bojing Mo wanted to disregard the script but didn't want his girlfriend to be punished either. In the end, he sulked in silence, his long lashes drooping as he pressed himself into the crook of her neck, lips pursed in frustration. Yuli ruffled his hair. Just listen to me. I'll come find you again next time, or you won't get to see me anymore. She picked up the file again and flipped through it. She wasn't entirely sure of this body's full identity. While the system had given her more backstory than in the previous scenario, it was still incomplete. The records only briefly mentioned that Qingli went to Holy Wings High School to get rid of Bojing Mo. The reason? Because he kept appearing in her dreams each time brutally killing her. It was completely different from Zhangxi's dreams. And as for that shadow that bullied Hooling, she tapped her chin in thought, then suddenly patted Bojing Mo's arm and asked, are there any other powerful ghosts in that school? Bojing Mo blinked and answered, they're all weak. None are as strong as me. All right. You're the strongest. But then, as if remembering something, Bojing Mo stiffened slightly. A strange glint flashed through his eyes, his lips parting as if to speak, but he said nothing. That ghost, he'd quietly eliminate it. That way, Lily wouldn't be in any danger. Yuli didn't notice his shift in expression. She tapped the edge of the file with her fingers, lost in thought. Her role here was probably to serve as a clue for the protagonist team. Maybe, if the plot had progressed normally, by the time Zhangxi came looking for Yuli the next day, she would have already discovered that the woman who bullied Bojing Mo had died at home. As the mysteries surrounding her grew more tangled, everything would have inevitably drawn her back to Holy Wings High School. First, Qingli had bullied Bojing Mo in the past. Then, Bojing Mo had taken his own life. After turning into a ghost, he had killed Qingli. A terrifyingly powerful vengeful spirit had finally stepped out of Holy Wings High School, committing atrocities until the protagonist team uncovered the truth, leading to the real mastermind behind it all. But now, thanks to her, Bojing Mo had been dragged away and forcibly set off. His spree of evil had collapsed halfway, and instead of dying, she was now even helping the protagonist find people. Noticing the male ghost beside her constantly nuzzling against her, Yuli glanced over and suddenly reached out, hooking her arm around his neck. Her fingertip grazed along the man's Adam's apple as her gaze lowered, her tone casual. Bojing Mo, I know you're hiding something from me. There's a pretty powerful ghost at that school looking for you, isn't there? A teacher? The principal? Or someone else? It didn't matter. Since that ghost had managed to control Hooling, it meant they had an extreme desire for control. Unfortunately for them, Bojing Mo was far too powerful. No matter how much they wanted to control him, it would be impossible. Bojing Mo had stayed around them for one reason only, because their way of killing people happened to amuse him. Hearing her words, a bloodthirsty red light flashed in Bojing Mo's eyes. He caught Yu Li's hand and lightly kissed it. His lips curled into a gentle smile, but his tone carried undisguised killing intent. Lily, I'll take care of him. No. But Yu Li simply stroked his face, her eyes curved in a soft smile. Her gaze was gentle, but her tone was full of threat. If you go on a killing spree, don't bother touching me next time. Since she was still alive, she might as well make the plot more interesting. Yuli hadn't forgotten her original goal. She chuckled and pressed a kiss to his cheek. Boyfriend, listen to me. I'll help you get a high score. At 10 p.m., Zhangxi and Ho Liang arrived at the gates of Holy Wings High School, both carrying large backpacks, fully prepared. But as the agreed time passed, Yuli was nowhere to be seen. Ho Liang frowned and turned to Zhangxi. She's not here yet. Zhangxi glanced at her phone and replied, I messaged her. She said she'll be here soon. Ho Liang didn't trust this Qingli at all. Someone capable of doing those things in the past, her morals and character were highly questionable. Could she really help them? Hesitating, he pursed his lips and said, She, is this Qingli really reliable? What if she's just messing with you? Maybe I should help you in Saint. Mr. Ho Liang, bad-mouthing someone behind their back isn't very nice, you know. A playful female voice suddenly interrupted him from behind. Ho Liang's back stiffened as he turned his head. Emerging from the darkness, the woman approached from a different direction. Unlike them, who were burdened with their large backpacks, Yu Li's attire was overly simple. She wore a long-sleeved top and pants that allowed for easy movement, with a denim jacket over them. Her chestnut-colored, slightly wavy long hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her delicate and exquisite face. Even dressed like this, the air of nobility she had cultivated over the years was impossible to hide. She looked completely out of place here, like a wealthy heiress who had accidentally wandered into the wilderness. Sorry, got delayed by something, Yu Li said with a smile, casually offering an apology. The something in question was a certain male ghost who had clung to her, refusing to let her leave. Bojing Mo had been uneasy about her going, and in the end, she had to kiss him several times before he reluctantly let her go. When she noticed the huge backpacks Zhangxi and Ho Liang were carrying, she paused for a moment before raising an eyebrow. Are you two going on a trip? Ho Liang was immediately annoyed by her skeptical tone. What did she mean by that? She didn't even bring anything, and yet she was questioning them? Just as he was about to frown and say something, Zhangxi quickly grabbed his hand and smiled at Yuli. Miss Qingli, we brought these just in case. If something unexpected happens, we'll have the tools to handle it. Yuli tilted her head slightly. Sensing Ho Liang's distrust, she smirked and said, Miss Zhang, seems like you and your boyfriend aren't on the same page. Your man doesn't seem to trust me at all. That makes things a bit difficult for me. Zhangxi blinked in surprise before pulling Ho Liang behind her and saying with mild disdain, ignore him. He doesn't know anything. I didn't even want to bring him in the first place, he just keeps getting in my way. Ho Liang turned his head away, choosing not to argue. Whether it was as Zhangxi's scripted boyfriend in this plot or simply as her teammate, he didn't trust this Qingli at all. An NPC wasn't usually of much use. Zhangxi didn't need to take her role so seriously. Yuli, however, wasn't particularly bothered. She simply chuckled. She hadn't wanted to get involved in the first place. But as her gaze fell on the female lead's face, she sighed internally. She actually liked smart and talented people. Maybe it was some kind of appreciation for gifted individuals? Looking at the fully packed backpack, Yuli was silent for a few seconds before pointing at it. Do you and your boyfriend have the same stuff in your bags? Zhangxi was momentarily stunned. After realizing what Yuli meant, she nodded quickly. Pretty much. Just ropes, painkillers, and some tools. If you need anything, Miss Qing, I can share. I don't need them. Dump it all. Yuli waved a hand dismissively. Carrying that much gear, were they afraid the ghosts wouldn't find them? Catching ghosts wasn't that complicated. She pointed at Zhangxi's backpack and instructed, just keep a flashlight. Dump the rest outside. Then she smiled and added, of course, you don't have to listen to me. Ho Liang instinctively furrowed his brows, about to tell Zhangxi to ignore her. But the moment he turned his head, he saw his girlfriend had already thrown her bag to the ground. She moved so fast that he didn't even have time to react. And then, as if nothing had happened, she turned back to Qingli and asked, anything else, Miss Qing? Ho Liang. This NPC was definitely a ghost. His childhood sweetheart had been brainwashed. The livestream chat erupted with laughter. I am dying of laughter, ha 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 ha. Did you see Ho Liang's dumbfounded face? I did. I'm in tears. Poor guy, his girlfriend not only dislikes him but is also running off with a woman she just met 2 days ago. Ho Liang, can anyone relate? My girlfriend left me for another woman. LMAO, sorry, I can't stop laughing. This is too funny. But seriously, why is Qingli making them dump everything? What if they end up needing it? Just because she didn't bring anything, does she have to make everyone else do the same? Have you ever seen anyone lugging giant backpacks around in a horror game? Besides, Qingli let Hooling keep his bag. If they really needed something, it wouldn't take both backpacks. Husband material unlocked. Honestly, I think Qingli actually looks out for Jiangxi, even if she doesn't sound like it. Kind of a tough love thing. Wait, hold on. Are you guys seriously trying to redeem a bully? Wake up. No one's redeeming anyone, just analyzing the situation. Honestly, if she really did bully someone, it'd be a shame. Why did such a solid NPC have to have that kind of backstory? Let's all collectively blame the system for this mess. Dojimoji for safety. Yuli appreciated actors who were willing to listen. Seeing Jiangxi decisively toss her bag aside, she nodded approvingly. Alright, let's go in. She casually pulled out a flashlight from her pocket and found the same wall they had climbed yesterday. Just as she was about to scale it, Jiangxi hesitantly asked, Qingli, are you sure you don't need any gear? Yuli raised an eyebrow as she stood on the chair, looking down at Jiangxi from above. Do you know why I told you to drop your backpack? Jiangxi shook her head, then after a moment of thought, hesitantly guessed, because it's too big and makes us an easy target. Above her, Yuli let out a soft chuckle. Jiangxi looked up just in time to see the moonlight illuminate Yuli's strikingly beautiful face, casting a silvery glow around her. Under the night sky, her elegant smile carried an air of absolute confidence. That's part of the reason, Yuli said. She glanced at Jiangxi, smirked, and continued in a slow, deliberate tone. But the main reason? If we do run into a ghost, you'll be able to run faster. Remember, don't worry about his survival. Just let him be the bait. Hooling, who was at the back. He was standing right here, okay. And besides, he would never abandon Jiangxi. Just as they climbed over the wall, a car slowly pulled up in front of the school gates. Two men stepped out, also carrying backpacks. Noticing the black backpack left on the ground, one of them frowned. Senxiu, they've already gone in. Senxiu glanced at the school and nodded. Looks like it. Sensing that Yu Hao wanted to ask something else, he quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's head into. Maybe we'll run into them. As he spoke, he tossed a camera to Yu Hao. Take this. Yu Hao scowled at the heavy equipment. Yesterday, carrying it had made his hands ache. Seeing it again now, he frowned. Why do we have to bring this? Senxiu gave him a deadpan look. We're here to film. Do you think we don't need a camera? TCH. Then why aren't you carrying it? Hearing Yu Hao's grumbling, Senxiu grinned, revealing perfectly aligned teeth. Because I'm the damn streamer. When have you ever seen a streamer filming their assistant? The moment they climbed over the wall, Yuli could feel countless pairs of eyes watching them. Some came from the teaching building, others from behind the trees, and even more lurked by the school gates, silently peering at them. But only Yuli could sense these stares. Jiangxi and Hooling merely felt that the air had grown colder, subconsciously rubbing their arms for warmth. They walked to the spot where Ke Yulong had fallen the night before. But when they arrived, they were shocked to find the ground empty. His body had disappeared. The flashlight beam illuminated only a dark red stain on the cement floor. How? Jiangxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Ke Yulong isn't dead. That was impossible. Before they had left last night, they had checked his heartbeat and breathing. He was definitely dead. Houling's face darkened. Could it be corpse reanimation? Yuli, holding a flashlight in one hand and keeping the other in her pocket, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, are you saying Ke Yulong turned into a zombie? Houling's face immediately blackened. What's wrong with that? The body was gone. Wasn't that what usually happened in zombie stories? Yuli didn't respond. Instead, she pointed the flashlight downward at her own feet. A set of drag marks became immediately visible in the beam of light. It was obvious Ke Yulong's body had been moved. Hooling realized how ridiculous his earlier statement had been. The corner of his eye twitched, his cheeks heating up. He wished he could rewind time a few seconds. Unfortunately, the woman beside him made sure to twist the knife a little deeper. Maybe those are zombie tracks, Yuli mused. Jiangxi crouched down to examine the marks more closely, frowning. Judging from the trail, it looks like this happened not long after we left last night. Who would take Ke Yulong's body? Yuli suddenly spoke up, answering with just one word. Ghosts. Hooling couldn't help but blurt out, you're saying a ghost took Ke Yulong's body? What for? Scoffing, he added, to take him to class. Hooling. Jiangxi frowned, clearly displeased. Watch your words. Stop talking like that. Yuli's face showed no emotion. She simply smiled and said, who knows? Before they could grasp the deeper meaning behind her words, a surprised voice called out from behind them. Hey, you guys are here too. They turned to see Senxiu and Yu Hao standing a short distance away, each carrying backpacks. Yu Hao had a camera in his hands, his face lighting up with excitement when he saw them. Jiangxi was also surprised to see these two veteran players again. What are you guys doing here? Senxiu raised an eyebrow and pointed at the camera. Shouldn't I be asking that? I'm just here for work. Gotta film something, you know. Yu Hao nodded. Yeah, but what about you guys? What are you doing here so late at night? Jiangxi immediately shut her mouth, giving a vague response. Nothing much. She had no intention of sharing what she knew with them. In a survival game like this, excessive kindness wasn't always a good thing. Yu Hao's fingers tightened around the camera, his gaze turning colder. This newbie was sharp. Sen Xiu, on the other hand, maintained his friendly smile. His eyes shifted to Yuli as he walked over and spoke in a warm voice. Qingli, want to team up with us? You saw what happened last night. I've got experience dealing with things like this. I can protect you. Clearly, since the protagonist wasn't talking, he was trying to extract information from the NPC instead. But Yuli merely glanced at him, her smile deepening. Her tone was lazy as she raised an eyebrow. Oh, I saw something all right. I personally saw Ke Yulong fall off the building. Sen Xiu's smile froze slightly. That was an accident last night. But today, I'm prepared. Yu Li's gaze briefly flickered to his backpack before she casually looked away. Why did these people always insist on carrying so much gear? Did they really think they'd use it all? She glanced at her phone to check the time, then looked at Sen Xiu. Where are you guys planning to film? Sen Xiu thought she was agreeing to join them and grinned. Haven't decided yet. Where do you want to go? Yu Li smirked, tilting her head as she answered slowly, word by word. The opposite direction of wherever you're going. LMAO, the rejection couldn't be any clearer. Qingli, please stay far, far away. Sen Xiu's face literally turned to stone. I swear I just heard a heart shatter. She really has zero interest in Sen Xiu. Duh, didn't everyone say her boyfriend is Bojing Mo? Wait, you actually believe that? That's totally made up. Qingli's just messing with people. I dunno, I think she sounded pretty serious. Hold on. Now that you mention it, I just realized I haven't seen Bojing Mo appear at all. OSH*T, you're right. Where is he? Did he disappear? Is he on strike? Did Qingli kill him? No way. Bojing Mo is ridiculously strong. Have you even seen his past runs? Every time he plays a ghost, he wipes out everyone within 5 minutes. Except Zhangxi. Wait, hold on. What's with that exception? What about Ho Liang? Are you secretly shipping Bojing Mo and Zhangxi? Hehehe, but don't you think they're kinda shippable? Bojing Mo never kills Zhangxi. He totally favors her. I used to ship them too, but after the Horror Villa arc, I kinda lost interest. Meanwhile, I'm still shipping Philia and Bojing Mo. Bruh, let it go. NPCs and players never end well. The system watched as the chat flooded with messages and quietly took screenshots. Later, it would show all of these to Big Sis. Hehe. In the end, Sen Xiu shamelessly followed them anyway, claiming that it would be safer if they all stuck together. He argued that he had ways to deal with ghosts and that working together would be beneficial. Zhangxi and Ho Liang hesitated but ultimately agreed. Sen Xiu had a point. The ghosts in this instance were powerful. If they encountered a strong one, at least they'd have more people to fight back. But they were still too inexperienced. Without realizing it, they let Sen Xiu subtly steer the conversation, revealing their true reason for coming here. However, Zhangxi was cautious when it came to Yuli. She simply said that Qingli was knowledgeable and was helping them out, without giving away any specific details. Sen Xiu nodded thoughtfully. So, this school has quite a few ghosts. His brows furrowed slightly. Even in other instances, ghosts weren't usually limited to just one entity. But given that there were also newcomers here, the difficulty level shouldn't have been this high from the start. As they talked, they arrived at a classroom, Zhangxi and Hooling's old classroom. Unlike Qingli's previous classroom, which was still clean and orderly, this one was in complete disarray. Desks were scattered chaotically, broken curtains trailed along the dusty floor, and a thick layer of grime covered everything. Zhangxi held her breath and began checking each desk, searching for anything unusual. But she found nothing. Sen Xiu noticed her actions, his gaze flickering as he asked, "Are you looking for something? Maybe I can help. Weren't you looking for Hooling? Why are you checking the desks?" Zhangxi shook her head. Not really. She had been hoping she might find something like the photos Qingli had discovered before, but it seemed that had just been a coincidence. Sen Xiu didn't press the issue, but Yu Hao scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. "We're all in this together. No need to keep secrets, right? You won't tell us anything." Zhangxi hesitated for a moment. "I'm really not looking for anything." She was just trying her luck. Yuli hadn't stepped into the classroom. She leaned lazily against the doorway, watching the group inside. Hearing their conversation, she suddenly spoke up. "We're looking for photos. This school might have hidden pictures of certain students. Do you guys want to help find them?" Zhangxi paused, slightly taken aback. Yu Hao, on the other hand, immediately latched onto her words, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What photos? And what's their purpose?" What's their purpose?" Qingli pretended to think for a moment before flashing a playful smile. "I have no idea. Maybe the ghosts are sealed inside them." As she spoke, she suddenly turned to Sen Xiu, her tone filled with anticipation. "What do you think? Aren't you supposed to be knowledgeable? You're such an experienced streamer, surely you've come across something like this before." Sen Xiu, who was only good at talking big. Well, he only kind of understood this stuff. 3. For Sen Xiu, this was already a major plot development. The photos? He had no idea about them before. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Zhangxi and Ho Liang. The two of them looked at Qingli with hesitation, as if they wanted to say something but held back. In their hearts, they silently confirmed the truth of her words. This NPC probably wasn't lying. Then again, NPCs were usually there to push the plot forward, they rarely deceived players. After a brief moment of thought, Sen Xiu met Yu Hao's gaze. The two of them instantly reached an unspoken agreement. There were too few opportunities to fight for screen time together, it was better to split up. Thinking of this, a smooth, calculating smile appeared on his face. How about this, we split up to search? That way, we can move faster. Then, we meet back at 12. The ghosts only show up at midnight anyway, so it should be safe until then. Zhang Shi, who was the one just now clinging desperately to follow them. Sen Xiu and Yu Hao's intentions were too obvious, making Zhang Shi glance at them a few more times. She always thought that in instances like these, they just needed to go through the storyline, stick to their character settings, and survive. But the way these two veteran players were acting made her start to suspect there was something else hidden in this mission. Could there be some kind of secret task? Lost in thought, she didn't respond to Sen Xiu right away. Instead, Yuli raised an eyebrow and said, "All right, let's split up and search." By the time Zhang Shi came back to her senses, Sen Xiu and Yu Hao were already gone. They left. She glanced at the hallway outside. Yuli pointed at the nearby teaching building. "I sent them to search elsewhere." Ho Liang frowned from behind. "Are we sure it's okay to tell them this?" Yuli walked forward with her flashlight, lazily replying, "It's fine. Besides, I didn't lie to them. We do need to find the photos." Hearing this, Zhang Shi quickly caught up. "So the photos really exist? I just checked the desks and didn't find anything. They weren't that easy to find. A ghost with strong control tendencies wouldn't leave such things lying around, they'd definitely keep them close. As for Bojing Mo, that guy was an exception." Yuli already knew the ghost's identity, but she couldn't just tell Zhang Shi and the others outright. She could only brush it off. "Let's just look around for now." Her flashlight paused over a nameplate on an office door. She narrowed her eyes slightly, then suddenly turned her head to look at the main characters behind her. With a smile, she said, "Why don't we split up too?" "Zhang Shi? Huh? You're leaving too?" From the start, Yuli had no intention of sticking with the main group. She was just thinking about an excuse to slip away. Sen Xiu's arrival was a lucky break. She left the teaching building to Zhang Shi and the others, using the excuse of checking the adjacent building for photos. In reality, she headed alone to the rooftop. The rusted iron door creaked open with an ear-piercing screech. Yuli stepped over the threshold and onto the rooftop. The beam of her flashlight swept across the area, revealing a chaotic mess. The place had once been enclosed by railings, but now they were all dismantled and scattered on the ground. A hole had been punched through the wire mesh. From here, she could see the neon lights of the city in the distance. The lively, bustling world over there and the eerie desolation here felt like two completely separate realities. Yuli switched off her flashlight, shoving her hands into her pockets as she stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing downward with lowered lashes. Last night, that black silhouette had been standing here when it threw Kei Yulong off. In the darkness, a woman stood on the dangerous edge of a 6-story building, as if she might fall at any moment. The night breeze tousled the hem of her clothes, and her high ponytail whipped through the air. Her stance was relaxed and unrestrained. Suddenly, a chill crept up from behind her, cold and sinister, but her expression remained calm, indifferent. A moment later, a figure silently appeared behind her. It was a middle-aged man, wearing glasses. His eyes were small, deeply sunken in their sockets. He had a sharp, pointed chin, dark circles under his eyes, and lips so pale they looked bloodless. He appeared sickly and lifeless. Yet at this moment, his gaze was filled with cold, vicious intent. He slowly raised his hand, inching it toward Yuli. Just as he was about to touch the edge of her clothes, the woman tilted her head slightly. Her eyes, nonchalant and relaxed, fell upon him. A familiar smile curved her lips. Her tone was light-hearted, as if greeting an old friend. "Mr. Wu, long time no see." Her gaze flicked down to the hand he had stretched toward her, and she let out a soft chuckle. "It's not even midnight yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Wu Bianming froze. His expression darkened. Then, without hesitation, he lunged forward, attempting to shove her off the rooftop. But just as his fingers brushed the edge of her clothes, his wrist was caught in a vice-like grip. Yu Li's pale, delicate fingers looked weak, yet Wu Bianming couldn't move an inch. His expression shifted drastically. Not only that, a sharp pain spread from his wrist, snaking through his body, until his limbs were racked with a numbing, crawling agony. Wu Bianming's pupils shrank. He had never encountered something like this before. Meanwhile, the audience watching the livestream was even more stunned than he was. "Wait, sis, did you just grab a ghost with your bare hands? Holy sh*t, is she cheating? Can someone actually do that? Look at that male ghost's expression, he looks like he can't even break free. Is this an act? Qingli can actually catch ghosts? I am speechless, guys." Now looking back at Sen Xiu, wow, he suddenly seems so pathetic. No wonder Qingli always mocks Sen Xiu. Turns out she's the real boss. And she's just a regular NPC? Even players can't do this, right? Actually, there is one player who can. I know who you're talking about, but that person hasn't appeared in a long time. Heard they completely escaped the film set. Ugh, my last time watching them was ages ago. Every time, it was such a thrill. This NPC is really unexpected, her strength is insane. No wonder she's still alive. If she can catch ghosts with her bare hands, does that mean Bojing Mo actually lost to her? Got counter-killed? Maybe, Damn, let's keep watching to find out. On the rooftop, the tension remained high. Wu Bianming was already regretting his decision. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken on a physical form. He thought killing a little girl would be easy. He didn't even need to use his true powers. But clearly, he had underestimated her. Without giving him time to react, he gritted his teeth and tried to raise his other hand. But just as he moved, the woman's fingers clamped around his throat. A strange light flickered in Yu Li's eyes, and her entire aura shifted drastically. The sharp intensity of her gaze exuded an overwhelming pressure. Hidden in the darkness, no one noticed the thick, black substance creeping from beneath her feet. It spread outward, slowly inching across the rooftop as if it intended to swallow everything. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes curving into a smile. Mr. Wu, I don't really like your way of greeting people. Even though she wasn't applying much force, simply holding his throat, Wu Bianming felt as if he was being suffocated by an immense weight. His breathing grew ragged, his complexion even paler than before. His glasses slipped from the bridge of his nose and fell to the ground. Fine lines on his face scrunched together in pain, making him look utterly wretched. Impossible. This feeling. For the first time, his face showed a trace of shock and fear. His hoarse voice trembled uncontrollably. Wait. Qingli. Oh, so Mr. Wu does remember me. Yu Li's face was all smiles, but her eyes were ice cold. In that case, why didn't you come say hello last night? I thought you were standing here just to provoke me. She sounded doubtful, but the tightening grip on his throat made it clear she hadn't forgotten what happened yesterday. When did this damn girl learn such things? Or did she have someone backing her? No wonder even Bojing Mo couldn't kill her. Wu Bianming's eyes darkened with resentment, but his face remained filled with terror. His voice was hoarse as he struggled to speak. It was too dark last night. I didn't see clearly. I wasn't provoking you. As soon as he found an opening, he would definitely kill this wretched girl. Yu Li let out a light scoff. Time was tight. She had no intention of dragging this out. Otherwise, a certain male ghost might notice something was off and come whining to her about wanting to quit again. She spoke lazily. Mr. Wu, let's skip the small talk. I came here today because I want to work with you. Otherwise, why would I be standing here? I don't exactly have time to enjoy the breeze. Work together. Wu Bianming froze, completely unable to imagine what a human and a ghost could possibly collaborate on. That's right. Yu Li slowly loosened her grip, pulling out a tissue to casually wipe her palm. Her gaze flicked toward him, light and indifferent. Her lips curled, her eyes gleaming with amusement. I want to work with you to kill Bojing Mo. What do you think? The moment she said those words, the audience was once again blown away by the increasingly absurd turn of events. Didn't she just call him her boyfriend a few days ago? Why is she suddenly plotting his murder now? So Bojing Mo isn't dead? He's still alive. Wait, what is Qingli up to? Damn, an NPC with this many secrets? Woman, you have my attention. So she really was faking it all along? That forum was real. Why does she want to kill Bojing Mo? Is he trying to kill her too? And why ask Wu Bianming for help? He's a ghost too, and he's clearly on Bojing Mo's side. Wu Bianming had the same questions. Why me? He narrowed his eyes at Yu Li. Why? Yu Li repeated the word slowly, then arched an eyebrow and smiled. Mr. Wu, don't tell me you don't know Bojing Mo wants me dead. Isn't it only fair for me to want to kill him too? And what does that have to do with him? Wu Bianming's lips twitched. He adjusted his glasses and spoke in an ambiguous tone. But didn't you take his photo with you? And yet, he's still alive. At his words, Yu Li sighed regretfully and shook her head. What can I do? I can't beat him alone. At best, it's a 50-50 fight. You should know whether he's dead or not, right? He probably made it back by now. As she spoke, she seemed to suddenly remember something. Looking at Wu Bianming, she grinned. Which is exactly why I came to you for help. Wu Bianming's face darkened. Help? Was this how she asked for help? By strangling a ghost first? When Yu Li took a step forward, he instinctively took a step back. Realizing what he'd done, his face turned even gloomier. He was actually afraid of a little girl? Before he could react, Yu Li suddenly stretched out her hand. Between her slender, pale fingers was a familiar photograph. The moment he saw the person in the picture, Wu Bianming froze. Bojing Mo? He glanced at Yu Li suspiciously. What's this supposed to mean? Yu Li playfully waved the photo in front of him, her fox-like eyes curving. Isn't it obvious? This is my show of sincerity. Wu Bianming hesitated for just a moment, and in that time, Yu Li had already shoved the photo into his hand without a shred of hesitation. He lowered his gaze to the photo, his emotions unreadable. After a moment, he let out a cold laugh. Qingli, I haven't agreed to anything yet. Bojing Mo is my student. Why would I help you kill him? Student? Qingli chuckled at the word. She touched her chin, her expression amused. Mr. Wu, isn't it difficult to manage a student who won't listen to you? He doesn't even let you keep his photo. Wu Bianming was a textbook example of someone with an extreme need for control. He couldn't stand anyone escaping from his grasp. He even had a compulsive need to commit murders precisely at midnight. Yu Li had never interacted with him before, but she'd seen plenty of personalities like his in the psychiatric hospital. As if oblivious to how his face had suddenly stiffened, she strolled lazily to the side, speaking in a casual tone. With Bojing Mo's level of strength, isn't he a ticking time bomb for you? At any moment, he could overthrow your authority. Who's to say the other ghosts under your control won't follow him? Huh? They wouldn't dare. Wu Bianming let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on the photo. If any of those students dared to defy him, they'd suffer the consequences. Yuli stopped walking. Under the dim night sky, her delicate and striking features were slightly blurred, but her fox-like eyes gleamed with an eerie, fractured light. She said lightly, "Oh? And what if Bojing Mo comes after you?" Bojing Mo? Wu Bianming's movements stalled. He's been waiting for a chance to kill me. I didn't let him succeed, and I even managed to injure him. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for you to strike? Her voice was soft and smooth, unhurried, like a gentle lull. It was the kind of voice that made people unconsciously sink into her rhythm. Wu Bianming's gaze flickered. For a moment, he wavered. But he still spoke in a steady tone. So what? Bojing Mo has never gone against me. Yuli burst into laughter, her tone laced with mockery. Isn't that just because I'm still alive? Who knows, maybe the moment I die, he'll start feeling bored. Maybe he'll decide staying by your side is meaningless. She moved closer to Wu Bianming. So working with me is a win-win, don't you think? Damn, even I'm almost convinced. She's playing with fire. Wu Bianming is tempted. You can see it in his face. She really understands Wu Bianming. No wonder she used to be his student. I thought Wu Bianming was the final boss, but it looks like there's someone even worse. This plot twist is amazing. I love it. Wu Bianming didn't say anything. Instead, he silently put the photo away. Yuli smiled knowingly. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Wu. Wu Bianming gritted his teeth and didn't respond. He just wanted this woman gone. If she stayed even a second longer, he wouldn't be able to resist killing her. Oh, right. Just as she was about to head downstairs, Yuli suddenly stopped. She turned around lazily. The people I brought with me today, if you have time, can you kill them for me? Wu Bianming sneered. What? Aren't they your friends? Weren't you helping them? Friends? As if she'd just heard the funniest joke, Yuli let out a light laugh. Her lips curled into a mocking, ice-cold smirk. They know my secret. They're not my friends. I just brought them along since it was convenient to get rid of them. This damn rich girl is still the same. A trace of disgust flashed through Wu Bianming's eyes. He clenched his fists. Once Bojing Mo was dead, he would make sure to kill her next. Damn, she's ruthless. I actually thought she was going to help Zhangxi. As expected, beautiful women are the most dangerous. The way she grabbed a ghost with her bare hands, it reminds me of someone. I suddenly can't bring myself to hate her. Stay rational, besties. Don't get caught up in that whole replacement trope. White moonlight can never be replaced, sob. Time quietly crept toward 11:30 p.m. Inside one of the offices in the teaching building, Zhangxi and Holiang searched through the drawers under the dim beams of their flashlights. These desks hadn't been used in years. A thick layer of dust coated the surfaces, and they were scattered haphazardly throughout the room. Papers were strewn all over the floor, covered in various footprints. Clearly, someone had been here before them. But after searching for so long, they hadn't found any useful information. Zhangxi let out a sigh. Is there really anything here? As Zhangxi flipped through the drawers, a layer of dust was stirred into the air. She sneezed, quickly raising a hand to cover her nose. She was just about to suggest to Holiang that they step outside for a bit when, all of a sudden, a loud bang echoed through the building. Someone had slammed a door shut with force. The sound was so loud that the entire structure seemed to tremble. Their movements halted instantly. Turning their heads, they locked eyes. Years of teamwork had given them an unspoken understanding. They both knew what the other was thinking. Without hesitation, the two of them bolted out of the office and sprinted toward the source of the noise. It wasn't far from where they were. When they arrived, they saw the sign above the door, Teacher's Office. The door stood wide open. Inside, the room was pitch dark. The beam of their flashlights revealed several office desks. Unlike the chaotic state of the previous office they had searched, this one, though covered in dust, was eerily untouched, as if no one had ever set foot inside. Zhangxi's gaze dropped to the ground. There, lying discarded near the entrance, was a broken lock, one that had been forcibly snapped open. It was the common padlock type, the kind that usually required a key to unlock. But this one had been twisted apart by brute force. The broken edges of the metal were fresh and clean, a clear sign that it had been tampered with just moments ago. Who had deliberately broken the lock? And who had the kind of strength to do this? Had all that noise been made just to lure them here? The more she thought about it, the eerier it became. Zhangxi's expression tensed, and she opened her mouth to speak. But before she could, Holiang suddenly furrowed his brows and said, Shishi, have you noticed? This is the same floor Qingli brought us to earlier. Unbeknownst to them, just a short distance away, a shadowy figure stood at the bend of the hallway, silently watching their every move. The boy's pitch-black pupils reflected their silhouettes. His cold, detached gaze held no trace of emotion. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded from behind him. Bojing Mo, Mr. Wu is looking for you. Hooling had always thought Bojing Mo was terrifying. Even though the cold and distant boy rarely spoke, the aura around him was even more frightening than Mr. Wu's. Even Mr. Wu seemed wary of him. Bojing Mo was overwhelmingly powerful, but Hooling had no idea why he chose to stay here. She couldn't leave, but he didn't want to leave. This strange situation had remained unchanged until that woman appeared. From then on, things started getting weird. When that woman took the photo, Bojing Mo could have stopped her. But he didn't. He just stood there, watching it all unfold. And later, he even left Holy Wings High School with her. It made Mr. Wu so furious his face turned black. He hated when students disobeyed him. Hooling thought Bojing Mo would be gone for good. But tonight, he returned. Without warning. Hooling didn't know what had happened during that single day he was away, but she had a gut feeling. It must have been something big. Because when Bojing Mo came back, he was different. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but something about him had changed. Her gaze drifted toward the broken lock on the floor, then to Zhang Shi, whose expression was grim. Seeing the familiar face of the woman standing at the office entrance, Hooling hesitated. Her eyes flickered with struggle and indecision before she finally forced herself to look away. She couldn't put Shi in danger. She couldn't let Mr. Wu realize their connection. The boy beside her must have noticed she had stopped moving. He halted as well, his eyes briefly sweeping over Zhang Shi at the doorway before speaking in a low voice. Your name is Hooling. Hooling hadn't expected him to address her. She froze for a moment before hurriedly nodding. I am. Bojing Mo, the woman at the office entrance. Is she your friend? The second the words left his mouth, Hooling's already pale face turned even whiter. Her pupils trembled with fear, and the bruises around her neck stood out more starkly as tiny beads of blood seeped from the wounds. How do you know? Panic surged in her heart. She stared at Bojing Mo's side profile in terror, her voice shaking. If you tell Mr. Wu, I'll tell him you were the one who broke the door lock. But the moment her eyes met his cold, indifferent gaze, she realized just how ridiculous her threat was. Bojing Mo wasn't her. He wasn't afraid of Wu Bianming. Even if she told, what could Mr. Wu do? Hooling's despair deepened. Her voice cracked as she pleaded, please, I beg you, don't. Before she could finish, Bojing Mo impatiently cut her off. I won't tell him. Hooling's head snapped up. She could only stare in shock as the man furrowed his brows and looked away. You want to see her, don't you? His tone was cold, even irritated. I can help you. I'll help all of you leave this place. His words carried an almost unbelievable meaning. For a moment, Hooling stood frozen, as if struck by a bolt of sheer joy. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, standing there dumbfounded. It took a long time before she could mutter, really? You're really willing to help us? Her voice was so soft, so fragile, like she was afraid speaking too loudly would shatter this beautiful illusion. The man's response was just as indifferent as before. Yes. Bojing Mo's expression remained as cold and unreadable as always, his aura overpowering. But at that moment, Hooling felt like he was glowing with divine light. She stared at him in a daze, and suddenly, 2 trails of bloody tears rolled down her cheeks. Her lips quivered. Thank you, thank you. Finally, she understood what was different about Bojing Mo. Since returning, he carried a more violent, ruthless aura. Yet, at the same time, he was doing things he never would have done before. He never involved himself in human affairs, yet tonight, he had personally opened the office door, exposing clues to the living. He never spoke to them, the lowly ghosts trapped under Mr. Wu's control, yet tonight, he offered to help them. So, Bojing Mo had been good all along? Hooling was lost in thought. But on the other side, Bojing Mo was in an absolutely terrible mood. Extremely annoyed. He had no intention of caring about these little ghosts. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. Wu Bianming was even less of a concern. Bojing Mo didn't consider him a threat at all. But this was what Lily wanted. She wanted him to help the ghosts. She also wanted him to pretend to hate her. Her reasoning? They all know about our relationship. Don't break character, Bojing Mo. The first condition, fine. He could agree to that. But the second one? Absolutely not. His lips pressed into a tight line as he turned away, pretending not to hear her. He had already broken character before. What was one more time? But then, Yuli wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down to her eye level. She stared straight into his eyes, enunciating each word carefully. Bojing Mo, if you don't behave, I won't come looking for you next time. The moment he saw the hint of grievance in her eyes, his expression crumbled. His lips parted slightly, like he wanted to say something. Before he could, Yuli's tone softened. She smiled, eyes curving as she leaned in and kissed him. Be good, all right. I'll make it up to you later. The reward was too tempting. In the end, Bojing Mo gave in. Hooling led Bojing Mo to the entrance of a conference room. Inside, a large table took up most of the space. At the head seat, Wu Bianming sat, his fingers tapping lightly against the wood. Behind him stood a group of ghostly students, lined up in eerie silence. The display of authority was almost theatrical. Hooling glanced at Bojing Mo, then lowered her eyes and stepped forward. The moment she stood still, Wu Bianming's voice rang out. Hooling, what was all that noise outside just now? Hooling flinched. Her face paled slightly as she stammered, it was. Wu Bianming raised an eyebrow, deep wrinkles forming on his forehead. He got up and strode toward her, stopping just a breath away. His rough fingers brushed against the back of her hand, his tone light, almost gentle, yet bone-chillingly sinister. The teacher is asking a question. Why aren't you answering? Hooling's hands trembled. Her lips quivered as she tried to force out a response. It was me. Bojing Mo interrupted. His voice was as calm as ever. I smashed the door. Is there a problem? Wu Bianming's hand froze midair. Behind his glasses, a glint of something sharp and cold flashed in his eyes. Disgust flickered across his features. His gaze swept over the other ghosts in the room before he spoke, voice even. It's almost midnight. All of you, get out and follow the usual rules. The usual rules, nothing more than scaring the living, scattering them, and then having Wu Bianming personally select a victim. Yes, teacher. The group of ghost students fled the room instantly. In mere moments, only Bojing Mo and Wu Bianming remained. Wu Bianming's fingers tightened around the photo of Bojing Mo in his hands. His tone took on a new edge. He adjusted his glasses, his voice chilling. Bojing Mo, you've been breaking the rules a lot lately. I considered you a good student, so I let things slide. But surely, you know what you should and shouldn't do. Bojing Mo glanced at him indifferently, and said nothing. Just that single glance made Wu Bianming feel as if he had been disrespected. His expression darkened, and anger flashed across his face. His fists clenched tightly. Bojing Mo, hasn't the teacher told you before? When I ask a question, you answer. Bojing Mo, Wu Bianming's face darkened even more. His already ghastly complexion almost turned red from rage. As expected, ever since Qingli appeared, Bojing Mo had become even harder to control than before. It seemed that what that woman said was true. Forcing himself to maintain the fragile authority of a teacher, he spoke in a deep voice. Bojing Mo, didn't you leave with Qingli last night? What happened? You couldn't kill her. Or? His voice slowed, eyes gleaming with malice. Were you unwilling to? The moment those words landed, Bojing Mo's originally indifferent expression turned sharp and dangerous. A faint red glow flickered in his eyes. His fingers twitched slightly. A few seconds later, he forcefully suppressed it. Wu Bianming didn't notice the subtle movement. He had only said that last part casually, without thinking. In his mind, the only reason Bojing Mo hadn't killed Qingli was simply because he couldn't. That damn girl. Who the hell had been teaching her? Or did she have some powerful artifact hidden on her? Wu Bianming made a mental note not to let Bojing Mo find out about his deal with Qingli. He quickly forced a fake smile onto his face. You two used to be desk mates, always competing for the top rank in class. As he spoke, his voice suddenly paused. His pupils flickered slightly. Wait. Since Qingli wanted his help to kill Bojing Mo, then why not flip it around and work with Bojing Mo to kill Qingli instead? That way, both of them would die, and he would walk away the sole winner. Wu Bianming couldn't help but admire his own brilliance. With that thought, his tone suddenly changed. Bojing Mo, the teacher knows why you're still here. You're waiting for Qingli, aren't you? You hate her. He slowly began circling Bojing Mo, his voice raspy and coaxing. Teacher can help you kill her. How about it? Tonight. For the first time, Bojing Mo's lips curled into a faint smirk. At last, he allowed his gaze to fully land on Wu Bianming. You're sure you can kill Qingli? Of course. Wu Bianming grinned. His deep wrinkles bunched together, nearly swallowing his beady eyes. You've followed the teacher for so many years, helped with so many things. Naturally, the teacher should help you too. Help him, huh? A dark red gleam flickered deep within Bojing Mo's pupils. His tongue pressed lightly against the roof of his mouth. Then, he let out a low chuckle. His voice carried an unreadable amusement. All right. Yu Li wandered around aimlessly and, by sheer coincidence, ran into Sen Xiu. Her steps paused, and she immediately turned to leave. But the moment Sen Xiu saw her, his eyes lit up with unconcealed excitement, and he quickly walked over. Qingli, why are you alone? Didn't Zhangxi and the others come with you? Yu Li was forced to stop in place, hands tucked into her pockets, and responded indifferently. No, we split up a while ago. Did you find anything? Sen Xiu asked eagerly. He and Yu Hao had been searching for a long time with no results. Maybe this NPC would surprise them. Yu Li could clearly see his intentions, and her gaze turned meaningful. So he saw her as a walking information source now? That was not a good habit. Instead of answering, she glanced at Yu Hao behind him and asked, why didn't you bring out your camera? What if you missed something important? Or, were you guys never here to film in the first place? The two of them stiffened at her words. When they had split up earlier, Yu Hao had casually dumped the camera in a classroom, thinking it was too heavy. After all, the items in a dungeon weren't theirs. Who cared? Why was this NPC so obsessed with details? Would this dock points from their character settings? Sen Xiu felt uneasy. His mind raced, and he quickly forced out a laugh. It ran out of battery, and we forgot to bring a spare. No worries, I'll just use my phone to record later. He hadn't forgotten his goal. So, did you find anything? Nope. Yu Li leaned lazily against the stair railing. I didn't find anything either. The moment she finished speaking, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it, then smiled. Maybe now I do. Looks like our teammate found something. Sen Xiu and Yu Hao instantly turned their heads, staring intently at her phone. Their synchronized reaction was like trained seals at a zoo performance. Yu Li didn't keep them in suspense. Under their burning gaze, she answered the call and even thoughtfully put it on speaker. As soon as the call connected, Zhangxi's voice came through. Qingli, was there ever a time when a lot of students in your class suddenly died? Her tone was anxious, so much so that she didn't even wait to meet up before asking. Yu Li's eyes flickered at the question. She lightly tapped her fingers on the railing and, despite the urgency of the situation, spoke at an unhurried pace. Why are you suddenly asking this? Zhangxi immediately explained. Hooling and I found an old class roster in an office. I saw your name and Bojing Mo's on it, but... As she spoke, her eyes scanned the list quickly. Beside her, Hooling held a flashlight to illuminate the paper. The bright white light shone on the dusty page, and although the roster had accumulated some grime, the red pen marks on it remained fresh and glaring, as if someone had just drawn them. Zhang Xi's fingers stilled, and she frowned, her expression complicated. But the pause only lasted a few seconds before she continued speaking. But Bojing Mo's name was crossed out in red ink. Not just his, most of your classmates' names were crossed out too. Her fingertip traced the paper, reading the names one by one. Names sealed away by time were spoken aloud, as if uncovering a long-buried secret. Then Zhang Xi abruptly stopped. She seemed to have finished reading and hesitated before addressing Qingli. These people, did they all die? The moment she finished speaking, the air fell into a sudden silence. Minutes passed before a faint sigh came from the other end of the call. Then, at last, the woman spoke. Her voice, gentle and melodious, stretched long and low in the night. It carried a touch of nostalgia, a hint of sentimentality. She simply said, "Yeah, they're all dead. Holy sh*t, a whole class died? Was this never on the news? Someone definitely covered it up. Think about it, who has that kind of power? This is seriously terrifying. Zhangxi, don't tell her. She's in cahoots with the ghosts. You're going to get yourself targeted. Yeah? Look at how calm she is at a time like this. That's definitely suspicious. This is making me so anxious. It really feels like Qingli is about to do something bad." Zhang Xi's expression flickered blankly for a moment before growing even more serious. She checked the time, it was almost midnight. "So," she suggested, "let's meet up first, and I'll tell you the details in person. I'll call Sen Xiu now and tell him to come down early." Hearing his name, Sen Xiu immediately spoke up. Wait, don't call. I'm here. Yu Hao and I are both here, we'll head over together." Zhang Xi was silent for a moment, then said in a steady voice, "All right." Just before hanging up, she couldn't help herself and quickly added, "Be careful. Stay alert." Sen Xiu blinked at that, then turned to Yu Li. "She's pretty thoughtful. But there's 3 of us and only 2 of them. They should be the ones worrying. If they run into a ghost, they're screwed." Yu Li put away her phone and chuckled at his words. "Yeah, thoughtful indeed. Only, she wasn't talking about ghosts. She was warning you 2 to be careful of me." Looks like this female lead had started noticing something was off about her. Yu Li sighed softly. "Qingli, why are you sighing?" Sen Xiu asked. But Yu Li just shook her head. "Nothing. Just thinking about how some people not only commit countless crimes but also hide them really well. So many secrets, one after another, it's such a hassle." Crimes? Hiding? Secrets? Hassle? Sen Xiu understood every individual word, but when strung together, they made no sense to him. He couldn't just admit he didn't understand, so he awkwardly turned his head away and pretended to be deep in thought. "Yeah, exactly. Who wouldn't agree? Yu Li, if you don't belong in the conversation, don't force it. Thanks." Meanwhile, after hanging up, Zhang Xi's expression remained grave. She silently took the flashlight Ho Liang handed her. After a brief pause, the first thing she said was, "Ho Liang, your instincts were right. Qingli, there's something off about her. Off. Way too off." Ho Liang's movements stilled, and his brows furrowed unconsciously. "What do you mean? What did you find out?" Zhang Xi's gaze swept across the office, taking in every detail. Her mind was working rapidly, piecing together the information bit by bit. "I originally thought that only Bojing Mo and Hooling had died, but the truth is that more than half of Qingli's class is dead. Holy Wings High School was a well-known institution back then. How could so many students from a single class die, and yet not a single rumor leak out?" Her gaze shifted over, her eyes particularly bright in the night, but filled with complex emotions. "We even studied at this school, yet we never heard a thing." So, Ho Liang picked up where she left off. "So someone must have suppressed the news. And the only one who could have done all this is Qingli. Could that really be possible? Just her, alone?" He frowned. "Did she kill them all? How could she do that by herself? Even if she did, then why did she come back? To atone? To apologize? Or?" As he spoke, his voice unconsciously lowered, and an almost unbelievable thought surfaced in his mind. He murmured, "She came back to bury it all again. To cover up everything that happened at this school. To erase the stains of her past. Just like before. Even if those people had turned into ghosts, she would never let them go." A sudden thought flashed through Zhang Xi's mind. She quickly walked to each desk, scanning the documents laid out on them before picking up a particular file. The names inside matched those on the class roster in her hands. She glanced at the engraved nameplate on the desk, narrowed her eyes, and said coldly, "She may not have killed those students herself. Maybe the only one she actually caused to die was Bojing Mo. But to cover up the fact that she had been a bully, she made sure nothing about that class ever got out. Because if anyone started digging, Bojing Mo's death wouldn't stay hidden either. And then, a certain vengeful ghost took advantage of this young lady's cover-up, indulging in unrestrained slaughter. After all, every time someone died, someone was there to help bury the truth. I'm guessing the ghost had conditions for its killings. Students whose families didn't care about them. Students from poor backgrounds. Students whose parents paid little attention. Basically, anyone whose death could be settled with money, that was their target." As Zhang Xi spoke, she slowly turned around. Though her voice wasn't loud, it echoed eerily through the office. "And the only person who could know the students that well, is just one person." She pointed to the nameplate on the nearby desk. "Their homeroom teacher Wu Bianming." Bang! The moment her words fell, the iron door of the office suddenly slammed shut from the outside, producing a deafening noise. Hoolig's expression changed drastically as if he had seen something terrifying. His voice turned sharp and urgent. Get over here, Zhang Shi froze for a second, then followed his gaze and turned her head, confused. The next moment, her face twisted in horror. From behind the curtain, a dark figure stood silently. No one knew when it had appeared. The moonlight filtered through, casting its shape in stark detail against the fabric. It looked as thin as a paper cutout, standing unnaturally straight with both hands pressed tightly to its sides, like a student being punished. In the darkness of the office, its presence was eerily unsettling. Was this a person or a ghost? Zhang Shi forgot to breathe. Her mind went blank with a loud buzz. She instinctively took a step back, pressing against the warmth of a chest behind her. A firm hand gripped her arm, and Hoolig's steady voice sounded in her ear. Zhang Shi, don't be afraid. I'm here. She turned her face away with closed eyes and let out a shaky hum in response. Cold sweat had already soaked her back. After speaking so much earlier, her throat felt parched and hoarse. Who else is still thinking about how badass Zhang Shi's analysis was earlier? She was amazing. And now that I think about it, Hooling was the most cautious all along. Honestly, I almost got tricked by Qingli too. She's too deceiving. That gentle smile of hers, it's impossible to imagine she's actually so terrifyingly ruthless. No wonder Qingli went straight for Wu Bianming. She knew a long time ago that he was behind everything, but she kept quiet for the sake of her own reputation. Oh my god, I swear I'll never trust a pretty woman again. Seriously, I'm covered in goosebumps. So creepy. So, in Zhang Shi's dream, the person beating Hooling was Wu Bianming, right? I am actually starting to feel bad for Bojing Mo. Was he controlled by Wu Bianming too? That makes sense. Otherwise, knowing Bojing Mo's personality, he would have fought back ages ago. He must have been under Wu Bianming's control. Wait, so if Qingli isn't a good person, doesn't that mean Sen Xiu and Yu Hao are in danger? OSH*T, I forgot about those two idiots. They're doomed. Good luck to them. Amen. But what about Zhang Shi? What's she supposed to do? Isn't it not even midnight yet? Zhang Shi had the same question. She had checked the time earlier. Midnight hadn't arrived yet. The figure across from them hadn't moved. It stood there like a lifeless puppet. She took the chance to glance at her phone. 11:45. Her brows furrowed instantly, her gaze shifting back to the shadowy figure. 15 minutes left. So why had the ghost already appeared? Before she could find an answer, Hoolig's low voice whispered in her ear. Zhang Shi, the door isn't locked. On the count of 3, we run. He had noticed the same thing, that the figure wasn't moving toward them. Seizing the opportunity, he had quietly reached for the door. He had only meant to test if it would open, and to his surprise, it wasn't locked at all. Zhang Shi gave a small nod to show she understood. Then, Hoolig's hushed voice counted down beside her. 3, 2, 1. At the last count, he grabbed her wrist, and they turned as one, bolting for the door. The very second they escaped the office, Zhang Shi couldn't help but glance back. The shadow was still there, standing behind the curtain. And then, its head turned toward them. Holy F. Zhang Shi's face went pale. She whipped her head forward and ran, not daring to look back again. They didn't stop until they had sprinted down an entire flight of stairs, only pausing to catch their breath. Zhang Shi leaned on her knees, glancing toward the stairwell to confirm that the shadow hadn't followed them. Only then did she pull out her phone, ready to call Sen Xiu and check on their situation. If she had already encountered a ghost, then Sen Xiu and Yu Hao, who were still with Qingli, had to be in even greater danger. But before she could dial, a faint voice suddenly sounded behind her. Zhang Shi. The voice was weak, barely audible, but she heard it clearly. Her fingers froze mid-motion. Her wide eyes locked onto her phone screen, unable to look up. She was afraid it was a hallucination, and even more afraid it wasn't. Hooling moved to stand beside her, gripping her wrist. His voice was low and unreadable. She's here. His words made Zhang Shi tighten her grip on the phone. Her eyes burned. Slowly, so slowly it took what felt like centuries to turn her head. And then she saw her. The girl from her memories stood just a few meters away. Tears slipped from Zhang Shi's red-rimmed eyes, falling to the floor with a soft pat. Her lips trembled as she whispered in disbelief. Hooling? Is it really you? The girl's face was deathly pale, her features gaunt, eyes sunken and bulging. She wore an old, tattered school uniform, her hands placed neatly in front of her. Beneath her collar, faint strangulation marks peeked through. She was every bit the terrifying image of a ghost. And yet, Zhang Shi felt no fear. How could she? How could she possibly be afraid? This girl was her best friend. The only companion she had in high school. Even though she had become a ghost, even though her face had turned monstrous, Zhang Shi still saw her as the same bright, beautiful girl from that summer. Hooling was just as emotional, but she could no longer cry. She wasn't human anymore. She had no tears left to shed. But the sorrow in her eyes was no less than Zhang Shi's. Zhang Shi, you shouldn't have come. She smiled bitterly and shook her head, her gaze dropping. The curve of her lips was tinged with helplessness. You should have forgotten about me. How could I? Zhang Shi's voice cracked, her eyes still red. If I had known earlier, I would have come right away. I would never have let you suffer like this. Hooling? Was it that B****starred Wu Bianming? Was he the one tormenting you? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Tell me now, I'll make him pay for what he's done. Hooling noticed that her emotions were getting out of control and quickly pressed down on her shoulders. Jiangxi, calm down. He turned to Hooling, you must know how to deal with Wu Bianming, don't you? How is he controlling you all? How do we defeat him? Hooling's lips parted slightly. Her fingers twisted together in front of her, head bowed, unsure how to respond. On one hand, she wanted Jiangxi to save her. On the other hand, she didn't want her best friend to risk her life. Wu Bianming had killed too many people. His aura of resentment was overwhelming. A normal person who got too close to him wouldn't stand a chance. The room fell into a heavy silence. And then, from the darkness beside them, a cool, indifferent voice rang out. Found the photo. The familiar voice made both Jiangxi and Houling's expressions change. No way. They instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. From the dark corner of the hallway, a figure had been standing there all along. The man slowly stepped out of the shadows. He was tall and slender, his finely chiseled features as sharp as ink brush strokes, exuding a familiar cold indifference. It was actually Bojing Mo. Jiangxi hadn't even processed her shock when the man spoke again, his voice icy. If you want to free them from control, you need to find the photos that were hidden away. The same goes for killing Wu Bianming. Find his photo, and that will do. His words were direct, clearly meant to help them. Jiangxi and Hooling froze on the spot. Both of them stared blankly at Bojing Mo, their brains momentarily short-circuiting. Seeing their silence, Hooling thought they didn't believe him and quickly jumped in to explain. Jiangxi, Bojing Mo is a good ghost. He's on our side. He's not like Wu Bianming. I was only able to come see you today because of his help, really. He's always helping ghosts like us who have been tormented. That last sentence was completely made up by Hooling just to make Bojing Mo seem more convincing. She just wanted Jiangxi and Hooling to trust that he was truly a good ghost. But what she didn't know was, the reason Jiangxi and Hooling were frozen in place wasn't because they didn't believe Bojing Mo. They were simply too stunned to react. As if a thunderbolt had struck them straight from above, frying them to a crisp inside and out. Their jaws were practically about to drop to the floor. Wait, what? Bojing Mo is helping them? Or, is this a fully conscious Bojing Mo? Did he regain control of himself? Having seen Bojing Mo go on countless murder sprees in various dungeons, Jiangxi and Hooling were completely baffled by this somewhat rational version of him. But clearly, they weren't the only ones struck by lightning. A whole audience of viewers was just as confused. Am I seeing things? Is this really Bojing Mo? Or is it his long-lost twin brother? Who the hell possessed Bojing Mo? Wait, is he actually helping the protagonists? Is he? Mom, I think I need to go to bed. I'm hallucinating. This is the most shocking thing I've seen in years. But actually, isn't this just how he acts when he's pretending to be human? Yeah, but he's a ghost now. What if he actually regained his consciousness? Hard to say. Maybe, just maybe, this time, he really is a good ghost. Come on, it makes sense. You guys shouldn't be that surprised. In every other scenario, Bojing Mo was always the villain after he turned into a ghost. But this time, the villains are clearly Qingli and Wu Bianming, so naturally, he's on the good side. Exactly? He and Qingli have a grudge. There's no way he's the villain. Totally unrelated, but his face is unbelievably good looking. And since he's still in his high school form, he's got that deadly handsome vibe. He. I still don't get it. Qingli, girl, how did you even lay a hand on that face? I swear, you could have played with his heart instead. Why the hell did you have to bully him? Defiling a cold and untouchable beauty. He. Inside the school building, the two were silent for a long moment before Jiangxi was the first to react. Her eye twitched. Even though she was completely stunned, she forced herself to sound skeptical. You're Bojing Mo, right? I saw your picture on the ones Qingli had. The moment those cold, indifferent eyes swept over her, she froze. And then, a realization struck her. Bojing Mo hasn't actually regained his consciousness. His eyes were too different from how they were in reality. In real life, Bojing Mo had always been reserved and distant, but even so, his expression never carried such blatant aggression. At least, Jiangxi had never seen it. But just now, with a single glance, she caught the irritation and impatience buried deep in his gaze. The sharp, dangerous aura he exuded now was also completely unlike the cool and refined Bojing Mo from the real world. So, was he being forced to do this? But who could possibly force Bojing Mo? Wu Bianming? No, if that guy was truly so powerful, there was no reason for him to make Bojing Mo deceive them. For the first time, Jiangxi couldn't make sense of the plot. As she stood there processing, Bojing Mo's voice rang out. I can help you, he said flatly. But I have a condition. A condition? Jiangxi instinctively asked. What condition? Bojing Mo, keeping a cold face, emotionlessly repeated the lines Qingli had given him. My photo is with Qingli. She's a threat to me. So when the time comes, you. He paused briefly, then continued in a slightly different tone. A tone that almost sounded polite. You need to keep an eye on her. Don't let her stay with Wu Bianming. And when this is all over, leave her to me. Jiangxi didn't overthink it. She assumed Bojing Mo was simply being cautious. After all, he knew about Qingli and Wu Bianming's past. If they were left together, they could scheme something dangerous. So she nodded and replied, got it. Qingli probably brought us here because we know too much. She wants to silence us, so we're already her targets. We'll definitely be careful. Then, remembering his last request, she hesitated before asking, and when you say handle Qingli, do you mean kill her? Bojing Mo lifted his eyelids slightly and glanced at her. His pitch-black pupils were dark and unreadable, emotions swirling beneath the surface like an ominous tide. The calm exterior masked something much more dangerous underneath. Zhang Xi's body stiffened. Had she asked the wrong question? Just as she was about to apologize, he finally looked away and gave a short reply. Amen. The sound was faint, almost reluctant like he had been forced to agree. Zhang Xi wisely chose not to press further. She pulled out her phone. I'll message Sen Xiu now, tell him to be extra careful, and then we can find a way to. No time. Bojing Mo interrupted her, his gaze shifting toward another school building. If you've already encountered ghosts, then they've been dealing with them for a while now. Then, he suddenly turned his head slightly. In the darkness, the corners of his lips curved into an almost imperceptible smirk. His eyes narrowed as he slowly spoke. And besides, it's almost midnight. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Xi's expression changed drastically. Midnight. Someone was going to die. A few minutes earlier, after hanging up the call, Qingli and the others were just about to head downstairs to meet at the main entrance. And then, clang. Every classroom door on the entire floor swung open all at once. The heavy whoosh of multiple doors opening in eerie synchronization filled the corridor. In the suffocating darkness, the entire floor seemed even more cramped and oppressive. Yu Hao, who had been walking in the front, froze in place. His breath hitched. He immediately took several steps back until he was standing side by side with Qingli and Sen Xiu. Glancing at the time, he cursed under his breath. It's not even midnight yet. Why the hell is this happening already? Sen Xiu frowned. This building had two stairwells, one at the far end of the hallway, and one just a few meters away from them. It's fine, he reassured. We're not taking that side anyway. We'll use this staircase instead. Saying that, he turned on his flashlight and stepped forward, leading the way. I'll go down first. The moment he reached the stairwell, he abruptly stopped. Both his footsteps and his voice cut off at the same time. The air went deathly silent. Then just like Yu Hao, he suddenly jerked backward, retreating several steps until he was back at their starting position. His face was ashen. Pointing at the stairwell, he stammered, there's a ghost. Qingli, who had barely moved the entire time, simply watched them go back and forth. She chuckled softly and teased, Sen Xiu, aren't you a horror game streamer? Shouldn't seeing ghosts be normal for you? Why so scared? Sen Xiu's lips were bloodless. He shot a look at Qingli, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Swallowing hard, he muttered, yeah, I have seen ghosts before, but... Remembering what he had just witnessed, his head shook in disbelief. His voice dropped into a whisper. But at the bottom of the stairwell, there were at least a dozen of them. The scene was exactly like what had happened when he chased after Kei Yulong before. The beam of his flashlight had swept over more than 10 lifeless, pale ghostly faces. The fact that he hadn't outright screamed proved his nerves were already top tier. Seeing that Qingli didn't seem convinced, his lips trembled as he spoke. If you don't believe me, you can go look for yourself. Yuli refused without hesitation. Nope, I'm scared. Sen Xiu. Then why the hell did you say that while smiling? Still determined to keep up appearances, Sen Xiu forced himself to act tough despite his shaky legs. There are just too many ghosts. If there was only one, I'd definitely be able to handle it. There was no way they could take this staircase anymore, but luckily, the buildings were all interconnected. Yu Hao started inching backward, speaking rapidly, let's go to another building. He said let's, but the moment the words left his mouth, he turned and bolted toward the other school building by himself. Sen Xiu was so stunned that he blurted out, holy sh*t, that bastard wants us to be the bait. He turned to Yuli, come on, Qingli, we need to move now. Yuli glanced at the pitch-black hallway ahead, then at Sen Xiu beside her. In the end, she didn't say anything and simply followed him toward the other building. The very moment they stepped inside, a piercing scream tore through the air. Ah, it was Yu Hao's voice. Sen Xiu's face twisted in an instant. His footsteps faltered, and he hesitated, standing frozen in place before finally shouting down the corridor. Yu Hao, what happened? His voice echoed endlessly through the empty hallway, but no reply came. The sudden silence was suffocating. The atmosphere turned ice-cold in an instant. In the pitch-black corridor, only the dim beam of their flashlight flickered weakly. Beyond its reach was endless darkness. The peeling walls exposed bricks beneath the chipped paint, and the air was thick with the damp, rotten stench of decay, making every hair on their bodies stand on end. Danger coiled in the silence, lurking just beyond the edge of the light. As if at any moment, something monstrous would leap out, sink its teeth into their throats, and tear them apart piece by piece. Sen Xiu's pupils trembled. The hand holding the flashlight shook slightly. There were too many ghosts in this dungeon. Why were there so many? He turned to check Yu Li's expression, only to see her staring into the darkness. Not moving, not speaking, just watching. Sensing his gaze, she finally lifted her eyelids and gave him a slow, sidelong glance. Then, in a calm, deliberate tone, she said, did you hear that? Something's coming. She lowered her gaze to check the time. A flicker of emotion flashed through her eyes. 11:55 p.m. Only 5 minutes left until midnight. If Wu Bianming wanted to kill right at midnight, he would need to make thorough preparations a few minutes in advance. Killing an ordinary person in 5 minutes might not be difficult. but the people here were all players with skills. Although Yuli didn't know what Sen Xiu and Yu Hao's abilities were, she could tell that neither of them had any offensive power, likely some kind of support skills. The sound of hurried, panicked footsteps grew closer, and soon, the figure came into view. It was the one who had screamed earlier, Yu Hao. However, compared to when he left, he now looked utterly disheveled. His mouth had been tightly sealed with multiple layers of duct tape, and he was desperately tugging at it. Blood streamed down from a large wound on his forehead, his backpack was missing, and his clothes were covered in dust. He looked like he had taken a nasty fall somewhere. Upon seeing Yuli and Sen Xiu, his emotions flared up even more. He let out muffled cries through the tape, his reddened eyes wide with desperation. Unfortunately, the tape was too tight. Even as the veins bulged on his forehead, he still couldn't get a single word out. Sen Xiu noticed the fear in his eyes and quickly pulled a small knife from his bag. As soon as Yu Hao reached them, he sliced the tape off his mouth. What happened? Who did this to you? As soon as his mouth was free, Yu Hao didn't even pause to register the pain. He immediately looked behind him, checking to see if something was following. Only after confirming that it hadn't caught up did he finally speak, his voice filled with the terror of someone who had barely escaped death. Someone's dead? We can't go that way. There's a ghost waiting for us up ahead. He had been running when, out of nowhere, a desk had slammed into his forehead. Before he could react, duct tape materialized from behind him, wrapping around his mouth over and over in an attempt to suffocate him. Luckily, Yu Hao had quick reflexes. Realizing the ghost was about to bind his hands next, he had swung his backpack backward with all his might. He had hit something, but he hadn't dared to check what it was. He didn't even try to retrieve his flashlight, he simply ran for his life. And that's when he had run into Sen Xiu and the others. Just as he finished speaking, a harsh scraping noise suddenly rang out from the darkness behind them, the unmistakable sound of desks and chairs being dragged across the floor. The piercing screech was jarring in the stillness of the night, like a serial killer dragging chains toward his next victim. Yu Hao's body trembled violently at the sound, his mind sounding alarms. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Yuli standing nearby. Without a second thought, he grabbed her and yanked her in front of himself, hiding perfectly behind her. After all, she was just an NPC. If anyone had to die, it should be her. He was a player. His life was far more valuable than an NPC's. Sen Xiu hadn't expected him to act this way and instinctively blurted out. What the F***ck, man. He actually hid behind a woman? Damn, I just got here and already witnessed such a pathetic scene. Unbelievable. Yu Hao, I genuinely don't even know what to say. Using Qingli as a shield, huh? Well, gotta admit, solid choice. That woman's terrifying, those ghosts wouldn't dare touch her. She's working with the ghosts anyway. Of course, they won't hurt her. Yeah, but still. Yu Hao, this is too spineless. If Qingli were just a regular NPC, wouldn't she have died right here? Right? And this guy is supposed to be a veteran actor? Is this how he's been surviving? Sen Xiu was just as shocked. He had never realized how desperate Yu Hao was to save his own skin. If the audience saw this, his rating would definitely drop. Did he not care about his score anymore? Sen Xiu suddenly recalled that he and Yu Hao were still in a partnership. A cold chuckle escaped his lips. That deal must have been a lie too. Meanwhile, the desks that had been charging at them suddenly slowed down, then came to a complete stop right in front of Yuli. The woman lowered her gaze to the desks, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she let out an almost imperceptible tch. She glanced at the hand gripping her arm and coldly brushed it off. Then, narrowing her eyes, she turned to Yu Hao. Are you trying to sell me out? Yu Hao hadn't expected this outcome. He stared at Yu Li's face, then at the desks in front of her. The first thing that came out of his mouth was, why didn't they hit you? The second, you're hiding something that keeps you safe, aren't you? Yu Li gazed at him silently for a few seconds before suddenly chuckling. That's right. Since I'm here, did you really think I'd come without any protection? As she spoke, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a wooden talisman. Peachwood amulet. I paid a fortune for this, it's been blessed by a master. It can protect me from danger 4 times. That desk just now was the 3rd. There's only one use left before it breaks. The dim flashlight beam illuminated the wooden pendant. Intricate runes were carved into its surface, and sure enough, several visible cracks ran through it, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Yu Hao's eyes lit up, but then his expression darkened, his brows furrowing. If you had something like this, why didn't you take it out earlier? Why would an NPC hold onto such a valuable item instead of using it for the group? Yu Li's smirk grew more mocking as she deliberately tucked the amulet back into her pocket, replying in a casual tone. Because it's a life-saving item. You can't just use it whenever. You have to wait for the right moment, don't you? Yu Hao's gaze followed her hand, his eyes flickering with greed as they lingered on her pocket. It was clear he wasn't thinking anything good. Still, he scoffed, keeping up appearances. TCH, no wonder you're not afraid. Damn, Qingli actually had something this powerful? So the reason she survived on the rooftop was because of that amulet. Yeah, makes sense. One use for Bojing Mo, one for Wu Bianming, and one just now. That's 3. So she was just bluffing the whole time? If someone tests her again, she's finished. Exactly. I thought she was really strong, but I guess not. Makes sense, though. Qingli's just a normal person. If she could physically take down ghosts, she wouldn't need all these tricks. Yu Hao's totally eyeing that amulet. Dude, no way. Hiding behind someone is bad enough, but now he wants to steal from her too. This is my first time watching Yu Hao act. I used to think he was hardworking despite being an extra, but this is pathetic. Isn't it almost midnight? As soon as that message popped up, Sen Xiu's slightly tense voice cut through the darkness. Guys, stop talking. It's already 11:58. The moment he finished speaking, both their flashlights suddenly went out. Darkness swallowed them whole. *T, are they out of battery? Sen Xiu yelped in panic. Don't worry, I have spare ones in my bag. A rustling sound followed as he rummaged through his pack. But just then, from within the pitch-black void, an ice-cold hand suddenly clamped onto his wrist. Its touch was like something that had been left in a freezer for days. Sen Xiu's heart nearly stopped. His legs went weak, his hands trembled, and his backpack slipped from his grasp. But he didn't care about that anymore, because the sensation on his wrist sent his heart pounding up into his throat. And before he could even think, he screamed. Something's grabbing me, don't touch me, *CK. But that hand only tightened its grip. The rough, calloused palm dug into Sen Xiu's wrist, yanking him outward with a force so overwhelming it filled him with utter despair. He didn't want to die. Clinging desperately to the wall, he sobbed uncontrollably, snot and tears streaming down his face. Why him? Why was it only grabbing him? Hell, let go of me. I was wrong, okay. I won't film this stuff anymore. Never again. Even in this dire moment, he somehow still managed to stick to his character setting. Then, he suddenly remembered the protective amulet Yuli had. With a trembling voice, he wailed in desperation, Sis, my dear sister, I'm begging you, save me, I swear, I'll repay you in my next life. I'll be your slave. Stop pulling me, I can't hold on much longer. Sen Xiu didn't actually expect to be saved. He was just struggling instinctively in his final moments of despair. Yuli had never particularly liked him, and besides, she only had one use left on her amulet. There was no way she would waste it on him. The more he thought about it, the more hopeless he became. Maybe it was better to just let go and get it over with. *CK this damn system? Why the hell did it keep throwing him into ghost-infested instances? But just as he was about to give up, Yuli suddenly spoke. Alright, I'll save you. Yu Hao, who had been trying to stay invisible, was startled when he heard those words. Instinctively, he turned on his phone and checked the time. 11:59 p.m. One more minute? If Sen Xiu didn't die, then the ghost would have to choose another target. Yuli had a protective charm. Even if it shattered, who was to say she didn't have something else? The ghost might not dare to touch her. As for himself, he had already used his healing ability when the desk had slammed into his forehead. Otherwise, with the severity of his injury, he would have passed out right then and there and been dragged away by the ghost. That meant the current situation was, either Sen Xiu died, or he did. Under the weak light of his phone screen, Yu Hao caught a glimpse of the woman pulling something from her pocket. His eyes instantly darkened with vicious intent. What? She was really going to save Sen Xiu? Then what about him? These mother-f***ers all wanted him dead, huh? Like hell they would get their way? Narrowing his eyes, he timed it perfectly. Just as the object peeked out of her pocket, he suddenly reached out and shoved the person next to him with all his strength. Yuli hadn't expected him to make such a move. Caught off guard, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. She barely managed to steady herself by grabbing a desk, but the wooden talisman slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yu Hao's eyes gleamed with greed. He wasted no time bending down, snatching up the amulet, and bolting toward the original teaching building. His voice carried a ruthless edge as he shouted back. Sen Xiu, don't blame me, I'm just trying to survive. He had the protective amulet now. Who was afraid of those little ghosts anymore? There was no need to stay with them, he'd let them feed the ghosts instead. Feeling smug, Yu Hao failed to notice the chilling curve of Yu Li's lips the moment he picked up the talisman. Leisurely dusting off her hands, she lifted her head, a mocking glint in her eyes as if waiting to enjoy the show. Meanwhile, Sen Xiu, seeing Yu Hao snatch the talisman, became even more desperate and started screaming even louder. FCKU, Yu Hao, you bastard? If I survive this, I swear I'll kill you. His cursing went on and on before turning into full-blown sobbing. His once refined image was completely ruined. Mom, I'm done for. It's over, it's over, it's over. I haven't even gotten married yet. Why? Yu Li shot him a speechless glance. The coldness in her eyes faded as she turned on her phone's flashlight. The light cut through the darkness, revealing Sen Xiu pressed dramatically against the wall, his arms and legs splayed out in a giant shape, like a terrified turtle. And this turtle was still wailing with his eyes shut tight. Yu Li found the noise unbearable. Frowning, she strode over and grabbed him roughly by the back of his collar. Her voice was indifferent as she said, "Stop crying. Look at your hand, do you see anything grabbing you? Keep screaming, and you'll actually attract a ghost." Sen Xiu's sobs halted abruptly. Tears still clung to his lashes as he hesitantly glanced at his wrist. Then his eyes widened in utter shock. The unshed tears stuck in his sockets, unable to fall. His wrist was completely clean. The chilling touch was gone. At some point, it had all vanished. It had all been a one-man show. After several seconds of stunned silence, Sen Xiu suddenly let out a dumb laugh. Ha, ha ha, I'm alive. That's great. He. Yuli watched his vacant, foolish grin, then quietly placed her phone's flashlight on the table before turning to leave. On the other side, Yu Hao was basking in his triumph. Holding the talisman tightly, he sneered at the dark shadows lingering at the stairwell entrance. Huh? Come on then? Try killing me now. I'm not afraid of you anymore. The ghostly students at the bottom of the stairs hesitated. They weren't actually killers, their role was merely to scare people. The ones responsible for killing were Bojing Mo and Wu Bianming. More importantly, they had never encountered someone so eager to die. Just as they exchanged confused glances, unsure what to do, a shadowy figure silently appeared behind Yu Hao. A sudden chill crept down his spine. Sensing something behind him, Yu Hao's pupils shrank. He whipped around, clutching the talisman tightly in front of him, and shouted, "I have." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the ghost abruptly shoved him down the stairs. Yu Hao let out a blood-curdling scream as his body slammed against the steps, rolling violently downward. Thud, thud, thud. He tumbled over and over until he finally hit the ground. Face down, unmoving. His phone landed beside him with a clatter, and the fragile talisman shattered into multiple pieces upon impact. The fragments scattered across the floor, lost in the darkness. For a moment, the ghostly students thought he was dead. But then, his fingers twitched. Slowly, stiffly, he turned his head. He was still alive. The cracked phone screen flickered erratically beside him, the broken display casting an eerie white glow. Yu Hao squinted through the blood trickling from his forehead, his blurred vision filled with overlapping shadows. But amidst the haziness he forced himself to look at the time. Exactly 12 a.m. And he was still alive. The ghosts had attacked him, which meant Sen Xiu hadn't died. But now, he hadn't died either. The ghosts had failed, which meant he had broken the midnight death rule. A wild, delirious excitement surged in Yu Hao's gaze. He was still alive, and he had defied the rule? His rating was about to skyrocket? The livestream chat, however, was a mix of shock and disdain. Wait, what? He didn't die? Are you serious? How the hell did this guy survive? No way. No f***ing way. The plot really let this guy live. Just because of that damn amulet? Ugh, I can't. Truly, the worst people live the longest. I've watched so many instances and witnessed so many actors die, but in the end, only the strongest survive. That's how the film set world works. Morality doesn't keep you alive, survival does. Still, with such bad audience perception, he's not gonna last long. Doesn't he care? You don't get it. He just unlocked the first to break the midnight death rule achievement. And objectively speaking, in the rating system, that's gonna boost his score. Ugh, this is frustrating. He survived by being a coward, by using his teammates, by selling them out, and this is the kind of player that gets a high rating. No worries. We'll all just give him bad reviews and tank his overall score. Amid the flood of comments filling the screen, one particularly out-of-place message suddenly appeared. Why? I actually kind of like Yu Hao. What's wrong with what he did? The goal is to win the instance, right? Isn't this still a win? Why are you guys bullying a supporting character? Not even a second later, replies started flooding in. Then go ahead and give him a high score. Who's stopping you? The whole point of us as the audience is to lower the rating of these low-quality players. Look at Bojing Mo, he's insanely strong and ridiculously good-looking, not the point. He wins every instance, but guess what? His issue is that he completely disregards the script, ignores his character setting, and just kills people for fun. Do you see us spoiling him? No? Wasn't he at the bottom of the rookie leaderboard? If it weren't for the fact that he lost his memory in that villa instance and actually followed the proper route, doing what he was supposed to, getting the right amount of screen time, and even giving us that absolutely tragic B-couple moment, crossed out but we saw it, he would have been erased by the system long ago. So Yu Hao getting bad reviews? That's just the majority opinion. Every instance needs a death count. So don't give me that supporting character or main character nonsense. Screen time is fair, and we as the audience have our own sense of fairness. Don't forget how these people were selected by the film set system in the first place. Damn, this comment is long, but I trust you, smiley face, / trusting the expert, +1, smiley face, / I feel like giving you a rating. Full 100, sleepy points, smiley face, / whoa, how do you type so fast? Are you secretly an octopus? Beautifully said. Screen time is fair, and we as the audience have our own fairness. That hit deep. I feel even more determined to give him a bad rating now. Just then, another viewer suddenly interrupted. Wait, don't start talking about bad reviews just yet. I think Yu Hao might not make it after all. Listen closely. Do you guys hear footsteps in the background?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.